This is driving me insane. Is the heavens determined to doom our Longhua? Why is it that our adventurers either end up in the Shark Sea or in these frozen waters? Why can't we be like Sakuragua, whose starting point is directly in a tropical sea with countless islands and abundant fish, making their so-called perilous adventure feel like a vacation? Utter despair. Even though he could not see the barrage of comments Jiang Ming knew without looking, that the audience's opinion of him must be deeply disappointing at this moment. Jiang Ming wrapped himself tightly in the thin blanket he had painstakingly found on the ship, yet the chill still seeped into his body through every crevice, stabbing into his bones and making him shiver uncontrollably. He too felt utterly hopeless. Wasn't he told that as long as he registered for the adventurer selection, his progressing paralysis would surely be cured? According to that fortune-teller, he had indeed been chosen. He no longer needed to worry about his progressive paralysis, for he was about to be flash-frozen to death by this extreme cold sea. Now he understood. The divination had not lied. As long as he came here, he would no longer gradually freeze, but be instantly frozen instead. What a chilling joke indeed. As expected, superstitious feudal beliefs were truly disastrous. At 11:30 in the evening, intermittent blasts from a broken loudspeaker echoed through Jiang Ming's ramshackle boat. Greetings, esteemed captains. The material upload period is about to commence. Please place all goods you intend to send back to your homeland into the designated cargo hold. Upload settlement will take place in half an hour. The upload window had arrived again, yet he did not even have a single strand of goods to send. Jiang Ming had been on the national fate battlefield for a full day, and in this world of ice and snow, apart from that thin blanket, he had not even managed to find a mouthful of water. The only thing he could possibly send back, he reckoned, was blocks of ice from this extreme cold sea. Yet, setting aside the fact that this ice was all frozen seawater, even if it were fresh water, he lacked even a decent tool. How was he supposed to cut ice? Should he smash it with his head? 3 years ago, countless uncanny game portals had abruptly appeared across. Governments everywhere immediately sealed off and studied them, yet the situation did not improve. On the contrary, because no one entered the games, their energy began to leak outward. The blue planet was ravaged by a multitude of natural disasters. Weather patterns went mad, and various plant and animal viruses ran rampant, causing severe drops in food production and crippling energy supplies. Nations were left with no choice but to send people into the games seeking a way out. Once they passed through the entrances, they discovered that on the other side lay an authentic world. The flora and fauna of this other world not only ignored the various viruses, but could even survive under extreme weather conditions. Thus, nations began dispatching adventurers into the other world, tasking them with locating resources that could be sent back to their countries in return and used to sustain their people. It was said that whoever found the heart of the universe could become the administrator of the game, perhaps even the ruler of the world itself. As for entering the game as an adventurer, one merely had to register and pass a period of training to be admitted. The Otherworld's entrance opened once every 3 months. Anyone standing within the game entrance zone during that time had a chance to be selected and drawn inside, so entry depended entirely on luck beyond any internal manipulation. To this day, no one understood the principles behind how the game chose adventurers. All that nations knew was that the more participants they sent, the more adventurer slots their country would likely receive. Thus, whenever the entrance opened, each nation would send as many contestants as possible into the zone, hoping to secure a greater share of adventurer positions. This naturally meant that among those selected there would be utterly ordinary, everyday people. Yet even so, Jiang Ming had never imagined his luck could be this abysmal. Other people's game openings were deserted island adventures, highway survival, mist-veiled survival, or struggling through endless nights. Yet for him, it was ocean survival with an extraordinarily high mortality rate. That alone would have been bad enough, but at least others began in tropical seas or near island chains with rich fisheries and tolerable temperatures. As for Jiang Ming, he had been thrown directly into the extreme cold sea, where the average temperature was more than 20 degrees below freezing, a place utterly inhospitable to human life. Today's material upload period has ended. Time slipped by, and once the upload window closed, the national leaderboards were refreshed in real time. Jiang Ming watched the light screen before him as line after line of text appeared. National Resource Acquisition Rankings. 1st, Meili-gua. 2nd, Ribuluo-gua. 3rd, Sakura-gua. 4th, Maoxiong-gua. 12th, Long-gua. Beyond national rankings, there were also adventurer rankings. 4 Long-gua. Apart from a single adventurer, all the others ranked near the top were foreigners. As for the top 100, Jiang Ming did not bother to examine them in detail. A Long-gua did not have that many adventurers to begin with. As for himself, Jiang Ming did not scroll down the world adventurer rankings at all, unable to locate even his position among his own countrymen, simply because his placement was far too low. Beyond the fact that he was a novice who had only just entered the game, there was another reason Jiang Ming truly had not uploaded a single scrap of material. He opened his personal status panel where his ranking was displayed. Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Identity Captain of the Longzhou. Location Extreme Cold Sea Toxic Mist, lies 910 nautical miles away. Server 13, ranking 19422ND. Satiety 5, when satiety reaches 0 you will fall ill. Health 55 progressive paralysis countdown 28 days. Sanity 56, if sanity falls below 20, hallucinations will appear. Please maintain a cheerful mood. Live broadcast in progress, can be turned off. After reading his personal attributes, Jiang Ming let out a long heavy sigh. He wanted to maintain a cheerful mood, but standing at the brink of starvation, having any sanity left at all, was already a small miracle. The cold here was too severe. Even daytime could chill a person into stiffness. As for the night, Jiang Ming could hardly imagine what dangers awaited him. As his hunger bar dropped relentlessly toward 0, Jiang Ming, half-conscious, heard a series of mechanical broadcasts. Had the ship's loudspeaker suddenly repaired itself? This time the sound was not broken and fragmented, but crisp as though he were wearing headphones. So strange. Daily 3 divination system is being generated. Loading. Loading complete. Today's 3 divinations. Great misfortune trapped on a broken ship with a blizzard on the way. If you can find combustible ice in advance, there may be a sliver of hope. Minor misfortune, within 1 kilometer of the Longzhou, there are several bird eggs. If you seize them before the great bird returns, you may gain something, but beware the enraged bird's retaliation. Minor fortune, the blizzard will freeze to death a flock of southward migrating birds. If you can learn where they will fall, you will reap rewards without effort. Moments after the system's loading sounds ended, a light screen surfaced before Jiang Ming's eyes, displaying 3 lines of text. What was this? Numb from hunger and cold, Jiang Ming's mind took a full 30 seconds to process before he finally reacted. A divination system. The moment he understood what he had obtained, Jiang Ming could no longer contain his excitement. He had thought that by this time next year he would already be dead, this broken boat becoming his coffin. Yet now an unexpected blessing had arrived. Bird eggs may be small, but they are still protein. Jiang Ming murmured, his satiety on the brink as he gazed at the text on the light screen and began to drool. Only, where were these bird eggs? Listening intently to the conditions outside, Jiang Ming heard nothing but the roaring cold wind and no other sound at all. Given the current weather combined with his body's state of extreme hunger, he feared that before he ever found the eggs, he himself would already be frozen into an ice sculpture. The moment Jiang Ming stirred a thought, a series of scenes instantly surfaced in his mind. At once he seemed to become a true game player, overlooking himself from high above as his small, shabby fishing boat lay frozen in the ice. Not far from the boat, within a crack in a nearby iceberg, there was a concealed cave. Inside it was pitch black, impossible to see what lay within. Yet Jiang Ming did not even need to guess. He knew this had to be the nest. Jiang Ming chuckled. You've got about 10 to 20 minutes because squirrels are nocturnal creatures. Nighttime. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Ming wrapped the blanket tightly around himself before pushing open the cabin door and dashing out into the wind. The wind of the polar sea was like a flaying knife. Even though Jiang Ming had bundled himself as tightly as he could, every exposed bit of skin, such as his eyebrows, turned white in an instant. Even his breath formed a crust of white frost along the edge of his blanket. When some viewers noticed that this insignificant Dragon Nation contestant had actually left his boat in the dead of night to set foot upon the frozen sea, the entire livestream exploded. Everyone look. A contestant from the Dragon Nation has gone mad. He actually left the warm cabin at midnight to venture into the frozen sea. I don't think he's mad. I think he's gone hypothermic. What do you mean? People with hypothermia feel hot and start stripping off clothes to cool down. That's why many who freeze to death are found almost naked. So you're saying this adventurer's hypothermic? Then why does he have himself wrapped so tightly? I actually think he doesn't have hypothermia. It looks more like he's searching for something. In the middle of the night with the ice reflecting, just a bit of light visibility is terrible. Add this kind of cold. He's lucky if he doesn't freeze to death, let alone find anything. As they watched Jiang Ming rush out of the cabin, the audience began to debate heatedly. As word spread from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100, the number of viewers in Jiang Ming's live room surged upward, even though the viewer count itself brought him no direct benefit. It was his family who would receive some gains. All the traffic and all the tips from the stream would go to the adventurer's family, a meager form of compensation offered by the nation. At that moment, guided by the map, Jiang Ming found the iceberg. On the flat, level ice field, a towering mass of ice was indeed easy enough to locate. Easy to find, yes, but that did not mean others could make sense of his actions. As Jiang Ming ventured deeper into the ice field, the viewers in the live room were nearly driven to madness. I told you he was looking for something. What's he doing seeking out an iceberg? An iceberg can't be warmer than his cabin. Is he trying to get himself killed? Hasn't this adventurer gone a whole day without food? Going out in this weather only burns more calories. At this rate he'll die. Are we about to lose another adventurer from the Dragon Nation? What a pity. Why did he have to be assigned to such a hellish place? Even if the sea weren't frozen, at least he could fish and barely scrape by. Although 20,000 adventurers entered the game, each round spread across nearly 200 nations, each country had only a limited number of participants. Thus, every adventurer's death was a tremendous loss to their nation. Arriving at the iceberg, Jiang Ming peered inside. When he saw a gigantic bird's nest with 3 gleaming white eggs lying inside, he burst into excited laughter. They're real. I've struck it rich. As viewers watched Jiang Ming, arms raised and laughing wildly toward the live camera, they began to doubt his sanity one by one. Has he lost his mind? He really looks frozen insane. It's pitiful. Look, his eyebrows are entirely white and his scarf is crusted with frost. It must be unimaginably cold. He should go back now. Viewers from the Dragon Nation watched these scenes unfold and couldn't help but feel a surge of heartache for. By contrast, viewers from certain other nations, after noticing Jiang Ming's stream, began to mock. People of the Dragon Nation are fragile at heart. One day in, and he already can't endure. Exactly. Not like us from the Sakura Nation. We maintain unyielding hearts no matter the hardship or adversity. We never give up. Seeing the Dragon Nation lose one more adventurer really puts me at ease. One less competitor for us. Never give up. Dragon Nation netizens were instantly enraged. Then why did you give up on your own contestant and come here to watch our Dragon Nation adventurers stream? Get back to your own channel. Don't be so shameless. Don't push me to curse your entire ancestral line. Yet, just as Dragon Nation netizens were locked in a shouting match with foreign trolls, one viewer from the Dragon Nation typed a single word followed by rows of exclamation marks to express his shock: egg. He had actually found eggs in a hellscape like the Polar Sea. Many netizens found it unbelievable, but after that comment, no one had time to keep arguing with foreign trolls. Their attention snapped back to the live feed. By now, Jiang Ming had slipped into the fissure of the iceberg. From afar, he hadn't realized how massive the nest. Only when he drew near did he realize how absurdly large it was. The nest itself reached up to his knees, half a meter high at least, and as for its diameter, Jiang Ming felt he could practically use it as a bed. Feathers were scattered throughout the nest, each about a meter long, as extravagant as a peacock's tail plume. Yet the truly terrifying part was that these were not outer flight feathers, but down. If a single strand of down was this big, how enormous must the bird itself be? As for the eggs, before coming here, Jiang Ming had assumed the system meant pigeon eggs. Even if they were larger, he had expected something the size of a goose egg at most. That alone would have been astonishing. But up close, he discovered these eggs put ostrich eggs to shame. Each one weighed at least 3 to 5 g. The instant his hand touched an egg, information flashed before his eyes. Dodo egg, precious one. Precious. This dodo egg was actually classified as a precious grade treasure. In this otherworldly game, item quality ranged from common, fine, precious, rare, epic, legendary, mythical, to cursed. On this polar sea, Jiang Ming had struggled to find even common supplies, let alone something precious. Jiang Ming hugged the egg and rained kisses upon it. Heaven had finally opened its eyes. He had thought being trapped in the polar sea was destiny spiting a genius, and that he would soon meet his great-grandmother in the afterlife. He had never expected that even he, Jiang Ming, would get a chance to turn his life around. However, his excitement was so intense that a wave of dizziness from low blood sugar hit him, his starved stomach cramping sharply. Damn it! Jiang Ming grabbed the cave wall to steady himself, barely managing not to collapse. He had gotten carried away. He really was starting to see his great-grandmother. My stomach. Even without checking his status, Jiang Ming knew his satiety must have already plunged, and there was no time to hesitate. With a crack, Jiang Ming lifted one egg and smashed it against the hard ice. The thin, brittle shell shattered at once. A thick, overpowering eggy stench gushed out. Jiang Ming hurriedly raised the egg, tipped his head back, and let the liquid pour into his mouth. It was slightly rank and slick, not at all pleasant. Yet as Jiang Ming gulped it down, his attributes began to skyrocket. Lifespan 1, satiety 0, 2, 5. Cold resistance 5, 10, 15. After a few mouthfuls of egg, a warm current spread outward from his stomach. At last, Jiang Ming could feel his body again. Before this, the cold had numbed his limbs to the point that they barely felt like his own. Now warmth was returning to every part of him. It was like drinking a cup of hot tea in the depths of winter. That gentle, enveloping warmth was something he had not enjoyed in a very long time. So this was the benefit of a precious grade item. He had truly struck gold this time. And there were still 2 more eggs. In the live room, seeing this scene, the view, life from the jaws of death. This kid must be the otherworld's god's illegitimate son. How else could he find eggs hidden this well? Such incredible resources, and he's eating them on the spot. What a waste. Shouldn't he save them to send back? He's our Dragon Nation adventurer. What business is it of you from the Sakura Nation? Are you the Pacific's police now? You're meddling far too much. If Brother Ming wants to eat it, he eats. That's his right as an adventurer. Go back and mind your own people. Don't buzz around here like flies annoying everyone. Adventurer Jiang Ming, identity captain of the Dragon Boat location Polar Sea Poison Fog, is 890 nautical miles away. Server 13, ranking 1942, City 85. When satiety drops to 0, you will fall. Ill health 45. Frozen syndrome countdown 29 days. Note excessive cold or heat will cause health to drop by several points per hour. Sanity 39 if sanity falls below 20. Hallucinations will occur. Please keep your spirits up. Special ability elementary cold resistance 45. Live stream active. Can be closed. After reading his stats, Jiang Ming grew excited. His lifespan had increased by 1 day. That meant the food here could truly treat his frozen syndrome. It might not cure it completely, but if his lifespan kept stacking up to 100, even 200 years. These damn guns and cannons often required hundreds or even thousands of shots. Jiang Ming was afraid he simply couldn't afford it. He shook his head and looked at the second egg. The dodo egg was overwhelmingly fishy. The first few bites were tolerable, but the more he ate, the more it made him want to vomit. That slimy, unbreakable texture and the earthy stench assaulting his nose. Good heavens. How could there be something so disgusting yet so nourishing in this world? If only he could find combustible ice. He could cook the remaining eggs into fried eggs. He would just sprinkle a little seawater on top as salt. The thought alone was beautiful. Eagerly, Jiang Ming opened his daily 3-lot divination interface and selected the hexagram concerning combustible ice. In that instant, information surged into his mind again. The Godseer view of the polar sea returned, and within it he saw a patch of ice utterly distinct from the rest. It was as though he were staring at a thermal imaging map. The rest of the ice showed in blues and greens, while one particular region flared orange with a red core at its center. If Jiang Ming's guess was right, that must be the combustible ice he sought. But just as he was silently rejoicing over finding combustible ice, he suddenly noticed a red exclamation mark on the map, racing toward the direction of the nest. Could it be the great bird? Xiaoxiong, within a 1-kilometer radius of the dragon boat, there are several bird eggs. Perhaps one can obtain something while the big bird is away, but be cautious of the furious bird's attack. Jiang Ming recalled the divination that mentioned seizing opportunities while the big bird was absent. The red dot he saw on the map, if he guessed correctly, it should indicate that the big bird is returning to its nest. Considering that a dodo bird's egg is already this large and the nest could serve as a bed for Jiang Ming, he truly found it hard to imagine just how enormous the dodo bird must be. Looking at the empty eggshell on the ground and the rapidly moving red exclamation mark, Jiang Ming could hardly fathom the rage of the bird mother upon her return. Oh no! He had stumbled upon the owner returning home. He had to run fast. Otherwise, in his current state of lacking both weapons and health points, a single peck from the dodo bird could lead to his demise. Retreat. Jiang Ming turned the eaten eggshell upside down in the nest to pretend it was an egg, while stealthily taking the other 2 bird eggs, carrying one in each hand. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, after witnessing Jiang Ming's daring antics, everyone couldn't help but start mocking him. Eating one and taking 2, that's ruthless. The bird mother will be furious when she returns. Damn, I didn't realize Jiang Ming was this devious. He actually turned the eaten egg upside down. You all don't understand. Brother Jiang isn't being devious, he's being strategic. What the heck is strategic? Don't think I'm oblivious to your sarcasm just because you use a different word. I'm not being sarcastic. The wise one earnestly explained, animals can't count, they have no idea how many eggs they've laid. As long as you leave one, they will assume their chick is still there. Just like chickens, no matter how many eggs a hen lays, as long as you leave one, she will continue to lay and hatch eggs. However, if you take them all, she will assume the place is unsafe and will look for another spot to lay eggs, which is even harder to find. Therefore, Brother Jiang left an empty eggshell to prevent the mother bird from not finding her chick upon her return, and turning it upside down was to keep her from noticing that the egg was empty. I see. Truly worthy of being called Jiang Shun. Just as Jiang Ming hurriedly left clutching 2 eggs, the big bird finally returned. The bird was so large that it exceeded the height of an ostrich, reaching a staggering 3 meters. Its body was entirely snow white, with only a hint of gray feathers on its wings and tail, and a light gray beak. But the strangest thing was that this bird had only one eye. Its eye was situated in the center of its face, round and large, looking very peculiar. After entering the nest, the big bird seemed to sense something starting to sniff around. It then rolled its eye around. However, with its intelligence, it couldn't comprehend that anything was amiss in the nest. Therefore, it shook the feathers on its rear and returned to the nest to continue incubating the eggs. 2 eggs in hand. Jiang Ming looked at the 2 snow-white bird eggs in his arms, unable to suppress his joy. If it weren't for the difficulty of walking on the snow. At this moment, he felt like jumping for joy. With these 2 eggs, he had breakfast and lunch sorted. He had even decided whether to have fried eggs, boiled eggs, or steamed egg custard. Thinking of those delicious meals, Jiang Ming couldn't help but lick his lips. But before enjoying the delicacies, he had one more task to accomplish: collecting combustible ice. The location of the combustible ice formed a triangular position with the bird's nest and the dragon boat. Therefore, Jiang Ming decided to return the eggs first. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, the chicken would fly and the eggs would break, and he would end up crying. Ooh! The cold night wind hit Jiang Ming's face and body. Because he was holding the bird egg, some parts of his body were exposed to the cold, numbing his hands. If it had been yesterday, he might have needed to amputate. But now, with his cold resistance, Jiang Ming only felt a numbness in his hands, yet he could still barely hold on. Fortunately, he was not far from the dragon boat. Due to the night, the faint orange light emanating from the dragon boat's cabin served as a beacon guiding Jiang Ming. Upon returning to the dragon boat, Jiang Ming finally felt his limbs again. He found a place to set the eggs down. Jiang Ming pushed open the cabin door again. The cold wind outside still howled, sounding as if the earth was whistling. As the night grew deeper, the temperature in the frigid sea area dropped sharply. It's freezing. Jiang Ming rubbed his arms, but fortunately, he had just eaten a precious bird egg. Although it was fishy, the enhancement provided by the otherworldly creature was truly remarkable. Thus, although he was cold, it wasn't to the point of being unbearable. Adjusting the blanket draped over him like a cape, Jiang Ming stepped back into the wind and snow. Due to the egg incident and the antics of disguising the eggshell being posted on the forum, Jiang Ming's live broadcast room was flooded with a large number of viewers. As the number of live viewers increased, the Dragon Country official also began to take notice of this newcomer. What is he planning to do? The Special Operations Bureau staff watched Jiang Ming on the screen and said, shouldn't he be conserving energy at night? Xiaojing, you don't understand. Some captains prefer to fish at night because fish are easily attracted by light, so they actually prefer. Another staff member, after hearing his colleague's musing, was about to respond when he suddenly caught sight of the computer screen and exclaimed in shock, "Extreme cold sea area? Is this guy insane? Daring to go out to sea in the extreme cold sea at midnight? He's hopeless." He shook his head helplessly, feeling a bit regretful. However, Xiaojing, who had been watching the bullet comments, finally realized what was happening. He quickly opened the live replay and then said, "It's not that I don't understand, but you don't understand. This guy is simply the child of destiny. He just grabbed 3 bird eggs, and now he's running out again. Who knows what else he might discover? In pitch darkness, what can he find?" But the person scoffed and said, "These rookie adventurers are just like that. Every time they get a stroke of luck, they think they truly are the children of destiny, only to end up dying from greed. Unlike my Cold War god, who comes from the Dragon team and has had smooth sailing since the beginning with high combat power. He even tore apart a crocodile and returned the meat to the country. As a result, his power skyrocketed 1,000-fold, and I had the fortune of tasting a small piece. It tasted amazing. Then go back and watch your Cold War god." Xiaojing waved his hand, not wanting to listen to his colleague boast about the adventurer he favored. His focus remained on Jiang Ming. Because Jiang Ming's actions and maneuvers always left people baffled. Why on earth is he running here to collect ice blocks? In the livestream room, where are the ice cubes? Why run so far? Upstairs, didn't you see the crushed ice? The sea near the Longzhou is frozen solid. It's impossible to dig. There are still plenty of crushed ice here. Jiang Daolao must be planning to take some back to filter into drinking water. Unreasonable. What's unreasonable about it? Jiang Daolao is taking risks, not you. What's not reasonable? I'm not saying Jiang Ming's behavior is unreasonable. I'm saying the large pit on the sea surface is unreasonable. The moment this comment was made, the viewers finally understood the implication behind the words. The frozen sea was undulating everywhere, yet here a large pit appeared. The area around this large pit was covered in crushed ice, some big and some small. The larger blocks were about the size of a boat, while the smaller fragments were only fist-sized. Jiang Ming was currently collecting these fist-sized crushed ice. Could it be that some marine creatures broke through the ice? But even so, it wouldn't be worth Jiang Ming running so far to collect this little bit of ice. If it were fresh water, that would be one thing, but this is seawater frozen into ice. Even if taken back, it can't be consumed directly. It's too energy-consuming. Haven't you noticed? At this moment, a knowledgeable viewer finally uncovered the clue. There are air holes in this ice. Is ice with air holes special? What can ice with air holes turn into? Soda. It can't be drunk directly, but this ice can burn. The knowledgeable viewer complained. At first, I wasn't sure until I saw this large pit, indicating that some combustible gas from the seabed exploded for some reason, blowing out the gas that had frozen into ice, which is also known as combustible ice. I understand now. The reason these ice blocks have holes is that they are basically gas. Bingo. But how did Jiang Daolao know there was combustible ice here? This is beyond our understanding. After all, I've heard that people entering alternate world games possess unique talents. If I remember correctly, the talent of the Cold War expert is in the Killing God series, gaining vitality and spiritual power by killing. It's possible Jiang Daolao's talent is a probing ability or a special sense of smell. Combustible ice. At this moment the spies from Sakura country and Beautiful country, who were originally prepared to leave, turned green with envy upon learning that Jiang Ming had merely found some treasure. He actually found combustible ice. Damn, this guy must have secretly used hacks, otherwise how would he know there was combustible ice here? This is outrageous. How could he obtain combustible ice, damn it? Haha. At this moment the great Eagle Empire suddenly sneered, saying, "Isn't there a saying in your country that you can take resources if you have your life, but can't enjoy them if you don't? A snowstorm is about to arrive, your adventurers will soon die here. Don't talk about combustible ice, even if there was a coal mine right in front it would be useless. The dead adventurers are called the deceased. He can no longer contribute to your dragon kingdom, let alone return this precious resource to you, haha." The person burst into a series of deathly smiles. Listening to the mockery from the foreigners, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom also noticed a gray line at the edge of the screen, slowly moving toward them. Warning: blizzard approaching. Jiang Ming suddenly received a system alert and looked back. The blizzard was darkening the sky and slowly moving toward his location. If the viewers in the live stream could only see the tip of the iceberg through the video, Jiang Ming, standing in front of the blizzard, was truly experiencing what it meant for doomsday to arrive. Whoosh! As the blizzard approached, the original cold wind suddenly transformed into a cutting wind. The strong wind mixed with snow particles hit his clothes, making a pattering sound. If it landed on his skin, it felt like being scratched by sharp stones, painful. Jiang Ming quickly pulled the hood of his down jacket lower, raised the collar above his nose, then shrugged and tucked his neck in, trying to cover as much skin as possible with the jacket. But even so, the wind and snow still found their way into his body through the gaps around his neck. At this moment he wished he could wrap a blanket around his neck. Unfortunately, the blanket was being used to carry combustible ice. The ground was covered with ice blocks. Just like having charcoal everywhere, picking one up was easy. Combustible ice quality 1, combustible ice quality 1, combustible ice. Hearing the system constantly chiming 1, it was truly delightful. But when Jiang Ming saw the slowly moving horizon, he no longer cared about collecting fuel. Otherwise it would really be a matter of having the life to collect, but no life to use it. We must retreat. He quickly gathered the corners of the blanket, which held dozens of pieces of combustible ice, tied them together into a package, slung it over his shoulder, pressed down his hat, and rapidly moved toward Longzhou. Don't be fooled by the slow movement of the blizzard line. That's only in relation to this vast ocean. If he waits for it to truly reach him, its speed is not something an ordinary person could outrun. Whoosh! The wind next to Jiang Ming grew louder and louder. He turned back from time to time, only to find the blizzard seemed to teleport. Oh, just a moment ago it was several kilometers away, and now turning back it was right in front of him. At a glance, the originally pure white ocean had turned into an overwhelming gray. But Jiang Ming was well aware that it was not gray. It was the snow and ice debris whipped up by the blizzard, as well as everything that could be lifted by the wind and snow. Once a person was caught in it, they would be covered by the wind and snow like grains of sand. They would be treated like kites sent skyward and frozen into ice sculptures. Damn, this is too fast. Jiang Ming looked at the scene before him and was nearly driven mad. But no matter how fast he ran, it was still limited. The only consolation was that he was currently in a tailwind. As we all know, express deliveries are usually the fastest. Thus, Jiang Ming's speed was somewhat faster than in a still wind. However, no matter how fast he ran, it was still hard to outpace the speed of skiing, and that blizzard was moving at a skiing speed. Wait. Thinking of skiing, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He simply sat down on the ice with the bag of combustible ice, feeling the biting cold immediately rise from beneath him. But at this moment, Jiang Ming didn't care about anything else. He wanted to use his back as a sail, but as a boat, and his prostate as a brake. Everything was ready, just waiting for the storm. In the livestream room. What the hell? Is Jiang Daolao planning to give up? The blizzard hasn't arrived, yet why not keep running? Run! The blizzard is still a distance away, Jiang Daolao. You must stay strong, don't give up. Right, what's there to fear about a blizzard? We can fight our way out. Huh. But just when the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were cheering Jiang Ming on, the foreign friends immediately got excited. Especially the Sakura country people mocked Jiang Ming, saying, "Oh, has your Jiang Daolao been scared stiff by the blizzard and won't move? East Asia cowards will always be cowards, shrinking back like turtles in the face of danger. It's your old tradition." Ha ha ha. Weaklings are weaklings. They truly can't stand up in the face of great terror, right? Congratulations, East Asia cowards, for losing another member. Congratulations, congratulations. However, just as those foreign villains were stirring trouble, a sharp-eyed viewer from the Dragon Kingdom finally understood Jiang Ming's clever maneuver and excitedly exclaimed, "Jiang Daolao isn't planning to give up. On the contrary, Jiang Daolao is planning to rise." What? The Sakura person was puzzled. Lying down, how can he rise? I think he's just digging his own grave. You don't understand a thing. After realizing Jiang Ming's maneuver, the Dragon Kingdom viewers immediately became defiant, retorting, "In such strong winds, no matter how fast you run on two legs, I tell L, still be slow." Zhang Daolao is planning to use the wind power with his body as the sail to set sail. Whoosh! As soon as the Dragon Kingdom viewer finished speaking, a gust of wind blew in. Jiang Ming suddenly felt a strong pushing sensation from behind. He curled his legs up as much as possible, letting only his butt touch the ground to reduce friction. Then, he felt as if an invisible hand was pushing him, and he began to slide forward rapidly. Although his speed had increased significantly, Jiang Ming only felt his butt was both freezing and hot. The sensation was simply exhilarating. God bless. But compared to the exhilarating sensation in his, but at this moment Jiang Ming was only praying to heaven, hoping he wouldn't crash into any protruding rocks. Otherwise he would really have to use his prostate as a brake. As Jiang Ming was blown away by the wind, the live stream audience erupted once more. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily, saying, "Truly worthy of Jiang Daolao. He can come up with such a bizarre maneuver, but it's really much faster than running. That's a must. This is called taking advantage of the good wind. Isn't it just being blown by the wind? Why make it sound so nice? You don't understand a thing." Even though the Dragon Kingdom viewers were mocking each other in the live stream, everyone was actually happy that Jiang Ming had thought of a way to escape. At this moment, the ones who were unhappy were those foreign villains. This is possible. The Sakura people were unconvinced, saying he definitely didn't think of this. He just happened to be blown away by the wind after falling. What a stroke of luck. I also think this must have been an accident. He was clearly scared stiff by the blizzard before. How could he come up with such a brilliant plan? It must have been coincidental. Such good luck is really hard to watch. Haha, luck is also a form of strength, haven't you heard that? The Dragon Kingdom viewers retorted, "With every mention of luck, I hope you step into 100 piles of dog poop tonight." What do our Dragon Kingdom adventurers do? Do we really need to explain ourselves to you monsters? If you don't like it, just dig out your eyes. Who asked you to watch? That's right, you monsters. Oh no, foreign villains, hurry up and get lost. Haha, you didn't say it wrong. They are indeed monsters. Monsters get lost. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom adventurers got all the Dragon Kingdom viewers excited. They couldn't help in the battles in the game world. But in the battles outside the game world, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom would not lose to any monsters. Holy shit. As the blizzard drew closer, the wind grew increasingly fierce. Jiang Ming, serving as a human sled, naturally picked up speed. Along the way he steered with his legs, and though he avoided becoming a eunuch, his backside felt like it was about to split into 8 pieces. But thankfully, he could already see a faint orange glow in the distance. Brother Jiang is absolutely incredible. Have you ever seen an avalanche while skiing? A netizen from the Dragon Kingdom, sweating bullets for Jiang Ming, passionately chimed in. I feel like Brother Jiang is in that state right now. Extreme surfing. He's not surfing, he's windsurfing. Illiterate, it's charging, not windsurfing. I'd say you're stroking. Don't you get puns, Ultimer? In stark contrast to the tense, yet lively atmosphere of the livestream, several staff members at the Dragon Kingdom's Special Operations Department were so nervous they forgot to breathe. Climate researcher, what's the current temperature in the extreme cold sea? The minister in charge of the extreme cold sea couldn't help but ask, if our Dragon Kingdom's adventurer gets caught in this blizzard, is there any chance he'll survive? Reporting minister. The climate researcher, constantly monitoring the fluctuating data on the computer, immediately stood up and reported, the temperature in the extreme cold sea is now minus 22 degrees Celsius, and it's still dropping. Our monitoring shows the internal temperature of the blizzard in the extreme cold sea is minus 60 degrees, and the core area is even below minus 70 degrees. If this adventurer is swept into the blizzard, he will be instantly frozen. The researcher initially wanted to say there was no chance of survival, but looking at all the staff present and the adventurer still fighting for his life, he couldn't bring himself to say it. In the end he amended, extremely difficult to survive. Understood, continue monitoring. The minister frowned deeply but said nothing more. He turned to Xiao Zheng, who had first reported Jiang Ming to him. Xiao Zheng, how far is the blizzard from Jiang Ming? Reporting minister, the blizzard is less than 3 kilometers from Jiang Ming. Xiao Zheng stared intently at the screen, his voice urgent. The blizzard is approaching at 28 meters per second. This is a level 11 gale, the highest on the wind warning scale. And how far is Jiang Ming from the dragon boat? The minister asked again. 2 kilometers. Xiao Zheng's answer made everyone gasp. Too far. Even on a normal day in the extreme cold sea, walking 2 kilometers through the ice and snow would take over half an hour. But Jiang Ming only had 2 minutes left. The minister quickly calculated, in 2 minutes even Bolt could only run a little over a kilometer. He can't make it back to the dragon boat. And Jiang Ming isn't Bolt. No, Xiao Zheng said firmly, Jiang Ming is faster than Bolt. How is that possible? The minister's retort had barely left his lips when Xiao Zheng displayed Jiang Ming's livestream on the big screen. Usually the task force's big screen was reserved for the Dragon Kingdom's strongest individuals unless a particular adventurer required special attention. He's using himself as a sled. The minister nodded repeatedly. This kid's got some cleverness. But it's a shame. What's a shame? Xiao Zheng was puzzled. After all, Jiang Ming had gone this far. With this move he might escape the blizzard. Yet the minister only called him somewhat clever and expressed regret. Why? It's a shame he's in the extreme cold sea. The minister shook his head helplessly. Even if he truly escapes the blizzard. Sigh. This kid's just... The minister glanced at the environmental monitor, signaling him to explain. The monitor nodded and said, "Let me explain on behalf of the minister. Because of the blizzard, the temperature in the extreme cold sea will drop further. Even if this adventurer manages to hide in the dragon boat, he'll freeze to death from the extreme cold. This adventurer, I'm afraid, will have a hard time surviving tonight." Though reluctant to admit it, the entire Special Operations Department fell silent for a moment. Even the monitors, who didn't know who this adventurer was, bowed their heads, feeling a sense of shared sorrow. After all, they were all compatriots dying for this damned game. If it were them, or any other adventurer in his place, they probably couldn't have done better. He was truly pitiful. Moreover, losing any adventurer was a great loss for the Dragon Kingdom. This cast a shadow of grief and regret over everyone. His name is Jiang Ming. Amid the silence, Xiao Zheng suddenly spoke. He's a hero fighting for our Dragon Kingdom. We can't even forget his name. And I believe Jiang Ming won't give up like this. He found combustible ice. He has fuel. I believe if given time he can survive. The climate monitor shook his head slightly because Xiao Zheng didn't understand how terrifying this extreme low-temperature speed mode truly was. As an analogy, if a herd of horses were galloping when a blizzard swept past them, they would become galloping ice sculptures. Those horses would still be in their running posture, leaping and neighing. Because it was so fast they died before. And if this extreme cold occurred in the ocean, the sea would instantly freeze for thousands of miles, just like the extreme cold sea. As for the fish, shrimp, crabs, and all creatures at the bottom, they would become patterns within the ice in an instant. None spared, none surviving. Xiao Zheng is right. The minister nodded after hearing him. The adventurer struggling for survival in the extreme cold sea is Jiang Ming, a hero of our Dragon Kingdom. Everyone please remember his identity and treat him like a hero. Our Dragon Kingdom never mistreats any warrior. Logistics, please pull up Jiang Ming's file, check who his beneficiary is, and promptly handle family support and subsequent compensation matters. Though the minister didn't believe Jiang Ming would survive, his urgency to prepare the aftermath wasn't out of disrespect. On the contrary, it showed how much he valued Jiang Ming. Because the Otherworldly game's livestream was global, almost every adventurer's family watched their own. The minister feared that if Jiang Ming met an accident, his family might act irrationally or faint from grief. That's why he had logistics start the aftermath work. Reporting minister. Logistics retrieved the file and said Jiang Ming grew up in an orphanage and his beneficiary is Dean Shun of the third orphanage. He's an orphan. Not only is Jiang Ming an orphan, but he also suffers from ALS. Logistics continued, his health isn't good. Previously, the dean applied for treatment funds, but before the funds were approved, Jiang Ming left the orphanage on his own. The minister sighed. Our country has let him down. It's just a pity that our Dragon Kingdom's resources are severely scarce, let alone medical resources, even basic survival resources. On the contrary, comrade Jiang Ming, even in his final moments, continues to shine for our country. He is a true hero. The minister saluted Jiang Ming on the screen. Meanwhile, in the game, Jiang Ming was oblivious to the outside world. His mood was like riding a bike down a steep slope only to find the brakes broken, because the dragon boat was right ahead. But after being accelerated by the wind over and over, he found he couldn't stop even with both legs. Watching the dragon boat draw closer, Jiang Ming felt like a car about to crash into a wall. So he had to change direction again, trying not to smash straight into the hull. Otherwise, even if his face wasn't ruined, his legs would be. But if he veered off course, Jiang Ming glanced at the vast road ahead, then back at the raging blizzard ready to swallow him, and despaired. There was no way up to heaven, no way down to earth. Damn it. Was his illustrious reputation really going to be destroyed? As Jiang Ming adjusted slightly with his legs, his course gradually deviated from the dragon boat. Just as he was about to brush past his little boat, he saw the boat's rope. The rope was dancing wildly in the wind. In that critical moment, Jiang Ming reached out and grabbed it tightly. Got it. Jiang Ming's heart leaped with joy. Though his hands felt like they were being torn off, he finally stopped. That life and death thrill made his adrenaline surge. With the rapid release of adrenaline, Jiang Ming became more agile. Like a monkey, he steadied himself on the rope and quickly climbed back onto the boat. Once aboard, Jiang Ming scrambled into the cabin and slammed the door shut. Bang! As Jiang Ming closed the door, the blizzard followed instantly with wind, carrying snow and ice pellets battering the cabin. Slap. Crackle. The raging wind pounded the cabin door, shaking the entire hull. Had the boat not been frozen to the sea, Jiang Ming suspected his little dragon boat would have been blown away or even capsized. At that moment, he actually felt that having the boat frozen might not be such a bad thing. As the blizzard descended, Jiang Ming felt the temperature in the cabin plummet. Instantly, goosebumps covered his entire body. Even his breath turned to frost. Not only that, crack, crack, crack. Jiang Ming noticed a layer of frost forming on the windows and door of the cabin, spreading so quickly that it froze an entire wall in an instant. Whoa, the temperature's dropping this fast. Jiang Ming was stunned. He had watched other adventurers' live streams and knew how terrifying extreme cold could be. He fumbled through his pack, pulled out the combustible ice, and tossed it into the fireplace. Crack, crack. Jiang Ming kept striking the magnesium rod, but his hands were too stiff from the cold, and the combustible ice seemed hard to ignite. He failed several times. Crackle. The frost had spread to his feet, threatening to freeze him into an eternal ice sculpture on this extreme cold sea. In the livestream, the Dragon Kingdom netizens were even more anxious than Jiang Ming. Hurry. Damn hands, hurry up. Friendly reminder. You can breathe. I really was about to suffocate, said a netizen. It's not that I wanted to hold my breath, I was just so tense I forgot to breathe. Damn, the ice is almost at his feet. It's too cold, and the only item Brother John chose to bring was a magnesium rod. It's okay for emergencies, but when you really need it, it's maddening. Mom, is Brother John going to end like this? No, Brother John will get through this. I believe he can. While some worried, others watched for entertainment. A netizen from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, gleefully remarked, Great, the Dragon Kingdom is losing another member. I was worried. Head, send the combustible ice back to the Dragon Kingdom. After all, that's a premium resource. But seeing his deathly look now, he probably won't survive the night. Ha, no way is right. This guy probably won't make it through the night. A netizen from the beautiful country joined in. Did he really think combustible ice is easy to ignite? Trying to light it with a magnesium rod. He might not get it going all night. He should give up now and just say his last words. So Disu any. Dragon Kingdom netizens could see Jiang Ming's predicament, but that didn't mean their hero could be mocked at will. The venomous comments from Cherry Blossom and beautiful country netizens sparked outrage. Is there no moderator in this live stream? Can't we kick out these trash? Can the garbage not pollute the live stream? Dogs and people from the Cherry Blossom and beautiful kingdoms are not allowed. Get out. Where are these dogs barking? So annoying. Iogu. A netizen from the Stick Kingdom typed a bunch of square text. Though it auto-translated, their smug style was unmistakable. Is this the Dragon Kingdom netizens' impotent rage because they can't help their dying adventurer? It's useless. This is his fate and yours too, Dragon Kingdom people. Failure and death are your crack. Jiang Ming continuously struck the magnesium rod, producing sparks, but it was evident that the combustible ice wouldn't ignite without reaching a certain temperature. Yet in this desolate extreme cold sea, not even a blade of grass could be found, let alone scraps of. However, Jiang Ming did not foolishly keep trying to ignite a pile of combustible ice. Instead, he had early on exchanged it for a blanket, attempting to set the blanket alight. After all, the blanket was made of cotton and fibers, making it flammable. But he couldn't tell if it was the snow and wind that dampened the blanket or his own sweaty hands that made it impossible to ignite. Crack. Frost once again spread towards Jiang Ming's feet, nearly engulfing half the cabin. Jiang Ming retreated to a corner of the cabin, but at this moment, he had been forced into a corner with no way to retreat. At most, he had 10 seconds left. If he couldn't ignite the fire now, he might as well give up. After all, the dead don't need warmth. Unless someone wanted the corpse to feel a bit warmer. Crack. Achoo. Just as Jiang Ming made his final desperate attempt, a feather floated out from his collar and tickled his nose, causing him to sneeze violently. Oh, I know it. The hard-earned spark was gone again. Jiang Ming was about to go insane. But as he angrily pulled out the dodo feather from his collar, Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Feather. An extremely flammable material. Isn't this high-quality fire starter? In that instant, Jiang Ming's mind was suddenly clear. Crack. One more try. As the sparks from the magnesium rod hit the feather, it instantly caught. A small flame leaped up from the feather. Jiang Ming felt the chill creeping up from the ground, realizing this was his last chance. If this tiny flame went out, his live's fire would extinguish along with it. In that moment, Jiang Ming dared not directly use this fire to ignite the combustible ice, but carefully guarded the flame to prevent it from going out. Then he pulled one corner of the blanket closer. After all, at this point, sacrificing one blanket was far better than sacrificing his life. Otherwise, the blanket would only serve as a shroud. Boom! The orange flames finally burst forth from the blanket. Watching the bright red flames, Jiang Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. But before he could ignite the combustible ice, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his feet, a coldness like needles instantly engulfing his legs. At this moment, the frost had consumed his lower body and continued to creep upward. Is it too late? Jiang Ming felt the frost gradually encasing him, his heart filled with regret and unwillingness. It was so close, but unfortunately, it was still too late. Even if he ignited the combustible ice right now, it would take at least a few minutes for the room's temperature to rise, and by then his heart would likely have already stopped beating. In the live stream, which was originally filled with encouragement, a strange voice suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, he's frozen. Ishida laughed heartily. Finally. I've waited so long, finally waiting for him to die. That's right, this guy is just too hard to kill. Not even the blizzard could take him down, and he even managed to start a fire. An American exclaimed. I almost thought he would escape this time. Unexpectedly, God is still on our side. The heretics who do not worship God should die. Everyone shut up. A Dragon Kingdom netizen couldn't take it anymore, angrily stating, Big Brother Jiang has already started a fire. As long as there is fire, there is hope. You guys don't understand anything? Yes, we don't understand, the American laughed. After all, we don't need to know the thoughts of a dying country. So what if he started a fire? He's still going to die. To raise the temperature in a space, especially in this extreme cold speed mode, even if he ignited the combustible ice, it would just be like turning on the light in a refrigerator. You can see the light, but that light is colder than moonlight. He has no hope. I think you're the one. The Dragon Kingdom netizens retorted angrily. You are the one with no hope. 10,086. But the Dragon Kingdom netizens' angry retorts didn't stop the smug Americans. Instead, it made them even more excited, saying, if you don't believe it, let's make a bet. If he doesn't die, I'll eat shit live. Everyone look. The frost. The frost is retreating. Just as the Americans were enjoying their feast, a keen Dragon Kingdom netizen suddenly spotted an anomaly in the live stream. The cabin once filled with frost transformed in an instant after Jiang Ming threw the ignited blanket into the fireplace. Boom. A visible wave of heat surged from the fireplace. Immediately, the heat wave swept through the cabin like an insect-repelling spray, driving out all the white moths. The frost-covered cabin almost instantly returned to its original color. Moreover, as the fireplace blazed, the cabin also turned a warm red, feeling incredibly cozy. Is this the energy of another world? The live stream exploded at that moment. The heat is astonishing. Saved? Big Brother Jiang has been saved. Long live Big Brother Jiang. Huh. Big Brother Jiang is simply the king of the lazy. Just moments ago, he was about to be frozen, yet he managed to turn things around at the last moment. I remember Big Brother Jiang only threw 2 pieces of combustible ice into the fireplace, right? Yes, just 2 small pieces. The heat from the combustible ice in this other world is terrifying. Didn't you see Big Brother Jiang already sweating? There's heating now. Big Brother Jiang can finally stop worrying about freezing to death tonight. Whoever said Big Brother Jiang would surely die, come out and take a beating. When will you eat shit live, Peter? As Jiang Ming ignited the fireplace, not only were the viewers in the live stream overjoyed, even the Special Duty Agency with Xiao Zheng and several other staff members who had been quietly monitoring Jiang Ming hugged each other in excitement. Especially the logistics department personnel. At that moment, they were so moved that they were in tears. He silently put away the prepared documents finally. Finally, for once in such a dangerous moment, he didn't have to deliver that terrible news to the adventurer's family. This is wonderful. Seeing this, the minister nodded with joy, a rare smile appearing on his serious face. Xiao Zheng, you will be responsible for Big Brother Jiang's live stream from now on. Upgrade Big Brother Jiang's identity level to observer, establish a dedicated file, and pay close attention. Additionally, Logistics Department send supplies to the orphanage, thanking the director for raising such an excellent child for the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, Minister. Phew. Feeling the warmth in the cabin, Jiang Ming finally let out a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, the energy from these combustible ice pieces was indeed astonishing. Just 2 pieces could release such powerful heat, causing the frost to retreat in an instant. Otherwise, he would likely have already turned into an ice sculpture. Ice sculpture. Sculpture. Jiang Ming suddenly recalled the last of the 3 hexagrams. Small fortune, a blizzard will freeze a group of migratory birds. If you can learn their fallen locations, you will gain without labor. Those migratory birds wouldn't have been frozen because of this blizzard, would they? As Jiang Ming's thoughts surfaced, the last hexagram's content unfolded in his mind. Indeed, it was this blizzard sweeping through the extreme cold sea that instantly turned a flock of passing migratory birds into frozen dumplings. Subsequently, one after another round, white dumplings fell from the sky. They landed on the ice. Some had smashed into pieces while others were blown far away by a strong wind, but Jiang Ming managed to roughly determine the precise location where the migratory bird dumplings had fallen using the dragon boat's landmark on the map. It was probably about 3 to 5 kilometers to the south. But after a night of blizzard coverage, Jiang Ming wasn't sure if he could find those migratory birds tomorrow. Just as he was about to exit the hexagram, he suddenly noticed a flash of orange in the location where one of the migratory birds had fallen. He strained to look closer and could see that the orange seemed to be a piece of fabric. Fabric made by humans. Could it be a missing item from a predecessor? Unfortunately, the hexagram's vision was fleeting, and no matter how hard Jiang Ming tried to see clearly, he couldn't do so. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow after the blizzard passes to search for it. As for now, Gulula. With the tension dissipating, blood flow returned to his stomach, and Jiang Ming's belly began to growl loudly. Having consumed so much heat, it was time to fry an egg. A steaming, fragrant bird egg, though there was no oil. But, sizzle. As Jiang Ming smashed the bird egg onto the iron plate above the fireplace, a fragrant aroma immediately spread. Due to the high temperature of the fireplace, Jiang Ming didn't dare fry it for too long. He quickly used a whole eggshell to scoop up the sun egg. Within moments, the bird egg had transformed into a half-cooked fried egg with a runny yolk. The egg white, however, was slightly scorched from the high-temperature cooking. But that hint of charred aroma was the most delicious and valuable aspect of the fried egg. Jiang Ming placed his lips on the not fully cooked yolk. Slurp. He inhaled the yolk in one go. Lifespan 1. Satiety 80. 85. Cold resistance 45. 50. 55. Because the fried egg was heated and the lack of strong fishy egg white enhanced the taste of the bird egg, Jiang Ming felt as if he had sipped a warm, rich soup. The aroma of the yolk spread in his mouth, and his stomach instantly warmed up. This warm sensation was so comfortable that Jiang Ming squinted his eyes. No wonder it was a precious level food. Thinking that each time he ate it could enhance his cold resistance in the extreme cold sea, it was equivalent to having a cheat. I just wonder if the primary cold resistance can be upgraded after reaching 100. What a pity. There are only 3 of these eggs. He could only blame that bird mother for laying too few. If she could lay 100 eggs, or like hens 1 every day, that would be great. Then he could steal 1 every day, and sooner or later his cold resistance would reach the advanced level. Alas, it's a pity the bird isn't up to par. Forget it. Thinking too much about such matters was futile. Jiang Ming decided to continue eating the protein. Oh no, the egg. He wiped his hands on the blanket and tore off a piece of the golden-edged egg white to put in his mouth. It was so delicious. He had no idea how long it had been since he tasted such a flavor. In the live streaming room, as Jiang Ming began to eat, countless drooling emojis appeared in the chat. It was simply too enticing. Since the arrival of the otherworldly game and the continuous global disasters, food supplies have been chronically scarce in various countries, let alone meat and protein. Even rice and ordinary carbohydrates, such as sweet potatoes and potatoes, have become scarce commodities. Therefore, those in the live streaming room had no idea how long it had been since they had tasted meat. Seeing Jiang Ming devouring fried eggs in large chunks was simply unbearable. Most people were on the verge of tears from craving. I can barely remember what fried eggs taste like, but seeing Master Jiang eat makes me recall just a bit. It's the taste of eggs. I wish I could have a bite too, but it's just too envy-inducing. What's there to envy? Master Jiang earned these eggs with his life. They are rightfully his. I know, but I still feel jealous. I can't help wanting to become Master Jiang, just to take a big bite of that gold. I'm different from you. I want to become the fried egg in Master Jiang's hand, so he can take a bite out of me. Why must you make me see such predatory words? Just as the live streaming room was filled with merriment, Jiang Ming's stream abruptly cut off, and the screen turned dark. It seems Master Jiang must have fallen asleep. When the host sleeps, or deals with personal matters, the stream automatically disconnects. After a whole day and night, Master Jiang must be exhausted. Sleep well. Good night, Master Jiang. Dodo bird's nest. As the blizzard raged outside, the dodo bird tucked its long neck tightly into its thick feathers. Its large eyes blinked intently at the ice-covered entrance, slightly shifting its rear, mainly because it was afraid its chick would freeze in this merciless blizzard. But just as it shifted its rear, crack! A crisp cracking sound startled it, causing its eyes to widen in disbelief. Its enormous pupils were filled with incredulity, as if it couldn't believe its chick could be so fragile. Was it because it was too cold and had cracked? The big bird stood up, revealing the long, slender claws beneath its feathers and a solitary egg. For some reason, upon returning today and seeing this egg, it felt a strange sense of loneliness. Why was its chick so alone? Was it like this before? But compared to its concern for the chick's psychological well-being, the big bird was more worried about its chick's safety. Thus, the big bird extended its long neck between its legs, carefully observing its chick. Crack! The chick had actually cracked. This discovery instantly caused the feathers on the big bird's head to bristle. It stared at the crack on the egg with its enormous eyes filled with sorrow, then gently nudged the top of the egg with it wanted to know how badly its chick had cracked. But, just at the moment the egg fell, the big bird's huge eyes widened again, almost covering its whole face. It discovered. The egg was empty. Where's my chick? The big bird's expression changed from shock to disbelief, and finally to rage. It carefully sniffed around the nest and various spots in the nest, eventually finding a hair that did not belong to it. The hair was gray and somewhat curly. The dodo bird stared at the fine hair with its large eyes, sniffing it repeatedly, detecting an indescribable scent. That was the smell of humans. If Jiang Ming were here, he would definitely recognize that this hair was from the blanket. Those with inappropriate thoughts must stand. What a keen nose to smell this. Ing, 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 ing. In that moment, the dodo bird transformed into an angry little bird rushing. It was going to find the bastard who had harmed its precious chick. It wanted to tear him to pieces. However, as the dodo bird transformed into a whirlwind crashed through the numerous ice shards at the entrance, it was immediately knocked back by an even stronger gust of wind. Crash bang, clang clang. The two whirlwinds collided, wreaking havoc on countless ice shards, causing the entire nest to erupt in a cacophony reminiscent of a pinball machine. Ing ing ing. The dodo bird was furious, but it could only express its anger for a moment. Because the blizzard outside was simply too strong, it decided to seek revenge on this human tomorrow. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming, who had been fiercely protected by the aloof queen of the blizzard all night, was unaware that the big bird had already discovered the empty eggshell. He was simply enjoying a cozy sleep in the warm cabin. When he finally opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright and the blizzard had ceased. As for the combustible ice in the heater, it had been nearly consumed, leaving only a bit of residual warmth in the cabin, but at least he had survived. Gulyalu, after a good night's sleep, Jiang Ming was hungry again. After all, heat loss at low temperatures is a thing. Alright, he admitted he was just being greedy. Having not fully enjoyed one egg last night, he was ready for another. Just the thing to warm him up. Time to go out hunting without labor. But even if it were without labor, he still needed to prepare for it. It was so cold outside that even scavenging required immense willpower. He just wondered what that piece of oranger cloth was. Yesterday, Jiang Ming saw a piece of artificial fabric where the flock of migratory birds had fallen in his last divination. He hoped it was a corpse so he could touch it. Oh no, that would be too wicked. He preferred to believe it was a backpack. After all, there's an old saying that goes, in a desolate place, finding a suitcase typically contains either cash or people. But cash is useless here. So, he still hoped what lay there was people. Sizzle. Using the remaining warmth from the fireplace, Jiang Ming fried a sunny-side-up egg. This sunny-side-up egg wasn't fried to a golden hue like last night's, it was just cooked through. Mainly because he couldn't bear to waste energy. Although he had collected plenty of combustible ice last night, that didn't mean it was an endless resource, so he planned. Moreover, he was about to go out. Who was the heater for? Smack. He still took a sip of some viscous liquid. Sipping it, the texture was smooth. Then, a surge of warmth erupted in Jiang Ming's stomach. Lifespan 1, satiation level 85, 95, 105. Cold resistance level 65, 75, 85. After Jiang Ming finished eating the entire egg, his satiation level surprisingly reached 101%. What is happening? Adventurer Jiang Ming. Identity: captain of the dragon boat. Location: extreme cold sea. Poison fog is 860 nautical miles away from you. Ranking in the 13th division, 18622. Satiety level 110. Due to consuming precious food, satiety level permanently increases to 110. Health 100. ALS countdown 30 days. Sanity level 85. If sanity drops below 20, illusions will occur. Please maintain a cheerful mood. Special ability: basic cold resistance, 85. Live broadcast is in progress, can be turned off. He has actually gained a permanent attribute. This means that as his satiety level continues to rise to a certain point, can he not sleep and eat like a hibernating bear. Then when his satiety level drops to a low point, he can eat to fullness again. TSK. This enhancement is quite good. It's just a pity the cold resistance only increased to 85 and stopped. His lifespan also increased by 2 days due to the 3 eggs. However, 1 day was lost in sleep, leaving him with 30 days to live. Truly, bird eggs are wonderful things. It's all the fault of the bird mother for not laying a few more. What a shame. However, not all the news in the attribute panel is good. There is also some bad news. But this bad news does not refer to his illness, but rather the encroaching poison circle. In order to force players into action, the game in this other world has a poison circle appear in all maps regardless of whether adventurers enter a plane or a road to prevent them from staying still in one place. Jiang Ming remembers that on the first day he entered the poison circle was still 1,000 nautical miles away from him, and last night, before sleeping, it was still 900 nautical miles. However, upon waking up, it was only 850 nautical miles away. This means the poison circle is shrinking at a rate of 100 nautical miles per day. If he doesn't find a way to navigate the ship out of the ice layer in 8 days, he will be poisoned to death. He originally thought he would die from ALS. But after arriving in this other world, Jiang Ming realized that he had many ways to die. For example, freezing to death, starving to death, being bitten to death by monsters. Now there is also the possibility of being poisoned to death. The live broadcast. With Jiang Ming's new stream starting, a large number of viewers flooded back into the broadcast room. Some people keep the broadcast room open while following each adventurer, allowing it to remain in a black screen. Then when the screen lights up again, they know that the person they are following has awakened, giving them a feeling akin to watching their own family. Some viewers, having watched for a long time, even talk to the screen as if the person on the other side of the screen is their significant other. Good morning, Big Brother Jiang. Big Brother Jiang, you really don't need to do this, do you? Poisoning so early in the morning. I shouldn't have watched this without breakfast. After watching Big Brother Jiang eat golden egg, how can I still eat the cockroach bar? What cockroach bar? This is a protein bar. Can you not speak? Now I can't eat either, thank you so much. TCH, you just don't know how to eat. At this time we should eat together with Big Brother Jiang and imagine dipping the cockroach. Oh no, the protein bar in some golden egg liquid, how delicious. Is that a delicious warning? Tried it, laughed to death, it's really not good. Cockroach bar is still a cockroach bar. Hey, what is Big Brother Jiang doing? Why is he kicking the door early in the morning? The crowd originally discussing breakfast was puzzled when they saw Jiang Ming kicking and banging at the cabin door. They didn't understand what had suddenly gotten into Jiang Ming. This isn't him throwing a tantrum, clearly the door won't open. Oh right, last night's blizzard likely froze the door shut, so is Big Brother Jiang trying to open the door? With the broadcast room reopening, the annoying flies also flew over. Viewers from the Sakura country watched as Jiang Ming couldn't get out and immediately switched to mocking mode, saying, has he already lost 50% of his stamina before getting through the door? Early in the morning, where does that barking dog come from? Please go back, okay? Oh ho ho, I can bark, come and hit me if you have the guts. Viewers from the Sakura country are so shameless. I bet this adventurer, named Jiang something, can only stay stuck in his room today and can't get out. Using puns very well, Inokun. People from the beautiful country also chimed in following the Sakura viewers, but before the Dragon Country viewers could attack these two shameless ones, some netizens immediately noticed that Jiang Ming had given up on opening the door and instead ran to open the window. Big Brother Jiang is still smart, unlike some people whose eyes are aligned in a straight line and can only see one point. Are you insulting them for being cross-eyed? Even calling them cross-eyed is a compliment. They are blind, only knowing how to spout nonsensical comments. Oh yeah, Big Brother Jiang has successfully opened the window. What is outside the window? It can't possibly be thin ice, right? How cold was it last night to freeze the area outside the cabin? Oh my, Big Brother Jiang surviving in such a place is simply remarkable. Crack. With a crisp cracking sound from outside the window, a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing Jiang Ming to shiver. He really hoped that the people in the snowy land could leave him some winter supplies, preferably a hat. Because upon entering the otherworldly game, adventurers could only bring one item besides a set of clothes and shoes. A hat also counts as one item, so Jiang Ming naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to give up a whole source of fire for a hat. It's just, he didn't expect his birthplace to be the extreme cold sea. What was originally more than sufficient as warm clothing from the south suddenly seemed a bit thin. Set off. He crawled out of the frozen window. Jiang Ming walked to the cabin door and saw that the ice was indeed thick. But he didn't have tools for the moment, so he didn't specifically go to deal with it, planning instead to use the sunlight from the refrigerator to slowly melt it. Perhaps by the time he returned it would be open. As Jiang Ming headed towards the area where the migratory birds had fallen, Sharpie netizens again discovered an unusual situation not far away. Everyone, did you see a black dot at the top of the screen? I think I saw it, but Big Brother Jiang isn't looking there, so I'm not sure. Sickly people, you can come ask me. Whenever the Sakura country dog discovers something, it has to come out to assert its presence, saying, I am the meteorologist of the great Sakura Empire, and I say that is. Not interested, don't want to know. Please go back to watching your country's live broadcast, okay? Are you sneaking into our dragon country? We don't welcome you here. Sakura country and dogs are not permitted. Get out, get out. That's a tornado, shouted the Sakura person. You people really don't recognize a good person's heart. I see you are the dogs. Oh, you even know the story of the dog biting Lu Dongbin? Not easy, retorted the dragon country people. So what if it's a tornado? With my Big Brother Jiang's luck, even a blizzard can be evaded. What is a mere tornado? That's not a tornado. However, not everyone in the dragon country is ignorant of the climate. There are knowledgeable people in the dragon country who, while Jiang Ming turned his head quickly, took a screenshot of the distant black, saying, a tornado should be taller and thinner. This black is too small and too short to possibly be a tornado. If this isn't a tornado, then what is it? Continued the Sakura people barking. I am a meteorologist, how could I not understand? I have seen various abnormal weather phenomena more than you have eaten salt. If this isn't a tornado, I will. To the person upstairs, if you are just planning to cheat for food and drink, then don't say anything. Dragon Country netizens immediately mocked him. After all, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Eating shit is just a reward for you. And at this moment, the Special Operations Bureau's Xiao Zheng also noticed this scene through the discussion of the netizens. He immediately notified the climate researchers for assessment. It's not a tornado. The other party immediately replayed the video, and soon the entire department, after a series of analyses, finally came to an incredible conclusion. What is it? Xiao Zheng was also a bit curious. I just forwarded the video to the Strange Creature Research Department, they said. The climate researcher had a strange expression. This is a special creature called the dodo. This bird cannot fly due to its large size, but it can use high-speed spinning to move and fight, which is very special. Moreover, this bird is commonly found in extremely cold areas, possessing special hunting abilities. However, its reproductive ability is very weak, laying eggs only once a year, thus valuing its eggs more than its life. Xiao Zheng suddenly remembered the bird eggs Jiang Ming had stolen before. Could this bird be here for revenge? In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the netizens were still unaware that the source of their commotion was actually the vengeful bird mother. They were still arguing fiercely over their differing opinions, particularly the people from Sakura Nation, who firmly believed Jiang Ming was about to encounter a tornado. Baka, just because you say it's not doesn't make it so. The Sakura citizen angrily retorted, tornadoes can vary in size, and in certain special areas such tornadoes often occur, due to climatic reasons, so it's rare and strange. They say that most of you from the Dragon Kingdom lack education compared to us developed countries with many illiterates, and some can't even write their own names. Today I see it is indeed so. Ha ha. The arrogance of the Sakura citizens instantly enraged all the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom. You claim to be educated, yet you can't even recognize characters. Didn't I tell you that this live stream room prohibits citizens from Sakura and dogs? What are you even doing here? Maybe he thinks he's not human. After all, ghosts cannot be human. Haha, the comment above is truly brilliant. No wonder they're called little devils. It turns out they're not even human. Oomph. The Sakura citizen sneered, constantly attacking me won't change the fact that your hero is about to be swept away by a tornado. Barbarians are just barbarians, a citizen from the beautiful nation echoed. Inukun, why bother arguing with a bunch of uncivilized beings? I believe what you say, it must definitely be a tornado. If not, I will forever withdraw from the Dragon Kingdom's live stream and promise that citizens from the beautiful nation and dogs are not allowed. But if you're wrong, everyone from your Dragon Kingdom must apologize to us. Each time you see us, apologize. Until we are satisfied, how about that? However, the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom, seeing this familiar trick, did not fall for it. Instead, they coldly mocked the citizens of the beautiful nation. They've already said that citizens from Sakura and dogs are not allowed, and betting dogs also belong to the category of dogs. Stop with that. Our Dragon Kingdom prohibits gambling and drugs. No one bets with fools. Is it that you're too afraid to bet? The Sakura citizen pressed further. I in no way hereby declare that it is definitely a tornado. If it's not, I will commit seppuku. This is the bravery of us Sakura citizens, unlike you cowardly Dragon Kingdom people who don't even dare to place a bet. A bunch of useless fools. However, before the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom could retaliate, Officer Xiao Zheng from the Special Task Force typed a line. It's not a tornado, it's a dodo bird. Please, this Sakura citizen, in no way go ahead and perform your brave seppuku right now. Also, citizens from the beautiful nation, please apologize immediately and permanently withdraw from our Dragon Kingdom. If this statement had been made by an ordinary netizen, everyone might have thought they could argue for another round. But it just so happened. Xiao Zheng was known to have a title. Special Task Force Xiao Zheng. Thus, Xiao Zheng's remarks immediately incited a barrage against the citizens of Sakura and the beautiful nation. Haha, the Special Task Force has already confirmed that it is not a tornado but a bird. Little Sakura, what else do you have to say? And the ugly nation, please hurry up and apologize and get lost, okay? Seppuku, hurry up. I want to see blood splatter 3 miles. Haha, what blood could splatter 3 miles? Do you think his belly is a jet engine? Little Sakura definitely can, after all they are non-humans. Support. Quickly perform seppuku. Faced with the storm of attacks from the Dragon Kingdom people, the citizens of Sakura and the beautiful nation were significantly intimidated, especially since the Special Task Force in the Dragon Kingdom had a notorious reputation. In the study of foreign biological creatures and foreign characters, they were not at all inferior to the two nations, and now that they had already confirmed it was not a tornado, that black dot could really be a bird. That said, the citizens of Sakura still held on to a glimmer of hope. After all, a belly is not something that can be casually cut. Until the last moment, they would never surrender. The special task force says it's a bird, so it's a bird. The Sakura citizens stubbornly argued. I still say it's a window anyway. I don't believe a bird can create a tornado. A bird can create a tornado. Is your Dragon Kingdom's special task force here to make jokes? At this moment, the citizens of the beautiful nation were certainly firmly on the side of the Sakura citizens, saying, if you say it's some kind of special tumbleweed or some other special phenomenon, I might still believe it. And you're saying it's a bird? Is there anything more absurd than this in the world? That's because you're ignorant. The netizens from the Dragon Kingdom retorted, since you don't believe it, just wait and see. It seems that Jiang Daolao has also discovered the dodo bird's approach. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Ming in the live stream. At this moment, Jiang Ming was walking on a vast expanse of white snow-covered ground, and after last night's blizzard, the snow had already piled up to Jiang Ming's knees. Ing! As he walked, he suddenly heard a piercing bird call. The sound of the bird was sharp and shrill. It sounded mournful yet filled with anger. Could it be? Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Has the big bird discovered its empty egg trick? But what does it matter? Not to mention the egg, even the eggshell had turned to ash. After experiencing a night of blizzard cleansing, even a bird with great powers would probably struggle to find him. So, Jiang Ming merely glanced in the direction of the bird call from afar, not taking it to heart at all. But, due to this bird call, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream exploded. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? The bird call, it's a bird call. I damn it, little Sakura, come out and die. Seppuku, why aren't you doing it? I'm waiting to see blood splatter 3,000 meters. And that ugly nation's pig come out. Now you choose to remain silent. What's wrong? Is silence golden? But, no matter how the netizens attacked, these two, who had previously barked fiercely, no longer showed their faces. It was unclear whether they had slipped away or were too afraid to speak. Seeing the two dogs no longer barking, the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom naturally wouldn't waste any more time on them, but continued to watch the live stream. With the snow this thick, what do you think Jiang Daolao plans to do? He must be going to collect combustible ice, right? I think so too. After all, combustible ice is an important strategic resource, and when Jiang Daolao returns the combustible ice to the state at midnight, his ranking will instantly rise significantly, and who knows, he might even level up as an adventurer, giving us a chance to converse with him. How much ranking can he gain? Combustible ice is just like some coal resources, probably only elevating him by dozens or hundreds of places. Gaining 200 places would be considered a lot. How can that compare to our Idacon? Just then another citizen from Sakura appeared. This angered the Dragon Kingdom citizens, who were already struggling to find someone to account for things, and they immediately shouted, shut your dog mouth, and hurry up, and commit seppuku. I'm not, in no way. Oh, I didn't bet with you. The Sakura citizen retorted. However, the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom didn't care who this person was. Oh, as long as they came from the god toilet, that was enough. Everyone uniformly replied with 4 words, seppuku. Faced with such a unified mockery, he was at a loss for words. This was all Inoue's fault. Why did he bet with those Dragon Kingdom people? Now he was also caught in the misfortune. Just a little combustible ice, and you Dragon Kingdom people are getting your hopes up. Just then, the Red Leaf Nation next to the beautiful nation popped up out of nowhere, chattering along with the Sakura citizens. Our Captain Jack contributes so many good things every day, and he's only in the top 100. What exactly are you expecting? The Sakura citizens, seeing someone on their side, felt a surge of confidence and continued to bark. Ha ha ha, this is how the poor behave. They get hyped up over a little thing. It's really boring. I'll go watch my Idacon. Only our Idacon is the true prodigy. Hey, look. But the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom were completely uninterested in the bickering between the Sakura citizens and the Red Leaf Nation, because they had discovered something far more interesting. What are those pits on the ground? It seems Jiang Daolao is walking toward one of the pits. He seems to know what it is. Pits appearing on flat ground. Could there be a hole beneath? It might also be a heat source, so pits mysteriously appeared on the snowy ground. Could it be the location of the combustible ice? Everyone began to feel a sense of anticipation. As everyone was filled with anticipation, Jiang Ming suddenly pulled out a frozen migratory bird from one of the pits. At first glance, it looked a bit like a frozen goose. What the heck, fishing for birds in the snow? Jiang Daolao is truly the chosen one, right? Food is literally being fed into his mouth. He can pick up food while walking. What kind of luck is this? Ha ha, who is truly the chosen one? Come. Step up and get hit. What a lucky break. The Red Leaf citizen clearly disagreed. But this kind of good luck is just temporary. After all, his ship is stuck in this damn place. And when the toxic circle arrives, he will have nowhere to go. Although everyone didn't want to admit it, they all knew the Red Leaf citizen made a valid point. If Jiang Ming's ship could not proceed, he would have at most a little over a week. Then he would enter the toxic circle area. At that time, no matter how many resources he had, it would be difficult to survive the onslaught of the toxic circle. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up as he saw the words high quality on the notification. Although high-quality food is not as precious as rare food, it is still significantly better than ordinary food. At least it can enhance physical fitness. According to the summaries made by previous adventurers, ordinary food can only fill the belly. High-quality food can enhance physical fitness. As for rare food, it can strengthen attributes like cold resistance and heat tolerance. Rare food can even grant special attributes like agility and defense. As for epic-level food, it is said to directly awaken sequence abilities. Legendary items are said to be legendary. Who knows what abilities they possess? It's not that adventurers haven't obtained them, but those who acquire legendary items are already high-level adventurers, each of whom has become an extremely important figure for every nation. Therefore, what abilities they gain or benefits they receive from legendary items will no longer be disclosed and will instead become secrets between nations. As an ordinary person, Jiang Ming naturally had no way of knowing. But at this moment, these matters that felt so distant were irrelevant to him. What concerned him was, "Finally found you, my red-capped goose." The orange cloth was located near a red-capped white goose. If it hadn't snowed heavily, Jiang Ming might have found it more easily. But now the snowstorm had nearly covered this entire area. Only by first locating the goose could Jiang Ming possibly find the location of that orange cloth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as Jiang Ming was frantically digging through the snow nearby, a series of wind sounds rang in his ears. This made him involuntarily look up towards the short distance. But just that glance made Jiang Ming's eyes widen in shock. "Mother," Jiang Ming exclaimed, "that thing can't really be chasing after me, can it?" Moreover, as that white tornado approached, he could hear the booming sounds coming from within it. But he had just discerned the location of the orange cloth. If he left now, all would be in vain. Yet, if he didn't leave, Jiang Ming looked at the towering tornado more than 4 meters high before him. Without thinking, he knew just how exaggerated its combat power must be. "What is going on, Jiang? Get out of there." "Oh my, I saw something white inside that tornado. Oh, it can't be that bird. Is it here for revenge?" But how does it know it was Jiang who did it? Ha ha ha, the East Asian coward is complete. The people of Sakura country mock the monster is right in front of you, and you still don't know to escape. There's no escaping now. Suddenly a person from Kangaroo country spoke up. "Our adventurers in the ice forest have also seen this kind of bird. It has an extremely keen sense of smell and incredible speed. Unless you can outrun the wind speed, you can't escape. It seems Jiang is planning to confront it directly. Very likely, otherwise he wouldn't be standing still, neither running nor hiding. You, I believe he knows what he's doing. What does it matter what he thinks?" The people of Sakura country continued to mock. "I remember this adventurer from the Dragon country chose to play with firestones, right? I just want to know how he plans to fight the monster with his bare hands." Ha ha. The Dragon country netizens were furious, but more than that, they were worried about Jiang Ming's safety. Because surviving in the extreme cold seas is not an easy task. And now that he had made some progress and gathered so many supplies, he couldn't just die now. "Look, Jiang has found something good." A netizen typed a line of bold text on the live streaming page. As everyone noticed, they realized Jiang Ming had an orange backpack in his hands, though they didn't know when he had gotten it. So Jiang was unwilling to leave just for this backpack. But how did he know there was a backpack here? Maybe he saw it when he was catching the goose. Hee. The people of Sakura country continued their sarcastic remarks. "What good is having supplies when your life is about to end? The dodo is coming. Your so-called Jiang is done for. TSK, TSK. This Dragon country person is quite brave." The people from Kangaroo country spoke more reasonably. "It's a pity. This kind of monster bird can't be defeated just with courage. They are the rulers of the ice plains. What a pity for this brave warrior." As everyone watched Jiang Ming, who was grinning with an orange-eared backpack, their hearts raced to the extreme. But at this moment, it wasn't just the audience whose hearts were racing. Even Jiang Ming's heart was pounding as he stared intently at the approaching dodo. Its speed was incredible, and the wind was fierce. Before the dodo could get close, his clothes were already flapping wildly. Even the flesh on his face was being distorted by the wind. "Come on." Yet, faced with such a terrifying giant, Jiang Ming simply made a beckoning gesture and said, "Come on." "Ing." Provoked by him, the dodo screeched. But the smaller human remained composed, which made the dodo hesitate to approach. It couldn't tell if this human was truly capable or was just putting on a show. So it began to circle around Jiang Ming, but wouldn't come near. This behavior by the dodo made Jiang Ming frown. If it didn't come closer, how could it fall into the trap he had set for it? Did not expect that this bird had some intelligence. But only a little. "I'm going to eat your eggs, so what? Are you afraid to come closer?" Seeing that the combustible ice in the snow was almost melting the surrounding snow, if the bird didn't come over soon, the snow water would extinguish the flames of the combustible ice. This was an idea he had come up with after igniting the bird feathers last night. Since he couldn't fight or escape, he could only think of a way to take this creature down. Ing. The dodo could no longer hold back, screeching as it charged toward Jiang Ming. The scene before the live audience made them break into a cold sweat, but just when everyone thought Jiang Ming was doomed. Boom. At that moment, a ghostly fire erupted from the ground, igniting the entire dodo, transforming the tornado into a fiery vortex. Ing. The dodo cried out in agony, spinning wildly, but it didn't understand the principle of wind fueling fire. The more it spun, the larger the fire grew. So much so that Jiang Ming couldn't avoid it. Even in the extreme cold seas, the temperature of the fire vortex was enough to melt the surrounding ice and snow. Even the wind blowing on Jiang Ming's face after the ice and snow melted felt scorching. Now, he had no choice but to run. As the dodo bird spontaneously combusted, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream exploded with excitement, the chat moving faster than the flames on the dodo's body. Wow, so Jiang is staying put to wait for the perfect moment. I knew Jiang wouldn't easily concede, but turns out he had a backup plan all along. Using fire as an attack, how did I not think of that? Ha ha, this roasted bird should now realize it has offended the wrong person. This is the consequence of offending our Jiang. Die. The one who should also die is that little cherry blossom who kept bad-mouthing Jiang. You die too. He's just lucky. Who would have thought that a mere flint could have such an effect? The citizens of Sakura Nation said sourly, isn't it just a few pieces of combustible ice? With his wasteful ways, he'll run out soon enough. Won't he just go collect more? A Dragon Kingdom netizen retorted, does my Jiang need you to worry about his stuff? I see this as pure jealousy. Jealous of my Jiang for not only collecting a bunch of geese, but also hunting a supergiant bird. With this, I think Jiang will easily break into the top 100 in the 13th server tonight. Ha ha ha, Jiang is YYSD. Ing. Hearing the grotesque cries of the monster bird, Jiang Ming hid tightly behind a large rock, not daring to show his head. Mainly because he was afraid of being spotted by the monster bird. So, he simply waited in silence, studying the orange backpack. It was an outdoor climbing backpack, large in size, but stuffed to the brim, clearly containing a lot of items. However, before he could unzip the backpack, Jiang Ming was pleasantly surprised by something attached to the outside. An ice axe. On the side of the backpack was an axe that could be used for both ice chiseling and chopping wood. With this, his combat power would increase by at least 300%. In the future, even if he encounters monsters, he wouldn't have to be so passive. Jiang Ming was overjoyed. Just as he was about to unzip the backpack to see what other surprises it held, he suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound. Then, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted over from not far away, overwhelming Jiang Ming's senses. Is it dead? Even though he heard the sound of the dodo bird falling, Jiang Ming still didn't dare to poke his head out. After all, a centipede dies, but does not fall over. He didn't want to stumble at the last moment. So, he remained crouched behind the stone, waiting for quite a while. Indeed, he soon heard a flapping sound. It was the dodo bird struggling. But soon, the sound calmed down again, until the surrounding heat completely dissipated the temperature of the extreme cold sea rapidly dropped, freezing Jiang Ming's hands and feet. Only then did he peek out from behind the rock, observing the large pit in the snow. In the pit lay a charred. After emerging from behind the rock, Jiang Ming first formed a snowball and threw it at the dark charred corpse. The corpse remained still. At that moment, Jiang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly walked over to the charred remains. As soon as his hand touched the dodo bird, he immediately saw its attributes. Dodo bird rare 1 rare. This dodo bird is actually a rare grade creature. It's known that rare grade creatures can enhance special physical attributes such as agility and defense. Jiang Ming couldn't wait to find out what kind of surprise this dodo bird could bring him. Swish! Jiang Ming swept away the charred feathers on the dodo's body, but unfortunately the skin beneath was also burnt to a crisp, making it impossible to eat. I wonder what's inside that caused it to be roasted so thoroughly in such a short time. It shouldn't be entirely charred, right? Taking out the hand axe, Jiang Ming struck the dodo's leg. After all, that part had the most meat. Then, the charred dodo skin was chopped open, revealing the lightly browned meat inside, emanating a savory aroma along with warmth. Perfect for eating while it's hot. Sizzle. Jiang Ming attempted to tear off a strip of meat with his hands. But the dodo meat was very tough, and he couldn't tear it apart with his bare hands. Fortunately, he now had a weapon. Swish! Jiang Ming used the hand axe to cut off a strip of meat. It was delicious. The texture was chewy. Aside from being a tad dry, the flavor was truly remarkable. Lifespan 3, hunger value 90. 110. 130. Cold resistance 85. 90. 100. Agility 5. 7. 11. Just as Jiang Ming consumed the dodo meat, countless values jumped wildly before him, resembling the data flow in the Matrix. A piece of bird meat actually increased his lifespan by 3 days. Is this the enhancement effect of rare creatures? After devouring a large piece of meat, his attribute values finally surged to their limits, no longer fluctuating. Jiang Ming opened his attribute panel. Adventurer, Jiang Ming, identity captain of the Longzhou location extreme cold sea poison fog, is 826 nautical miles away from U13th server ranking 9958, hunger value 150. Due to consuming rare food, hunger value permanently increases to 150. Health 100, countdown for gradual freezing 33 days. Sanity 95 if sanity falls below 20. Hallucinations will occur. Maintain a cheerful mood. Agility 11, normal people's agility is 5, athletes are 10. Special ability intermediate cold resistance 5. Jiang Ming discovered that after this round of upgrades his ranking finally squeezed into the top 10,000. Not only that, he also gained an additional attribute agility. Moreover, his agility easily surpassed that of an athlete. He felt lighter all over, as if he had returned to the state before falling ill. Even his cold resistance had risen to intermediate. Is this the allure of rare food? At this moment Jiang Ming felt as if he were a small furnace continuously radiating warmth. Even in the extreme cold sea, he didn't feel particularly cold. It was probably just like a typical winter feeling. Awesome. Jiang Ming pulled the giant bird and intended. However, he still underestimated the weight of this bird, especially when it got stuck in the snow. It was not just heavy, it felt like dragging a truck. But he couldn't just leave it here, could he? Who knows if any foraging animals would appear in the extreme cold sea at night. Even if not, the bird could be buried again after a night of snow and wind, making it harder for Jiang Ming to find later. As for directly handing it over to the authorities at midnight, without moving the item back to the cabin and placing it in the designated area, that wouldn't be possible. Oh my! Jiang Ming looked at the massive corpse before him, deeply sighing. I didn't expect to catch such a large prey, and it turned out to be a sweet burden. What am I going to do, eh? In the Long Kingdom livestream, the size of the koan is such that it cannot fit in a single pot. Who can complain about having too many good things? Zhang Dalao is truly troubled by having too much. But it's okay, we are all willing to share the burden with you. You can send this giant bird back. I have chopsticks and a bowl ready. You upstairs, stop dreaming. This is not something you can covet. Do you know what level of treasure the dodo bird is? Even if it is truly sent back, it wouldn't be your turn to eat it. Difficult. But some netizens recognized Jiang Ming's predicament, saying, Zhang Dalao's biggest problem now is how to bring the dodo bird back. Getting such a massive prey is naturally a good thing, but whether it can be brought back is another matter. Moreover, even if it needs to be returned to the country, the dodo bird must be placed in the hold of a ship for it to be feasible, but the biggest problem now is transportation. So what should we do? Bring back a little first and get the rest tomorrow. Do you think the extreme cold sea has no other predators? Ha ha, seeing you have the bird, but can't eat it makes me feel much better. Netizens from Sakura country saw Jiang Ming frowning at the dodo bird's corpse, and a group of netizens were at a loss, which made him quite pleased. Little Sakura. A netizen immediately tagged him, saying, do you know how many steps it takes to put an elephant in a refrigerator? The Sakura country netizen puzzled. What does this have to do with putting an elephant in a refrigerator? So, the Long Kingdom netizen replied, what does this have to do with you? Brilliant. As the netizens praised the cleverness of this user, Jiang Ming also began to take action. Everyone watched as Jiang Ming used a hand axe to slowly cut the leg bones of the giant bird, some puzzled, saying, Zhang Dalao isn't planning to just cut off the legs and give up on the rest, is he? What a pity, there is plenty of meat on the bird's breast and wings. But there's nothing that can be done. Given Jiang Ming's size, carrying 2 legs should already be the limit. Any more, and he probably wouldn't be able to carry it. So it would be great if he could come back for more. Very difficult, mainly because it's too far away. Walking through such thick snow would take at least 8 hours for a round trip. Even if Jiang Xin's stamina can hold up, his body temperature probably can't. Appropriate abandonment is the clear choice. Giving up is good. Netizens from Sakura country chimed in, saying, it's best to give up completely. You inferior Long Kingdom people do not deserve such good things. Tian Zhongkuan is right. Netizens from the Great Eagle Nation echoed, being able to get such good things this time is already divine favor. I advise you not to be too greedy. Are we eating your rice? Greedy, are you sick? Hearing this, the Long Kingdom netizens immediately became unhappy, saying, this prey was originally hunted by our Long Kingdom adventurers. Taking what originally belongs to us is not greed. Haven't you heard the saying? Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Your adventurers are planning to do just that. The appetite is too big. At this moment, a Long Kingdom netizen, upon seeing Jiang Ming completely extracting the leg bones from the flesh of the giant bird, finally realized that Jiang Ming was planning to make a sled. So, he no longer bothered with little Sakura, and said, so what if it's big, eh? Zhang Dalao indeed has this capability. Rather, you all one by one, clearly lacking brains, still dare to guess Zhang Dalao's thoughts. Don't make me. Other netizens upon hearing this immediately noticed the anomaly in the scene. Everyone saw Jiang Ming smoothly and decisively extracting the leg bones from the giant bird, clearly not planning to cut and take away, but had another purpose. Jiang Ming's clever maneuver once again sparked heated discussion in the live stream. Only extracting the leg bones. What is Dalao planning to do? Is he planning to remove the internal organs and head and tail, only carrying the meat back? But that wouldn't be possible, would it? This dodo bird has at least 200 to 300 pounds of meat. How can an ordinary person carry such heavy things through the snow? Isn't this ridiculous? I see he just can't bear to part with it. A Sakura country person sneered. He can't even bear to throw away a piece of bone, being so fussy. Be careful not to exhaust your strength in the end and take nothing away. Your eyes are like assholes only seeing farts. A Long Kingdom netizen immediately retorted, how could the thoughts of Dalao be fathomed by someone like you? He is trying to find a way to utilize the bones, and in your eyes it has become an unwillingness to part with them. Only you understand. The Sakura country person felt insulted and was quite upset. However, he could not figure out what Jiang Ming was planning to do, so he simply shot back. Then tell me, what does he want to do? I see you have no clue either. I understand. Other Long Kingdom netizens prompted by this big shot also reacted, saying, I understand too. Dalao is planning to transport the whole bird back. Ha, so that's what Dalao was thinking. I get it now. Truly, wow, it turns out it can be done this way, eh? Why didn't I think of that? Many netizens were reminded. But the Sakura country person saw that everyone was just playing riddles and became even more furious, saying, don't think I don't know, you're just supporting each other. You definitely don't know, right? Riddlers, get out. Little Sakura, do you understand? A Long Kingdom netizen sneered, saying, this is our Long Kingdom's territory, you should be the one to leave. Excuse me, turn left when you go out, and keep your distance, okay? Stop thinking with your ass. You Long Kingdom people are really interesting. Suddenly a netizen from the Great Eagle Empire sneered. You all clearly know that your adventurers are doing some useless work, yet you still crowd together to attack Tian Zhongquan to protect him. Is that interesting? Exactly, you are just a bunch of brainless followers. Tian Zhongquan, seeing someone on his side, immediately became energized, saying, if it weren't for you Long Kingdom people abandoning your brains for unity, your adventurers wouldn't be so foolish. The sky is already getting dark. In an hour it will be completely dark. He actually isn't hurrying to cut the meat that can be cut now. Once it's completely dark, it will be too late to do it. Simply foolish to the extreme. If I weren't so fed up, I wouldn't even bother to comment. I really don't know who the real fool is, yet remains unaware. A netizen from the Dragon Kingdom retorted, since you understand everything, then tell me. What is this thing in Jiang's hand called? You Dragon Kingdom people, why deceive yourselves? Sighed an eagle of the Great Eagle Empire. What's the point of bullying Tian Zhongquan like this? If your adventurers are indeed doing something important, then why can't you say it? Your adventurers have spent a whole hour fiddling with the leg bones, and now they are starting to mess with the big bird's wing. I just want to ask, isn't this insane? If it's just for food, shouldn't you cut open the big bird's belly and take the most nutritious heart, then chop off a piece of meat to take back? That would save so much time. I told you. The netizen from the Dragon Kingdom replied in unison, what do you know? What do you know? 10,086. At this moment, Jiang Ming naturally had no idea that the people in the live chat were arguing about what he was doing. After pulling out 2 bird legs, he also extracted all the ribs from the bird. In total, there were 8 ribs and 2 long leg bones. With these bones, he had enough to make a simple sled. He took out a climbing rope from the backpack he found and tied the leg bones into a minimalist sled shape. Though it was called a minimalist sled, it was essentially a stretcher. However, at the front of the stretcher, he fashioned a bend using bird ribs and placed a sleeping bag beneath the bend and the entire sled to increase buoyancy, ensuring that even with a load, the sled wouldn't easily sink into the snow. By the time the sled was completed, the netizens from Sakura Country and the Great Eagle Empire, who had originally been shouting about wasting time, finally fell silent. Hey wise men, why aren't you speaking now? The Dragon Kingdom netizen, noticing the silence from the Sakura Country people, became more spirited. Weren't you particularly knowledgeable before? Then tell me, what is the thing in Jiang's hand called? Come on, say it out loud. Tian Zhong remained silent, but did not leave. The netizens from the Great Eagle Empire stared at the scene before them, nearly popping their eyes out in shock. What does it mean to take from the bird and use it for the bird? Isn't this it? What kind of person would think to make a sled out of bird bones, and then bring back the bird that had its bones removed? This is simply too brilliant. Come on everyone, let's tell them what this is called. The Dragon Kingdom netizen was very happy to see Jiang Ming finally finish the sled. Unfortunately, they couldn't contact Jiang Ming, so they could only cheer for him silently off-screen. Little Sakura Great Eagle Nation, did you understand? Hear the applause. This is the wisdom of our Dragon Kingdom people. Now you recite after me. You. What do you know? Ha ha ha. And right beneath the phrase, what do you know? Countless netizens from the Dragon Kingdom immediately followed suit, lining up neatly and instantly mocking the foreign netizens from Sakura country and the Great Eagle Empire until they were red-faced. However, they were utterly powerless to refute Jiang Ming's outrageous maneuver. The operation was simply too absurd. Absurd enough to leave people unsure how to respond. After Jiang Ming struggled to push the big bird onto the sled, it indeed sank down a bit. But as the sled did not completely sink into the snow, but floated on top of it. He tugged at the climbing rope tied to the sled, still feeling a bit of weight, but it was manageable. However, he thought about the hours he would still need to pull the sled. Jiang Ming decided that he still needed to discard some parts. The head and internal organs of a bird are the least valuable parts, so Jiang Ming swiftly chopped off the dodo's neck. However, the bird's head is a part that contains quite a bit of heat, and is also delicious. Jiang Ming naturally couldn't let it go. After chopping off the bird's head, he tried with another axe to open the dodo's head, but he discovered that the dodo not only had tough skin and thick meat, but its head was also hard. After several strikes on the head, he only managed to leave a few white marks. Can't chop it open. Then, Jiang Ming poked his hand into the dodo's nostril. He had previously heard that the nostrils and the brain are connected, and indeed upon trying it was true. His hand touched something soft and slightly warm along with a hard lump. He used his hand to scoop out the brain matter containing the hard lump, feeling as if he were squeezing tofu, and then pulled it out from the nostril. The milky white debris indeed resembled tofu. Among the tofu-like debris there was unexpectedly a small crystal emitting a green light. Jiang Ming curiously picked it up and looked at it in the sunlight. Beast Core 1. It was actually a beast core. Jiang Ming was overjoyed because not all monsters in this other world possess beast cores. Only those of a sufficient level can condense a beast core. The function of a beast core is significant. It can be used to craft various equipment, upgrade and modify shelters, ships, and even gear. Moreover, after awakening the sequence, the beast core can also be used as energy for cultivation. One could say, the beast core is the energy battery of this world. After putting away the beast core, Jiang Ming then began to eat the dodo's brain. It was a bit fishy but very tender. If only he could add some chive flowers and sesame sauce, it would taste just like tofu pudding. Lifespan 3, satiation level 115. 125, 130. Intermediate cold resistance 5, 6. He gained 3 days of lifespan. What a good bird. Good bird. Jiang Ming's actions were simply too shocking. As he savored the dodo's brain, the entire livestream screen was filled with rows of exclamation marks. Wait, can someone tell me what Jiang is doing? Eating brain matter, what else can he do? Has no one told you that Jiang's true form is Hannibal? Isn't it just eating a duck head? Don't tell me you've never had Zhouheya. Oh right, ducks are also a type of bird. Is it because this bird is too large that I'm suddenly having a hard time adapting? No, it's because Jiang dug out the brain matter from the nostrils. Burp. After finishing the dodo's brain, Jiang Ming let out a big burp. His satiation level returned to a peak state of 130, and his intermediate cold resistance increased to 8. Unfortunately, since upgrading to intermediate, the increase rate of cold resistance had significantly slowed down. As for the agility attribute, it hadn't increased at all. It seems these special attributes are only effective the first time you consume them. Subsequent consumptions build up resistance and no longer increase. However, being able to increase lifespan and cold resistance is already akin to a miraculous elixir. If this thing were to be brought back to the Dragon Kingdom, who knows how many wealthy individuals would fight tooth and nail for an extra day of life. Swish. After cutting off the bird's head, Jiang Ming began to gut the big bird. The internal organs of the big bird accounted for 1/3 of its weight, but truly useful organs were not many. Only the heart and liver kidney were considered quality organs, while others like bird intestines and lungs were not very nutritious and were quite burdensome. Therefore, Jiang Ming only kept the bloody heart, liver, and kidneys. Everything else was discarded. Without the head and internal organs, the dodo was indeed much lighter, making it less strenuous for Jiang Ming to drag it. He didn't know what benefits he would gain after uploading this dodo back to the Dragon Kingdom. Based on his past experiences, there were rewards for being in the top 10 every day, and the rewards for the top 3 were even better. And this almost 200-pound rare-level dodo, he wondered if it could help him soar to the top and squeeze into the ding. Jiang Ming barely managed to drag the massive dodo bird back to the dragon boat, resting against the wall for less than 10 minutes before the material upload notification blared from the battered ship's loudspeaker. Dear Captains, the material upload time is about to commence. Please place the materials to be sent back to your homeland into the special cargo hold. Settlement will begin in half an hour. So it was already 11:30. Huff. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, climbed down from the dragon boat, and began butchering the bird. There was no choice. The special cargo hold on the dragon boat was far too small. The bird was so large that one hold couldn't contain it. Jiang Ming had to chop it into pieces before tossing them into the dedicated material transport compartment though he made sure to reserve some for himself. After all, no one could guarantee headhunt successfully every day. To ensure his own survival, Jiang Ming decided to keep 10 days' worth of food, roughly 1/3 of the dodo bird meat. Thump. As the last chunk of dodo meat was thrown into the special hold, the announcement rang out. Today's material upload time has ended. Please confirm the upload of all materials in the special cargo hold via the captain's console. Jiang Ming pressed the confirm button. Detecting materials. Rating materials. Dodo bird meat grade B. Congratulations. You've earned a multiplier lottery chance. The next second, a giant lottery wheel appeared on the console screen, displaying multipliers of 100, 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000 times. Along with a option. The lowest is 100 times, aside from the question mark, the highest is 100,000. Jiang Ming made a prayer gesture and said, Lord bless me, just give me a steady 100,000 times. Whoosh! The moment Jiang Ming pressed the button, the wheel spun wildly. After a few seconds, it began to slow, with the pointer wavering between 100, 1,000, and 10,000 times. 100,000. 100,000. Jiang Ming shouted incessantly, but the cursed pointer teased him, swinging back and forth between 100 and 100,000. Finally, the pointer stopped exactly between two slots. What does this mean? Jiang Ming stared dumbfounded. The difference between these two is way too huge. He wasn't the only one stunned. The livestream audience was equally bewildered. Isn't this too coincidental? A Dragon Kingdom netizen couldn't help but complain. I can't even tell which side it's leaning toward. I can't either, but if I measure with a ruler, I feel it's leaning more toward 100,000. It has to be 100,000. 100 times is way too little. If it's really 100,000 times, that dodo meat weighs at least 100 gene. 100,000 times is 10 million gene. Maybe we could get a small piece to taste, since it's rare grade magical beast meat. Dream on. This level of meat is a national strategic resource. Even if it's distributed, ITLL, go to the next batch of adventurers first. How could it possibly reach you and me? Well, you never know if there's enough. Keep dreaming. Ding ding ding. Since the system cannot determine whether you landed on the 100 times or the 100,000 times reward, you are hereby awarded the Super Bug Exploit Grand Prize of 100 times 100,000 times. 100 times multiplied by 100,000 times. What does that make? Jiang Ming's heart nearly leaped out of his throat upon hearing this announcement. The product of these two multipliers was so enormous he could barely calculate it. How many zeros would that be? Add 2 more zeros to 100,000, then multiply by 130 gene of meat. What would that amount to? Heavens! A fortune, a colossal fortune. Although none of this meat was for him personally, it was meant. The people of the Dragon Kingdom had long suffered from material shortages due to natural disasters and human calamities, with protein-rich foods like meat, eggs, and milk being especially scarce. During Jiang Ming's final year at the orphanage, the children there could only eat a small piece of meat once every 3 days. Because of his illness, the director believed he needed more nutrition to fight the disease, so she always gave her own portion of meat to Jiang Ming. The nation had always supported him, and the director had cared for him. Now at last he could do something for his country, and even for the children at the orphanage. How wonderful that was. The final cashback multiplier is 10 million times. The Dragon Kingdom receives Jiang Ming's returned resources, 135 gene of dodo meat multiplied by 10 million times. Note: all food will be delivered to designated Dragon Kingdom warehouses, stored sequentially from warehouse No. 1 and No. 2 up to warehouse No. 15. Boom. When the multiplier Jiang Ming had drawn was revealed to the livestream audience, the entire chat exploded. Holy cow, 10 million times. We're rich, we're rich. Is there a math genius here to calculate how many gene of dodo meat got returned? With this amount, do we get a chance to taste what rare grade magical beast meat is like? Do you even need a math genius for this kind of problem? I calculated it. It's 135 million gene. Whoa, that much? The guy above, if you can't do math, don't mislead others. It's 1.35 billion gene. That's why we need a math genius. 1.35 billion gene. Doesn't that mean if we distribute it to everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, each person could almost get a gene of meat? Is that for real, eh? Isn't this amount way too outrageous? Whoa. Jiang the Great is single-handedly hunting to feed the entire nation, huh? Hey, are you sure your math is right? I'm seriously starting to look forward to it now. 1.35 billion gene, holy moly. Just as the material upload concluded, the rankings for all nations refreshed in real time. Jiang Ming looked at the light screen with anticipation. Having uploaded 1.35 billion gene of meat in one go, he was genuinely curious to see how high the Dragon Kingdom could climb on the Global Resource Acquisition leaderboard. Global Resource Acquisition rankings: first, Beautiful Country; second, Sun Never Sets Country; third, Cherry Blossom Country; third, Bear Country. Ninth, a Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom had finally broken into the top 10. Previously ranked 12th, now 9th. a climb of 3 places. Though modest, it was still a significant leap forward. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had been stuck around the 12th spot for who knows how long, since resource rankings were the result of cumulative efforts over time. Jiang Ming had managed to single-handedly propel the entire nation up 3 spots today, all thanks to exploiting that bug. From now on, achieving such an upgrade again would be nearly impossible. Following the national rankings came the adventurer rankings. Jiang Ming grew curious, turning his gaze to the adventurer list beneath the global rankings. How far would he climb this time? Finally entered the top 3. Jiang Ming let out a sigh of relief as he watched the adventurer rankings refresh. But when he saw that he was ranked behind that cherry blossom guy, displeasure surged within him. That dog of the Sakura Nation had held the 2nd place with 15200 total points since day 1. He must have gotten his hands on something good. After all, they had only been in the game for 2 days. Jiang Ming had only managed to break into the top 3 of the adventurer rankings by exploiting a bug. There was no way others could replicate his method of abusing the lottery glitch. Under such circumstances, there was only one possibility for the Sakura guy to have a higher contribution value. He must have obtained a special item or resource. Jiang Ming had watched streams of previous adventurers. Some lucky ones obtained epic or legendary special items as soon as they entered the server, and after submitting them to their nation, they received a massive amount of contribution points. Moreover, once you broke into the top 10 of the contribution rankings, the game would issue additional rewards. This made it incredibly difficult for other players to surpass those already on the leaderboard in a short time. And now Jiang Ming had made it into the top 3. He wondered what kind of goodies the game would give him this time. Let the reward be a way to get my ship out of this frigid sea, let my ship leave this frozen ocean. Or give me a chance to escape this icy region. After all, the toxic zone was drawing closer with each passing moment. But Jiang Ming's ship couldn't move an inch, which troubled him greatly. He could only pin his hopes on the reward for breaking into the top 3 of the contribution rankings, praying it would grant him a means to leave this place. Ding! As Jiang Ming's thoughts drifted, the new reward arrived right on schedule. Congratulations, player Jiang Ming, for entering the top 3 of the adventurer contribution ranking for the first time. Reward obtained: Earth God's Token X1, a Body Tempering Spirit Spring X1, Insulated Windproof Helmet X1. The next second, Jiang Ming heard a crisp clatter from the special cabin. So the reward had arrived. The Body Tempering Spirit Spring was certainly something to look forward to, but what the hell were the Insulated Windproof Helmet and the Earth God's Token? Although he had been mentioning wanting a warm hat, wasn't this a bit too underwhelming as a reward? Jiang Ming strode quickly to the door of the special cabin and pulled it open. On the cabin floor lay a wooden box the size of a suitcase. He carried the box out and opened it. Inside lay 3 items: a camouflage white helmet with a thick brown windproof mask. Pretty cool, actually. Complaints aside, this was clearly something Jiang Ming urgently needed. Besides blocking the wind, the brown mask could double as sunglasses. Otherwise, staring at the endless white snow would soon give him snow blindness. Apart from the helmet, there were 2 other items. A small jar of pale blue liquid, presumably the Body Tempering Spirit Spring. Jiang Ming wondered how much benefit it would bring to his body, but he was even more curious about the other prize, the so-called Earth God's Token. It looked like a porous stone, somewhat reminiscent of a scholar's rock in a park pond. He picked up the token and examined it. It felt cool and smooth to the touch, but the cavity inside the stone seemed as if something had once been housed there, now vanished, leaving only a shell. Earth God's Token. This token possesses a transcendent law of convergence, automatically attracting monsters or other sequence bearers associated with it. Through the guidance of this token, you will eventually reach the corresponding temple and attain the identity of a sequence bearer. A token to become a sequence bearer. Initially, Jiang Ming felt a bit deflated upon seeing the token, but when he read its description, his breath quickened instantly. His primary goal in entering the sequence game was to become a sequence bearer. Because ALS was considered incurable on Blue Star, yet the divination had guided him into this otherworldly game. After much thought, Jiang Ming concluded that the only thing that could cure his disease was becoming a sequence bearer. Besides, to gain a foothold in a terrifying place like this otherworldly game, becoming a sequence bearer was the only way to contend with the native creatures here. Just yesterday, he had encountered a dodo bird, hardly an aggressive creature. Yet even then, he had only managed to kill it through trickery. If he were to face a dodo bird hidden in his current state, even 100 of him wouldn't be enough to defeat it. So, how do I use this token? Although the token came with a description, it still didn't explain how to use it. Could he only wait? Forget it. Instead of puzzling over something incomprehensible, Jiang Ming decided to first use the Body Tempering Spirit Spring, a reward that could provide immediate benefits. Body Tempering Spirit Spring. Drinking it will greatly improve your physique, upgrading both your physical strength and intelligence. Oh, that's good. Jiang Ming pulled out the stopper, ignoring the heat emanating from the divine token in his hand, and downed it in one gulp. The next second a surge of warmth exploded in his stomach. Countless streams of heat rushed through his limbs and bones, and at that moment every pore on his body exuded copious sweat. But the sweat was not clear, it was a murky yellow. His joints crackled like popping beans, emitting sharp crisp sounds. At that moment Jiang Ming let out a moan of pure bliss. How to describe that feeling? It was as if his body was being massaged, painful yet pleasurable. He could feel the heat forcing its way through blocked meridians, causing a stabbing pain, but once the meridians were cleared, an indescribable comfort washed over him. Unfortunately, this euphoria lasted less than half a minute before it ended completely. He could sense that his body had only been cleansed by less than a fifth, though his head and torso felt remarkably light and relaxed. Especially his mind. It had become noticeably clearer. His body felt several pounds lighter, but unfortunately his limbs remained heavy and sluggish. It seemed his illness was quite troublesome. Even this otherworldly spirit spring could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Though he had already guessed the outcome, Jiang Ming still opened his attribute panel to take a look. At the very least, he wanted to know how much the spirit spring had extended his lifespan. Adventurer, Jiang Ming, identity captain of the Dragon Boat, location Frigid Sea, Toxic Fog, 748 nautical miles away, server 13, ranking 3rd, city 150, health 100, lifespan 99 days, sanity 98, agility 25, average human agility 5, athlete 10, strength 15, average human strength 5, strongman 10, defense 13, average human defense 5, boxer 10. Special ability intermediate cold resistance 15, live streaming on can be turned off. Jiang Ming's face lit up with joy as he gazed at the 2 extra months of lifespan. This spiritual spring was truly a remarkable treasure, granting him not only 69 additional days of life, but also enhancing his defense and agility, while significantly boosting his strength. Whoosh! Jiang Ming threw a punch into the air, producing a sound that cut through the stillness. His actions immediately ignited a frenzy of discussion in the livestream chat. Did Boss Jiang just generate a fist wind? It's more than just a fist wind, it's an air blast. I heard the air bursting too. A netizen explained, that's the sound produced when air is compressed to its limit at extreme speed. Boss Jiang seemed to have consumed something just now. Could that be what transformed his body? Maybe it's a Foundation establishment pill. I think you've been reading too many cultivation novels. What Boss Jiang drank was most likely the body-tempering spiritual spring awarded to the top 3. Boss Jiang is truly incredible. Our Dragon Kingdom has been relentlessly suppressed by the allied nations, unable to even break into the top 10. But this time Boss Jiang has finally brought honor to our country. This is exhilarating, truly exhilarating. What's so great about it? A Sakura Kingdom netizen sneered, that Jiang fellow of yours is still beneath our Itosama, merely a 3rd place. What's there to boast about? Come back when you've surpassed our Itosama. But the Sakura Kingdom netizen's sudden dampening of spirits was met with silence. The Dragon Kingdom netizens united in response. Kindly go and commit seppuku. Please just go and commit seppuku. Jiang Ming's outstanding performance naturally caught the attention of the Special Services Bureau. For at the moment Jiang Ming uploaded his supplies. Almost all of the Dragon Kingdom's original warehouses burst at the seams. Countless previously empty warehouses were now completely filled with dodo bird meat, with so much spilling out through doors and windows. The bewildered Warehouse Management Bureau director immediately called the Special Services Department for instructions. At first, the Special Services Minister was somewhat confused when he received the call. Overflowing warehouses. What's going on? I'm not sure, but I just checked with several other warehouse managers, and they all reported overflows. The director said, bewildered. You know our warehouse can hold 100 tons of food. One warehouse isn't enough. The Special Services Minister was stunned as well. Could it be that our Dragon Kingdom's battle god has obtained something remarkable? After all, the Dragon Kingdom had sent 13 batches of adventurers to participate in the game, adding up to several thousand people. So without receiving the daily report summary, the minister found it hard to determine who had brought back such vast resources for the Dragon Kingdom. Report. Just as the minister was reviewing the status of the Dragon Kingdom's adventurers, Xiao Zheng arrived with a document and reported, Minister Jiang Ming, a rookie adventurer from the 13th batch, has secured a top 3 position on the adventurer rankings. Single-handedly, he has propelled our Dragon Kingdom into the top 10 of the overall resource ranking, claiming 9th place. What a bang! The minister shot to his feet, the chair behind him toppling over from the force of his movement. The reason for the minister's shock was that the Dragon Kingdom had been stagnant in the overall resource rankings for nearly half a year. They had been ridiculed by the United Alliance, including the Beautiful Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, for sending out so many adventurers, yet failing to break into the top 10. Some even suggested they cede part of their territory to other nations to avoid wasting adventurer slots. But now, the Dragon Kingdom had finally made it into the top 10, Quick, show me the report. The minister couldn't even wait for Xiao Zheng to approach. He rushed around his desk, strode swiftly to Xiao Zheng, and snatched the document, scrutinizing it intently. Although he had mentally prepared himself after hearing Xiao Zheng's report, yet when he saw that Jiang Ming had returned 1.3 billion gene of rare bird meat to the Dragon Kingdom, he was utterly stunned, his mouth agape for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence. 1.3. 1.3 what? 1.35 billion gene of bird meat, and it's rare grade magical bird meat. Xiao Zheng had already been shocked many times before entering, so he was able to calmly answer the minister's questions. What a lad. After a long moment, the minister finally closed the folder and burst into laughter. Is this kid planning to feed our entire nation of over 1.4 billion people all by himself? With this batch of magical bird meat, the physical fitness of our Dragon Kingdom's citizens should be elevated to a new level. We can also reserve a portion as strategic supplies, ensuring that the 14th batch of adventurers won't start as poorly as the previous 13. Compared to the adventurers of the Alliance, our country's adventurers have been at a disadvantage from the start. That's all because of those despicable Alliance nations and their monopolies. Xiao Zheng said indignantly. They're afraid of our rise, so they restrict us at every turn. But from today onward, we can finally close that gap. Indeed. The minister nodded, fully agreeing with Xiao Zheng. Just then, the ever-connected phone line carried the voice of the Warehouse Management Bureau director, who asked again, Minister, how should we handle this 1.3 billion gene of meat? Please provide instructions. I'll call you back after I consult with higher authorities. The minister hung up and immediately made another call. An aged voice came through the phone. I've already reviewed the document. Distribute half of the 1.3 billion gene of meat to the people nationwide for a taste, with each person receiving half a gene of magical bird meat. Divide the remainder into 2 portions. One portion will be kept as our strategic reserve to fully cultivate the 14th and even 15th batches of adventurers, ensuring they can close the gap with the Alliance's adventurers. The final portion will be sold on the international market, prioritizing exchanges for otherworldly food to diversify our strategic supplies. If we can't trade for enough, exchange it for their rare resources or the energy we're short on. Yes, Chief. The Special Services Minister acknowledged, then added, Chief, I have one more request. Speak. I hope to make an exception and elevate Jiang Ming's adventurer rank from notable directly to rising star level. The Special Services Minister explained, after all, he has rendered great service to our country this time. The Dragon Kingdom's adventurer ranks were divided into 9 levels. From lowest to highest, nameless, notable, elite, rising star, tomorrow's star pillar of the nation, unrivaled scholar, seed of civilization, and chosen one. Jiang Ming was currently a notable, meaning he had a dedicated file and was assessed by designated personnel. Only after becoming a notable would an adventurer enter the nation's sight and have the potential for further advancement. Above notable was elite. When an adventurer's status was elevated to national elite, their family or chosen beneficiaries would receive enhanced benefits, and the Special Services Department could conduct a monthly communication session with them. This was no ordinary call. It was a survival and development plan tailored for elite adventurers by the Special Services Department's climate experts, environmental specialists, and even otherworldly flora and fauna researchers. After extensive discussions, above elite was the rising star level. Typically, only one adventurer per batch received this honor, marking them as a nationally nurtured key adventurer. At that point, the adventurer's family or beneficiaries would receive a dedicated family compound, priority food distribution, and medical resource guarantees, ensuring the adventurer had no worries. Moreover, this status benefited not only the adventurer's family, but also the adventurer themselves, because the nation could conduct a monthly airdrop for the adventurer. Indeed, the otherworldly game was a two-way channel. Not only could game resources be returned to Earth, but nations could also use special channels to deliver targeted resources to their adventurers once a month. However, since the number of drops and total weight were very limited, the nation naturally became extremely cautious about who to supply. Generally speaking, the Special Services Minister would not choose a newcomer who had only been in the game for 2 days as a rising star. But Jiang Ming's performance was so exceptional that the minister made this proposal. Comrade Jiang Ming is indeed an exceptional adventurer. The superior on the other end of the phone said, I also admire him greatly, but just now. The secretary submitted a report on Jiang Ming, and I found that he is currently facing 2 major dilemmas. One is that Comrade Jiang Ming's health is not very good. Although amyotrophic lateral sclerosis does not pose an immediate threat to life, it will affect his control over his body and his overall health. This may not be fatal in daily life, but in another world, Jiang Ming's condition is very likely to endanger his life. However, this is not the reason I cannot agree to his promotion by 2 levels, but another important issue. According to the report submitted by the Special Operations Bureau, Jiang Ming is currently located in a frigid sea area, while the poison circle is approaching him at a speed of 100 nautical miles a day, and his ship is stuck due to freezing, which will bring him great trouble. According to the climate and environmental research experts in the report, the frigid sea area is in a constant state of low temperature, and the ice on the surface is similar to that of Antarctica, basically not melting, and even the possibility of thinning is non-existent. Given this depth, it is basically impossible to break the ice by human effort. At this moment, someone on the superior's side asked, "What if Jiang Ming walks out alone?" Hearing this, the minister knew that the other party was an outsider. The superior was not angry but patiently explained, "It's unlikely. First of all, his walking speed cannot exceed 100 nautical miles a day, and even if he could, what would he do after leaving the frigid sea area? The world he is in is a maritime survival world. Without a ship, he can hardly move an inch." The minister's expression suddenly became extremely grave. He also knew that what the superior said was true. Jiang Ming was facing two major dilemmas that were basically unsolvable. At this stage, he was struggling to survive, and it was indeed very difficult to grant him better treatment. After all, someone being promoted means that other adventurers will lose the opportunity to be noticed, as well as the chance to obtain certain special resources. This is also a loss for the country. However, just when the minister thought that Jiang Ming had no chance of promotion, the superior suddenly changed the subject. "In light of Jiang Ming's excellent performance, we have decided to promote him to elite status. Although he will face many difficulties ahead, his selflessness has allowed the people of the entire nation to have the opportunity to eat meat. This is the honor we owe him. Thank you, superior." Although the person on the other end of the phone could not see, the minister still saluted. "You don't have to thank me. All of this is due to Jiang Ming's efforts." After the superior hung up the phone, the minister finally smiled at Xiao Zheng and said, "Xiao Zheng, from today on you are the commissioner for elite adventurer Jiang Ming. You will only be responsible for monitoring and evaluating Jiang Ming. The other adventurers will be handed over to other responsible parties." "Yes, minister." Xiao Zheng was overjoyed. He didn't expect that thanks to Jiang Ming, he would also be promoted. He went from an ordinary monitoring personnel to an elite commissioner. This not only meant an improvement in salary and benefits, but also a decrease in workload, as he would no longer have to be distracted by watching others. He would only need to watch Jiang Ming's live stream. "However, minister, I have a question." Xiao Zheng, having listened to the conversation between the minister and the superior, was puzzled. Even though Jiang Ming has made a huge contribution to the country, he has only been in the game for 2 days. The fact that he can bring back 1.3 billion gene of magical poultry meat also has an element of luck. Why did you directly propose to promote him by 2 levels? You should know that the superior absolutely will not agree, given that Jiang Ming's level and risk assessment are both very low right now. Have you heard the saying? The minister laughed and said, "This room is too dark. One must open a window here, and everyone will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate tearing down the roof, they will come to mediate and will be willing to open the window." "Minister, do you mean?" Xiao Zheng's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. "You did it on purpose. You knew from the beginning that the minister would absolutely not agree, but might agree to promote Jiang Ming to elite level." "Yes." The minister looked at Xiao Zheng with an approving gaze. "The main reason is that Jiang Ming's qualifications are too shallow, and the dilemmas he faces are real, and they probably cannot be changed in the short term. But the records Jiang Ming created and the massive resources and honors brought to Dragon Country are also real. They cannot be diminished, so I hope the superior can focus on the contributions Jiang Ming has made rather than his current problems. This is the reason I proposed promoting him by 2 levels. Xiao Zheng nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, finally understanding why the minister could become the minister while he could not. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming, who was in another world, was naturally unaware of the dramatic changes that had occurred outside due to the return of the dodo meat. After drinking the spiritual spring, he finally realized that the token in his pocket was getting hot. He took out the hollow token from his pants pocket and suddenly felt a special sense of guidance, as if it was directing him to the captain's room. Although he was somewhat puzzled, Jiang Ming chose to trust his sixth sense. When he returned to the captain's room, his first glance fell upon the orange backpack that had been dug out from the snow. "What is in this backpack? I haven't had a good look at it yet." Since obtaining the backpack, Jiang Ming had been in a he had hurried back to the dragon boat before the upload deadline, and with the disassembly of the bird and the making of the sled, he was almost exhausted. How could he find the time to carefully examine what was in the backpack? But it must be said that his success in bringing back the dodo was entirely thanks to the axe and sleeping bag provided by the backpack. Otherwise, he would never have been able to reap such enormous benefits. This made him even more curious about what was inside the backpack. Swish! He unzipped the backpack and took out each item, laying them on the floor. A set of portable metal bowls and cups along with a fork and a spoon. A small bag of rice and a set of seasonings including salt and pepper. A diary. And A piece of golden stone. Although the other items were nice, they hadn't yet captured Jiang Ming's attention. What intrigued him more was this piece of golden stone, which seemed to be influenced by the divine token emitting a faint glow. Jiang Ming picked up the stone and began to examine it closely. This golden stone looked like a rock, but felt like a piece of metal. Something like iron or gold. Jiang Ming couldn't quite describe it, but the high-density metallic feel was like holding a steel ball. Crack. He placed the golden stone next to the token, and at the moment they came close, a pulling force emanated. The golden stone was sucked in an instant, then firmly lodged in the groove of the token, becoming a single end. It was as if they had originally been one piece, only separated later. Holding the token with the added golden stone, Jiang Ming suddenly felt a special sensation, as if he had developed an attraction to the metal. This inexplicable feeling made him instinctively want to find something to test it out. Therefore, Jiang Ming focused his gaze on the metal cups and bowls lying on the ground. As he bent down and reached out to grab one to study what this feeling was about. Swish! The metal cup surprisingly flew directly into his hand. It was as if Jiang Ming himself had become a gigantic magnet. In Jiang Ming's livestream, due to his skyrocketing rank and the massive amount of cashback, countless people flocked in. Everyone was excitedly discussing the stockpiling situation of various warehouses in Longhua. There were also insiders claiming that everyone would get to eat rare-grade magical bird meat tomorrow, causing the barrage in the livestream to refresh at such a rapid pace that it was almost impossible to see. However, at that brief moment, at the instant when Jiang Ming was sucking up a stainless steel cup with his bare hands, the barrage suddenly went blank for several seconds, and everyone seemed unable to react to what had just happened. Did I just see that wrong? How did I see Jiang Delao suck the cup up? I saw it too. Is this adventurer a magician? It seems like I witnessed some kind of magic performance. It must be an illusion, right? It shouldn't be an illusion. At this moment, an analyst pointed out, this might be a new ability that Jiang Delao suddenly awakened, and this new ability is likely related to the divine token he just acquired. If I remember correctly, the divine token has a gathering reaction, meaning it can attract related items to appear. You all just noticed that the boss took out a special stone from his backpack, and then that stone merged with the divine. I personally believe this is a new ability granted to the boss by the divine token. Metal control, a netizen exclaimed. If this is indeed such a special ability, then Jiang Delao is going to become Magneto. If he really is like Magneto, then that would be awesome. Isn't it just telekinesis? A person from Yinghua country jumped in to counter. Isn't this one of the essential lessons for our ninjas? How is that awesome? A bunch of ignorant bumpkins. What do you know? A Longhua netizen retorted, can telekinesis compare to metal control? Oomph. The Yinghua national replied with a cold smile. Isn't it just picking up a broken cup? How can you be sure it's metal control and not telekinesis? Longhua netizen, what? Do you want to bet with us again? Yinghua national, what? Are you afraid? It's not, it's just that we don't trust your credibility at all, especially after that guy who said he'd commit harakiri if he lost the bet only to disappear without a trace. I won't go missing. The Yinghua national promised. If I lose, I'll apologize in Jiang Ming's live stream. And if you lose, you have to send me 10 jin of magical bird meat for me to taste. Upon hearing the Yinghua national's words, all Longhua netizens were astonished. Wow, your calculation has crumbled down on my face from Yinghua country. So you knew we were about to get rare-grade magical bird meat, and now you're tempted. Let me tell you, even if I toss it away, I absolutely won't let even a tiny bit of meat be eaten by you Yinghua people. You're too kind upstairs. Even if I eat magical bird meat, and then poop, I won't allow it to flow to Yinghua country. I'm afraid they'll eat it. Ha ha, you're still clever. But I never expected Yinghua's way of taking advantage like this. The thoughts of beasts are beyond our common understanding. Outside the livestream. This sudden change left Jiang Ming more shocked than the netizens in the live. What's going on? I actually became Magneto. This sudden discovery made Jiang Ming's heart race. Come sword. To confirm if he really could control metal, he reached out for a metal fork. Whoosh. The fork arrived almost instantly. He held tightly onto the fork that mysteriously flew to him, feeling a surge of joy. Had he truly awakened the ability to control metal? Unfortunately, he had no sword at the moment, otherwise he could fly with it. Although he had no sword, Jiang Ming still had a hand axe. So, he boldly extended a hand staring at the axe. Come axe. But, the scene where the axe flew towards him did not happen. Instead, it struggled on the ground like a carp, ultimately managing to stand up with great difficulty. And because Jiang Ming was trying hard to control the arrival of the axe, a slight pain began to throb in his head, and this feeling of mental exhaustion intensified as he continued to attempt to control the axe. Hiss! In the end, Jiang Ming felt a splitting headache. Frightened, he quickly withdrew his hand. Clang! The axe fell back to the ground, producing a crisp sound. But the pain in his head showed no signs of abating, and he seemed to see countless little figures dancing in the snow. This ominous premonition prompted him to quickly open his attribute panel. Adventurer Jiang Ming, identity captain of the Longzhou location, extreme cold sea toxic fog, is 735 nautical miles away from you. Rank in the 13th server, 3rd hunger value 24, health value 100, lifespan 99 days. Mental value 18, mental value below 20 will cause hallucinations. Agility 25, the agility of an ordinary person is 5, while an athlete is 10. Strength 15, the strength of an ordinary person is 5, while a strong man is 10. Defense 13, the defense of an ordinary person is 5, while a boxer is 10. Special ability intermediate cold resistance 15, livestream, is active, can be turned off. Seeing that the mental value dropped to 18 and the hunger value to 24, he finally realized how much it cost to control metal. This is just too terrifying. Gulula. At this moment, Jiang Ming's stomach also began to rumble loudly. He hurriedly cut off a large piece of dodo meat and started roasting it on the fireplace. Sizzle. As the bird meat with skin touched the hot iron plate above the fireplace, it immediately began to sizzle and emit oil, and the aroma was instantly released. Moreover, this flavor was not the burnt stench of a dodo bird, but rather the aroma of roasted squab. Additionally, having just acquired some seasonings, the dodo's fragrance was instantly elevated to another level, with the crispy chicken taste reminiscent of eating grilled chicken wings at a summer barbecue. Roasted chicken wings, my favorite food. Jiang Ming stuffed piece after piece of bird meat into his mouth, finally feeling himself gradually coming back to life. Lifespan 1, hunger value 24. 35. 50. Intermediate cold resistance value 15. 1. 15. 2. 15. 3. Mental value 18. 35. 55. As he devoured the meat, his hunger and mental values finally rose back above 80. He finally felt much better. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and he felt he could do it again. Jiang Ming looked at the axe lying on the ground, suddenly feeling eager to try again. But this time, Jiang Ming had also learned to be clever. He did not directly attempt to absorb the hand axe, but chose the lightest metal fork to try again. Moreover, during the attempt, Jiang Ming kept his eyes glued to the attributes panel. He wanted to know how long he could control a metal fork and the rate at which the control of metal consumed his energy. As Jiang Ming suspended the metal fork in midair with a strange force, he noticed that the values were decreasing at a rate of 12 per second. After trying the fork, Jiang Ming switched to a slightly heavier metal cup. Satiation, level 79. 76. 73. Rationality, level 70. 65. 60. The metal cup was heavier than the fork, so the consumption speed was significantly faster. It was decreasing at a rate of almost 35 per second. The rationality level dropped particularly sharply. Seeing it drop to 50, Jiang Ming dared not continue. He planned to sleep for a night. Once his mental strength recovered, he would attempt anew. Is this the effect of the faith object aggregation? Jiang Ming looked at the faith object in his hand, and then glanced at the diary placed beside his backpack. Now he could hardly distinguish whether it was because he first obtained this backpack that attracted the faith object of the earth god, or if he attracted the stone for controlling metal after acquiring the divine faith object. He focused his gaze on the diary. Or perhaps the owner of the stone would have recorded something. Opening the diary, he found that the text was indeed in Chinese. It just so happened to be written in characters Jiang Ming could understand, and the content was about records of the sequencers. Jiang Ming quickly flipped through it, his eyes brightening. However, regarding this content, he certainly did not want it to be streamed live, as besides viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, there were also foreign spies watching. Jiang Ming directly closed the live stream. Naturally, his micromanipulations attracted the attention of most people, so even though the stream went black, everyone stayed to continue discussing. Did I just see the word sequencer on the diary? Could the content of this diary be related to the promotion of? If it's true, then Jiang would be in for a windfall. It's very possible. I remember Jiang Ming received a reward that was a divine faith object, right? To become a sequencer, one must find the corresponding deity of that sequence, and the divine faith object will naturally guide adventurers to find him. I've heard that too. Previously, a big shot from the Dragon Kingdom mentioned in a live stream that the divine faith object has an aggregation nature where everything related to that sequence will be attracted by the faith object, gradually moving closer to it. In other words, those who possess the divine faith object will also subconsciously gravitate towards things related to the sequence. Aggregation nature. After hearing your explanation, I suspect that Zhang De Lao acquiring the faith object of the earth god is entirely because he first obtained something related to the faith object which attracted the arrival of the object. That makes sense. Your reverse reasoning is quite reasonable. So, this diary really is related to the promotion of the sequence. It's a pity Jiang De Lao won't let us see it. We can see it so those damn spies can surely see it too. Some expressed regret, while others supported, saying, "I think Zhang Dalao is doing the right thing." Baka. Kenta Matsushita from Sakura Country, after reading the chat in the live stream, finally understood what he had missed. He suddenly became furious, saying Jiang Ming is just too stingy. He got something good and won't even share it with his friends. "You're not a friend, you're scamo." No. A Dragon Kingdom netizen retorted, "You're not even human. Just discussing the matter, personal attacks are not right." I admit personal attacks are wrong. The Dragon Kingdom netizen continued to mock the people of Sakura Country, saying, "But you're not human. Uncultured being." Kenta Matsushita held back for a long time, finally managing to say, "No wonder your adventurers are so stingy. That's called a crooked beam leading to a crooked pillar." "Oh, is it?" The Dragon Kingdom netizens were amused by the people of Sakura Country. Not sharing the diary was considered stingy. What a ridiculous statement. But the Dragon Kingdom netizens were not easy to bully and immediately launched an attack on Kenta Matsushita. "I remember that guy from your country. Idakun, right? Doesn't he also have a divine faith object? And I recall he was quite lucky getting 3 items related to the faith object left by a higher level adventurer right after entering the game, right? Why don't you get him to share them as well? Aren't you supposed to be generous? Yeah, hurry up and let him share." Oh my god, what did I miss? Is it actually a diary related to sequence promotion? Then unexpectedly, people from Beautiful Country also popped up, saying, "How can these Dragon Kingdom people be so lucky? Damn it. Why isn't our Peter this lucky? This group of people doesn't believe in the existence of God. God shouldn't be too kind to them. You should take away what they have and give it to our Peter instead. Hee, this is the East. Your Western gods are forbidden from entering. We have the Buddha, the Jade Emperor Guanyin, the Queen Mother of the West, Laozi Mazu, the Earth God, Judge Pangu, the Star God, and many others, all protecting us. Why would we need to believe in your God? But I still really want to know what's written in the diary." Unbeknownst to Jiang Ming, the various curiosities and jealousies in the live stream were swirling around him. At that moment, he was leaning against the fireplace, savoring the contents of his diary, illuminated by the warm, orange glow. He had failed to find a way to leave the extreme cold sea from the rewards of the top 3. Now Jiang Ming was placing his hopes on the diary. Otherwise, no matter how many benefits he gained, being chased by the poisonous fog would ultimately mean death. Fortunately, the diary indeed provided him with a way to escape. Through its contents, he finally learned that his talisman was bestowed by the Earth Mother Goddess, commonly known as Nuwa. To pass Nuwa's trial, one must collect the 5-colored divine stones. These stones represent the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each stone grants its followers abilities corresponding to its element. Moreover, the powers obtained from these divine stones can be stacked. In other words, as long as I obtain the water attribute divine stone, not only will I gain the ability to control water, but even the gold attribute ability I currently possess can be enhanced. If I can manipulate metal to reshape the bow of the ship into an icebreaker, wouldn't that give me a chance to leave the extreme cold sea? Although this possibility was slim, the mere thought of it ignited a spark in Jiang Ming's heart. He feared not the small chances, but the absence of any opportunity. Furthermore, according to the diary's owner, while the enhancement effect of obtaining the divine stones at one time might not be obvious, after 4 enhancements the ability would undoubtedly become extremely powerful. The reason the diary's owner came to the extreme cold sea was also to search for the water divine stone. He discovered through various clues that the water divine stone was hidden deep within the extreme cold sea. However, obtaining it was not easy, as the divine stone lay in the depths of the sea, making it nearly impossible to retrieve without intermediate cold resistance and oxygen equipment. Though he understood that it was futile, he still wanted to take a chance. And then, there was no then. The divine stone is in the deep sea. Jiang Ming was stunned upon reading this in the diary. How is this possible? Just then, daily 3 hexagram system is refreshing. Refresh complete. Today's 3 hexagrams. Minor fortune: 15 kilometers southeast. There is a cave of iron-toothed squirrels hiding plenty of nuts and good items. You can take advantage of their absence to raid their den, but be careful not to leave your scent behind, or they will come after you. Minor misfortune: 20 kilometers southeast. There is an abandoned ship with no owner. This ship not only has a ship core, but also a set of diving equipment. If you can obtain it, it will greatly assist you in finding the water divine stone, and can upgrade your ship as well. Just be careful of the iron-toothed squirrel that may consider the ship its new nest. Its aggressive teeth are formidable, so it's best not to provoke it. Great misfortune: the water divine stone is located beneath the combustible ice in the territory of the fishmen, where a group of ferocious fishmen live. Even if you have diving equipment and intermediate cold resistance, it is advised not to engage them up close unless you become a sequencer. Otherwise, do not even consider battling the underwater fishmen. Seeing the newly refreshed 3 hexagrams, Jiang Ming was overjoyed. Although the divine stone was hard to find, it couldn't stop me from having a cheat. However, once he saw the location of the divine stone, he suddenly felt disheartened, knowing its location was useless. Why did the water divine stone have to drop into the fishman's den? Unless he upgraded to a sequencer, he shouldn't consider fighting the underwater fishmen. But, without obtaining the divine stone, he couldn't change his job. Without the ability to change his job, he couldn't become a sequencer, and without becoming a sequencer, he couldn't fight the fishmen. Wasn't this a vicious cycle? After reading the diary, Jiang Ming's eyelids were so heavy, he could barely keep them open. Since getting out of bed at noon, he had been either digging for geese or battling dodo birds, and now he was utterly exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to deal with the frozen geese outside. Let them stay frozen for now, the important matters could be discussed tomorrow. Boom. At the main road leading to the third orphanage of Longhua, a large group of street racers on heavy motorcycles gathered late at night. However, the clothes worn by these people and the national flag stickers on their bikes were not from Longhua, but rather from the Sakura Nation. Team leader Sheng, one of the street racers, called out to the leader of the motorcycle gang at this time, "Do you think the people in the orphanage will agree to move out?" Whether they agree or not is unimportant. What matters is that the Onmyoji from Suji confirmed that the dragon vein of this entire city converges here with a true dragon's aura right in the center of the orphanage. The boss said that Ida-kun has exceptional talent, but has always been second because he lacks the support of this. Today we must drive these unguarded wild dogs away and quickly establish a shrine for Ida-kun. The boss said we must take this place today no matter what it takes. Killing is fine too. One of the subordinates asked. Of course, Mitsuda Sheng sneered. The boss said that whatever we do today is fine, he will find a way to get us out. Inside the third orphanage. Jiang Ming had once been part of it. Many children in the orphanage recognized Jiang Ming, and thus he became an adventurer. Watching Jiang Ming's live stream naturally became one of the daily entertainments for the orphanage. Alright, your big brother Jiang's live stream has ended, it's time for you to go to sleep. The director urged the little kids who had sneaked into her office to watch Jiang Ming's live stream to go to bed. Normally the lights in the orphanage were turned off by 10. But, today because Jiang Ming had achieved third place on the adventurer leaderboard, the children in the yard were so excited that they couldn't sleep. As the director, Chen Lijuan felt proud to see the children growing up and succeeding, which is why she made an exception to let them watch the live stream in her office. However, with the closure of the live stream, the director naturally would not allow them to linger any longer. Big brother Jiang is so amazing. I want to become an adventurer like him in the future. As the children of the orphanage walked out, the enthusiastic discussions continued unabated. I believe big brother Jiang will surpass that Ito from the Sakura Nation sooner or later. Surpassing Ito is nothing, for our big brother Jiang is going to surpass Peter and become the world's #1. Yes, big brother Jiang is the world's #1. Alright, quiet down now. The director smiled as she calmed the children. Don't wake up the little ones, you can discuss tomorrow. Otherwise I won't let you come to the office again. Understood, director. Once the older children heard that they wouldn't be allowed to come to the office to watch TV, they all became obedient. Just as the director managed to settle them down, the sound of motorcycles revving outside the orphanage rang out. Not only did it wake the little kids in the orphanage, but it also lit up the lights in several nearby residential buildings. The director peered through the window and saw her old acquaintances. A group of lackeys from real estate developers wanting to demolish the orphanage. This was not their first visit. Chen Lijuan, the leader of the motorcycle gang, shouted as he removed his helmet, "I see you, don't hide. Come out and talk with us. Ada, take the kids back to sleep." The director's expression turned cold as she instructed the oldest child to take the younger ones back, keep an eye on the little ones, and don't let them come out. "We'll be right back." "Director, be careful," Ada said with some concern. He also thought to himself how great it would be if big brother Jiang, in the past whenever the orphanage encountered trouble, he could always come up with a solution. Now that big brother Jiang had become an adventurer, there was no one to protect the director and safeguard the orphanage. "I have told you before, we are not moving. What are you doing here?" The dean was quite displeased with the disruptive street race. The leader of the motorcycles lifted the visor of his helmet, revealing a face unlike that of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather that of a foreigner with a small mustache who said, "Of course I am here to find Miss Hua." "Mi Tiansheng, clean up your mouth." Dean Shun was somewhat irritated, saying, "Isn't it possible to come during the day? Why do you have to disturb people in the middle of the night?" "Because you wouldn't show up during the day, so naturally we can only come at night to find you," Mi Tiansheng said with a fake smile. "And Dean Shun, whether this place moves or not is not up to you. This land was legally auctioned by our Sakura Country Daiha Tourism Co., Ltd. 3 years ago with all property rights and land use certificates intact. We are here today as the landlords to formally notify you of your relocation." "How is that possible?" The dean's expression changed. They had clearly said they wanted to buy this land. How suddenly did they have land documents? "It's only because you Dragon Kingdom offered too many incentives for investment back, then making it easier for foreign capital to acquire land," Mi Tiansheng interrupted him. "As for the purpose, Did Dinshin watch today's live broadcast? Our boss son Idakun has won the honor of being second in the world. The boss said that this place has excellent feng shui and plans to build a genuine cherry blossom-style resort for Idakun, even transporting a real shrine gate from Sakura country to place at the entrance. My boss said this is called using the land of another country to nurture our own talents. Dean, don't you think this idea is brilliant? The dean was completely stunned. These people from Sakura country actually wanted to turn the orphanage into a shrine. How could she allow such a thing to happen? I will absolutely not agree to such a thing. The dean stood in front of these Sakura country people and angrily said, "You want to demolish the orphanage and make these children lose their shelter. You can only do so over my dead body. As you wish." Upon hearing this, Tian Sheng suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "It would be such a pity for a beautiful flower like you to be crushed by the wheels. But for Idakun, in order for our Sakura country to always have the upper hand over the Dragon Kingdom, I can only drive over you." Vroom vroom vroom. Tian Sheng said this while twisting the throttle of the motorcycle. The roar of the motorcycle echoed in Din Shen's ears. She glanced back at the children and shook her head at Ada, saying only 2 words, "Don't look." She knew that today she probably wouldn't escape this calamity, but she didn't want the children to be scared. "Dean!" Ada shouted loudly. As the roar of the motorcycle grew closer, the dean knew her time was near, so she closed her eyes. The reason for fighting rather than fleeing was that she hoped her death would draw attention from above. Only with her death, the old dean, could the orphans who lost their protection have a new dean and a new orphanage. So, even knowing she would die, she could only do this. Ha ha ha. Accompanying the roar of the motorcycle was Tian Sheng's mocking voice in the dean's ear saying, "Goodbye, flower girl, in our next life we will." Bang! However, just as Tian Sheng was still laughing arrogantly, a gunshot exploded in everyone's ears. Bang! Screech screech. Along with the gunshot came Tian Sheng's scream and the sound of something heavy falling to the ground, as well as the piercing sound of metal scraping against the ground. This sudden change caused Din Shun to open her eyes in confusion. But the chaotic scene in front of her shocked her wide-eyed. She saw Tian Sheng, who had arrogantly ridden his motorcycle toward her, now scraping along the ground with his bike. Metal scraped against the ground, sparks flying. Flesh scraped against the ground, leaving a trail of bright red blood. "Dinshin, are you okay?" The person who came was naturally little Jiang from the Special Operations Bureau. After Jiang Ming was promoted to elite-level adventurer, his family also received elevated benefits. But unfortunately, Jiang Ming was an orphan, so all benefits naturally went to the beneficiaries he selected. Little Jiang came now mainly because Jiang Ming had delivered 13 billion pounds of magical poultry meat to the country today, so he intended to bring some to the orphanage for a taste. Secondly, he wanted to quickly share this good news with Jiang Ming's relatives. So after Little Jiang waited for Jiang Ming to finish the live broadcast, he hurriedly brought the supplies, but no one expected that as soon as he arrived at the orphanage he would see such an outrageous scene. A Sakura person riding a motorcycle trying to run over the dean who had nurtured such an excellent adventurer like Jiang Ming. Isn't that stirring up trouble on the head of a Tai Sui? Without saying a word, Little Jiang drew his gun and fired a shot at the Sakura person. The Sakura person was hit in the arm, and the motorcycle instantly lost control, crashing to the ground and scraping out a devil's footprint. "I'm fine, how did you all come?" Din Shin shook her head, repeatedly indicating she was okay, but at the same time was stunned by the numerous soldiers marching into the orphanage courtyard. "We are here to deliver supplies to you." Little Jiang saluted Din Shin and said, "Thank you, Din Shin, for nurturing such an outstanding adventurer for the country. We just didn't expect that due to our negligence, it almost allowed these rascals to harm the dean. Take them all down." "Yes." The armed soldiers immediately raised their guns in unison and skillfully surrounded all the street racing. The motorcycle gang, who initially wanted to act recklessly, immediately obeyed upon seeing those dark gun muzzles, getting off their bikes with their hands on their heads and squatting beside the motorcycles without daring to move. "Let me go." With blood all over his face, Tian Sheng surprisingly still struggled and shouted, "We Daiha Tourism Co. Ltd. are the owners of this land, and now these people occupy our land and refuse to leave. Oh, what's wrong with us driving them away? On what grounds do you arrest me? Just for your intentional injury." Little Jiang looked at him coldly and said, "Moreover, the land you are standing on is our Dragon Kingdom's land. You, a small Sakura person, dare to shout on our land. The land was sold to us Sakura country by you Dragon Kingdom, so it is our Sakura country's territory. Oh, why can't you arrest me unlawfully? Ooh, I will sue you." "Sure, you can slowly sue when you get to jail." Little Jiang waved his hand, too lazy to continue talking with this little Sakura fool. "Take him away." "Yes." The soldiers immediately took Tian Sheng and the others away. "I want to hire a lawyer. I will sue you all in court." At first, Tian Sheng was still shouting in defiance, but by the end it turned into, "My arm hurts, yeah, I want to see a doctor." I have lost too much blood. If something really happens, you will be responsible. Hachio. In the morning, Jiang Ming was awakened by the cold. The combustible ice in the fireplace had long since burned out, and once the warmth from the fireplace was lost, the temperature in the cabin would plummet instantly. Huh. It's so cold. Jiang Ming breathed into his palm, but all that came out was a mouthful of white mist. He had no idea what the temperature inside was, but it was definitely below zero. If it weren't for his intermediate cold resistance, he might have died in his sleep. He had to take out his sleeping bag and wash it today, or otherwise he'd surely die in his dreams sooner or later. He wondered how the diary master acquired such a good item and what happened to his remains and other belongings. Jiang Ming recalled a line from the divination he had yesterday. Minor misfortune, 20 kilometers southeast, there lies a ship that has lost its owner. This ship not only has the core of a ship, but also a set of diving equipment. If you can obtain it, it will greatly aid you in your quest for the water god stone, and it can also upgrade your ship. But be careful of the iron-toothed squirrel that treats the ship as its new nest. Its iron teeth are highly aggressive, so it's best not to provoke it. Could that ship be the one belonging to the diary master? After all, the divination contained two key pieces of information. One, it was a ship that had lost its owner, and two, there was a set of diving equipment on board. Who else besides the diary master who wanted to salvage the water god stone would prepare such equipment? No way. I must go check out the ship today. Perhaps I can find something else valuable. At the very least, I must get that set of diving equipment. As for a mere iron-toothed squirrel, Jiang Ming truly didn't take it seriously, no matter how fierce its iron teeth were. It was just a squirrel, wasn't it? How much more powerful could it be? Boom. He threw a smaller piece of combustible ice into the fireplace and killed a large goose bird. He searched it from head to tail, but found nothing. As expected, this high-quality magical bird had no beast core. What a pity. Otherwise, just by relying on the quantity of this large goose bird, he could have accumulated a good number of beast cores. Had he known it was so useless, he should have tossed it into the special cabin last night and returned directly to the dragon country, where it could have multiplied several million times. Unfortunately, he was a bit pressed for time last night and couldn't do it. He could only wait for the next time. But even though the large goose bird couldn't enhance his physical attributes, it surprisingly tasted quite good. Perhaps due to its active lifestyle, it tasted a bit like free-range chicken. After finishing one large goose bird, Jiang Ming felt only half full. Just as he was preparing to roast another one, he noticed there wasn't much combustible ice left. He had to find a way to collect more today. While roasting the second large goose bird, Jiang Ming finally remembered to turn on the live stream. After all, there were so many children in the orphanage. The longer he could stream, the more benefits they could gain. After all, he also came from there, and he sincerely hoped the children and the director could live better lives. Live stream. Good morning. As Jiang Ming roasted the meat, he greeted everyone in the live stream. Although he couldn't see the bullet screen in the live stream, he could see the number of viewers. Even though he had closed the live stream for an entire night, there were still several thousand people online at that moment. What does this indicate? It indicates that someone had never turned off the live stream and was just waiting for Jiang Ming to restart it. Jiang Dalao, you've finally resumed streaming. That's great. Wow. Jiang Dalao is already cooking in the morning, roasting bird meat, and he's even got seasonings. I want to eat too. I saw a notification saying meat would be distributed today. It should be the magical bird meat returned by Jiang Dalao. But Jiang Dalao, this is too tempting. Something big related to Jiang Dalao happened last night. Have you all heard? What? It's about the family of the second world-famous Atukun. It is something that is called Daiwa Kenko Juri Kaisha in our dragon country. They were investigated last night. But what does this have to do with Jiang Dalao? Yeah, a small company from the Sakura country being investigated has nothing to do with our Jiang Dalao. My uncle is an insider, so I know a bit. At this moment, a netizen spoke up. It is said that the Itu family thinks that the orphanage where Jiang Dalao is located has dragon energy, so they somehow obtained the land deed for the orphanage and plan to demolish it to build a shrine to cultivate their Itukun's luck. Wow, such a big deal. Is it true? I think this is very likely true. Otherwise, how could an ordinary orphan like Jiang Dalao rise to the third position in the world? It must be due to the dragon energy beneath the orphanage. Then it's absolutely right that the Daiwa Kenko Juri Kaisha was investigated. Damn, this little fellow from the Sakura country is living too well, daring to cause trouble in our dragon country. But my uncle says this matter might be a bit difficult to handle. This informed netizen continued. It seems that the Daiwa Kenko Juri Kaisha really has official documents and land deeds. Legally, the orphanage is indeed their territory, and we have no right to interfere with what they want to build. Upstairs, are you here to joke? But some netizens expressed their disagreement. This is definitely our dragon country's land, and they absolutely won't allow people from the Sakura country to act recklessly on our land. Moreover, Jiang Dalao made such a huge contribution to the country yesterday. I also believe the country won't ignore the orphanage where Jiang Dalao used to be, especially if the dragon energy beneath it is real. We definitely can't let that group of little Sakura folks take it. But we are a nation of laws, everything must be according to the law. What law states that their Sakura people can build shrines on our dragon country's land? This matter should be blamed on the investment invitation policies before the interworld game descended, which gave these scoundrels too many opportunities, allowing them to find loopholes. I still don't believe our country will let those Sakura dogs go unpunished. I also think there must be. What is Jiang Dalao planning to do? While everyone was chatting, Jiang Ming was already preparing to set off. However, after leaving the cabin, Jiang Ming did not head out directly, but instead started dismantling the ship with a hand axe. Why is the master dismantling the ship's railing? Could it be that the master knows the toxic circle is approaching, and since he can't escape, he's choosing to give up? No way. Jiang Dalao, you're a legend, you can't just give up like this. Yeah, there is still a week until the toxic circle arrives. He could clearly think of a way. Why is the master so quick to choose to give up? TCH. I see you are all a bunch of fake fans. You are the fake fan. I didn't turn off the live stream all night last night, and even turned the volume up to the max just to avoid oversleeping and missing Jiang Dalao's stream. Who could be a more devoted fan than me? Since you are true fans, why did you forget about Jiang Dalao transforming into Magneto last night? You mean, Jiang Dalao is dismantling the ship's railing to use as a weapon? But what is Jiang Dalao planning to face that requires so many weapons? Wu Liuqi. Bah. With a loud crash, Jiang Ming loaded all the disassembled barriers onto his back. He decided to first explore the squirrel cave. Although he felt he should check the unmanned ship, first his sixth sense urged him to head towards the squirrel cave. At least there was no risk there, it would be a free haul. However, the 15-kilometer journey, especially in this icy weather, still sent shivers down his spine. Therefore, Jiang Ming brought along a substantial amount of roasted dodo meat and the little combustible ice he had left. He also packed his sleeping bag and hand axe without considering the weight. After all, no one knew if he would be able to return to the ship tonight. Better safe than sorry. Just as Jiang Ming diligently set off towards the 15-kilometer mark, the viewers in the live stream were fervently discussing another matter. You guys should check out the live stream from the bear country. Two bear people not only bumped into each other, but they are also in the extreme cold sea. The viewer's voice trailed off suddenly, leaving those who had their curiosity piqued a bit annoyed, saying, "Finish your sentence. If you have something to say, say it all at once." The live stream from bear country. It's so unclear. I know which one it is. You everyone hurry to check out Alexander's live stream. Those two seem to be near Jiang Ming. What? Everyone was shocked this time. However, some viewers questioned the person's opinion, saying, "How do you know? This extreme cold sea is just a vast expanse of white snow with no landmarks." There are. The viewer immediately sent a screenshot. Do you remember where Jiang the Great went to steal the dodo eggs? There's a mountain range there. Although it flashed by, I took a screenshot. This time the place where the bear country people are also has mountains. I compared the shapes of the mountains and basically confirmed it's the same one. So thrilling. I definitely have to go check it out. No way. Oh, I hope Jiang the Great doesn't run into them. 2 against 1 would be too disadvantageous. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang the Great is now an ability user, just 2 who can fight bears. It's nothing impressive. Just listen to what you're saying and see if you believe it. As informed viewers relayed the news, the number of people watching Jiang Ming's live stream suddenly plummeted. This wasn't because the viewers from Dragon Country were no longer concerned about Jiang Ming, rather it was because they were overly concerned about Jiang Ming that they were curious about the distance between him and the Bear Country people. Bear Country Alexander's live stream. The viewers from Bear Country still hadn't noticed that many people from Dragon Country had entered the live stream and the viewership was rapidly increasing. At this moment, they were excitedly discussing the encounter between 2 great figures from their own country. Alexander is so lucky he actually teamed up with the great Ivan from the Alpha Special Forces. What do you mean team up? That sounds so awkward. It's called forming a team. This is fantastic. Their team up is definitely not just 1+1. This wave is guaranteed. Based on the achievements of these 2 great figures, in a few days our Bear Country's contribution value will definitely rank in the top 3. Ivan, as expected of a great figure from the Alpha Special Forces, quickly discovered the existence of a forest. I didn't expect there to be a forest in the extreme cold sea. The extreme cold sea also has islands. Oh, what's so strange about having a forest? What's strange is that the forest seems a bit excessively large. At this moment, the audience saw 2 tall bear people standing beneath a large tree, appearing exceptionally small. Some tree roots were lying across their path, resembling a fence, and they could only pass by with their agile movements. Meanwhile, the 2 were navigating through the woods with several tree holes surprisingly high up in some of the giant trees. However, those tree holes were so large that they didn't seem like homes for small animals. Instead, they resembled exaggerated bear dens. Nevertheless, it seemed the 2 Bear Country men had not noticed the tree holes on the trunks. They were swiftly traversing through the woods, seemingly searching for something. As they walked, Ivan asked the other person, "Are you sure that ship is in this direction?" "Absolutely. I saw it with my eagle eye ability." Alexander wiped the snow off his beard and said that ship should be frozen in the ice, just like us. Right now our ship only needs a ship heart to upgrade. At that time we can choose to upgrade to an icebreaker, and we'll naturally be able to leave here before the toxic fog arrives. Okay. Ivan nodded. Then let's strive for a swift resolution and aim to acquire it today. Oh, otherwise if we delay, I'm worried that even if our ship upgrades, it still won't outrun the toxic fog. If I remember correctly, the toxic fog will accelerate in the last 3 days. Alexander nodded, saying adventurers who fall into the extreme cold sea, as long as they don't know that their ship can upgrade, will definitely die here. Isn't that a good thing? Ivan sneered. Survival of the fittest. Only those who are strong enough have the right to live in this sea. Everyone else is just here to accompany them. For instance, there's someone from Dragon Country who, like us, fell into the extreme cold sea. When I communicated with the higher-ups yesterday, they told me that the idiot from Dragon Country is still busy picking bird eggs and ice shards, not knowing what he's doing. Just then, Alexander suddenly pointed at a lonely ship sealed in ice and snow not far away, his face breaking into an uncontrollable smile. "Brother Ivan, the ship is over there." "Huh, we did it." Ivan rejoiced, then made a slitting motion across his throat with his hand, saying, "You go left, I go right, and sneak up quietly. If the other party is unprepared, just..." "Got it." Alexander nodded, and then the two stealthily approached the ship. However, within the cabin of the ship, which they could not see, two enormous red eyes suddenly lit up. The eyes glanced outside the cabin and then emitted a displeased sound. "Did you see that? It seems there's something inside the ship. I saw 2 eyes the size of wash basins." "Are you seeing things? What kind of eyes could be that big in this world? If you didn't know better, you'd think you were seeing a whale. Although it was just a flash, I can say with 100% certainty that I didn't see wrong. I know you aren't mistaken. Those are indeed 2 red basins. But such tricks are useless against the great Ivan. Do you think he was just idling an alpha? With this charlatan, he probably won't even know how he died later. Haha, I'm just waiting to see how Ivan plans to fry this. How dare he cause trouble?" Moreover, Ivan is accompanied by Alexander, who is no slouch himself. Before the game descended, he held the title of Bear Hunter. Is he the one who got drunk and fought a bear and actually won? That's right. It's the great Alexander. Wow. Who wouldn't be unlucky to encounter such a combination? This is outrageous. However, before the viewers in the live broadcast could finish praising the glorious history of the two, a gigantic shadow suddenly leapt out from the cabin, first swatting Alexander several meters away. Then it swung a massive paw towards Ivan. Although Ivan was prepared and had drawn his knife, no one expected the creature that exploded from the cabin to be of such an absurdly large size. The dagger in Ivan's hand was like a mere toothpick compared to that giant. As a hunting behemoth, it naturally had no fear of a toothpick, so the enormous shadow above Ivan simply descended upon him, flattening him. But the next second, after squashing Ivan, the giant did not stop there. Instead, it used its furry brown hand to scoop him off the deck and brought him to its mouth. Crunch. The giant bit off Ivan's head, spat it aside, then turned around and chewed off his 2 feet, tossing them aside before it began to slowly chew. Alexander, who had been knocked away and landed in the snow, was completely stunned by this scene. The great Ivan, who hailed from the strongest team of Bear Country, was now like a worm caught by a bug catcher with his head and tail edible. This scene frightened Alexander so much that he lost even the courage to resist. He crawled up from the ground using all 4s, and then screamed as he dashed into the forest, like some kind of prey frightened out of its wits. With Ivan's death, the live stream of Bear Country first experienced a brief silence, a blank, where not a single bullet screen appeared, as if someone had suddenly turned off the comments. But after a few seconds, a flood of comments suddenly appeared in the live stream, so numerous that they were, "What the hell? What is that thing? Did the great Ivan just get killed with a single slap? Can you believe it? Is this not an adventurer's ship? How could there be such a monster? Don't you think it looks a bit like a squirrel?" "A squirrel? Are you telling me that thing which is several times larger than a brown bear is called a squirrel? What? A giant squirrel? Now is not the time for jokes. Oh, our Bear Country has lost a great adventurer in such a tragic manner. Please let everyone observe a moment of silence for him. Alexander hasn't gone completely insane, has he? Hard to say, but he has indeed suffered a huge shock. The question is, where is Alexander off to? The great Alexander is climbing a tree. Surely he isn't trying to hide in a tree hole. Very likely. The next second, everyone saw Alexander squeeze into a gigantic tree hole. He first glanced around to ensure there was no danger, then curled up and began to shiver, clearly terrified. Just then, in the corner of Alexander's live stream video, a small figure appeared. Sharp-eyed viewers immediately recognized the orange mark on the figure's shoulder. Could it be that Jiang has also arrived? Oh my god, is this a rhythm for close combat? Shouldn't be. After all, the forest is so vast, how would Jiang know there's someone in this tree hole? Do you think Jiang might be heading to that ship? No please. Jiang, there are monsters on the ship. Only then did the viewers from Bear Country realize something was off. Why are there suddenly so many people from Dragon? I almost thought I had entered the wrong Dragon Country livestream. What's going on? Who is Jiang? Why are you in our Alexander's livestream? If you want to watch the Dragon Country stream, please go back to your own livestream, okay? Stop talking about things we cannot. Cut it. Who cares to watch your cowardly lot in panic? I'm leaving to see what Jiang is up to. At this moment, the Dragon Country viewers were eager to see what Jiang Ming was planning to do, even losing interest in bickering with them, and they all began to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming seemed to be searching for something wandering around in the woods. Yet his head had not lowered except to watch his path. As if searching for something in the trees. Could it be that Jiang is looking for the ship? No way could Jiang also know there's a ship over there. Please don't go. I suddenly hope Jiang bumps into those from Bear Country so they can tell Jiang about the monster on the ship. Then Jiang could avoid it. Nonsense. Do you think the folks from Bear Country are that kind-hearted? That guy is practically half mad right now. Who knows what he might do? It's better not to bump into him. Just then, Jiang Ming suddenly stopped beneath the large tree where Alexander was hiding, looked up at the big hole in the tree and murmured, "Is this a squirrel hole?" In Jiang Ming's livestream room. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shun is stunned. It seems he can hardly believe this is just a squirrel's hole. I also find it hard to believe. If I hadn't already seen how outrageous the squirrels here are, I definitely wouldn't believe that there could be such a large squirrel in this world. A squirrel? I would believe it if you said that thing was a brown bear. It directly treats people as snacks, crunching them from head to tail. Wait a minute. Don't any of you feel something is off? What's off? Is it normal for a squirrel to have such a large hole? Isn't it? I think everything in this world is inherently strange. In this light, the squirrel has only become larger, but at least it's still a squirrel, which is somewhat normal, right? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, how does Jiang Dalao know this is a squirrel hole? We know these giant tree holes are squirrel holes because we've seen the squirrels attack the people of the Bear Country on the ship. But Jiang Dalao has never seen that giant squirrel. How does he know? You can't say that. Now that you've mentioned it, I also feel something is off. How does Jiang Dalao know? Do you think Jiang Dalao might know because of the diary? After all, the diary owner's ship was occupied by the squirrels, so it seems reasonable that he has seen squirrels too. That is indeed a possibility. But look, Jiang Dalao is actually trying to climb the tree. Is he planning to go up and take a look? Doesn't he fear the squirrels inside? Aren't the squirrels over by the ship, eh? Still, we learned about this from watching the live stream videos of the Bear Country people. So, how would Jiang Dalao know if there are squirrels in this hole? Don't worry, Jiang Dalao is not that reckless. How do you know? Just then, several viewers from Bear Country following the internet connection secretly arrived at Jiang Ming's live stream room. Upon seeing the discussion among the crowd, they couldn't help but speak up. I actually hope this Dragon Country person climbs up to take a look. It would be best if he gets knocked down by our Alexander Dalao with a single blow, then your Jiang Ming's ship would be ours. That way Alexander's trip wouldn't be in vain. How did the spies from Bear Country follow us here? Could you please go back where you came from? This is our Dragon Country's live stream room, not your Bear Country's. Get lost. Fuck, how come you all came to our Alexander Dalao's live stream room earlier? You Dragon Country people really have no manners. This is called reciprocity, you understand? Since you can watch ours, why can't we watch yours? If it's a live stream, it's meant for everyone to see. What right do you have to chase us away? What are you, a scholar? One Dragon Country netizen couldn't help but mock. People die every day, why don't you go die? Our Bear Country adventurers just lost one. Are your Dragon Country adventurers also going to lose one? Like Jiang Ming, for instance. While the two sides were arguing fiercely, everyone noticed that Jiang Ming merely measured the tree trunk with his hands, then looked down at the ground, and surprisingly abandoned the idea of climbing the tree. Instead, he took out a flint and some combustible ice, collected some dry branches and leaves and murmured, "I'm a bit hungry, let's eat something before moving on." This sudden action from Jiang Ming left everyone stunned. What's going on? They exclaimed in surprise. Is Jiang Dalao planning to start a fire and cook? Ha ha ha, it seems so. Our Jiang Dalao has decided to use food to attract whatever is in the tree hole, which might not even be anything. What a vicious tactic. Who can resist the aroma of roasted meat? Jiang Dalao is so clever. Instead of going straight up the tree, he is creating a distraction and waiting to see if there's anything in the tree hole before making plans. What kind of cleverness is that? But the Bear Country netizens disagreed. Cooking under the tree is just if there really is a monster in that tree hole, it could not only drop something from above to kill the people below, but could also launch a sneak attack at extremely high speed. Exactly, this Dragon Country person's actions are simply stupid, opening the door to stupidity. I see this as pure self-destruction. The Dragon Country netizens retorted, "You all are the stupid ones. Didn't you see that Jiang Lao has already avoided the position directly opposite the hole, and is specifically making a fire on the other side of the tree? The position Jiang Lao chose is indeed very good. He can see the situation inside the tree hole, without being attacked by whatever is in the hole. Or rather whatever is not. But honestly speaking, Jiang Lao's actions are still a bit dangerous without knowing what is inside the hole. How can you be so sure that Jiang Lao doesn't know what is not in the hole? In fact, some netizens guessed correctly. At first, Jiang Ming intended to climb the tree to take a look, but he noticed a mark on the tree trunk where the ice and snow had been wiped off by something. He reached out to measure the size of the mark, and found it to be the size of a creature that had climbed the tree. Initially, he thought it was a returning squirrel, and was about to head over to the ship for a look when he noticed a shoe print in the snow beneath the tree. Although this shoe print was also from a snow-booted size, was at least 2 sizes larger than Jiang Ming's. Based on this, Jiang Ming believed that what was inside the tree hole was probably not a squirrel, but a person. He just didn't expect to arrive a step late and find that another adventurer had taken over the spot. Damn it, this is simply intolerable. He really wanted to drag that person out. However, the tree hole was easy to defend, but hard to attack. If Jiang Ming rashly climbed up and accidentally got hit from behind, it would be too much of a loss. So, he decided to use a soft approach first to see if the one hiding in the tree hole was friend or foe. If it was someone from the dragon country, then they could naturally negotiate, and even if the tree hole was given to him, it would be no problem. But if it was a foreign adventurer, then it would be a different story. Crackle. The dry leaves quickly caught fire, but due to the dampness, there was a lot of smoke. However, Jiang Ming didn't use dry leaves to directly ignite the branches. In such icy weather, trying to light a bunch of damp branches was no easier than starting a fire with the branches themselves. So, Jiang Ming took out a small piece of combustible ice from his backpack. It was a piece intentionally smashed last night, only the size of a fingernail. Although it couldn't be relied on for heating, it was more than enough for starting a fire. The fire quickly blazed up, and Jiang Ming placed a large piece of dodo meat on the grill. The aroma soon, but Jiang Ming didn't stop there. He not only aimed to bring out the aroma of the dodo meat, but also evenly sprinkled salt, pepper, and even a little cumin powder on top. As the small fire roasted, the aroma of the bird meat became increasingly rich, rivaling even the roadside barbecue stalls. In Jiang Ming's livestream, a viewer remarked that trick of Jiang's is truly vicious. I just used my sister's account to check out Alexander's stream, and do you know what Alexander is doing? Isn't he just sniffing around like a dog? What else could he be doing? Haha, exactly. He's crawling out of a tree hollow right now acting like a dog, and he's about to show his head. He's coming out, everyone look. I thought he could hide longer, but he couldn't stand it anymore. Yet this couldn't be blamed on Alexander. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't found any decent food, living in a state of near constant starvation. Now with the scent of roasted meat in the air, who could resist? Even if his mouth could resist, the growling of his stomach would betray him. Rather than waiting to be discovered, it was better to surrender to the light. Gulp. As Alexander popped his head out, he saw Jiang Ming roasting bird meat. The aroma made him lick his lips involuntarily. Jiang Ming had noticed him long ago, but remained silent and made no move. However, his hand gripped the hand axe tightly, ready to hurl it back at any moment. The reason he didn't strike first was that he wanted to know who was in the tree hollow and if they posed a threat. Seeing no response from Jiang Ming, the other person finally couldn't help but speak out. Could you spare some of your meat? Huh. Jiang Ming whirled around, wearing a look of shock. When he saw a person crawling out of the tree hollow, he leaped to his feet, pointing the roasted meat at the figure and demanding, "Who are you?" "Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person," the other hastily explained. "I'm just a starving passerby." "What decent person says that?" Jiang Ming retorted. Well, Alexander was stunned by Jiang Ming's question. After thinking it over, he realized he couldn't prove his innocence, so he changed the subject. "I'm really hungry. Can you spare me some meat?" "What do you think?" Jiang Ming rolled his eyes and sat back down. This series of slick moves by Jiang Ming instantly caused an explosion in the livestream. Haha, I think the Oscar this year should go to Jiang. He's such an actor. Are you saying Jiang is acting? I didn't notice at all. Yeah, I don't think he's acting either. He really seemed unaware there was someone up there. Haha, that's why I said he deserves the Oscar. Because he's just that good at acting. He almost fooled everyone. If his hand hadn't been gripping the axe the whole time, even when he was sprinkling pepper on the meat, I would have believed he didn't know someone was above. But clearly, from the moment he looked up at the marks on the trunk and then down at the footprints in the snow, he already knew someone was in the hollow. Why else do you think he chose to roast meat right here? It's just to lure the snake out of its hole. I see. Then Jiang's acting is incredible. That shocked expression of being startled, the perfect tension. I couldn't replicate it even if I tried, and he even adds his own atmosphere. Powerful, truly powerful. Jiang is not just a great actor, he's also a great comedian. Look at his first line to Alexander. What decent person says that? It's hilarious. And that sarcastic remark about Longwa followed by the perfect eye roll. It reminds me of my mom. Oh God, whenever my mom doesn't want to give me something, she uses that exact tone and expression. It's spot on. Haha, look at Alexander from Bear Country getting shut down repeatedly. His face is practically green with anger. Are you sure it's not green from hunger? Very likely. Huh. Compared to the joy in Longwo's livestream, Alexander's livestream in Bear Country was a picture of embarrassment. What does this Longwo guy mean? Our Tsar has humbled himself to ask, and this is his attitude. Exactly, give if you want, don't if you don't. What's your problem? Our Tsar should just jump down from the tree and kill that Longwo guy. Then the meat, weapons, and even his gear would all— Too bad Ivan didn't survive. With his iron fist, he wouldn't bother negotiating at all. Don't underestimate that Tsar's methods. He always uses indirect tactics. I think the Tsar might be plotting something bad. Anyway, I'm telling you now, the Tsar will definitely get to eat that meat whether you believe it or not. Eating meat is nothing. Getting it for free is the real skill. I believe the Tsar won't just eat for free today. He'll also take plenty of stuff. Look at that Longwo guy's bulging backpack. There are plenty of iron bars. Those are good things. There were also undercover Longwo netizens in Bear Country's livestream. Seeing their shamelessness, they couldn't help but start cursing who will eat whom is still up in the air. Humph, a scared dog dares to compare to our Jiang. Our Jiang is ranked 3rd in the world. Where does your Your Longwo adventurer got 3rd place yesterday by pure luck. You won't be so lucky today. Oh, so your Alexander didn't even make the rankings. You're changing the subject because you can't answer. Our Alexander may not be in the rankings, but he's gathering strength. He's waiting to overtake from behind. What do you know? Oh, Longwo netizens spammed countless O's, clearly mocking them. Enraged, the Bear Country netizens retorted, I'm telling you now, our Tsar will slaughter your Longwo adventurer today. Just wait and see. Tsar will win. Jiang will win. Netizens on both sides began arguing. While the live streams of the two countries were in chaos, the adventurers from both nations were surprisingly harmonious. Alexander, swallowing repeatedly, explained, it was presumptuous of me to ask for meat directly. I meant to ask if I could trade something for some meat. What thing? Jiang Ming asked casually while flipping the meat. His expression and attitude were as cold as the heart of a fishmonger who had been killing fish for 10 years at a supermarket. In his eyes there were no people, only the constant act of killing. Are nuts okay? Alexander said, surprisingly retreating back into the tree hollow. After several seconds, he emerged with a large bag of nuts, opening the bag to show Jiang Ming. Inside were pine cones and some spiky fruits resembling chestnuts or some other peculiar plants. However, these fruits were quite different from those on Blue Star. Firstly, they were enormous. If the nuts on Blue Star were the size of coins, then these fruits were at least the size. Some were even as big as bowling balls. Jiang Ming squinted slightly at the nuts in Alexander's hand, feeling somewhat displeased. What was this? Trading my stuff for my own food. Dream on. Therefore Jiang Ming simply stated, not enough. Not enough. Alexander scratched his head, glancing around the squirrel hole. Since there were plenty of nuts here, he nodded and said, all right, I'll find some more for you. I'm not saying there aren't enough nuts. Jiang Ming stopped Alexander from taking more of his things in exchange for meat. He would eventually collect these nuts anyway. He had no intention of playing the game of transferring from his left pocket to his right. So he said bluntly, if you want meat, you need to bring something of value to trade. What kind of value? Alexander frowned. Tell me some information. I don't know, Jiang Ming replied, and I can share half of the meat with you. At least, the information did belong to Alexander, and if Jiang Ming got it, it would be a gain. Alexander pointed in the direction of the ship, saying, as long as we seize an unmanned ship, we can dismantle it to obtain a ship core. With a new core module, we can upgrade our own ship. Is that enough information? To seize an unmanned ship and obtain a ship core to upgrade his own. Jiang Ming indeed did not know this information. Moreover, it coincided with the clues from the divination about dismantling ships to upgrade his own. However, although Jiang Ming was shocked by the news he just received, he did not show any expression on his face. After all, he did not want to miss the opportunity to exploit this clue. So he coldly remarked, you want me to go to that ship with monsters to meet my doom? Is this your sincerity? You. Alexander's expression changed dramatically. You know. How do you know there are? Jiang Ming interrupted him, saying, is it the squirrel? You've seen that monster too. Alexander was so frightened by the squirrel that he developed post-traumatic stress. The moment the squirrel was mentioned, his face turned pale. What else could it be? Jiang Ming shrugged, saying, how do you think I know there's a squirrel on that ship? But you let me ask again, is this your sincerity? Jiang Ming didn't know anything. The only thing he knew was that there was a squirrel on the ship. But knowing a few keywords and making a lucky guess was enough to fool people. After all, fortune tellers rely on this to tell fortunes. Alexander opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. Jiang Ming didn't want to kill the conversation either. After all, he still needed to extract information. So he waved the meat in his hand and said, I'll give you another chance. If you want to eat meat, just honestly tell me all the clues and information you know. Gulch. Alexander swallowed again and repeatedly nodded, saying, I'll tell. I'll tell. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow and first gave Alexander a warning. Don't even think about lying because I know much more than you think. I won't. I swear to God. After discovering that Jiang Ming knew about the squirrel on the ship, Alexander honestly admitted my ability is eagle eye. I can use my observation ability 3 times a day to see far distances. My comrades and I saw a ship here, so we wanted to take the ship's core and upgrade our ship to an icebreaker. Only by upgrading the ship to an icebreaker can we have a chance to leave the extreme cold sea. But I didn't expect that the ship was not manned, but filled with monsters, right? Jiang Ming sneered and retorted. This guy was indeed not a good person. Upon discovering a ship, their first reaction was not to cooperate, but to directly attack and kill the captain to seize the other ship and then dismantle the core to upgrade their own. As for what would happen to the original captain, that goes without saying. Yes. Alexander awkwardly bowed his head and said that monster ate my comrade, directly devouring him from head to toe, and crunch crunch. One person was directly swallowed by it. Squirrels eat people. Jiang Ming was a bit dumbfounded upon hearing this. Although he had guessed that the giant squirrels might be different from those on Blue Star after seeing the enormous tree hollow and the nut comparable to a coconut. But he never expected them to be so gigantic that they could transform into a bear and eat humans like crispy snacks. You didn't. Alexander, upon hearing this, looked at him with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Have you witnessed its terror? I've seen that giant squirrel, but that doesn't mean I've seen it eat people. Jiang Ming knew he had slipped up, but it was fine. As long as he turned the tables and took the initiative, he continued. Have you ever seen a meat-eating squirrel? This. Alexander was genuinely intimidated by Jiang Ming's demeanor and quickly lowered his head, saying, I really haven't. Then isn't that settled? Jiang Ming tore off a piece of the dodo meat to eat. While mumbling, you continue, what else? Alexander watched Jiang Ming continuously eat the roasted meat, his mouth almost watering. But unfortunately, Jiang Ming didn't give him a chance. He signaled for more information. He had nothing left to say, but now he was the one seeking help. As for being confrontational, Jiang Ming didn't look like someone easy to deal with, so he had to dig deep for something to say and eventually recalled something Ivan had mentioned. This matter concerned all players stranded in the extreme cold sea, and Jiang Ming would definitely be interested. Ivan said that the toxic fog will reach our area in 5 days. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming stopped chewing the bird meat and looked at Alexander with a puzzled expression, saying the toxic zone shrinks more than 100 nautical miles every day. Out to reach us, it will take at least 7 days. How did your friend calculate 5 days? Maybe Ivan's math was taught by a PE teacher. Alexander joked, trying to lighten the mood. But Jiang Ming's face clearly showed the expression of, do you think this joke is funny? Just joking, haha, maybe it's not that funny. Alexander awkwardly chuckled and continued. Ivan said that the toxic zone will accelerate in the end, so we only have a maximum of 5 days to escape from here. Indeed, he had received a critical piece of information. He originally thought the toxic fog would arrive in a week, but he didn't expect the toxic zone's shrinking speed to be much faster than he imagined. It seems he couldn't afford to ignore the idea of attacking that squirrel now. After all, to upgrade the ship, that big shot ship was the second best choice. As for the best choice, naturally, Jiang Ming turned to look at Alexander. Alexander seemed to sense something and suddenly shivered, raising his head to look at Jiang Ming with a mixture of terror, fear, caution, and a hint of wariness in his eyes. Seeing Alexander looking at him, Jiang Ming directly raised the meat in his hand and said, this information plus those nuts is enough weight. Let's trade. Having received satisfactory information, Jiang Ming was generous. After all, to make the horse run, one must feed it well. Alexander originally thought that he could exchange just information for roasted meat, but unexpectedly it turned out to be nuts plus information. He felt like he had been tricked. But what other choice did he have? With 1,000 complaints to express, Alexander could only utter the 2 meager words. But what other choice did he have? With 1,000 complaints to express, Alexander could upon seeing the fishing rod in Alexander's hand, Jiang Ming's eyes immediately lit up, saying, I not only have magical bird meat, but also combustible ice. Do you want to trade? Combustible ice. Alexander was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, even forgetting to reel in the fishing line. After all, combustible ice was a strategic resource. In other words, as long as enough combustible ice could be found, or if a deposit of combustible ice was discovered and returned to their country, the country's energy shortage could be alleviated significantly. What do you want in exchange? The fishing rod in your hand. The moment Jiang Ming saw Alexander's fishing rod, he already had a plan to deal with the squirrel. My fishing rod is a high-quality piece of equipment called the indestructible fishing rod. Alexander returned Jiang Ming's previous words verbatim, saying a few pieces of combustible ice aren't enough. The other party said a few pieces weren't enough, not that he wouldn't trade. So there was hope. Jiang Ming countered, how many do you want then? Share. Alexander said, as long as you share the location of the combustible ice with me, this fishing rod will belong to you. Jiang Ming actually wanted to say yes, especially since beneath the combustible icy area were terrifying fishmen, and he was worried about not having anyone to help him test the waters. However, if he agreed too quickly, the other party would become suspicious. Therefore, Jiang Ming put on a stern face and unhappily said, "Aren't you asking for too much? A combustible ice mine is too much for one person to extract. Sharing it won't incur any loss. After all, we all have to leave here in 5 days. Even if there are millions of tons, you can't take it away. Isn't that a pity?" Alexander advised. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming remained silent, seemingly contemplating Alexander. After a moment, Jiang Ming finally said hesitantly, "I can draw you a map, but you have to give me the fishing. I can give you the fishing rod, but you must take me with you. Otherwise, how will I know if the map you give me is real?" Alexander bargained. "Deal," Jiang Ming said, then added, "but I want to go meet that big squirrel first." "What?" Alexander was stunned by this, nearly dropping the meat on the ground. Fortunately, he steadied himself at the last moment, but he couldn't steady his voice as he trembled, saying, "You want to go meet that monster that eats people? Otherwise, how do you think my ship will be upgraded?" As Jiang Ming spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Alexander. At this moment, Alexander truly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was only then he realized that the essence of this game was plunder. Especially for the adventurers stranded in the extreme cold sea, upgrading the ship to an icebreaker required at least 3 ship cores. This meant that among 4 adventurers, at least 3 wouldn't make it out of here, or they would become someone else's slaves. If he didn't face that beast, he would have to deal with the human in front of him. In the live broadcast room, both Jiang Ming's and Alexander's channels exploded with comments due to Jiang Ming. In Alexander's live broadcast room, "Is this Dragon Country person insane? He actually plans to deal with that man-eating squirrel. Can that thing even be called a squirrel? I think calling it Godzilla would be more appropriate." Is Alexander still not done dying? He clearly saw how Ivan died, yet he still dares to join this Dragon Country madman in seeking death. Is it for the combustible ice? Even if he dies, he is a hero of our bear country. What qualifications do you have to criticize him when you want to even step into an interdimensional game? Who told you I didn't dare to go in? I've been there 3 times already, but I just wasn't selected. What can I do about it? So that's how it is. I really misjudged you. Vice, stop bragging. Others may not know, but I know that every time you just hang around near the game entrance, not daring to come any closer. Don't talk big here. Do I? Do you have evidence? Of course. The netizen said as he threw out a picture of Vice standing dozens of meters away from the game entrance, not even daring to cross the road. Upon seeing this, the netizens burst into laughter, saying, "This is truly asking for it. This is such a huge embarrassment." Although many found Alexander's choice puzzling, it was still much milder than the comments in Jiang Ming's, because Jiang Ming actually agreed to take people from Bear Country to the location of the combustible ice. Mini Dragon Country netizens couldn't understand at all, and even scolded Jiang Ming. "Traitor, how could you plan to give the resources that originally belonged to our Dragon Country to another country? Those combustible ices should only belong to us. Why should we share them with them? Isn't it just a broken fishing rod? That thing can't even be used in extreme cold seas. I don't understand why Jiang Ming even traded for it. It's ridiculous. Those combustible ices were found by Big Brother Jiang. He can handle them however he wants. Why do you need to interfere? Exactly in 5 days, regardless of whether Big Brother Jiang can escape or not, the location of the combustible ice will be surrounded by toxic gas, making it meaningless to have more. Wait, why are you all so focused on those resources? Isn't anyone concerned about Big Brother Jiang's plan to find that alien creature? Right? I almost forgot about that. Is Big Brother Jiang crazy? He probably doesn't know how terrifying that thing is. Also, we only learned about it through Alexander's live broadcast. Big Brother Jiang might think it's just an ordinary squirrel, or maybe just a slightly larger squirrel. Big Brother Jiang, that's not a squirrel, that's an alien. You mustn't go looking for death. Ah, don't go. The people in the live broadcast room were continuously wailing, but unfortunately Jiang Ming couldn't hear their pleas at all. Instead, the National Special Operations Bureau noticed Jiang Ming's anomaly. "Minister." Upon learning that Jiang Ming actually planned to find trouble with that giant squirrel, Xiao Zheng hurriedly rushed to the minister with documents saying, "I request to communicate with Jiang Ming." "What happened?" the minister asked in confusion. "Xiao Zheng, you should know that elite-level adventurers only have 1 communication opportunity each month, right? The expert team hasn't customized a specific plan yet. If we rashly use this opportunity now, we'll have to wait until next month for the next communication. This is detrimental to Comrade Jiang Ming's development." "Minister, I understand." Xiao Zheng saluted the minister saying, "But Jiang Ming's life is at stake. I request to communicate with him immediately. This is the reason." After speaking, Xiao Zheng immediately handed over the documents he had prepared earlier. Seeing Xiao Zheng's anxious face, the minister realized the situation was urgent, so he quickly flipped through the documents. The more he looked, the grimmer his expression became. Jiang Ming wants to find this alien giant squirrel? The minister's gaze stopped at the scene where Ivan was being eaten like a snack by the squirrel. Not to mention ordinary people like Jiang Ming, even elite soldiers like Ivan ended up like this. If Jiang Ming goes, what difference does it make from seeking death? No wonder Xiao Zheng requested an emergency communication. Although it is a pity to waste a communication opportunity, as Xiao Zheng said, Jiang Ming's life is at stake. Once a person dies, even having 10 communication opportunities would probably be meaningless. Approve the communication. The minister nodded, saying, at the same time, let environmental and climate experts and other specialists submit specific plans immediately. Even if they're incomplete, that's fine. We must utilize this communication opportunity as much as possible to ensure Comrade Jiang Ming receives as many benefits as possible. Yes, Minister. Xiao Zheng saluted again, feeling a bit of the tension ease in his heart. However, just when he had managed to gather all the experts and hurriedly pressed the communication button, the communication request was rejected. The reply was, I upgraded my identity. Thanks for the support of the country. I know what you're trying to say, but now is not the time. Xiao Zheng was stunned upon seeing Jiang Ming's reply. Jiang Ming isn't answering, and he even knows that their contact was to stop him from looking for the alien squirrel. Could it be that Jiang Ming is very confident? How did the contact go? The minister hurried over after finishing his tasks, but when he saw Xiao Zheng, who looked dumbfounded, and the experts who usually talked a lot, but were now silent, he was also puzzled, saying, what's wrong? Is it too late? Not really. Xiao Zheng shook his head and said, Jiang Ming refused to communicate, and he seems to know the reason we contacted him, saying it's not the right time. Refused to communicate. He even knows we contacted him to stop him from searching for the alien squirrel. The minister was surprised by Jiang Ming's reply. This little guy seems to be impressing him at every turn. Yes, Minister. Xiao Zheng switched Jiang Ming's live broadcast to the big screen, saying, and now Jiang Ming has already entered the territory of the alien squirrel. We can no longer contact him, otherwise we might attract the squirrel's attention. As Xiao Zheng switched the live broadcast to the big screen of the Special Operations Department, many people also noticed. Hiss, what is that creature on the boat? That's a huge one. Could it be a brown bear? It's not a brown bear. Brown bears don't have tails that big. It looks like an enlarged version of a squirrel. That thing is a squirrel. This is too ridiculous. You see, is there a black dot by the side of the boat? There seems to be some bloodstains nearby. Zoom in for a closer look. However, at the instant when the staff magnified the black dot on the screen, a data analyst in the Special Operations Bureau suddenly let out a scream. Head. A head. What's so scary about a head? It's much scarier without one. There's only one. This head looks somewhat familiar. It seems to belong to one of the top adventurers from the 13 services. Let me think, it's an adventurer from the Bear Country. I found it. The owner of this head is named Ivan, a former Special Forces soldier from the Bear Country. He couldn't have been killed by this squirrel, could he? Yet? It's quite obvious. Just look, there are bloodstains not only beneath the ship, but also on the ship itself. An analyst immediately stated, if I'm not mistaken, the ship is where the battle took place and Ivan was defeated. Hence, you're halfway correct. The young Zheng directly released a video recorded by a netizen from Long Country's Alexander livestream. But actually Ivan didn't even get a shot off. He was directly killed by the squirrel. Hiss, what kind of monster is that? It actually killed a person with a single slap. Before I compared, I didn't realize this monster was so huge. So what's the situation now? Are our adventurers from Long Country going to confront this monster? This adventurer is Jiang Ming, who previously brought back 13 billion gene of magical bird meat for our Long Country. He has now been recognized by the state as an elite adventurer. So it's him. Many special operations personnel nodded, but I recall he was from the 13th service. He shouldn't have transitioned to a sequence yet. With his current abilities, facing such a monster is basically akin to seeking death. It's too risky. Didn't you request to communicate with him to stop this reckless behavior? The slots for elite adventurers are limited. Sacrificing him like this would be too regrettable. Right? Hurry and contact him. I have a decent impression of this adventurer. He has made significant contributions to the country and should contribute even more instead of taking such risks. Doing so would clearly betray the country's nurturing of him. The special operations personnel discussed among themselves. But at that moment the minister spoke up. Everyone shut up. Adventurers are first and foremost individuals, not cogs in the national machine. In the otherworldly game, their lives are solely their own responsibility, thus they have the right to make any choices. As state workers, the only thing we can do is provide help and experience to these courageous adventurers, not criticize them from the sidelines, much less use words like betraying the country's nurturing to bind someone who is fighting for all of us. The minister's words felt like a cold shower in the noisy command room. The special operations personnel who had just been discussing fervently fell silent, many showing awkward expressions. The young special operations member who had spoken most passionately lowered his head. Minister, I didn't mean it like that. I just think he could wait a bit until he transitions to a sequence. Wait. The minister interrupted him while the ever-encroaching poisonous circle wait. No one spoke again. All the staff lowered their heads, and the atmosphere in the entire department felt somewhat oppressive. After finishing, the minister rubbed his temples, and then spoke in a slightly softer tone. I know you are concerned for his safety, and cherish every adventurer who contributes to the country. But remember, every hero in the otherworldly game is the primary person responsible for their own life, and all their choices should be respected rather than criticized from a safe place. Understood. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. But at that moment, watching Jiang Ming sneak into the territory of the alien squirrel, was so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe. Fortunately, Jiang Ming wasn't really arrogant enough to think he could defeat such a monster. He was merely tentatively testing the perimeter of the fishing boat, and would seek cover behind trees and small snowbanks, which somewhat eased everyone's worries. But just as everyone was preparing to praise Jiang Ming for being cautious, he suddenly pulled out a nut from the cloth bag at his waist, one he had traded from Alexander, and threw it near the fishing boat. Bang! Bang! Thud! The nut fell onto the ice, producing a series of impact sounds. The next second, everyone saw a shadow darting by at incredible speed, as quick as lightning. In the blink of an eye it arrived. In simple terms, with human reaction speed, it was utterly impossible to prepare against its sneak attack. The shadow, after dashing beside the nut, first picked up a coconut-sized spiky nut, and then finally revealed the true form of a giant squirrel. It foolishly hugged the nut, looking around, as if searching for its origin. Sniff, 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 sniff. The squirrel began to sniff aggressively towards the big tree where Jiang Ming was hiding. This action immediately raised everyone's heart rates once more. Not only the personnel from the Special Operations Bureau, but all those in the livestream room were tense to the point of nearly being unable to breathe. Friendly reminder, we can breathe. But this is just too thrilling. Do you think that monster has already detected Jiang Daolao's presence? It's very possible. Squirrels have a sense of smell more acute than dogs. Jiang Daolao is too close to it. This is reckless. Extremely reckless. But thankfully Jiang Daolao threw berries. This thing is too fast. No wonder Ivan, as a Special Forces member, wasn't even a match for this squirrel's single attack. Isn't it a bit absurd for monsters in this other world to be like this? A large size should mean a slower speed. How can it be both big and fast? It's basically invincible. Who can possibly compete? Even those promoted to a sequence can. But isn't Jiang Daolao currently in the outskirts of the sailing game? In simple terms, it's a beginner's village. Isn't it a bit much for such a level of monster to appear? Could it be that this thing is the boss of the beginner's village? It's quite possible, but can anyone tell what Jiang Daolao intends to do? He can't really be planning to challenge this monster, can he? Could it be a feint? A feint? With the level gap between Jiang Daolao and the alien squirrel, don't even mention a feint. Just showing up would probably mean his demise. Heaven help, Jiang Daolao must hold steady. Just when everyone thought Jiang Ming was in grave danger. Chirp! The squirrel suddenly looked up at the big tree and emitted a satisfied chirping sound. Then, it directly picked up a chestnut and happily began to gnaw on it. In no time at all, it had cracked open the hard chestnut-colored shell, revealing the oval-shaped chestnut inside. Then it started munching away. In the livestream room, I was scared to death. I thought Jiang Daolao was discovered by the squirrel. Me too. So this squirrel was just looking for the tree that dropped this fruit. I didn't expect this fruit to actually be a chestnut. It's my first time seeing what a chestnut looks like in its original form. I always thought chestnuts just grew on trees looking like chestnuts. A chestnut is not a fruit, it's a seed. Most nuts are actually the meat inside the seeds. But does anyone know what Jiang Daolao is planning to do? A feint. But if Jiang Daolao wants to feint, isn't now the best opportunity? Why hasn't Jiang Ming made his move? I bet Jiang Daolao doesn't plan to act, he's just testing the waters. But what's the point of testing? Everyone was confused. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream saw that the squirrel had not discovered Jiang Ming, and they all let out a sigh of relief. However, in reality, Jiang Ming and Alexander dared not even breathe. Especially Jiang Ming. He was only a few dozen meters away from the squirrel, separated merely by a tree trunk. At this moment, let alone stepping on a dry twig, even if Jiang Ming breathed a bit too loudly, he would likely be discovered by the squirrel, so he could only remain completely still. He treated himself like a corpse, even slowing his breathing to the utmost. However, the sound of his heartbeat in his ears made Jiang Ming's heart race to his throat. He didn't dare to look outside. He could only listen to the crunching sound of the squirrel not far away to determine if it was still there. But, because he knew what he was doing, even if it was risky, Jiang Ming still maintained a degree of calm. On the other hand, Alexander, hiding to the side, truly felt the weight of pressure. Because this damn Dragon Kingdom person hadn't mentioned any of his plans, he just suddenly threw a nut into the squirrel's territory. If it weren't for his quick reflexes to hide behind a tree, he would likely have become the squirrel's appetizer. What a madman. If you're going to kill, then go kill. If you're going to fight, then fight. Why throw a war cry? Do you think this is a zoo? Just throwing nuts to feed the little animals, and then attracting a brown bear. You don't care about the people around you, you just hide, right? Oh heavens, Holy Mary, I beg you to let this squirrel eat this Dragon Kingdom person, and then roll away. Otherwise, at this rate, my heart condition is going to flare up. Alexander was truly in despair. If he had known, he wouldn't have followed this Dragon Kingdom person. Encountering a madman is simply deadly. Fortunately, after Alexander cursed Jiang Ming 1,000 times in his heart, the brown bear. No, the squirrel finally finished the nut and turned to leave. Until the squirrel completely disappeared from their view, Alexander still didn't dare to step out from behind the big tree, mainly because he was afraid the squirrel would pop out again. So he kept waiting until something suddenly slapped on his shoulder. Smack! Ugh. In that instant, Alexander felt as if he was going to faint from fright, but he tightly covered his mouth to prevent himself from screaming. Because, just as he was about to scream, a deep male voice sounded in his ear. Mission accomplished. Do you know that scaring someone can kill them? Alexander exploded with rage. I didn't know, I just knew that speaking too loudly could possibly alert the squirrel. Jiang Ming continued. I'm leaving, you can come or not. What do you mean? Alexander was truly angered to the point of being dumbfounded. You just threw a food item to attract the squirrel, and now you want to leave. If it weren't for the fact that I've seen the brutality of this squirrel, I would almost think this thing was your pet. I have my own plans. Jiang Ming shrugged and said, but you have to admit having a pet like that seems pretty cool. Alexander had basically confirmed by now that Jiang Ming was a madman. A purebred madman, who gave him the courage to dare to covet turning a killer squirrel into a pet. So can we go to the combustible ice area now? Alexander asked. My fuel is nearly exhausted, and I don't want to freeze to death in this damned place tonight. I can draw the map for you. You can go first. Jiang Ming said, I want to stay here tonight and figure out how to take care of this squirrel. Take care of the squirrel? Alexander let out a cold laugh in his heart upon hearing this. I believe you not. You just want to use the squirrel to scare me away, then give me a fake map. Don't dream. Yup, Jiang Ming countered. Do you think I'm just bored here to feed squirrels for fun? Alexander said, fine, but I won't accompany you to the squirrel tonight. The risk is too great. Additionally, you need to draw the map for me first, then take me to the combustible ice location tomorrow. The main reason he still wanted Jiang Ming to draw the map was that he was afraid he might suddenly die at night. At that time, he would really lose both the woman and the troops. Sure, Jiang Ming said nonchalantly. I'll draw it for you when we return to the tree hole. Although Alexander had no objections, the live stream room of Jiang Ming was once again buzzing with discussion due to his bold actions. What is Jiang Daolao doing this time? Is there a strategic master here to analyze it? I can't understand. Is it just to throw food to the squirrel? Just to feed? That seems too wasteful. A single nut is a seed. If we could bring such a large nut back to the Dragon Kingdom, it would definitely bring new hope to the Dragon Kingdom. This nut originally belongs to the squirrel. Jiang Ming is just returning it to its rightful owner. Jiang Ming and the squirrel are the true owners of the nut. They have no objections, so what right does a monster have to complain here? Speaking of feeding, did anyone notice Alexander's expression when Jiang Ming called him to leave? That expression was as if he had spilled fuel, so stimulating. Especially that line of his, if I didn't know better I would think this was your pet. And how did Jiang Daolao reply? Having a pet like this isn't bad. TSK tisk, did you see Jiang Daolao's expression? He really seems to be considering it. I don't know why, but I feel like when Jiang Shun said that he really planned to keep one. Me too. Just think about it, treating that alien squirrel as a pet. You're either a madman or a baka. Or it could be Baka Prince. Haha, what a cold joke. But I might know what Jiang Daolao is doing. Expand on that. The chestnut Jiang Daolao just threw out was likely to clarify the squirrel's territory, at the same time assessing the squirrel's combat power and speed, etc. His true killing move should be after nightfall. This is just a test. But I have to say, this kind of attempt, although dangerous, has great rewards. Jiang Daolao truly deserves the reputation of being bold and skill. I don't get it. Did you understand? Understanding or not, what does it matter? We'll know when nightfall. In the Dragon Kingdom's Special Operations Bureau, Jiang Ming's bold maneuvers naturally caused the hearts of all the staff watching the live broadcast to race. Such thrilling moments, which could even make everyone forget to breathe, were rare. Jiang Ming's performance could definitely be considered outstanding. Especially when the squirrel was sniffing just a few meters away from Jiang Ming. Xiaozheng felt as if he was about to have a heart attack. It was so terrifying. Only after the squirrel had left for a long time and Jiang Ming had given Alexander a fright did the staff finally regain their breath, coughing and exhaling. Many even turned red in the face from forgetting to breathe. What exactly is Jiang Ming doing? Everyone was somewhat puzzled, especially after Jiang Ming threw away the nuts and declared the task completed as he was about to leave. It must be a tactic. The officer from the Special Forces serving as a tactical advisor said seriously after watching all of Jiang Ming's actions. As an ordinary person, without professional training, Jiang Ming's maneuvers are textbook-level probes. He used a single nut to detect the territory of the mutant squirrel, simultaneously assessing its speed and mobility, which would be very helpful for his upcoming strategy. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. I am very interested in Jiang Ming's next moves. However, the gap between Jiang Ming and the mutant squirrel is vast. The minister frowned and asked, Advisor Wang, do you believe Jiang Ming has a chance against it? Just when everyone thought Advisor Wang would nod, he succinctly uttered a single word, no. Everyone was instantly baffled. No, what does that mean? After saying so much, you now tell me there's no chance? At that moment, even the minister couldn't help but look at Advisor Wang. If you think Jiang Ming has no chance at all, then why do you? Minister, don't rush me. Oh, I mean, he has no chance in a direct confrontation. Advisor Wang looked at Jiang Ming, who was now resting in a tree hole, and said, however, it's clear that Jiang Ming doesn't intend to confront the squirrel head-in. Instead, he has chosen another method. Although I don't know if he will use traps or other means, I personally believe that as long as Jiang Ming employs a strategy, his chances of winning could rise to at least 30%. Advisor Wang, I believe Jiang Ming's chances are not just 30%, Xiaojing countered. You may not know, but Jiang Ming awakened a metal control ability last night, which should increase his odds. Metal ability. Advisor Wang chuckled and retorted, if I'm not mistaken, this young man hasn't even transitioned to a sequence yet, right? If he's relying solely on the metal abilities granted by the divine artifact, then not only will he struggle to kill the mutant squirrel, but he probably won't even be able to pierce its skin. Although it may slightly increase his odds, even if I add everything up, his chances still remain not exceeding 35%. If he doesn't confront the mutant squirrel tonight, he might survive, but once he takes action. Advisor Wang sighed and tactfully stated, I'm not very optimistic. However, based on my observations over this period, Jiang Ming is not a reckless person. He must already have his own ideas, and he excels at employing unexpected tactics, just like when he burned the dodo bird. The mutant squirrel is not a dodo bird. Advisor Wang still shook his head and said, the dodo bird has a very obvious weakness. Its fur is highly flammable. Although the mutant squirrel also has fur, our research here has shown that its hair is not only as hard as steel needles, but also covered with a thick layer of natural wax. This wax has a melting point above 180 degrees. Unless you have a flamethrower or a fire-type sequence, it would be nearly impossible to burn it to death. What do you think Jiang Ming can pull off this time? I don't know. Xiaojing shook his head, his expression serious. But from my understanding of Jiang Ming, I believe he must have thought of a way to deal with this mutant squirrel. It's good for young people to have confidence. Advisor Wang patted Xiaojing's shoulder and said, but you must remember that you are our observer. Getting too emotionally invested in the adventurers is a taboo. Xiaojing remained silent, but his eyes were filled with determination, as if saying that everything would be revealed tonight. Xiaojing, the minister interjected, instructing him, contact Jiang Ming again. Yes, minister. Xiaojing immediately prepared to make contact again, but unfortunately the second attempt was also rejected by Jiang Ming for the same reason as the first, which made everyone sigh for Jiang Ming. After all, watching an elite adventurer who had obtained the divine artifact fall into the hands of a monster was somewhat heart-wrenching. Yet the more Xiaojing was unable to contact Jiang Ming, the more his eyes filled with anticipation for him. As the night deepened, Jiang Ming and Alexander were hiding together in a cave. Most of the tree was hollow, while the mutant squirrel had stuffed nuts all over the tree. If they could transport all these nuts back to the Dragon Kingdom, wow. How many resources could this bring to the... Unfortunately, these nuts were nominally all Alexander's. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Alexander sprang to his feet almost instantly, his face etched with disbelief. Let the squirrel come to you. Have you lost your mind? But have you considered? Jiang Ming flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. This is the squirrel's den after all. It could return at any moment, couldn't it? Alexander was on the verge of losing his mind upon hearing this. He had previously wondered why there was a hole here and why it happened to be devoid of monsters, but now with Jiang Ming's reminder, realization dawned on him. It was almost an epiphany. No wonder the cave was filled with so many nuts, yet had no owner. The owner was over by the ship. So hiding here. Wasn't he in constant danger? You? Wait a bit before letting it come here. I'm going outside. The mere thought of that terrifying squirrel appearing at the cave entrance at any moment sent shivers down Alexander's spine. He frantically grabbed his backpack and scrambled out of the cave. He'll go hide outside first. If it really shows up, give me a heads up. If not, just signal me later so I can come back to sleep. No problem, but you'd better hurry. Jiang Ming chuckled. You've got about 10 to 20 minutes because squirrels are nocturnal creatures. Nighttime is when they forage for food. Once it finds food, it'll likely stash it back in the den. So that's soon. Alexander's movements quickened upon hearing this. But in truth, Jiang Ming was just bluffing him. Midnight had struck and he had received 3 new divinations. One of them was related to Alexander. He needed to get rid of him to proceed. That was why Jiang Ming had deliberately scared him off. The daily 3 divinations system is refreshing. Refresh complete. Today's 3 divinations: great fortune, do not kill the squirrel. Torment it and force it to sign a master-servant pact with you. It will become an excellent crew member. Great misfortune, influenced by the warm air from the south. Today the pressure is low and fishmen will rise to the ocean's surface to breathe fresh air. Do not go into the water under any circumstances. Even approaching the water's edge is forbidden. There is extreme danger. Minor fortune, beneath the lowest layer of nuts in the squirrel's den, there is a blueprint for a special vehicle. You must find a way to get rid of Alexander and quietly retrieve it for your own use. Once the blueprint is torn, you will gain the corresponding skill, which no one else can learn or use. Jiang Ming, who had been resting with his eyes closed, saw these 3 omens in an instant. He knew. Today was set. However, the fact that there was a blueprint beneath the squirrel's den was indeed welcome news. Even the news that fishmen would surface to breathe fresh air wasn't entirely bad for him. After all, such news was only detrimental to those unaware of it. Since the fishmen wouldn't come onto the ice, Jiang Ming had nothing to worry about. The biggest issue now was getting rid of Alexander, so he could claim the precious blueprint for himself. Jiang Ming had even prepared a step-by-step plan to convince Alexander. But to his surprise, the man was even more cowardly than he had imagined. He didn't even question it, and fled in a panic. Yet after Alexander left, Jiang Ming looked at the mountain of nuts in the cave and understood. From Alexander's perspective, there was nothing here but nuts. Even if Jiang Ming stole some, how much could he take? To upload the entire stash to the nation, they would have to haul the nuts back to the ship. Jiang Ming was certain that Alexander was lurking somewhere, watching his every move. If Jiang Ming tried to cart off the nuts in bulk, Alexander would surely jump out. But if he just snuck a few? With so many nuts in the cave, Alexander wouldn't care about a few missing, since he couldn't carry them all back anyway. Thus, Alexander hadn't truly gone far. Jiang Ming listened intently, and indeed heard faint rustling sounds from outside the cave, the crunch of leaves under Alexander's feet. Following the sound, he spotted a large boulder blocking his line of sight. Alexander was most likely crouched behind that rock, able to monitor the cave, while also being poised to flee at the first sign of the squirrel's return. Truly cowardly and suspicious. Jiang Ming sneered, but didn't expose Alexander. Instead, he continued preparing to hunt the squirrel. Time ticked by. The wind howled outside the cave, occasionally hurling snow and ice inside. Despite the layer of dead leaves, the cave couldn't fully block the biting cold. Such weather naturally made it impossible for Alexander to keep watch for long. After just 10 to 20 minutes, the faint rustling outside gradually faded. It seemed Alexander had finally succumbed to the cold and retreated to a warmer spot. He could probably still keep an eye on Jiang Ming's movements, but seeing into the cave clearly was likely beyond him. Now was the time. Jiang Ming set down the gear he had prepared for hunting the squirrel and turned his gaze to the piles of nuts forming small mounds. Pine nuts, chestnuts, hazelnuts. A medley of shelled nuts glistened with an oily sheen in the reflected light from the snow. Wrapping his hand in cloth, Jiang Ming began digging through the heap. After a long search, his fingers brushed against an object that felt entirely different from the nuts. A conical, icy cold cylinder. The moment he touched it, his heartbeat quickened. Holding his breath, he swiftly pulled the object out from the pile of nuts. In the faint glow of the snow filtering through the cave entrance, he saw a transparent glass bottle with a cork stopper resembling a message in a bottle. So, this was a drift bottle from the sea, picked up by the squirrel and hidden in the den. By a twist of fate, it had now fallen into Jiang Ming's hands. Pop! He pulled out the cork, and the bottle emitted the musty scent of aged parchment. Jiang Ming quickly shook out the paper. The sheet was clearly old with yellowed, curled edges, but the drawings and text on it were still clearly legible. By the snow's reflected light, Jiang Ming could barely make out a blueprint for a strangely shaped vehicle, though he couldn't immediately identify what kind of vehicle it was. He could only see that the body was long and narrow, the front wheels were large and sturdy, and the rear was equipped with floats and a propeller drive suspended in a way that suggested it could be lowered for use at any moment. The edges of the blueprint were densely annotated with various parameters and instructions. But with the dim light and tiny text, Jiang Ming's eyes swam with confusion. Rather than fumbling in the dark, it was better to act decisively. Without further hesitation, Jiang Ming gripped both ends of the blueprint and tore it in two. The crisp sound of tearing paper echoed, and an unusual sensation surged in his heart. In an instant, it felt as if something had been forcefully injected into his mind without his consent, yet he found himself unable to refuse, passively accepting it. In the next moment, a series of images flashed before him. gears, meshed pipes, connected circuit layouts, and so forth. Each component appeared in his mind in perfect order. Ding! The skill for manufacturing amphibious motorcycles has been acquired. This skill is unique. Other players cannot obtain or use it through any means. An amphibious motorcycle. No wonder the blueprint was so hard to decipher. This mode of transport is extraordinarily advanced. At first, Jiang Ming thought he would receive some sort of snow bike. At most, a blueprint for a snowmobile would have been quite good. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an amphibious motorcycle. This means that as long as he can gather the tools to craft one, he will still be able to use it even after leaving the extremely cold sea area. He could even use the motorcycle to reach areas that fishing boats couldn't access, gathering or obtaining some extra food. This is simply amazing. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming immediately closed his eyes, beginning to meticulously ponder how to create this snow. Moments later, his mind had automatically generated a list of the necessary tools and materials, as well as where to find these items nearby. Jiang Ming opened his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. Originally troubled about how to transport all these nuts back to the ship, he suddenly felt that the problem had largely been solved. Because he already knew how to do it, next he just needed to collect the materials. He would be able to create a vehicle that could traverse freely on ice and sea, increasing his chances of exploration or escape by 300%. The task for Divination 3 is settled. Jiang Ming silently made a mark for Divination 3, and it was now time for him to complete the task for Divination 1. Task: hunt squirrels. Oh no, rather it's the tormenting squirrels task. After all, his ship truly needs a powerful crew member who won't betray him. Swish! Jiang Ming took out the oilcloth he had prepared in advance. This oilcloth was covered in oil extracted from the dodo bird, mixed with plenty of bird feathers. He wrapped the oilcloth around a wooden stick and then struck it with a flint. A simple torch was completed. The moment the flames appeared, Jiang Ming heard rustling sounds nearby. No need to guess, it was definitely that guy Alexander coming out to scout for news. But Jiang Ming ignored him and walked towards the squirrel's territory. After about an hour, he arrived at the spot where he had thrown the nuts earlier that day. He first made some preparations. Then, he extinguished the torch and pulled out an unpeeled chestnut from his pocket, tossing it onto the ice. Snap! Thud! Thud, thud, thud. The nut bounced on the ice, producing a crisp sound in the silent, snowy night. Moments later, Jiang Ming saw a pair of red eyes light up in the cabin. Those red eyes were fixed intently on the depths of the forest, and this scene once again shocked everyone in the live broadcast and the Special Operations Department, making them hold their breath. So terrifying. The giant squirrel's two eyes looked like red lanterns in the night, frighteningly so. Is Jiang Ming planning to use the same old trick again? Is Jiang Ming planning to take advantage of the dark moonlit night to hunt squirrels? Forget it. Killing villagers in the dark is one thing, but killing a nocturnal creature like a squirrel is no different from suicide. There is a difference. Humans can't see it, making it easier to die faster. While everyone discussed various theories, the squirrel had already picked up the nut and began munching on it, crunching away. Jiang Ming clearly showed no signs of action, leaving everyone a bit confused. So what exactly does Jiang Ming want to do? Why do I feel like Jiang Ming is purely here to feed the squirrels, doing it once in the morning and once at night? Who knows? At this moment, little Zheng from the Special Operations Department, gazing at the squirrel on the live broadcast, was drenched in cold sweat. So terrifying. Especially since you can never predict Jiang Ming's next move. You can only guess and worry about whether he will make some irrational decision. Now he was hiding in the darkness, invisible to anyone, but the live stream could still pick up the sound of his heartbeat in the quiet night. Thud, 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 thud. Like a hunter lurking, waiting. It would be better if this little brother doesn't show himself. Advisor Wang from the Special Operations Department, who appeared behind little Zheng at some point, helplessly remarked. Once he shows himself, no matter what means or skills he has in the face of monsters that are dozens of times stronger, he is nothing but a paper tiger. What if he poisons it? Little Zheng couldn't see through Jiang Ming's methods, but guessed that Jiang Ming certainly didn't plan to confront directly. If not directly, then he must be playing tricks. In the movies and novels he had seen, poisoning was always the fastest and most reliable way to eliminate something. It was also the most commonly thought of assassination method. But, Advisor Wang sneered and said, "What do you think squirrels are? Rodent family." Little Zheng didn't understand why the other party asked this. Since they are rodents, then you should know that they have a strong resistance to toxins. Moreover, their sense of smell is exceptionally keen. Over the years of evolution, they have learned the basic skills of which foods are inedible and which are edible. Not to mention that this little brother doesn't have any special poison. Even if he did, it would be hard to avoid detection by the squirrel's nose. Even if we take 1,000 steps back. Even if the squirrel really ate the poisonous plant given by Jiang Ming, ordinary poison would have little effect on it. At most, it would just give it a few days of stomach trouble. To kill it is very difficult. Is poisoning not an option? Upon hearing this, little Zheng's eyes flashed with a trace of worry as he said, I don't know if Jiang Ming has any other ideas, but please don't let it be poisoning. Please. In the end, he is still too young. Advisor Wang patted little Zheng's shoulder and said, if he could become a sequencer and then challenge the squirrel, he might have a chance, but now it's simply too early. Squeak. However, just as Advisor Wang maintained his high-handed attitude sentencing Jiang Ming to death, the gigantic squirrel suddenly collapsed to the ground. The squirrel continuously rolled on the ground, emitting a wailing sound, as if it had eaten something wrong. This illogical scene left Consultant Wang completely stunned, feeling as if he had been slapped in the face by his own words. It shouldn't be like this, say. Consultant Wang questioned Jiang Ming, then immediately turned to Xiao Zheng and asked, you have been observing this adventurer. Have you noticed him collecting any corresponding poisonous substances? If there are any, please report immediately. This will become the secret weapon for all adventurers in Longhua. If Jiang Ming can collect them in the wild, it means everyone else can too, which would be an enormous boon for Longhua. Xiao Zheng heard Consultant Wang finally call out Jiang Ming's name for the first time. Perhaps it was because he recognized that Jiang Ming could make significant contributions to the country that he finally regarded this newcomer adventurer seriously. Unfortunately, facing Consultant Wang, who was so excited that he was spraying saliva all over, Xiao Zheng just shook his head and said no. What do you mean no? Consultant Wang was caught off guard by Xiao Zheng's sudden two words. Jiang Ming hasn't collected any poisons. Xiao Zheng succinctly replied. I have been observing him for the past few days, and up until now, I have not seen Jiang Ming collect any plants, let alone poisons. How is that possible? Consultant Wang said in disbelief. If there are no poisons, how could the squirrel suddenly collapse? This is unreasonable. Xiao Zheng wanted to say that there are many unreasonable things in this world. In this bizarre otherworldly game, is it reasonable for such a giant squirrel to exist? But Consultant Wang's status was higher than Xiao Zheng's. Thus there were some words Xiao Zheng ultimately did not say, only lightly suggesting perhaps Jiang Ming used other means. After all, he can control metals. Could it be that he controlled the metal to penetrate the squirrel's skin while it was eating nuts? Consultant Wang said this, yet he couldn't even convince himself, saying, but if the squirrel could be killed so easily, Ivan wouldn't have ended up as a lifeless corpse. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Regardless of what Consultant Wang said, the fallen squirrel still confirmed Jiang Ming's strength. At this moment, not only on the side of the Special Operations Bureau, but Jiang Ming's live stream was also causing a huge stir due to the fallen aberrant squirrel. What the hell? What did Big Boss Jiang do? Poisoning? It doesn't seem like it, because if it were poison, the squirrel should be foaming at the mouth, but I see that aside from its painful expression, it doesn't seem to show many symptoms of poisoning. In order to let the viewers see more clearly, the live stream had a night vision mode. Although the nights in the otherworldly game were not as bright as during the day, the streaming effect was not affected, allowing viewers to see both the scenery and monsters clearly through the live stream. Of course, this benefit could only be enjoyed by the audience. The squirrel isn't poisoned. Then what did Big Boss Jiang do? How could he make the squirrel suffer so much? Could it be a hidden arrow? Did anyone see where the squirrel was hurt? Hey! At that moment, a sharp-eyed netizen immediately pointed out the abnormality on the squirrel, saying, there's a transparent thread near the squirrel's mouth. Did you all see it? You said it's transparent. What do you want me to see? Transparent isn't invisible. There should be a reflection. I saw it too. How could there be a transparent thread near the squirrel's mouth? Transparent thread, could it be fishing line? I get it. Big Boss Jiang is using fishing line to catch the squirrel. So that's how it is. Big Boss Jiang has been feeding the squirrel all along, just for this moment, allowing the squirrel to eat the nuts with the fishing line and hook without any suspicion. So, Big Boss Jiang specifically chose to come at night, when the situation is unclear, just to trick the squirrel into eating the hook. But with so many barbs on the hook, the moment the squirrel bites down, it should get pricked. How could it be so foolish to Did you forget about a certain ability that Big Boss Jiang just awakened? You mean the metal control ability? Although Big Boss Jiang can't control large metals, if he wants to shrink a fish hook into a ball, he can certainly. Then after the squirrel swallows the hook, Big Boss Jiang can use his metal control ability to return the hook to its original shape, and then, boom. The squirrel exploded. So toxic, so malicious, I love it. Big God Jiang is amazing. I never thought a fish hook could be used this way. Big God Jiang has truly created a new use for the fish hook. Awesome. As someone who has fished for 20 years, I feel ashamed. Big God Jiang truly deserves his title. This time I am really a fan. After the crowd in the live stream analyzed the situation, a long-lost smile appeared on Xiao Zheng's face. He just knew. He knew Jiang Ming could do it. After confirming that Jiang Ming was not in danger, Xiao Zheng quietly glanced at Consultant Wang's face, who had determined from the beginning that Jiang Ming's chances of victory were less than 30%. Although he didn't say it outright, he had been subtly hinting to Xiao Zheng. It was time to give up. Sure enough, Consultant Wang's face was indeed alternately turning pale and flushed. After all the words he had spoken had all turned into material for slapping his own face one slap after another seemingly endless. He previously thought Jiang Ming would certainly die against the squirrel, yet Jiang Ming had faced it. Not only did he not die, but he even made the aberrant squirrel face certain death. Moreover, he had previously thought Jiang Ming's metal manipulation ability was of no use, that it couldn't even break the squirrel's skin. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming directly made the squirrel internally suffer, allowing the metal fish hook to break through from within. In the end, Consultant Wang believed that Jiang Ming's poisoning was futile. Squirrels belong to a species immune to all poisons with an extremely strong sense of smell. Trying to poison them is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But who would have thought that Jiang Ming actually gave the squirrel something more terrifying than poison? A hook. A metal fish hook. Now this fish hook is still connected to a line. As long as Jiang Ming wants, he can make this squirrel unable to live or die. Strong, too strong. But his true strength does not lie in combat power, nor in raw power. It lies in intelligence and strategy, in the brilliant wisdom of humanity, crushing all otherworldly beasts. This time, he lost, and he lost with complete acceptance. Just as Consultant Wang thought that the battle would end with the aberrant squirrel's death and humanity's victory, Jiang Ming's voice suddenly came through the live stream. Originally, after Jiang Ming killed the squirrel, it was no big deal for him to say some boasting words. But the words he said at this moment shocked both the Special Operations Department and all the netizens in the live stream. Even the foreign netizens who came to watch the excitement were stunned, because Jiang Ming said, "Beast, I am giving you a chance right now." Jiang Ming did not show his face, but emitted a muffled voice saying, "If you want to live, then submit to me. Kneel before me, and sign a master-servant contract with me, otherwise you will die a painful death." "Beast, I am giving you a chance now." Jiang Ming did not show his face, only spoke in a muffled voice, "If you want to survive, then submit to me. Kneel before me, and sign a master-servant contract, or you will die a gruesome death." The squirrel, rolling on the ground while holding its belly, suddenly stiffened, and a fierce glint appeared in its eyes as it sprang to its feet. Chirp. It seemed to understand human speech and let out a sharp cry. Suddenly, it dashed towards the direction of the sound. Although the squirrel's expression remained twisted, its anger temporarily masked the pain in its belly. As it raced towards the source of the sound, the audience in the live stream was once again terrified, flooding the chat with comments. But this time the comments were almost entirely filled with profanity. What the hell? What the hell? Is Jiang the Great going insane? How could he directly make this magical beast acknowledge him as its master? Too hasty. Jiang the Great is being too hasty. Even if he truly wants the beast to recognize him, he should have waited until the squirrel was on the brink of death to act. It's over. This squirrel not only has a keen sense of smell, but also an exceptionally acute sense of hearing. It will definitely find Jiang the Great. I thought this round was a guaranteed win, but Jiang the Great has lost everything with one wrong move. Jiang the Great run away. I really can't bear to see Jiang the Great being torn apart. Why it was so close to victory. This is called being careless and losing a state. The final step is always the most crucial, especially in life and death situations. Jiang Ming, how could you be so foolish? Alas, my heart aches. I had the highest hopes for Jiang Ming among this batch of adventurers, and now it's not over yet. Don't lose heart. Maybe Jiang the Great has some tricks up his sleeve to turn the tide again. You've all seen his audacious maneuvers before. But this time it really seems perilous. Have you seen how terrifying this squirrel is? Not only is it fast, but its sense of smell and hearing are also incredibly sharp. Plus, being a nocturnal creature, neither the forest nor the night poses any obstacles for it. I can barely keep up with the squirrel's movements. It's just too fast. Jiang the Great is really in a dire situation this time. At this moment, not just in the live stream, even Advisor Wang from the Special Operations Department shook his head in disappointment, saying, "Still too young." I originally had high expectations for his tactics. I thought highly of him. I didn't expect him to be so impatient. He could have waited a little longer. They say the most patient people in the world are hunters, but he, alas, just one step away. If this action were my responsibility, I could have done it much better. Advisor Wang sighed repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xiao Zheng's face turned pale, and he dared not breathe as he stared at every moment in the live stream, genuinely afraid that Jiang Ming would be found by the squirrel, and then the image was too beautiful. He couldn't bear to look. But the scene imagined by Xiao Zheng and the other netizens did not occur. The squirrel chased down to a large tree, and then it slapped a paper cup, which was just an ordinary paper cup. Under the squirrel's giant claw, it gently landed like a weightless leaf. The squirrel withdrew its claws and looked around bewildered. Having lost its target, the squirrel let out another furious shriek. Chirp! But before the squirrel could rampage and smash everything around, Jiang Ming once again caused the squirrel to fall to the ground, letting out a series of wails. Chirp, chirp, chirp. And this time the pain seemed to be several times stronger than the first. This scene once again caused the live stream to explode. What the hell. My god, this time it's truly unbelievable. Another wave of comments flooded the screen. But this time the hell was completely different from the last. The first round expressed confusion and fear, believing Jiang Ming had made a mistake and was doomed to die. Whereas this time the hell was filled with awe that could not be expressed in words. What kind of operation is this Jiang the god? Using a paper cup to attract the squirrel's attention, can someone explain? Strange, how could a squirrel be attracted by a paper cup? Did Jiang the Great do something to the cup? What else could it be except for a natural science experiment learned in elementary school? Who is that riddle person above? Get out of Gotham, okay? It's a fishing line, what else could it be? Didn't you all see the line behind the paper cup? Jiang the Great must be on the other end of the line, transmitting sound through the fishing line, making the squirrel think he is right here. Oh my, I really see the fishing line. What the heck, how did Jiang the god come up with this idea? He could even think of such a clever maneuver. My mom asked me why I'm watching the live stream. Please forgive me for not having read much at this moment. Only 4 idioms can describe Jiang the god's operation. What the hell, it's amazing. Although the idiom dictionary in our country does not contain the words, what the hell, it's amazing, I still want to say it. Special Operations Department. Advisor Wang. Xiao Zheng could no longer help but speak for Jiang Ming, saying it seems Jiang Ming has his own ideas. He has been prepared from the very beginning rather than acting out of impatience or carelessness. Advisor Wang was also stunned by Jiang Ming's operation to the point where he couldn't even wrap, so at this moment he had no idea what to say, merely responding absent-mindedly, but internally he was because Jiang Ming's tactics were something he had never even thought of. In the real world with ample equipment, he would certainly have more room for maneuvering. But Jiang Ming was in a world where even the basic living conditions were hard to guarantee. He actually achieved high-level tactics of feigning an attack with just 2 sheets of paper and a fishing line. At this moment, Advisor Wang truly felt that all those years as a commander were for nothing. To be fair, even if he were in Jiang Ming's position now, he couldn't have done better than Jiang Ming. And just then, Jiang Ming's voice reappeared in everyone's ears, still muffled, as he said, "You dare to attempt to attack me. It seems you won't know what it means to live worse than death unless I recite the tightening spell to you." Jiang Ming said, tightening the fishing line. And the squirrel once again rolled on the ground in pain, letting out wails that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. But the squirrel remained defiant. With red eyes it struggled to get up and once again attacked a paper cup. But this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was no longer worried. Instead, they burst into laughter. They had long since figured out Jiang Ming's tricks, dispelling the earlier tension. However, the squirrel had never taken a natural science class, and thus had no understanding of the principle of the landline phone. It only knew that in this world only the divine could be omnipresent, and then it vanished in an instant. So, after failing its second attack, its eyes were filled with fear. Jiang Ming's presence felt like a true deity, or rather a truly terrifying existence. This frightened it. After undergoing a new round of punishment, the squirrel could no longer hold on and surrendered to Jiang Ming. Its actions were peculiar. It actually knelt down with its hands clasped together, resembling a gesture of pleading. This prompted a flurry of discussions among the audience in the live broadcast room. Is the squirrel begging Master Jiang to spare it? But it's just a squirrel, how could it understand what pleading is? They can't have attended classes or watched movies, right? Is it possible? Could it be that this is a gesture made by humans who were eaten by squirrels? Hey, don't say that possibility is indeed quite high. Oh my, if that's the case, I really have to report this. A man-eating squirrel cannot be left alive. I also don't understand why Jiang Ming would keep this menace around. A netizen named by CI said, "Let's not mention that this thing looks like it can eat a lot and could potentially harm people. Oh, just think about how much squirrel meat it could bring back to the Dragon Kingdom. It's such a waste. Why do you have such a strong possessiveness over other people's possessions? You were the one who said Jiang Ming shouldn't have revealed the location of the combustible ice to Alexander, and now whether Jiang Ming wants to raise the squirrel is his own business. Is his squirrel going to eat your family's grain? You really meddle too much." By CI replied, "Jiang Ming is originally an adventurer from our Dragon Kingdom. It's only right for him to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom. What's wrong with calling him selfish? If Master Jiang were truly selfish, he wouldn't have given food to someone like you. Not eating is not a big..." By CI continued to challenge the netizens. "He has already brought half a pound of magic bird meat. It's as if he took half a pound of gold, and you all expect him to be grateful. I have screenshots as evidence. I will submit what you said to the authorities." By CI said, "How idle is the state to care about an adventurer who hasn't even upgraded to a sequence holder? You're just overthinking." By CI, "I just received a reply. The Special Operations Bureau has accepted it. Who are you trying to fool?" By CI did not believe it at all. "There's a receipt. Oh right, I almost forgot to mention Master Jiang has now been upgraded to an elite adventurer." "What?" By CI exclaimed with a barrage of exclamation marks. Jiang Ming is an elite adventurer. What I just said was just a joke, don't take it seriously. Damn. The netizens spat electronic saliva at him, too late. The most hated are guys like you who benefit and still act coy. You're not truly regretting it, you just never expected that Master Jiang would be promoted to elite adventurer in such a short time, right? And elite adventurers have a certain status and identity, and it's absolutely intolerable for anyone to slander or despise them. So do you think your words will come true and you will no longer receive food from Master Jiang in the future, and that's why you regret it? Hehe, you deserve it. The crowd mocked while by CI occasionally replied to a couple of comments, but was quickly drowned out in the torrent of remarks. In the cold wind, Alexander hid in a decayed tree hole behind a patch of grass. This hole must have been left by the natural decay of the tree filled with a putrid stench. Moreover, the wind and snow outside would surge in through the hole. This environment was not even comparable to the previous squirrel tree hole. But he listened to the eerie sounds of squeaking and wailing not far away and dared not poke his head out. He could only hug his chubby self, shivering. Now, he could only pray that the squirrel would leave quickly after eating Jiang Ming. Although it was a pity that Jiang Ming wouldn't return, he had originally planned to wait until he found the combustible ice, then get rid of Jiang Ming, retrieve the fishing rod, and monopolize Jiang Ming's pile of equipment. But who knew that Jiang Ming, this fool, would actually seek death? He wondered whether the map he provided was real or fake. If it were fake, he could search for Jiang Ming's boat and seize it, along with his fishing rod. He didn't know if Jiang Ming had been eaten by the squirrel whether he could still find his fishing rod. If he couldn't find it back, that would be a huge loss. But just as he fantasized about finding a pile of combustible ice tomorrow and getting a high rank after submitting it to the state, chirp, a very clear squeak suddenly rang in his ear. Alexander shivered violently and immediately froze in place, even stuffing his hands into his mouth to prevent his teeth from clattering. Don't find me. Please don't find me. God, Jesus, Virgin Mary, I beg you to protect me. I am your follower. Please, please ensure this thing doesn't discover me. Alexander closed his eyes, praying fervently to God, yet inexplicably, he felt as though a flicker of joy rose within him as he thought, God, are you watching over your disciple? I can already feel your gaze and your breath. Alexander intended to say he felt the deity's breath. But God, where would breath come from? Gulp. Alexander swallowed hard and pried open a slit between his eyelids. The next second, he beheld a pair of crimson eyes peering in through the thicket at the cave's mouth. That single red eye was at least as large as the moon. And the breath Alexander had just sensed was the air exhaled by the owner of those eyes. Alexander could endure no more and let out a scream of utter terror. It was evident he was completely petrified. He had even thrust his hand into his bosom, grasping the thunderclap grenade, prepared to perish together with the giant squirrel. Found you. Yet, just as he was about to hurl the grenade, a familiar voice rang in Alexander's ear. It was Jiang Ming's voice. Jiang Ming. Alexander hastily shouted. I'm here. Jiang Ming replied, come on out, it's all clear. Oh, all clear. But Alexander, staring at the enormous eye that was swiftly retreating, broke out in a cold sweat, his back drenched. The mutant squirrel is right here, and you tell me. It's all clear. I don't buy it. Truly it's fine. Jiang Ming also popped his head into the tree hollow, saying, I've already come to an understanding with Mr. Squirrel. From now on it won't harm humans recklessly, and it will also help me with some minor tasks. You came to an understanding with it. Alexander echoed incredulously. Yet the look he gave Jiang Ming was as if he were staring at a madman, wanting to ask, do you think what you're saying is even rational? Never mind the fact that you supposedly settled things with the squirrel. Can a squirrel even understand human speech? And even if it could, would it be willing to obey you? We've settled it. Jiang Ming extended a hand to pull Alexander up. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Alexander, half convinced, placed his hand in Jiang Ming's. Though he doubted Jiang Ming's words, he was acutely aware that hiding was futile. Given the shallowness of the burrow, if the squirrel truly wanted to kill him, it would only take one swipe of its claw. But when he crawled out of the hollow and saw the colossal squirrel before him, his heart still pounded with terror. Gulp. Alexander stared at the mutant squirrel before finally stammering. Mutt. Jiang Ming looked at Alexander with slight puzzlement, then instructed the squirrel, you'll stand guard tonight. Don't wander off. If there's danger, call for me, understand? Squeak. The squirrel, upon hearing it couldn't run around, looked somewhat aggrieved. But having signed a master-servant contract with Jiang Ming, as long as Jiang Ming did nothing to threaten its life, it had to obey. Not only that, it also had to protect its master's safety, for if its master died, it would perish too. Seeing the squirrel, many times larger than Jiang Ming, obey so docilely, Alexander couldn't help but swallow again. Did you awaken a beast tamer skill, eh? Something like that. Jiang Ming grinned. Though it wasn't due to a taming skill that he had made the squirrel compliant, letting Alexander believe so didn't hinder his plans. In fact, it was even more beneficial. I see. Alexander gazed at the squirrel sitting obediently outside the hollow, a hint of envy in his voice. The beast tamer sequence is truly enviable. Having such a pet early on basically lets you roam the frigid sea unopposed. Let's talk back in the nest. It's cold out here. Jiang Ming smiled, then swiftly wrapped an arm around the squirrel's neck, letting it carry him up the tree. And Alexander, watching him take an elevator ride, even in the frigid sea, felt a surge of envy. But knowing the squirrel wouldn't harm him, he still breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly returned to the tree hollow. Yet after struggling to climb back in, Alexander saw Jiang Ming stuffing the nuts from the hollow into large hemp sacks. What was this all about? He had found these nuts first. What did Jiang Ming mean by this? Just because he had a pet, did that give him the right to do whatever he wanted? You're up, eh? Jiang Ming, seeing Alexander frozen in shock at the entrance, tossed a sack at him. Perfect timing. Help me pack some. The squirrel is coming back to the ship with me tomorrow. It wants to pack up all its belongings. Come on, lend a hand, or we won't finish and won't get any sleep tonight. Alexander was inwardly frustrated, but when he met the menacing glare of the mutant squirrel, he instantly became meek. Yes, I'll help pack right away. Good work, Jiang Ming said generously. Once we're done packing, I'll give you a few nuts as a reward. How could he be so brazenly entitled? But he couldn't defeat the squirrel. So Alexander heaved a deep sigh, bent his head, and began packing the nuts in the hollow with a sense of grievance. Yet with every nut he packed, a dull ache throbbed within him. The pain of losing something he had found was unbearable. He wished he had never discovered this place. He felt like, as Alexander was being thoroughly bullied by Jiang Ming, the netizens in Jiang Ming's live stream were thoroughly amused. Ha ha ha. Did you guys see Alexander's expression? That look shifting from utter confusion to shock and finally to that heartbreaking grievance. It's hilarious. Hilarious. I don't find it funny at all. You Dragonites are just too despicable. A netizen from Bear Country spoke up for Alexander. These were clearly Alexander's things. When did they become Jiang Ming's? This is nothing short of robbery. Exactly. I recall you Dragonites have an idiom: the turtle dove occupies the magpie's nest. I think you Dragonites are clearly doing just that. You're only relying on having a pet, aren't you? This is just too much bullying. You're killing me. People from Bear Country, please don't use idioms, or you'll really make us die laughing, you know. A Dragonite netizen teased. Do you even know what the turtle dove occupies the magpie's nest means? You're using it wrong. Bear Country, isn't it just a turtle dove taking over a magpie's nest? What's so hard about that? Then let me ask you, do you know what animal's nest this tree hollow originally was? Netizen from the Dragon Kingdom. Then let me ask you, do you know what animal's nest this tree hole originally belonged? It was a squirrel. The netizen from the Dragon Kingdom burst into laughter. Since you also know that the original owner of this tree hole is a squirrel, then who is the one that occupies another's nest? Is it your Alexander from the Bear Country? Of course not. I don't think there's anything wrong with the squirrel taking back its own belongings. As for whom the squirrel decides to give its nuts, that's not something you Bear Country can interfere with. The people from Bear Country were suddenly at a loss for words. Because the Dragon Kingdom was right, the squirrel was indeed the true owner of the tree hole, and Jiang Ming, as its owner, was naturally the first heir. Brothers, someone is slandering our god Jiang. Everyone hurry to Tom's live broadcast room in the Great Eagle Empire to fight. What's going on? A knowledgeable netizen from the Dragon Kingdom immediately explained, today God Jiang didn't return to the ship, so he couldn't transfer supplies right. Then the adventurer rankings were updated, and Zhang Daolao dropped to 4th place, while York Sun from the Great Eagle Empire jumped to 3rd place, so they mocked God Jiang for becoming a thing of the past. They even said that God Jiang only got lucky yesterday and encountered a game bug, which is why he had his name, but he doesn't even qualify for the top 10. They also claimed that God Jiang would never have another chance. After all, he is just a guy depending on luck. You can't say that he's lucky every day. We netizens from the Dragon Kingdom refuted them, but we were drowned out by the verbal attacks of those Eagle Country folks. Now, we're back requesting support. Received. Brothers, hold on, we're heading to support immediately. When the Dragon Kingdom army arrived at the Great Eagle Empire's live broadcast room, they happened to see the Eagle Country folks insulting the Dragon Kingdom. You Dragon Kingdom people will only have this one chance to make it onto the leaderboard in your lifetime. Make sure to remember yesterday well, and carve it into your tombstone, for it will be the most glorious day for your Dragon Kingdom. After this, there will probably never be such an opportunity again. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the netizen from the Dragon Kingdom became furious. What nonsense. God Jiang went to hunt magical beasts today, and naturally, he couldn't go back to the ship to upload supplies. You'll know tomorrow what it means to be dead. What's there to be proud of? What? The netizen from the Great Eagle Empire laughed, saying, you guys are just making excuses. Don't you know this is a survival game in the sea? You can't go back to the ship. Listen to what you're saying. That's not even the most ridiculous part. The most ridiculous part is them saying they went to hunt magical beasts. If I remember correctly, no one in the extreme cold sea has become a sequencer yet, and magical beasts can easily turn a person into a meat patty. You say Jiang Ming went to challenge magical beasts. What they said wasn't even a challenge, it was hunting. Hunting magical beasts. Are you trying to make someone laugh to death? Laugh, laugh, it's best if you all laugh yourselves to death. The netizen from the Dragon Kingdom realized that these Eagle Country folks were just a bunch of ignorant dogs, so he lost interest in arguing with them. You really have long hair, but short knowledge. In your eyes, hunting magical beasts must be done with real weapons, and you can't set traps or schemes right. The power of magical beasts is simply beyond your understanding. The Eagle Country folks said, any conspiracies and tricks are paper tigers in front of strong power. Forget it, it's pointless to argue. The netizen from the Dragon Kingdom said, in any case, our god Jiang not only enslaved a magical beast, but he even got countless seeds. You'll find out tomorrow. Hey, you just keep making up stories. The Eagle Country folks said, I just went to Jiang Ming's live broadcast room, and it was blacked out. I guess it's because he knows Jiang Ming is resting that he dares to come here and spout nonsense. Forget it, why should we compete with a bunch of defeated dogs? Exactly, I'm just waiting to see where Jiang Ming will drop tomorrow. Probably within 3 days he'll drop out of the top 10. By then there will be no place for those from the Dragon Kingdom on the leaderboard. The East Asia sick man, how can we be on par with you? Netizen from the Dragon Kingdom. If your York son is worse than the East Asia sick man you mentioned, then what should you be called? The No Eagle Country? What do you mean? The netizen from the Great Eagle Empire retorted. Let's make a bet. The netizen from the Dragon Kingdom said, if God Jiang's rank drops again tomorrow, we netizens from the Dragon Kingdom will shout in every country's channel that we are the East Asia sick man. And if you lose, you shout that you are the No Eagle Empire in every country's channel. How about that? No way. The netizen from the Great Eagle Empire shrank back. You Dragon Kingdom people got too many rewards by exploiting a bug last time. It's a bit difficult to drop. If we're going to bet, let's bet whether his ranking can go up. How about that? Sure. The netizen from the Dragon Kingdom said confidently. They believe that Jiang Ming can definitely do it. But at this time, Jiang Ming, however, was unaware that the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom had high hopes for him. He was already digesting the substantial gains from tonight in his dreams. First of all, it was the ship core of the diary boss. He had obtained it. Moreover, it was easier than he had imagined because the diary boss had already gone missing, so this ship became unowned. Therefore, as soon as Jiang Ming stepped onto the ship, he immediately received a notification. Would you like to become the new captain of the unowned ship, or would you like to choose to disassemble the ship? Jiang Ming already had a ship, so naturally, he didn't want to become the new captain. So he unhesitatingly chose to disassemble the ship. In the next second, he received countless ship parts as well as a level 1 ship core. Level 1 ship core placed in a special cabin can be used to upgrade the ship. Not only the ship core, but also a large number of ship parts rushed into his temporary space backpack, which only appeared after he disassembled the ship. Brother Jiang, is that heavy for you? The next day, Jiang Ming decided to fulfill his promise and took Alexander to gather combustible ice. Perhaps because of the squirrel beneath Jiang Ming, Alexander became unusually eager. Do you need me to carry your backpack? No need. Jiang Ming sat atop the squirrel looking down at Alexander, who was struggling to keep pace, and laughed. Just focus on yourself and don't hold us back. I'd like to, but the snow is too deep. If only you could. Alexander started to say, hoping Jiang Ming would let the squirrel carry him too. Riding such a magical beast across the snowfield would be a story he could boast about for a lifetime. But when Alexander caught the squirrel's glance, he immediately fell silent. If only I could what? Jiang Ming asked knowingly. If only you could. Slow down a bit, said Alexander. Any slower, and it'll be dark. Jiang Ming glanced ahead. They had reached a crossroads. One path led to the combustible ice, the other to. He didn't want Alexander to know where his ship was, so he seized the opportunity. You have the map anyway. He'll go ahead, you can find your way later. Giddy up. Jiang Ming shouted and kicked the squirrel's belly. The squirrel, startled, sped up instantly. Brother Jiang, don't leave me behind. Seeing Jiang Ming suddenly accelerate, Alexander felt helpless. With 2 legs against the squirrels, for there was nothing he could do but trail behind, eating dust. After running a short distance, he slowed down, pulled out the map, and trudged forward with a sigh. Meanwhile, in the live streams, both Jiang Ming's and Alexander's channels were buzzing with discussion. On Alexander's stream, viewers were condemning the shamelessness of the Dragon Kingdom man and venting their frustration at Alexander's weakness. Alexander, you useless fool. He's practically trampling over you, and you still call him Brother Jiang. That guy snatched your nuts, and you're still tagging along like an idiot. Are you stupid? Do you really think a Dragon Kingdom man would have good intentions? Alexander is a disgrace to our bear country, a complete waste. You can't say that. Despite the chorus of criticism, a few defended Alexander. After all, Jiang Ming has a massive magical beast as a pet. What does Alexander have? His bare fists. Since he can't win, why not join him? Jiang Ming took the nuts, but he didn't go too far. He's still willing to take Alexander to find combustible ice. Alexander is only humbling himself for the combustible ice. You bunch of ingrates. Don't you dare use the combustible ice when Alexander brings it back. The Bear Country viewers fell silent. The words were harsh, but true yet. Still, they just felt. In contrast to the indignation of Bear Country, Jiang Ming's stream was filled with praise. God Jiang is so handsome. Do you mean God Jiang is handsome or the mount beneath him? Spit it out. Both are handsome. I never thought Big Shot Jiang could actually tame that beast and use it as a mount. With this strength, is he really a newbie? Isn't he too overpowered? Did you see that? Alexander could barely keep up, yet he still offered to carry our Big Shot Jiang's backpack. I'm dying of laughter. Big Shot Jiang should have just dropped the backpack on him to see if he could carry it. Of course he couldn't. Those nuts must weigh over 100 Gene. Big Shot Jiang packed 4 bags in one go. If it weren't for his mount, had never have brought so many back. Do you think we'll get to eat nuts tomorrow? Dream on. These nuts are seeds, national strategic resources. Eat them. Exactly. They'll probably be planted. I wonder when these otherworldly seeds will bear fruit. I haven't had nuts in years, not even the cheapest sunflower seeds. My mouth is watering. Then you should sign up for the otherworld game like Big Shot Jiang and raid a squirrel's nest to eat your fill. Don't you know Big Shot Jiang's world is a nautical world? Finding nuts, let alone raiding a squirrel's den, is a one-o vacant feat. True. But why does Big Shot Jiang with all his strength still bother with that Bear Country guy? Don't ask. Big Shot Jiang's moves are beyond us mortals. Indeed. His actions so far have been nothing short of miraculous, unfathomable. I wasn't excited about gathering combustible ice before, but now I'm starting to look forward to it. Hey, Big Shot Jiang didn't go for the ice. He went back to the ship first. Look, he threw most of the nuts into the special cabin, keeping only 1 bag for himself and the squirrel as rations. Big Shot Jiang is so thoughtful. He's actually sending most of the nuts back to the country. I knew it. That's why he suddenly left that guy behind, to come back first. He was worried he wouldn't make it by nightfall, so he stashed the nuts in the special cabin for transmission. So touching. Big Shot Jiang is running around for us. So hardworking. After storing the supplies, Jiang Ming didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went straight into the captain's quarters. Because he was curious about how to use the ship's core. Click. When Jiang Ming inserted the ship core into the console's energy slot, several lines of text appeared on the screen. Detected level 1 energy core. Can upgrade Dragon Boat. Please select an upgrade path. P.S. This choice is irreversible. Unless unforeseen, your vessel will evolve only along this path. 1. Evolve into a steel fortress, initial form ironclad. 2. Evolve into a ghost submarine, initial form mini submarine. 3. Evolve into flesh symbiosis, initial form bone ship. 4. Evolve into psionic rune boat, initial form rune skiff. 5. Evolve into mechanical ascension, initial form smart ship. 6. Can't decide. Random mystery box. What a... When Jiang Ming saw so many evolution paths after the core was absorbed. Wasn't this meant to torture someone with OCD? The Maritime Fortress, a completely abandoned direction modified for maximum defense attributes emphasizing speed and agility. The hull will be covered with heavy alloy armor, no longer avoiding danger, but relying on an indestructible body and a massive ram to face icebergs and storm impacts heating. This route is designed for the tough guy who, as long as the hull doesn't sink, it can crush all obstacles. Jiang Ming clicked on the option for the Maritime Fortress and immediately saw the introduction regarding this upgrade direction. Although it looks cool, the direct upgrade to maximum defense is clearly unsuitable for the unpredictable. He had seen adventurers from other servers who, although they were in a highway world, they faced various bizarre monsters along the way, including some that could inflict mental attacks. It's not something that can be blocked by physical defenses alone. Moreover, the evolutionary direction of the Maritime Fortress requires sacrificing speed and agility as a prerequisite. In the early stages before fully transforming into a Maritime Fortress, the danger level is too high, it's not worth considering, just pass. Next, the Ghost Submarine, a modification direction that abandons heat and confrontation in favor of extreme stealth and underwater maneuverability. This route is designed for the hunter, silently traversing the icy depths, avoiding invincible foes, and delivering fatal strikes from blind spots. This is quite good. It can avoid many dangers, but there's one problem: staying underwater for long periods. An unarmed submarine exposed to bright daylight will face unimaginable dangers. According to psychologists, if a person lives in darkness and oppressive spaces for too long, their mental state will inevitably become unbalanced. Furthermore, since the submarine can only navigate underwater, Jiang Ming would find it much more difficult to gather food or find more supplies compared to other ships. But none of the above are the most troublesome issues. The biggest problem is the extreme cold sea area Jiang Ming is currently in, and no one knows how deep the ice layer is. How will his ship dive into the deep sea after evolution? Once submerged, can the thin-skinned submarine carve a path through the icy sea to lead him to new ocean territories? It seems this direction won't work either. Next, the flesh symbiote breaking the boundaries between machine and biology, transforming the fishing boat into a semi-living entity capable of consuming organisms as fuel for navigation and possessing self-repair capabilities. This route is designed for the madman. Through consumption and evolution, it ultimately transforms into an ancient behemoth in the icy sea. A self-repairing ship is indeed impressive, but a ship with life. For some reason, just thinking about it makes Jiang Ming feel a bit creeped out. This developmental route feels overly sinister. It seems to drain sanity points. Let's hold on to this option for now. Let's check the next evolution direction. After all, he had already seen the first 3 options, so he wouldn't miss the last 2. The spiritual rune vessel, evolving by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and enhancing itself through supernatural directions empowered by runes. The captain can learn various formations to upgrade and reinforce the ship using cultivation and abundant spiritual energy ores and beast cores to enhance the vessel. This route is designed for the seeker of truth, disregarding the limitations of physical rules, sensing the world through spiritual energy, carving out a path in the extreme cold. This choice is quite good. However, after seeing that the captain can learn various formations to reinforce the ship, Jiang Ming started to worry if he wasn't cut out for cultivation. Moreover, the ship's upgrade direction seems a bit fantastical, belonging to a type that cannot be predicted. Also, don't be fooled by the last note that says such nonsense as disregarding the limitations of physical rules, sensing the world through spiritual energy, carving out a path in the extreme cold. The key point is time. Jiang Ming now has only 5 days left to escape. Even if he is a cultivation genius, it would be difficult to cultivate something like the laws of heaven and earth in 5 days. He doesn't even know what that entails. This evolution direction doesn't seem viable either. Next, mechanical ascension, breaking the physical limitations of traditional ship bodies, treating the fishing boat as an infinitely expandable core sandbox capable of installing countless weapons and equipment. This route is designed for the engineer. The ship is no longer just a ship, but a giant mech in your hands. Everything can be assembled. Flesh is fleeting mechanical ascension. Upon seeing the last option, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. The evolution direction of mechanical ascension seems quite promising. It can be described as fitting. However, when Jiang Ming thought about the engineer route requiring a large number of blueprints and parts, he hesitated. In the vast ocean, where would he find so many resources? Even the core of this ship was inherited from a diary expert. Due to good luck, it won't be easy to obtain such energy cores and various assembly parts in the future. If only this could be combined with the evolution direction of the flesh symbiote. Although the flesh symbiote is a bit disgusting, it can eat, upgrade, and repair itself. This capability is nearly invincible wherever it is placed. However, Jiang Ming is worried that the flesh symbiote could turn his ship into a completely disobedient entity, evolving however it desires. He would probably find it quite troublesome. Conversely, the mechanical option is clearly much easier to control. How to choose? Jiang Ming felt conflicted, so he glanced at the introduction of the last option. Random blind box, abandoning rational analysis, handing fate over to the chaos of probability. The system will randomly draw one from known or unknown upgrade routes based on your current luck value and subconscious desires. This. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes after reading it. What kind of nonsense is this, handing over the choice to fate? Isn't that ridiculous? He immediately eliminated this option. He would never choose it, as gamblers often end up with bad outcomes. Which one to choose? Jiang Ming looked at the numerous options, feeling increasingly conflicted, especially with the flesh symbiote and mechanical ascension, both being quite tempting. Forget it. I'll think about it when I get back. Taking a glance at the time, he realized that an hour had passed since he left Alexandria. Jiang Ming decided to set aside the ship evolution for now and slowly consider it later. For the time being, it's better to find Alexandria first, lest he gets distracted and be taken away by a fish. Giddy up. Jiang Ming rode on the squirrel, racing across the icy plains. Since he got the squirrel, his desire to make an amphibious motorcycle has diminished. After all, with such an automated means of transport, who needs a motorcycle? Chirp. However, just as Jiang Ming was filled with beautiful fantasies about his mount, this fellow showed no restraint. After running for a while, it immediately slowed down, frequently looking back at Jiang Ming with eyes full of desire and a touch of expectation. Why aren't you moving? Jiang Ming asked, puzzled by its attitude. At this speed, we'll reach the combustible ice area by the time it gets dark. Chirp. The squirrel, seeing that its master did not understand it, suddenly screamed and stood up abruptly. Jiang Ming hurriedly grabbed its back fur to avoid being thrown off. Fine. It seems that the amphibious motorcycle is still more useful. After all, that motorcycle wouldn't suddenly stand up or stop abruptly pointing at its own mouth. Oh, so it was hungry and wanted to eat. Jiang Ming finally figured out the reason the squirrel slowed down. It was here to beg for food. Sigh. This is not a means of transport, it's clearly a pet. Eat up. Jiang Ming pulled out a nut from his pocket and tossed it to the squirrel. After the squirrel held the nut and munched on it, it was finally willing to move forward again like a vehicle that just got refueled, speeding up even more. Refueling might be effective, but the process of refueling this fellow was quite torturous, because the squirrel had to stand up on its hind legs to eat. Thus Jiang Ming had no choice but to dismount and wait for it to finish eating before getting back on. But just as Jiang Ming was about to enjoy the joy of riding again, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the combustible ice area not far away. Chirp! The squirrel was startled and stood up completely. Fortunately, Jiang Ming was already experienced. Once he sensed something was off with the squirrel, he immediately grabbed its back fur and clamped his legs tightly, securing himself on its back. Otherwise, he would have rolled over countless times on this journey. Was that thunder? Or an explosion? Jiang Ming squinted into the distance, but saw nothing unusual. Moreover, the weather today was quite nice. It was not only free from snowstorms, but even had a bit of sunlight, although that sunlight was as cold as the light from a refrigerator. This indicated that the sound just now was definitely not thunder. It was, oh no, combustible ice. Jiang Ming's heart tightened at the thought that something might have gone wrong in the combustible ice area. After all, in such an extreme cold place, fuel is life. If the combustible ice is gone, no matter how much material Jiang Ming could acquire, it would all be in vain without fuel. Thus, he could only hope that the combustible ice was safe. Come on, Laifu, hurry. Keep moving forward. Laifu was the new name Jiang Ming gave to the squirrel. Jiang Ming squeezed Laifu's waist, urging it to move forward and assess the situation. However, Laifu was obviously frightened by the loud noise and refused to budge. Even Jiang Ming's kicks on its rear had no effect. In the end, Jiang Ming had no choice but to resort to his trump card. He'll give you a nut. Chirp. Laifu hesitated, but clearly it was no longer as terrified as before. Its foodie nature had clearly taken over. Is one not enough? Aren't you being too greedy? Jiang Ming bargained with it, eventually pitifully taking out 2 nuts that originally belonged to Laifu, placing them in front of it, and saying, 2 should be enough, right? No more than that, or else you, my rickshaw puller, will be too greedy. Chirp. Laifu agreed, and however, Jiang Ming swiftly snatched them back, saying, haven't you heard of pay after boarding? Who pays for the fare in advance? You definitely have to reach your destination first to pay. Chirp, chirp. Laifu was dissatisfied. They'll give it to you immediately once we arrive, I promise. Jiang Ming insisted. Otherwise, if this fellow eats again, it would stand up and he would have to get off again. This up and down was too time-consuming. Chirp. The squirrel felt wronged, but seeing the 2 nuts Jiang Ming was waving in his hand, it finally smacked its lips, turned around, and continued to dash forward. For the sake of the nut, it was all in. Crunch. 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 However, before Laifu even reached the combustible ice area, Jiang Ming heard the crunching sound of its paws on the shattered ice. He looked down and saw that the ice surface in this area had cracked extensively. Moreover, the cracks were spreading in one direction, right towards the combustible ice area. Could something really have happened? This speculation sent a chill down Jiang Ming's spine. For the sake of the family's safety, please let the combustible ice be safe. Giddy up. Jiang Ming urged Laifu to hurry. Moments later, he finally arrived at the combustible ice area. Fortunately, there were still plenty of combustible ice scattered on the ground waiting for Jiang Ming's attention. However, from a distance, he saw Alexander sitting on the ice covered in blood, staring motionlessly at a certain area of the sea. That movement, that expression. Could it be that he was dead? A sudden unease gripped Jiang Ming's heart, because he remembered from the zombie movies he had seen that when people on the road suddenly freeze in strange positions, they were likely to have turned into zombies. Whoa! Therefore, Jiang Ming quickly halted Laifu, stopping it several meters away from Alexander, and inquired from a distance, Alexander, are you all right? Hearing the voice, Alexander suddenly turned his head, glaring at Jiang Ming with eyes filled with anger and resentment. And as Alexander turned, Jiang Ming noticed he was covered in blood. Along with that gaze, that expression, he looked just like a zombie. The overwhelming pressure transformed Jiang Ming's heart into a state of near stopping. Damn, no one told me that surviving at sea also requires being wary of zombies. Laifu, we. Just as Jiang Ming was about to urge Laifu to leave this troublesome place, Alexander suddenly spoke. You never told me there were monsters in the sea. Phew. Hearing Alexander speak, Jiang Ming finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. He then jumped off Laifu's back and paid 2 nuts as fare, saying, monsters in the sea. Shouldn't I know about this? This isn't a zoo, and there aren't signs everywhere saying there are monsters here, prohibited entry. How would I know what's here? Jiang Ming retorted, leaving Alexander at a loss for words. You really didn't know there are monsters here? Alexander asked. I didn't know, Jiang Ming replied as he walked towards Alexander, feigning ignorance and asking, what kind of monsters? It's a strange-looking thing, just take a look for yourself. Alexander pointed at a splash of blood red in the ice pit and said, but you might not be able to see it clearly now. Oh, it's a fish with arms. A fish with arms. I have to see this, Jiang Ming said as he leaned into the ice pit. Immediately, he saw countless fish, large and small, devouring the corpse of this creature. As a result, the entire sea area turned a vivid crimson due to the fish people's blood gushing out. However, Alexander shook his head and said, I don't know if this fish's flesh has some special effect, but as soon as I blew it up, all the carnivorous fish in the sea appeared to feast on the corpse. You mean all those dark shapes in the water are fish? Jiang Ming's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, the nest is all set. We have to hurry and cast our lines. As Jiang Ming spoke, he pulled out a super fishing rod. Alexander looked at the fishing rod in Jiang Ming's hands and couldn't help but feel resentment after all the rod had been taken from him. The thunderclap he had originally intended to use against Jiang Ming to retrieve the rod had ended up being used to blow up fish instead. And now he had injured himself in the process, making it impossible to get the rod back. Swish! Alexander watched helplessly as Jiang Ming cast the hook into the sea pit. The problem was, this guy hadn't attached any bait. Do you really know how to fish? Seeing Jiang Ming's reckless actions, Alexander couldn't help but question, if you don't let me do it. However, Jiang Ming merely smirked and replied, got a fish. What a... Alexander was even more confused. What does that mean? Jiang Ming hadn't even prepared bait and still managed to catch a fish. Not only that, but judging by the way Jiang Ming was pulling the rod and the tension of the line, it was definitely a big one. This luck. Alexander was genuinely feeling frustrated. Before entering the game, he had been a top fishing enthusiast, but unfortunately his luck had always been poor. Every time he went fishing, he either caught nothing or a bunch of small fish. He had dreamed of catching a big fish that could be displayed in the back of his car for all to see. Unfortunately, he had never gotten that opportunity before entering this otherworldly game. When he found himself in an ocean world, and by some stroke of luck obtained an unbreakable fishing rod, he thought spring had finally arrived for him. But who would have thought that he wouldn't even get the chance to use this fishing rod before losing it? Now, he could only watch helplessly as the fishing rod shone and thrived in someone else's hands. This psychological gap was definitely not something one could recover from easily. Wow, it's so heavy. Jiang Ming tugged, and finding it difficult to pull said, Alexander, help me pull it in. I can't help at all. Alexander replied, feeling annoyed. Can't you see my hand is injured? His jealousy had turned into resentment, and he secretly hoped Jiang Ming would lose the fish. But he knew that this fishing rod wouldn't break. So he hoped the fish underwater would weigh 100 pounds or more, and that it would drag both the rod and Jiang Ming into the water. A guy who clearly couldn't fish was still able to catch a big one. And when he got a fish on the line, he wasn't even reeling it in properly, he was just pulling it in with brute force. It would be a miracle if he managed to pull the fish onto the shore. Not going to help. Jiang Ming shot Alexander a glance, but said nothing more. He just whistled and called out, Lai Fu, come here. Lai Fu immediately came over upon hearing his name, because it had been trained by Jiang Ming to be quite obedient, though it wasn't that it had much understanding. It was just that it got treats for being obedient. Grab this fishing rod and pull it back and don't let go, Jiang Ming instructed, handing half of the rod to Lai Fu. With one human and one mouse, pulling together, Jiang Ming was indeed much faster. However, as they got closer to the shore, Jiang Ming began to sense something was off. Because weren't there too many fish surrounding the fish person? Moreover, even though the fish had already floated close to the surface of the sea, none of those fish had left, seemingly willing to recklessly risk their lives for just one more bite. Is this fish meat really that delicious? Lai Fu, pull harder, Jiang Ming shouted, and the squirrels stepped back a couple of paces. Finally, with tremendous force, the fish corpse was pulled above the water, tracing an arc in the air. But just as the fish corpse reached the shore, Jiang Ming witnessed a bizarre and terrifying scene. He finally understood why this was just a fish corpse, yet it was so heavy. Because at the tail of the fish corpse there was a fish person with arms clinging tightly to the fish corpse, and as it was pulled onto the shore, its eyes filled with shock and anger. What the hell? Alexander, sitting near the ice pit, was also stunned by the sight before him. Another fish cracked. After the fish person was brought ashore, its deep black fish eyes turned once before it decisively let go. It cast a reluctant glance at the fish corpse being taken away by Jiang Ming. However, it clearly felt some fear of the squirrel and did not pursue the fish corpse further. After all, it had no advantage on land. If it were in the water, there would be no chance for these humans to speak. The fish person glared angrily at the human before it, then turned in midair. Just as it was about to return to the water, it noticed a human on the shore exuding a scent of blood. He smells so good. Although The nutritional value of humans is far less than their own kind. It's still better than nothing. Plus, they are easier to ambush. As long as they drag the human into the water, they wouldn't even have to do anything. The human would die on their own. Alexander looked at a fish person with a mouth full of jagged teeth, exuding a strong fishy smell as it lunged toward him, screaming in terror. But how could the fish person possibly understand human language? Even if it did, it wouldn't listen. It effortlessly lunged at the brother who smelled so good, and with a strong pull dragged Alexander into the ice pit. The speed was so fast that Jiang Ming didn't even have time to react. It happened in an instant. "Help me, Jiang, go help me." "I can't help at all," Jiang Ming repeated the previous statement verbatim. Alexander was on the verge of collapse upon hearing this. He continued to shout, "If you save me, I willingly become your crew member, and I am willing to offer my ship for your upgrade." "Where's your ship?" Jiang Ming stretched the other end of the fishing rod toward the ice pit. "On the other side of the woods to the west." Alexander desperately swam upward, trying to grab the fishing rod. But the force pulling at his feet felt like being dragged by a semi-truck. It was the fish person pulling him into the water. Moreover, it wasn't using its hands but its mouth. The fish person clamped down on Alexander's ankle with its sharp teeth, and he could even feel the sensation of its teeth grinding against his leg bone. It hurt. The legendary excruciating pain was nothing compared to this. Alexander let out a wail, feeling as though his foot was about to be bitten off. Blood continuously surged from the seabed, carrying a strong metallic scent. And as the wound touched the seawater, the pain felt like countless needles stabbing at him. Moreover, the scent of blood attracted countless carnivorous fish nearby who seemed to regard him as a free buffet, tearing off pieces of flesh from his body one after another. Alexander struggled desperately, trying to kick off the fish person biting him. But the fish person was slippery all over, and every kick Alexander attempted felt like kicking a ball covered in soapy water, slipping away effortlessly. "Help me." In just a few seconds, Alexander felt as if he had been tortured for days. But just as Jiang Ming was lowering the fishing rod, Alexander's body suddenly sank sharply, and his fingertips brushed past the rod. In the next moment, Alexander was completely pulled into the icy waters. He wanted to scream to ask Jiang Ming not to abandon him. But when he opened his mouth, only a stream of bubbles escaped. Those bubbles quickly blurred his vision, distorting Jiang Ming's face and the outstretched hand before the light gradually faded away. He was dragged into the depths of the ocean. Moments later, Alexander's livestream went dark. Did Alexander die? No way. Has our country lost another great adventurer? That's already the second one today. He hasn't even uploaded any supplies for our country, and now he's gone. This is all Jiang Ming's fault. He could have saved Alexander. Why didn't he just help? How can we blame Big Brother Jiang? It's clearly Alexander's bad luck. Big Brother Jiang's willingness to lend a hand is already a saintly act. What more do you want? He could have offered help sooner. Why wait until Alexander was dragged down? We really can't blame Big Brother Jiang. A netizen from Longwa defended Jiang Ming. Isn't it true that when Big Brother Jiang asked for help with the fishing rod, Alexander said he couldn't help at all? Now Big Brother Jiang is just returning his words. Oh, what's the problem? Fishing and saving someone, can they be the same thing? How are they not the same? Big Brother Jiang is not his father, not even a friend. Why must he save him? You Longwa people are so cold-blooded. I don't know if we Longwa people are cold-blooded, but look at Alexander. He's already cold as a corpse. TSK. Comparing this, who's really colder? Let's go back to see what Big God Jiang has caught, how many supplies he can bring back for our country tonight. I really wonder what the fishman tastes like. It's so intriguing. The crowd began to get excited. Slap. Live food, don't let that fish escape, kill it quickly. Sharp-nosed pufferfish common 1 crack. Eaglehead fish quality 1. Jiang Ming wielded an axe, continuously chopping down the carnivorous fish that were washed ashore. A few fish, upon realizing they were on land, tried to return to the sea. But Jiang Ming's fists couldn't match several fish. Thus, he could only hire live food to help catch them. The reason it was called hiring is that he had to pay live food for his work. For example, right now he's both slapping the fish and tossing them into his mouth. At least half of 10 or so fish had been consumed by him. Fortunately, the number of fish brought ashore by the fishman's corpse was indeed quite substantial. Jiang Ming roughly estimated that all combined there were at least 30 to 40 fish, including a dozen that weighed over 10 pounds. This quantity, this quality. Jiang Ming couldn't help but wonder what kind of miraculous medicine the fishman's corpse was. Could it be the Tang Sung meat of the sea realm? Jiang Ming couldn't resist giving the fishman a feel. Despite being covered in scales with a fishtail and a mouth full of sharp teeth, it still had a broad chest. Fishman Rare 1. It turned out to be a rare grade resource. In the Otherworld game, item levels are classified as common, quality, precious, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Rare grade is comparable to the dodo bird, which means, as long as I eat this fish meat, I can at least gain some. This fishman is indeed Tang Sing meat. Don't say it's just fish. Even Jiang Ming wanted to eat it. If he could use this fish as bait for fishing. TSK. Just thinking about it made Jiang Ming excited. This piece of fish meat could rival 3 bowls of specially made. However, considering there might be other fishmen in the ocean and possibly more than one, Jiang Ming suddenly felt that one should not be too greedy. Anyway, he had already gained a lot today. Plus it was getting late. After packing these dozens of fish and collecting some flammable ice, that would be enough for today. As for tomorrow, that's tomorrow's concern. Perhaps the fisherman's corpse might have some use. He would study it more when he got back. After the storm that night, the amount of flammable ice had decreased significantly, but with the help of the violent mouse, Jiang Ming still gathered 2 full sacks. Adding 1 sack of fish and 1 sack of fisherman corpses, Jiang Ming neatly placed the 4 sacks on the back of the squirrel, then took the rickshaw driver back to the ship, during which he even paid 2 small fish as fare. Jiang Ming kept 4 large fish of different varieties and also set aside a sack of flammable ice. The rest were all tossed into a special cabin. As for the fisherman corpse, Jiang Ming planned to test the poison himself first, then he would use the remaining fisherman meat for other purposes. For example, for bait. And also to poison the other fishmen in the fishman's territory. After all, the stone of water, the divine artifact, is in the fishman's territory, and if Jiang Ming wants to leave the extreme cold sea, he must find a way to obtain the water stone. To get the water stone, he has to go into the sea. But in this day and age, the economy is bad everywhere, and it's a bad time for big fish to eat small fish. Doesn't that mean he's looking for death? So, he could only think of a way to take a different path. Swish. Swish swish. After tossing the supplies to be uploaded into the special cabin, Jiang Ming began to process the fishman's scales. He scraped with an axe, but found that this thing's skin was tougher than old tree bark. As for gutting it, Jiang Ming couldn't even use a knife, but had to use an axe. Only then could he barely open a cut on the fishman's skin. Damn, so tough. Looking at the mess he made of the fish corpse, Jiang Ming couldn't help but exclaim, fortunately this fishman was already dead when it came ashore. Otherwise, with how tough its skin was, Jiang Ming felt that he would have to battle it for at least 300 rounds. He probably wouldn't even be able to hold on. Moreover, would he have to go into the water and battle 300 fishmen? Thinking about it made Jiang Ming's scalp tingle. Is the trial of the divine artifact serious? Not to mention, if ordinary people can find these damn things, even if they do, who can go into the water and battle fishmen for 300 rounds? The entrails of the fishman have turned into a mushy mess. And as Jiang Ming opened the fish's belly, countless intestines spilled out onto the ground. A strong fishy smell wafted up. Amidst the pile of liquid, there was also a blue crystalline stone. With a face full of disdain, Jiang Ming picked it up with chopsticks and wiped it clean on the tail of a squirrel before finally holding it in his hand. Finally obtained another beast core. It seems this fish man is considered a high-level monster. As Jiang Ming prepared to clean up these disgusting things, Lai Fu was eagerly rubbing against him, eyes fixed on the mess strewn across the ground. Jiang Ming looked at Lai Fu, and after a long moment of mutual gaze, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to eat feces?" Lai Fu nodded vigorously. "All right." Without hesitation, Jiang Ming offered it the feces. But before Lai Fu could eat, Jiang Ming decided to lay down some ground rules. You can eat the feces, but you cannot sleep in the house. Huh? Lai Fu seemed confused. What I mean is you can have all these fish entrails, but after eating you must, Jiang Ming said. Do you understand? Huh? Lai Fu unhesitatingly pounced into the embrace of the fish entrails. Jiang Ming stood by watching Lai Fu scoop out chunks from the fish's belly while eating the viscous liquid. He felt a bit puzzled. This fish man had obviously died from severe internal injuries. What exactly did Alexander do to it to inflict such damage on a tough-skinned fish man? Could it be that he threw a torpedo into the fish man's mouth, and the fish man, not knowing what was happening, swallowed the bomb, and in the end, boom, the bomb exploded inside the fish man's belly. Although the fish man's outer skin was quite tough, it was evident that the insides were still soft. Remarkably, despite the explosion, the entrails had not ruptured. Its body still appeared relatively intact except for bulging eyes and blood flowing from its mouth and nose. There were no other abnormalities. Impressive. Jiang Ming couldn't help but praise Alexander upon seeing the state of the fish man. It's just a pity Alexander didn't realize there wasn't just one fish man, otherwise he might have really escaped death today. He might even have harvested quite a bit of combustible ice and ordinary fish. What a shame. This fish smells so good and he can't taste it. Jiang Ming reminisced about his old friend while grilling fish, eating 3 big bowls with tears in his eyes. Lifespan 5, fullness 98. 112. 138. Intermediate cold resistance 16. 17. 18. Swimming 0. 100. At the moment Jiang Ming devoured the fish man's flesh, countless values began to surge before his eyes once more. Moreover, one piece of fish meat actually extended his lifespan by 5 days. Not only that, Jiang Ming also acquired a new ability, swimming. And this skill was different from his previous skills. For instance, when he ate the dodo meat and gained agility, it only rose from a mere 5 to 13 before plateauing. But this time the swimming skill surged from 0 to 100%. Did eating the fishman's flesh grant him the fishman's genes, making him a natural swimmer? Jiang Ming was overjoyed. Just as he expressed his happiness over gaining a new skill from eating the fish meat, the viewers in the live stream thought he was savoring some delicious food and were nearly drooling. Jiang Shun is poisoning us again in the dead of night. Oh my, I've eaten fish before, but I've never tasted a fish that looks human. I want to ask Jiang Shun what the webbed feet of that fishman taste like. Haven't you eaten frogs or duck feet? What else could webbed feet taste like? Fish is not the same as fish, is it? Just like birds are not the same as birds. I got some dodo meat from the state today, and the taste is simply amazing. Don't even say that I haven't received any dodo meat yet. I was already close to crying from cravings, and then you come along. Since that's the case, I must tease you again. Do you know? Eating dodo meat can enhance one's physique. My grandfather, who has been bedridden for many years, managed to sit up after eating a piece of meat. My dad too. He's had a stroke for many years and has been paralyzed on one side. After eating today, he found that his previously immobile hand could actually move, albeit shakily, but it's certainly much better. This meat can even treat asthma. Although it's not fully cured, I feel so much better today. I really have to thank Jiang Shun this time. I never knew about this before. I only found his live stream because of his fortune, and if I have the chance in the future, I must properly thank him for bringing this medical miracle. Upon hearing someone mention that dodo meat could enhance physique, all the Dragon Kingdom viewers with sick family members or health issues stood up to advertise for dodo meat. However, as the discussion continued, some viewers brought up another matter. You guys say that dodo meat can enhance physique, but I wonder how this fishman fares. What a pity. It seems Jiang Shun has no intention of sending the fishman back. We probably won't get to taste this delicacy. Jiang Ming is so selfish. Oh, why not send back a bit of such a large fish? How is that selfish? A Dragon Kingdom viewer who saw the nonsense said angrily, "This is the freedom of adventurers. The state has already said they have the right to prioritize their own survival and livelihood, and only after that can they send back any surplus." Moreover, Jiang Shun was already kind enough to send us dodo meat before. Exactly, it's a favor that Jiang Daolao is willing to give. Not giving is just the norm. I recognize you for making such a sarcastic comment. At that moment, a viewer recognized the person who called Jiang Ming selfish and said, "By CI, idiot. You're the one who previously said it was no big deal if Jiang Ming didn't send back supplies, right?" I never said that. By CI denied it. But everyone coldly laughed and said, "Too late. I suggest you get lost, you troublemaker. Jiang Shun's live stream is not meant for garbage like you." Oh right, I just saw that when Jiang Shun returned, he had already put a large amount of combustible ice and many fish caught from the ice cave into the special cabin. After it's sent back, you best not eat any of it either. He's out of luck because he has been removed from the Special Operations Bureau and will no longer qualify for the supplies Jiang Shun sends back. As the crowd besieged a certain ingrate. The time for uploading supplies today has ended. Please confirm all supplies in the special cabin at the control panel. The moment this announcement sounded in Jiang Ming's live stream, everyone became excited. Time's up. Everyone hurry up and see how many times Jiang Shun can draw returns today. I hope it's 10,000 times. You're being too polite. Last time Jiang Shun drew millions of times directly, bringing the state 13 billion pounds of meat. This time it must also be millions of times, please. Impossible. Last time Jiang Shun hit a bug. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Jiang Ming pressed the confirm button. Checking resources. Resource rating in progress. Sharp-nosed monkey fish rated F, combustible ice rated D, various nuts rated D, eaglehead fish rated C. Congratulations, you have won a multiplier lottery opportunity. In the next moment, a large lottery wheel appeared on the console screen. It displayed 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. Jiang Ming glanced at the lottery wheel and noticed that the multiplier had decreased significantly compared to when he uploaded the dodo meat before. He remembered that the previous multiplier had a minimum of 100 times and a maximum of 100,000 times. This time the minimum was 10 times and the maximum was only 10,000 times. He estimated that it was still related to the quality of the food uploaded. The dodo meat he uploaded last time was considered precious material rated B. However, this time Jiang Ming did not upload the most valuable merman. He only uploaded some ordinary fish and combustible ice, resulting in a maximum rating of only C, which also led to a decrease in the prize level. Although the reward multiplier was lower, Jiang Ming had put in a lot of items. Even if it was just a 10,000-fold, he could bring millions of high-quality fuel and hundreds of thousands of fish to Long Kingdom. That wasn't too little. But the premise was, Lord, please ensure it is 10,000 times. It must be 10,000 times. However, As the wheel began to slow down, Jiang Ming saw the pointer eventually stop at 1,000 times. This stop not only made Jiang Ming's heart stop. Even the viewers in the live stream paused for a few seconds, and then the viewers from Long Kingdom suddenly burst into tears. Only 1,000 times. This is too outrageous. Do they think Jiang Ming uploaded too many items, so they deliberately capped the amount? I was hoping to finally eat fish this time, but unexpectedly. It seems that Jiang Delao's luck has run out. What a pity. Come on, this isn't Jiang Delao's fault. You two shouldn't sigh. It's just a few fish. Jiang Delao might go catch a whole basket tomorrow. I thought we would have fish to eat tomorrow, and I've finished the dodo meat. Now you tell me there's none. How am I supposed to get through tomorrow? My family has no rations left. Ha ha ha, deserved. Truly, you Long Kingdom people were so certain yesterday, saying that Jiang Ming would definitely return with a large amount of good stuff today, not only to maintain his status, but also to rise in ranking. It's hilarious. At some point, a netizen from the Great Eagle Empire popped up to say, I think you Long Kingdom people should prepare to apologize in the live streams of various countries. The Long Kingdom netizens fell silent. This time Jiang Ming did well, but heaven did not cooperate. They truly had no way out. However, just when the Long Kingdom netizens were feeling a bit hopeless, even prepared to be humiliated, a notice suddenly sounded in the live stream, instantly turning the despair into wild joy for the Long Kingdom netizens. The final cashback multiplier for this time is 1,000 times. Long Kingdom receives the following cashback resources from Jiang Ming. Combustible ice, 124,000 gene. Various nuts, 780,000 pieces. Sharp-nosed monkey fish, 22,000 fish. The other items were all normal, but the last line of the report, the final figure, directly caused all the viewers in the live stream to explode. Did you see that? 30 billion fish. Did I hear wrong? You didn't hear wrong, it's 30 billion. OMG, Jiang Delao is too impressive. Haha. But why are there so many eaglehead fish? I clearly remember the number of eaglehead fish Jiang Delao put into the special cabin was the same as the sharp-nosed monkey fish. Yeah, when Jiang Delao was uploading the fish, I counted there were only about 20 eaglehead fish, and if Jiang Delao hadn't stopped the squirrel from picking up eaglehead fish, the number would probably have been even less. Is this cheating? The netizens from the Great Eagle Empire were naturally very dissatisfied. Do you think we haven't watched the live stream? He clearly only put 20 fish into the special cabin before. With a 1,000 times drop rate, at most it would only be 20,000. How could there be so many? Did Long Kingdom use some special means to cheat? We will not accept this result. FKY. What right does Long Kingdom have to get so many fish? They must have obtained these fish through cheating. It doesn't count. Do you think it's possible that the system reported incorrectly? Very possible. I'll call my uncle. He works in the warehouse. He should know some things. Quick. Contact and check. While the live stream was in chaos, the warehouse in Long Kingdom also experienced another wave of confusion. Previously, the dodo meat was manageable. After all, it was all dead meat, and it only needed some preliminary processing to enter the warehouse. But this time, the 30 billion fish Jiang Ming transmitted back were almost all live fish. In the many huge warehouses of Long Kingdom, a rain of lively fish fell, leaving all warehouse managers dumbfounded. How do we handle this? Therefore, their phones were all ringing to the special service department for instructions. After receiving this call, the minister was also bewildered, as it happened suddenly, and Xiao Zheng hadn't had time to report. Mainly Xiao Zheng was also confused. He even thought he had heard wrong, and specifically called back the segment where the system reported the uploaded material quantity, listening and confirming repeatedly. After all, if this kind of thing was truly wrong, the impact would be quite large. But when he confirmed for the third time, the minister's internal line rang. Xiao Zheng, I received calls from various warehouses saying that a large number of live fish suddenly appeared in the warehouses. Do you know about this? Although there were many adventurers in Long Kingdom, the minister didn't know why he immediately thought of Jiang Ming. It was as if he was the only one in this game who could create such a miracle. Has the warehouse overflowed again? Xiao Zheng's first sentence was a surprised rhetorical question, but after saying it, he realized he seemed to have said the wrong thing and hurried to explain. Minister, I really have observed that Jiang Ming uploaded a large amount of resources. However, the eaglehead fish he uploaded was only over 20, and the multiplier he drew this time was also only 1,000 times, so I am not sure if the system reported incorrectly. That's why I didn't report it in time. Being cautious is a good thing. The minister affirmed Xiao Zheng's work attitude. So this warehouse overflow incident is indeed related to Jiang Ming. Yes, minister, Xiao Zheng replied. I just don't know if it's a problem with the upload system or something else. I wonder if these fish will be retracted later. It's unlikely. The minister shook his head and said, I have been in charge of managing the adventurers of the Otherworld game for 2 whole years, and I have never seen any errors occur in the Otherworld game. They are as precise as robots. It's absurd. This time Jiang Ming only uploaded over 20 fish, yet we obtained 30 billion. There must have been an issue in one of the links. How about this? You get all the experts to come to my office for a meeting. Yes, Minister. Xiao Zheng replied. Meanwhile, while the Special Operations Department was also facing the pleasant trouble of too many resources uploaded by Jiang Ming, the live stream was flooding with messages. After all, Jiang Ming's unexpected event this time was truly explosive. Eagle Country, come out and face your doom. 30 billion fish. Ahaha, Jiang Dalao must rise in ranking tonight, there's no doubt about it. We won. Eagle Country, be ready to apologize. Which country's live stream do you want to go to first to admit you're trash? We want to supervise the whole process. Ha, finally an opportunity to see Eagle Country apologize. I must follow to witness the commotion. They aren't planning to go missing again, are they? The Dragon Country netizens who previously dared not speak because Jiang Ming only drew 1,000 times finally were able to vent their frustrations. However, the netizens from the Great Eagle Empire faced with this sudden failure were naturally unwilling to accept it and said, I refuse to accept this. You must have cheated. How could 20 fish multiplied 1,000 times turn into 30 billion? Do you find that reasonable? At this moment, a Dragon Country netizen said something that left everyone speechless. Is it possible that the fish can reproduce? You mean big fish give birth to small fish? It wasn't that outrageous, but after multiplying 1,000 times. Wow, I think this is very possible. Think about how many fish can reproduce. The champion of egg-laying, the blowfish, can lay 300 million eggs at once. Even the fish that lay fewer eggs can still produce hundreds of thousands. The eaglehead fish that Jiang Dalao brought back this time might just be in its breeding period. 30 billion divided by 1,000 equals 3 million. 3 million eggs per fish, is that a lot? Oh my, Jiang Dalao is truly lucky this time. No, our Dragon Country is so lucky. This wave truly is a blessing for our Dragon Country. While the netizens were wildly guessing and coming up with answers, the Special Operations Department reached a conclusion after the experts voiced their opinions. The fish Jiang Ming sent back just happened to be capable of reproduction. And it was such a coincidence that these newly born small fish were calculated by quantity, which brought unexpected joy to our Dragon Country. Moreover, the surprises Jiang Ming brought them weren't just fish. There were also a large number of nut seeds. These seeds had just been confirmed to be viable and could completely adapt to the abnormal weather of Blue Star, qualifying as premium seeds. As long as they are planted in 2 years, Dragon Country will harvest a large quantity of quality nuts. As the statistics on the uploaded resources concluded, the rankings of various countries were refreshed in real time. Resource acquisition rankings: first place, Beautiful Country; second place, Sun Never Sets Country; third place, Cherry Blossom Country; third place, Bear Country; seventh place, Dragon Country. Dragon Country's ranking has risen once again, now becoming 7th. Jiang Ming, having just missed listening to how much he uploaded, was completely unaware that this ranking change was brought about by him. He marveled, I wonder which adventurer is so amazing actually uploading resources that raise Dragon Country's ranking. Impressive. It seems I must learn well from the other party. In the live stream. Jiang Dalao seems to be unaware that he uploaded 30 billion fish. He's still in admiration of himself. It's hilarious. It's quite normal. After all, he saw the multiplication factor of only 1,000, and the earlier reports indicated only a few tens of thousands of resources. He might not have paid attention to the latter reports. After all, Jiang Dalao has a clear idea of how much he has sent back. On the contrary, it was this sudden wave of unexpected wealth that surprised Jiang Dalao. I'm really curious what his reaction will be when he sees his ranking later. He'll probably look completely dumbfounded, right? After all, he doesn't know what has happened. Right, he can't review the playback. The adventurer rankings have been released. 13th server adventurer contribution rankings: first place, Beautiful Country Peter, total points 59100. Second place, Dragon Country Jiang Ming, total points 48200. Third place, Cherry Blossom Country Idacun, total points 16200. Jiang Ming originally thought he would probably drop to 5th or 6th place today. However, he found that not only did his rank not drop, but it even rose by 2 places. What's going on? Jiang Ming was utterly bewildered at this moment. After all, he really hadn't done anything, so how did his points increase so much? What's going on? Jiang Ming hurriedly opened the captain's log to take a look. In the next second, he finally saw what was off. That was that the 20 or so eaglehead fish he uploaded had somehow turned into 30 billion. What the hell? How could there be so many? This happiness came too suddenly, so suddenly that Jiang Ming even began to question life. As Jiang Ming's ranking rose, he also received system rewards once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Jiang Ming for entering the adventurer contribution, ranking top 2 for the first time. Reward: Firestone 1, Water Avoiding Pearl 1. Oh ho! Firestone. So it turns out, the divine token can be obtained through rewards. No wonder he felt that obtaining this divine token was incredibly rare. Could anyone really achieve that? Now he knew that as long as he climbed the rankings it was possible. If other adventurers heard Jiang Ming's words they would probably roll their eyes at him. After all, grinding to get into the top 10 is far more challenging than searching everywhere for a divine token. Only Jiang Ming could manage to climb the rankings twice in such a short time. This thing gets harder the higher you go. After all, some adventurers are simply the chosen ones, their starting point is the destination for others. For example, Peter from Beautiful Country, who was spawned directly near a resource-rich island where there's also a mine, allowing him to effortlessly upload vast amounts of resources every day. This is not a fair competition at all. And before Jiang Ming had a chance to study the game rewards, another reward also arrived at this moment. Daily 3 Oracles system is refreshing. Refresh completed. Today's 3 Oracles small blessing. When you are about to evolve your ship, consider choosing a random blind box. There may be unexpected surprises. Average among the ships you dismantle today, there is a small private resource box that may contain tools you need. Great misfortune, the Water Godstone is located in the territory of the fishmen below the combustible ice, where a group of ferocious fishmen live highly sensitive to the scent of blood, and they have a habit of devouring their own kind. Because each fishman carries a trace of the legendary Sea King's bloodline, they believe that by devouring enough of their own kind, they can have a greater chance of evolving into a true Sea King. However, because the fishmen keep devouring each other, it could lead to their extinction, so the fishman leader forbids them from attacking one another, only allowing the consumption of deceased kin. Of violators will be hunted down by the entire clan. With the bodies of the fishmen, you might be able to make good use of the situation. When those fishmen scramble for the fish bodies, it will be your best chance to steal the Water Godstone. Cannibalism among the same kind. Truly a manifestation of extreme ferocity. However, it is precisely these peculiar habits of the fishmen that present a splendid opportunity for Jiang Ming. This time he could no longer resist the urge to grant Alexander a good person card. If it weren't for him, Jiang Ming would truly have no way to deal with this nest of monsters, yet Alexander created an opportunity for himself with his own life. Isn't that enough to be considered a good person? Moreover, the good news tonight does not end with the Water Godstone. There is another surprise. That is, the choice of evolution direction for the ship. It seems that not rushing to choose the evolution direction today was the right decision. Otherwise, how could he have received the hint from the divination? Draw a random blind box. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming chose to draw from the blind box. Draw. Congratulations. The adventurer has obtained a brand new evolution form. Flesh and blood weakness, mechanical distortion, abandon the cold steel shell, allowing the ship's body to undergo an irreversible flesh transformation at the genetic level, where the originally precise mechanical arms will be forcibly engulfed by violently proliferating muscle fibers twisting into grotesque tentacle turrets. To outsiders, this is no longer a tool for navigation, but a massive bait floating on the sea, exuding a primal stench as if it would attract deep-sea predators to tear it apart at any moment. P.S. This is a forbidden route prepared for fanatics based on flesh and blood with machinery, as fangs transforming into a breathing maritime nightmare in the extreme cold. At the moment Jiang Ming received this hint, he also sensed the changes in the ship. Thud, thud, thud. It seemed as if something was pulsating beneath his feet. Pulsating rhythmically, it was as if a living heart had suddenly appeared within the hull, and with each heartbeat countless blood vessels grew out from the captain's console, spreading outwards. As the blood vessels grew, the once rigid walls of the cabin began to soften and swell, the surface becoming covered with a slick dark red biological keratin layer resembling the flesh of a giant beast. Moreover, large amounts of mucus ooze from the seams where the flesh meets flesh. This mucus resembles some sort of gelatin akin to a tissue fluid used for healing skin, quickly bonding the freshly grown flesh, allowing it to grow faster. As the entire captain's control room underwent this transformation, Jiang Ming could feel the heartbeat beneath his feet growing faster, as if some monster was about to burst forth from the ship. Strangely enough, Jiang Ming initially thought that witnessing this bizarre scene would instill fear, yet unexpectedly he felt no unease. Instead, he even experienced a sense of connection with the ship's bloodline. The rebirth and growth of the dragon boat made Jiang Ming feel the awakening of a powerful bloodline. Moreover, he could even see the conditions around the dragon boat without using the control panel. For instance, there were many more interfaces on the ship's surface. Although these interfaces were covered in flesh, they glimmered with mechanical slots inside. These slots were not the regular industrial interfaces, but were wrapped in twisted bones and exposed nerve bundles, as if they had grown out of the flesh. In the future, if he were to acquire various mechanical arms, turrets, and other modular weapons, he could directly plug them into these living interfaces. Unfortunately, to plug in, he would have to keep paying for the ship core. It seems. Tomorrow, in addition to meeting the fishman, Jiang Ming will have to receive the legacy left by Alexander the Good Person. After all, he and his deceased companion are akin to 2 ship cores. Jiang Ming was very curious if he could smash down 2 ship cores. What new changes would the dragon boat undergo? However, the majority of people in the live broadcast room upon witnessing the drastic changes to the dragon boat felt completely different from Jiang Ming. What on earth is this Jiang Daolao ship? Why has it grown flesh? No way. Jiang Daolao actually chose the most useless flesh symbiosis evolution direction. That's it, it's all over. Isn't Jiang Daolao already an elite adventurer? Why hasn't the country contacted him to warn him not to choose the flesh symbiosis mode? Exactly, even choosing a ghost submarine or mechanical ascension would be 100 times better than this. Although most people in the live broadcast room understood the pros and cons of the 5 evolution schemes, there were still viewers completely unaware of the situation asking why. Why do you all despise the flesh symbiosis evolution direction so much? I see that the introduction says that when the ship is damaged it can automatically repair itself, which others seem incapable of. Yeah, at least it can self-repair, that's not too bad. The problem lies here. Someone knowledgeable immediately came out to explain the flesh symbiosis evolution direction has only this one benefit, which is self-repair. But its disadvantages far outweigh the benefits. Imagine this turning your ship into a massive piece of flesh on the endless ocean. Oh, what consequences would that bring? The moment the knowledgeable one said this, everyone realized the implications. On the surface of the sea, a large, fresh, bloody piece of flesh appears, which is tantamount to notifying all carnivorous fish in the sea that there's a buffet here. Everyone hurry and come eat. So that's where the ship's repairability comes from. A netizen sighed. Well, that isn't too bad, or at least it has repair capabilities. No, that's actually the worst part, because this is an endless despair. Do you think it's better to cling to life for several months after contracting a terminal illness knowing you will die, and just watching yourself weaken little by little? Or is it better to suddenly die without pain in an instant? Then I would choose to die without pain. That's exactly it. The self-repairability of flesh symbiosis is nothing more than a torturous existence after contracting a terminal illness. Jiang Daolao will only be able to watch his ship slowly hollowed out, unable to repair it, and unable to prevent the suffering of the ship capsizing. Why would such a trashy evolution direction be chosen by Jiang Daolao? The heavens are blind. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. Yet someone couldn't help but ask, is it really of no use at all? But I saw in the introduction that the flesh and blood symbiote can devour other creatures to evolve, right? If a ship can eventually evolve into a great white shark, that doesn't sound too bad. Yes, I also saw in the introduction of the flesh and blood symbiote that it might evolve into ancient behemoths or something. Could all of that be false? Indeed. A netizen specializing in reverse research spoke up. This direction of flesh and blood symbiosis will indeed become very powerful in the later stages, especially when the ship gains abilities like tentacles and venom spraying, but that's a matter for the far future. Survivors from Road Adventures and Shelter Survival have chosen the direction of flesh and blood symbiosis. As long as they can survive until the late stages, they will absolutely be akin to abyssal behemoths, but that must be in the later stages. Moreover, it's best if this happens in land-based games like Roads or Shelters where adventurers have a chance to develop. But above the ocean, I really can't imagine the kind of terrifying siege that Jiang Daolao will face in the future. Oh right, the flesh and blood symbiote has a nasty flaw. It requires constant feeding, otherwise it will suffer from insufficient energy, leading to tentacle malfunctions and inadequate venom secretion. There's even a chance of tissue degeneration and other complications. It has many flaws, but the benefits. It's inconvenient to elaborate. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Meanwhile, netizens from other countries seized the opportunity to chime in. Good. Very good. I can't believe there are actually idiotic adventurers choosing the direction of flesh and blood symbiosis. You're doomed. This adventurer is about to die soon. Oh, isn't this the second-ranked adventurer, Jiang Ming? I never expected him to be so smug as to make such a grave mistake. Oh dear, I was still worried that our Idacon wouldn't be able to reclaim the second spot, but it seems karma has come swiftly. It looks like our Idacon will soon return to the throne of second place. Flesh and blood symbiosis, Choosing this evolution direction above the sea is either brainless or akin to the Virgin Mary. Why the Virgin Mary? Some didn't understand. Because only the Virgin Mary can selflessly turn herself into a buffet for all creatures in the ocean. Oh, what's that called? A whale falls and all life thrives. I see, that's indeed too funny. Jiang Ming's choice was not just a topic of discussion for those in the even the Special Operations Department. Not good. A staff member suddenly burst into the minister's meeting room exclaiming, "Group Leader Jiang Minister, it's bad." Lin Fan, what happened? Xiao Zheng, who was observing Jiang Ming's live stream in his stead, felt his heart skip a beat at the sudden entrance of Lin Fan, sensing something ominous. After all, Lin Fan was responsible for taking over his duties, and now Lin Fan's face was tense and desperate, which indicated that something must have gone wrong with Jiang Ming. Is he one of your team members? There were many people in the Special Operations Department, so the minister didn't recognize everyone. He first glanced at Xiao Zheng, then comforted Lin Fan. Don't panic, take your time to explain. Yes, minister. Lin Fan quickly saluted the minister, taking a deep breath before rapidly saying, Our Dragon Kingdom's 13th Division, the second-ranked adventurer, Jiang Ming, has chosen the flesh and blood symbiosis mode for ship evolution. What a... The minister Xiao Zheng and others all gasped in unison. After all, the direction of flesh and blood symbiosis is not only limited to ocean survival, land survival, road survival, shelter survival, mist survival, and many others also have this option. At that time, everyone analyzed this option and reached a consensus that the disadvantages outweighed the advantage. This is still on land. A flesh and blood symbiotic shelter or vehicle will only attract attacks from certain beasts or monsters, carnivorous creatures. But even so, it would be enough to cause numerous adventurers who made that choice to die. And Jiang Ming is currently at sea, turning himself into a fresh mass of flesh above the ocean. What kind of madness is that? What's the difference from suicide? Report to the minister, our Dragon Kingdom's 13th Division adventurer. Lin Fan thought the minister and others hadn't heard clearly and was about to start from the top again, but he was directly interrupted by the minister. Stop talking nonsense, get to the point. Yes, Jiang Ming chose the direction of flesh and blood symbiosis. Lin Fan was much more focused this time. Upon hearing this, the minister plopped back into his office chair, saying, We should have warned him earlier, now it's too late. It's all over. Xiao Zheng also looked pale. Jiang Ming actually made the worst choice. It seems we no longer need to quarrel over Jiang Ming's identity elevation. But some members of the meeting expressed, I said it was too early to promote an adventurer who hasn't survived a week to a new star. After all, no one knows what kind of trouble he might cause. What a pity, what a pity. Some experts lamented, Comrade Jiang Ming has always had good luck. I never expected he would make such a blunder at such a critical moment. New adventurers have a very low survival rate in the first week. To elevate a comrade like Jiang Ming to elite-level adventurer in the first week is itself an extravagant behavior. Now we have lost another quota, which is a tremendous waste for the Dragon Kingdom. Slap. How is that a waste? The minister slammed the table and shouted, when Comrade Jiang Ming brought back 1.3 billion pounds of meat and 3 billion fish for our country, why didn't you say that was a waste? I say Jiang Ming has qualified for promotion to new star level long ago with his consecutive returns of such substantial resources. Besides, Jiang Ming hasn't encountered any trouble, yet you all are here talking down on an adventurer who has contributed so much to our country. Isn't that a bit excessive? This is my first warning to you, and it will be my last warning. If there's a next time, get lost. What our country lacks are brave and cunning adventurers who can contribute, not you experts sitting in the office. Yes, minister, we understand our mistakes. A group of experts were silenced by the minister's reprimand. Meanwhile, the one who was viewed as the instigator of a wrong choice was currently roasting fish and preparing for tomorrow's fishermen. For Jiang Ming, as long as he can obtain the Pearl of Water and utilize the abilities provided by the divine artifact to escape this frigid sea, the Longzhou will ascend to the true stage. For this ship, others may see it as a wrong choice, but in Jiang Ming's view, it is not merely a simple flesh and blood symbiote. It is a mechanical aberration of flesh and blood struggling to transcend. A Waniophacan mechanical behemoth of the sea. The next day in the morning. The weather is exceptionally pleasant today with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine outside. The cabin is warm and there is plenty of food. The serene atmosphere almost made Jiang Ming think that he was not here to survive, but rather on a luxurious cruise vacation. Of course. Except for the information regarding the toxic mist distance and Jiang Ming's attributes. Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Identity captain of the dragon boat. Location extreme cold sea toxic mist is 478 nautical miles away. Rank in the 13th outfit 2. Fullness 150. Health 100. Lifespan 188 days. Mental state 98. Agility 25. Average person has an agility of 5. Athletes have 10. Strength 15. Average person has a strength of 5. A strong man has 10. Defense 14. 5. Average person's defense is 5. A boxer has 10. Special abilities intermediate cold resistance 18. 8. Swimming. The toxic mist has suddenly reached the critical point of 500 nautical miles. Jiang Ming frowned at the reminder in his attributes. For 178 nautical miles, at the current rate of the toxic mist spread, he might not have even 4 days left. It seems. He needs to think of a way to get the Waterstone first, and see if there's a way to leave this place. With a crisis at hand, naturally, there comes the motivation to get up. Jiang Ming stretched and sat up. This was the best night of sleep he had since arriving in this other world. Though the fishing boat had become quite strange, the ability to coexist with flesh and blood allowed Jiang Ming to sense the changes on the boat at all times. Because of this, he slept soundly. Moreover, upon waking, he discovered that the ship's hull had extended a lung tube from the top. The purpose of this tube was to melt the snow accumulated on the ship's top, and after absorption and filtration through the hull, it was gradually flowing into the large pot Jiang Ming had placed on the fireplace. It could even collect fresh water. Jiang Ming was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the ability to coexist with flesh and blood was not as bad as he had imagined. At least he wouldn't have to worry about fresh water in the future. He first added some combustible ice to heat the water, then cut the eaglehead fish meat he caught yesterday into slices, tossed them into the boiling water, added pepper and salt, and cooked a steaming bowl of fish soup. As for pots, bowls, and utensils, these were all found among the miscellaneous items of the diary boss boat. When Jiang Ming disassembled the ship yesterday, one of the categories was miscellaneous items. He had been in a hurry to deal with Alexander, so he didn't examine it closely. Before going to sleep last night, he had opened up the miscellaneous items. He found that most of the pile consisted of daily necessities like bedding and pots and bowls. Although most were crudely made, they were useful to Jiang Ming now. Among all these miscellaneous items, what Jiang Ming liked the most was the diary boss had left him a toolbox. Inside were not only various basic repair tools, but also a large box of nails. To Jiang Ming, these nails were as precious as bullets. After all, he was determined to become a master of magnetism. Phew, the flavor of the eaglehead fish was truly fresh. Though this other world was dangerous, the taste of the magical beasts here was indeed outstanding. During the process of cooking the fish soup, he also roasted a large goosebird, saving it for lunch. Set off. After finishing breakfast and a simple grooming, he stretched and walked outside. He had two things to do today. One was to go to the combustible IC area to feed the fish, and the other was to head to the west of the forest to search for Alexander and the other's ship. Upon exiting the cabin, Jiang Ming looked at the empty deck and the 2 rows of snow paw prints stretching far into the distance. Then, Jiang Ming placed his hands on his hips and shouted into the distance, "Lai Fu." After waiting for a while, there was no response. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and continued to shout, "Breakfast is ready." Bang, 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 bang. Sure enough, at the moment Jiang Ming shouted about breakfast, a rumbling sound immediately resonated from the nearby snow. Before long, a gray-brown dot gradually approached. Chirp. Lai Fu appeared under the fishing boat with a flattering expression, not coming up, but wagging its big tail, mouth open, waiting for Jiang Ming to feed it. Seeing this creature being so clingy, Jiang Ming knew it was hungry, and he suddenly felt a surge of anger. However, he was a man of his word. Thus, Jiang Ming brought over the garbage bin from the cabin and dumped the innards and bones of the large goosebird and eaglehead fish, as well as fish heads and scales down. Seeing the food, Lai Fu immediately opened its mouth wide in delight. Splash! But when all the garbage fell into its mouth, its expression turned quite strange while it chewed. It even spat out some twigs used for roasting the bird, and some wrappers, and some drink caps and other miscellaneous items. Chirp! Lai Fu pointed at the mess of garbage on the ground, expressing its protest. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow and said, "When I called you the first time, you heard right." Chirp! Lai Fu's furious reprimand abruptly stopped. Looking at its behavior, Jiang Ming knew this guy indeed heard it, but was just too lazy to come over. However, after giving it a slap, Jiang Ming took a sweet date and said, "As long as you properly take me to the combustible ice, to the place where the fisherman was yesterday, this roasted fish will be yours." "That's obedient." Jiang Ming patted Lai Fu's head and then tossed the sack filled with pieces of the fishman's corpse onto Lai Fu's back. After a night, the fishman's corpse had begun to smell. Moreover, there were occasional drips of corpse water seeping from the sack. Although Jiang Ming had tried to seal it with a garbage bag, it was futile. Lai Fu looked disdainfully at the dripping sack. "At a pine cone." Jiang Ming offered a price without hesitation. Lai Fu immediately turned its head, focusing its eyes, and preparing to set off. In Jiang Ming's live stream. "Ah, this mouse is too cute. I want to pet it." Did you just see the mouse with its hands on its hips pointing at that pile of garbage, reproaching Jiang Ming? It was really too adorable. "Oh, I want to take a screenshot and turn it into a meme." Jiang Ming is too bad. He actually fed Lai Fu garbage. Isn't that animal abuse? Well, it's okay. This kind of squirrel from another world eats anything. You also saw it eating fish excrement. That was fish entrails. Although the fishman's intestines were ruptured due to Alexander's thunderstrike, they were still entrails. I just want to ask you, if a meal was mixed with excrement, would you treat it as excrement or as a meal? The person fell silent. Mainly the topic was too disgusting. Whichever answer was given left people speechless. What is Jiang Shin doing? While the people in the live stream were still discussing whether it was excrement or food, Jiang Ming once again did something that everyone in the live stream found hard to understand. Everyone saw Jiang Ming dump a prepared sack full of fishman corpses into the ice hole. Is Jiang De Lao feeding the fish? Perhaps it's for baiting. This is rare magical fish meat. Just a bite could significantly boost one's constitution. Is he really just dumping it for bait? Exactly, can other fish be used for bait? This is too extravagant. Oh, my rare magical fish meat, if it could be sent back to the Dragon Kingdom, who knows how much hope it could bring to patience. Even if not for patience, it could be used by the next batch of adventurers to enhance their physique. This is just too wasteful. Zhang Dalao must have his own thoughts on what waste. In my opinion, you Dragon Kingdom adventurers are just... The ever-present Sakura country person immediately popped up again. He must have tasted the benefits of using fishman corpses yesterday and wants to do it again today. What a pity. What's this called? How do you say it in your Dragon Kingdom idiom? Waiting for a fish to come to the tree. It's waiting for a hare by the tree, and it's not even right in this context. A Dragon Kingdom netizen couldn't help but correct. If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything, okay? It really makes one annoyed. What you should be annoyed at is not me, but your foolish adventurers. The Sakura country netizen found fault again. I guess you also don't understand this adventurer's actions feeling. He is wasting, and even feeling angry, right? After all, his foolishness means that your Dragon Kingdom will also suffer misfortune, hee. But to be honest, watching him dump such precious magical fish meat, I feel so good inside. After all, things that our great Sakura Empire cannot obtain, what right do you East Asian sick men have to enjoy? Throwing it into the sea is the result you deserve? Get lost, you people of Sakura Kingdom. Damn it, you're living too comfortably, aren't you? Since when do the mongrels of Sakura Kingdom get to meddle in the affairs of our Dragon Kingdom? Would you kindly go and die? What about your so-called Bushido? Didn't someone from your Sakura Kingdom lose a bet before and swear to commit seppuku only to slink away in silence, too afraid to utter a peep? Could that have been you? A bunch of captives clinging to life. What Bushido could they possibly possess? If they all committed suicide upon defeat, Sakura Kingdom would have ceased to exist long ago. Haha, the comment above is spot on. They're nothing but dung beetles stirring shit in a cesspool. You, the netizens of Sakura Kingdom, besieged on all sides, could barely utter a word. Baka, baka. Is that all you've got? The Dragon Kingdom netizens, seeing their flustered state, broke into laughter. Your Sakura Kingdom is not only cowardly, but also utterly uncultured. Even your insults are limited to these two tired phrases. Care to sample the profound and extensive linguistic culture of our Dragon Kingdom? I can curse your ancestors for 18 generations without ever repeating myself. Upstairs, please don't. A Dragon Kingdom netizen immediately chimed in. What if they learned from you? Haha. Splash. Yet, just as the Dragon Kingdom netizens were locked in a fierce verbal battle with their Sakura Kingdom counterparts, a crisp sound of water suddenly echoed from the live stream. The crowd was even more bewildered, because the one who had fallen into the water was none other than Jiang Ming. What do we do? God Jiang has fallen into the water. Help! Laifu, quickly pull God Jiang out of the water, or he'll be attacked by those piranhas. No, Big Boss Jiang entered the water willingly. Why else would he have stripped off all his clothes? It shows he was prepared to go in. But Big Boss Jiang just chummed the water. Isn't going in now a death wish? And there are mermen in this area. Everyone saw the one that dragged Alexander underwater yesterday. It was terrifying on land, let alone in the water. This time Big Boss Jiang is truly in danger. Damn, being torn apart by a school of fish is too gruesome a death. I really don't want to see this. Please, Big Boss Jiang, don't die. Haha. Yet, the Sakura Kingdom netizens who had been too overwhelmed to speak earlier now saw such a thrilling sight. How could they resist piping up? I told you Dragon Kingdom people were foolish. But I never imagined you could be this stupid, jumping straight into the sea to feed the fish. Ha ha ha. And it wasn't just the Sakura Kingdom netizens mocking Jiang Ming's actions, but also those from the Beautiful Kingdom and the Great Eagle Empire. Somehow tipped off, they flooded the live stream at this very moment, launching into a frenzy of ridicule against. So someone actually uses themselves as bait. I saw a screenshot on the World Channel and didn't believe it, so I came to see for myself. Haha, has this Dragon Kingdom guy had his brain eaten by zombies? Isn't there an old saying in their Dragon Kingdom about having one's head stuck in a door? I think this guy probably got his head caught on the way out this morning. How else could he do something so brainless? I think he's quite noble, though. Sacrificing himself to feed the fish. What a magnificent act. Look, the merman is coming. Wow, is that a merman? It's huge. This is my first time seeing one. Is this the same merman that devoured our Alexander yesterday? I bet Alexander's ghost has come for revenge, dragging the one who caused his death into the water with him. So it's a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. No wonder this guy is so brainlessly stupid. Not just the merman, but countless carnivorous fish surround him. He's doomed. Get ready to record the screen. I'm compiling a collection of the most gruesome adventurer deaths. This guy is definitely a top contender. The Dragon Kingdom netizens, seeing these malicious foreigners flocking to attack Jiang Ming, were seething with anger. They wanted to fight back, but didn't know what to say. A few Dragon Kingdom netizens kept retorting, "None of your damn business. Our Dragon Kingdom adventurers do as they please. Since when do you get a say?" But whether it was Sakura Kingdom netizens or Alexander's fans who had spread the word, a massive influx of foreigners flooded the live stream, overwhelming the already feeble counterattacks of the Dragon Kingdom netizens and rendering them even more powerless. Big Boss Jiang, is this really the end? Countless netizens watched as the merman abandoned feasting on its kin's corpse to target Jiang Ming the intruder, their hearts nearly leaping into their throats. But just as the merman was about to reach Jiang Ming, bang! Jiang Ming, submerged in the water, grinned at the merman and uttered a single word. No one could make out what it was, but from the merman's subsequent reaction, everyone realized Jiang Ming, because the moment Jiang Ming spat out that word, the merman, which had been stretched out, suddenly curled into a ball, its expression twisted in agony, and then it spewed a mouthful of blood, instantly staining the surrounding seawater crimson. What just happened? The Dragon Kingdom netizens were all stunned. Big Boss Jiang seemed to just utter a single word, and that merman spewed blood. Could it be a thunderclap bomb? This looks a lot like what happened to the mermaid Alexander blew up yesterday. I bet it's a thunderclap bomb. But Big Boss Jiang doesn't have any thunderclap bombs. And even if he did you see him toss it into the merman's mouth? If not, how could it have exploded from the inside? What if? A netizen speculated, it's something like words become reality. It's not impossible, just a bit far-fetched. Let's keep watching. Exactly. Whatever method Big Boss Jiang uses, as long as it kills these mermen, it's impressive. Sorcery. But the foreign netizens saw it differently. When they witnessed the Dragon Kingdom adventurer whom they had assumed was doomed turn the tables and kill the merman, they were furious. This guy must have used some despicable sorcery. Why did that merman just explode out of nowhere? I've heard that Dragon Kingdom has sects specializing in goo magic or Taoist arts, and they're incredibly powerful. I bet this Dragon Kingdom guy belongs to one of those. Ridiculous. This is cheating. No matter. Just then a certain little son suddenly spoke up. It's just one dead merman. Look at how many piranhas and other mermen are lurking around. Are you still afraid this guy won't die? But the moment the Sakura Kingdom little son finished speaking, everyone saw all the piranhas surrounding Jiang Ming spewing blood from their mouths in unison. Soon after, they turned belly up and floated toward the sea surface. They were clearly beyond dead. In that instant, it was as if the crowd was watching a festival where people release balloons into the sky. Countless fish, like so many balloons, drifted upward toward the surface, leaving behind vast swaths of crimson-stained seawater. The scene was utterly uncanny. The seawater is not particularly cold, even somewhat warm. After all, Jiang Ming, who possesses a medium-level cold resistance physique, can now dash through the biting cold winds at -23 degrees, while the lowest temperature of the water is 0 degrees. Even seawater cannot drop below -2 degrees. Therefore, the frigid ocean has instead become a temperate swimming pool for Jiang Ming. Moreover, thanks to the game reward he received yesterday, the water avoidance pearl, Jiang Ming can survive for an hour underwater with just a single breath. Water avoidance pearl can only be used once a day, lasts for 1 hour, becomes ineffective once on land, and requires a cooldown of 24 hours before it can be used again. Note, when using the water avoidance pearl, one must not be attacked. Otherwise, if the water bubble is pierced, the effect will be nullified. Last night, he spent a long time preparing a large amount of bait made from the flesh of these fishmen and the numerous carnivorous fish in the sea. These baits are all specially enhanced versions by Jiang Ming. In each piece of fishman flesh, he inserted a nail. As soon as a fish swallows it, he can control the nail inside the fish's belly. Just then, a carnivorous fish that swam close to Jiang Ming was instantly dealt with by a snap of his. This startled the fishmen lurking nearby, who seemed bewildered as to how Jiang Ming accomplished that. They hadn't seen him perform any action against that large fish. Without even a weapon and not even a ripple in the water, how could this human accomplish such a feat? Initially, they wanted to rush forward and eat this intruding human, but after witnessing this, they hesitated. Yet they couldn't believe such absurdity existed in this world. After all, even the sequential ones would at least employ various abilities such as ice, arrows, flames, and so forth. But he clearly hasn't used any abilities. How is that possible? You go. The fishman commanded another large fish to attack Jiang Ming using its pressure. They wanted to know whether this was merely an accident or if this human truly possessed some miraculous ability. After receiving the order, the large fish swiftly swam towards Jiang Ming. After all, it lacked intelligence and could only follow the fishman's directives. Splash! Jiang Ming, who had mastered the art of swimming, sensed an anomaly in the surrounding currents and quickly turned around, only to see a gigantic carnivorous fish rapidly approaching him. Just as he was about to use his metal control skill, he was horrified to discover, damn, this fish hadn't eaten any fishman flesh. This is trouble. Encountering a fish that wasn't greedy could either mean it was a lesser fish that didn't qualify to receive fishman flesh. Helplessly, Jiang Ming could only take out his axe and throw it at the large fish. However, the water's resistance was immense, causing the thrown axe to descend slowly as if it had fallen into jelly, barely flying far before starting to sink. At that moment, the large fish opened its mouth wide, ready to bite Jiang Ming. Metal control. Jiang Ming hurriedly activated his metal control skill. But this time he was not controlling the non-existent nail in the large fish's belly. Instead, he focused on the axe he had thrown, which was now hovering in the direction of the oncoming fish. Gulp. Then, he waited for the instant the large fish swallowed the axe. Jiang Ming immediately commanded the axe to slice deeply into the fish's mouth, causing it to spew a mouthful of blood, followed by an involuntary flip of its belly, dead beyond recovery. Ugh. However, after dealing with this large fish, Jiang Ming once again felt the agony of mental exhaustion, or it seemed he needed to prepare more small metal gear next time. The axe's weight was too great, requiring a significant amount of Jiang Ming's mental energy for every control. Fortunately, being in the ocean provided greater buoyancy. Otherwise, Jiang Ming might have fainted from just this round of operations. Gulyalu, the side effect of mental exhaustion was hunger. However, seeing the location of the water stone marked on the map, he was almost there. Naturally, he couldn't back down at this moment. But just as Jiang Ming was gritting his teeth to persevere, the fisherman, who had been observing for a long time, let out a series of mocking laughs, for it realized that this human was not capable of making the nearby fish explode. He merely employed a small trick, fooling that large fish into swallowing an axe. Is that all? With that speed, with the size of the axe, as a high-ranking fisherman, how could it possibly miss? After all, it was the fastest swimmer among the fishmen in its village. Not only that, but it was also the most agile and powerful among the fishmen, and once the old fish king abdicated, the position of the new fish king would be its. Given its abilities and methods, this little human didn't even register as a feather in its eyes. But just as this graceful fisherman was still fantasizing about easily devouring Jiang Ming, while swimming halfway, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its belly. It was as if some sharp weapon was scraping its insides, gnawing at its stomach. Ugh! The fisherman let out a silent scream of agony, for as soon as it opened its mouth, its voice would turn into bubbles, quickly rising to the surface. At that moment, it finally understood what its kin had experienced before their deaths, but it couldn't comprehend why it hadn't seen the axe, and to avoid accidentally swallowing anything, it had kept its mouth tightly shut. Why would this happen? The aspiring fish king found it hard to accept such an unclear demise. Thus, just before it completely perished, it viciously plunged its claws into its abdomen, pulling out a hard, sharp object. It was a nail still bearing remnants of fishman flesh. Its snake-like eyes fixated on this nail, and at that moment it fully understood. It was not a curse nor some supernatural ability. It was fishman flesh. It was the countless bits of its kin that this human had thrown into the sea, hiding these terrifying weapons within the meat, deceiving them into swallowing it. Unfortunately, by the time it discerned this human's plot, it was already too late. Don't. The fishman coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling its body grow lighter. Its once proud fishtail and fins could no longer control its body. It could only let its belly roll over, drifting with the currents. Before it died, it saw its kin swimming towards it. The fishman felt joy, thinking it could finally reveal this despicable human's plot to everyone, stopping this mess from continuing. Whatever you do, don't eat the fishman. But just as it was excitedly trying to reveal the human's conspiracy, its kin merely glanced at it mockingly, seemingly ridiculing its weakness. Then, its kin opened its massive mouth and bit down on its head. The forum in the live streaming room, the square section. This is a website specifically established for discussions or attracting viewers for the streamers. This forum usually features various exciting videos, thrilling clips, and even analysis posts from numerous adventurers, as well as survival strategy guides, among others. It can be said that it is a place where 100 flowers bloom. However, just now all the top 10 topics on the entire forum were dominated by a person named Jiang Ming. Top 10 exciting clips. God Jiang slices the merman selling fish now. God Jiang forced the merman to commit suicide. God Jiang's pressure is so strong that the big fish was even forced to swallow a big stick. Oh no, I mean a big axe. If anyone's amazing operation this year can achieve legendary status, I wholeheartedly vote for God Jiang. If you want to see the video of the merman self-destructing, come in. Countless hot posts left both veterans and newcomers in the forum bewildered. They all shared the same question in their hearts. Who exactly is this God Jiang? The more curious people there were, the more popular Jiang Ming's posts became. Almost instantly, the headlines of the forum transformed into Jiang Ming's posts. Everyone was discussing how Jiang Ming accomplished this. However, the viewers who had been watching Jiang Ming's live stream were very clear as Jiang Ming had actually used this tactic against a squirrel. It's just that, at that time he used fish hooks and fishing lines. But this time Jiang Ming was even more ruthless. He used only a pack of iron nails stuffed into the fish meat. This is a trap that couldn't be simpler. Why were those fish hooked? Countless netizens raised the same question simultaneously. It's very simple. A netizen who specializes in studying fish immediately explained, God Jiang's operation is divine precisely because he understands how fish feed. Most fish, especially carnivorous ones, primarily feed by swallowing, so Jiang Ming chose to hide the trap in the bait. If it were a normal situation, this wouldn't succeed, but Jiang Ming cleverly exploited another point. That is, both carnivorous fish and mermen are irresistibly attracted to merman meat. They simply cannot refuse. When Jiang Ming threw the fish carcass chopped up from merman meat into the sea, all the carnivorous fish that caught a whiff would rush over instantly. Here we must mention another characteristic of social animals, the herd mentality. When those fish began to eat the merman meat, the others saw that the first fish to eat the meat didn't die. They would then start to snatch the remaining merman meat, fearing they would miss out if they were slow. As a result, all the fish that ate the merman meat fell into the trap. And I suspect Jiang Ming's so-called metal control ability has a range limitation, so he can only launch an attack when the fish come within a certain distance of him, which means making the nails inside the merman's belly trigger and directly taking out the opponent. After listening to the expert's analysis, everyone couldn't help but express their amazement. Wow, God Jiang is incredible. He could think of this. What kind of battle is this? An internal breakthrough battle? No, it's more like a battle of internal betrayal and halted trade. Haha. But this tactic of God Jiang's isn't 100% effective. Did you all forget that a big fish almost bit him, and in the end it was because God Jiang controlled the axe and forcefully killed it? But have you considered that the big fish might never have eaten merman meat? The netizen fell silent, because that possibility was simply too high. However, besides feeling happy for Jiang Ming, many netizens in Longhua began to tag foreign viewers in the live stream. Little Cherry Blossom, come out and face your doom. And what about that guy who said that God Jiang pouring precious resources to feed fish was a foolish act? Is he from the beautiful country? You come out and die for me too. Additionally, go apologize in live streams of various countries. Damn it, do you think my God Jiang strategic means can be understood by trash like you? It's one thing to be foolish yourself, but trying to pull us down to your level. Spit. After witnessing God Jiang's feat, netizens from Longhua immediately started cursing foreign netizens. But this time, it was the foreign netizens who fell silent. Especially the netizens from Sakura country, who ran away faster than the others, and in the blink of an eye Jiang Ming's live stream became much cleaner. After all the trash had all been chased away. Look, just as the netizens from Longhua were cleaning up the trash in the live stream, a viewer noticed a beam of light deep in the sea. There's a light. That light seems to be coming from a pearl. What a big pearl. What a huge clam. Oh my God, did God Jiang dive into the sea just for this old clam? How can you say that? What do you mean he went to the sea just for the old clam? Clearly he went to the sea to collect pearls. Is this pearl special? Is it worth God Jiang taking such great risks to dive into the deep sea filled with mermen just to salvage this thing? Oh yes, this pearl is indeed special. Did you all forget what God Jiang said before? The divine token requires 5 stones, each representing a different element. God Jiang obtained the golden stone, thus gaining metal control abilities, becoming a Magneto. It seems he also got a red stone later. Although I don't know what that stone can do, I speculate it should be the fire stone, and this one in the water, if I'm not mistaken, should be the water stone. If he has 3 out of 5, then God Jiang must be expecting to become a sequencer very soon. God Jiang truly lives up to his name. He will surely become the quickest person to become a sequencer in the world of adventures. If I remember correctly, isn't there a reward for the first person to become a sequencer, and it's a first-rate prize? That's right. Go God Jiang. Just as everyone eagerly anticipated, that gigantic old clam, upon sensing someone approaching, immediately shut its shell. Snap! The gentle sound of shells closing was like a declaration to everyone not to daydream, directly shutting the door to their fantasies. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming's expression also turned somewhat grim. He originally thought the water stone was merely a special stone lost in the water. It now seemed that this water stone was more than just a stone, it was even a treasure of a certain old clam. Moreover, that old clam seemed to have already gained intelligence, as Jiang Ming was only 100 meters within its range when it immediately closed up. Not only that, just as Jiang Ming attempted to approach the old clam, it surprisingly shot a water arrow at him. Whoosh! If Jiang Ming hadn't possessed swimming abilities and had agility above that of an average person, he might have been pierced by this water arrow. So fierce. Jiang Ming, witnessing the formidable combat power of the old clam, quickly retreated. However, he did not leave immediately, but instead cautiously swam behind a large cluster of coral nearby. Sure enough, the old clam ceased its attacks. But the old clam never opened its shell again. It seemed afraid that the little thief would come back. Do I really look that much like a thief? Jiang Ming felt a bit speechless. At this moment, the water-repellent pearl had already become somewhat murky and gray, indicating that half the time had passed. If Jiang Ming did not think of a solution soon, even if he obtained the water stone, he would not have enough time to return. Although he could swim, he was only slightly faster than an ordinary person and could hold his breath longer. This did not mean he could do without breathing. But his only option now was to wait. Wait for the loneliness to deepen into the night, wait for the night to grow dark. If all else failed, he would have to retreat today and think of a solution tomorrow. Crack. Just as Jiang Ming thought today's task of retrieving the pearl was about to fail, the old clam, which had stubbornly refused to open, suddenly snapped shut on a fish that happened to swim past. It eats fish. Well, that makes things easier. Jiang Ming took out a piece of fishman meat from his waist pocket, which was spare meat meant to attract fish. He never expected it would come in handy here. Jiang Ming threw a piece of fishman meat nearby, but the old clam seemed to sense something was off and hesitated to eat it. It waited for a long while. Perhaps unable to resist the temptation of the fishman meat, or thinking there was no threat, it finally opened a small gap in its shell, observing for a long time. Until Jiang Ming's patience was almost exhausted, the old clam suddenly opened its shell wide, using a peculiar swimming style to create a current that propelled it toward the fishman meat and swallowed it whole. Then, it closed its shell again. It really doesn't leave even a tiny crack, does it? Jiang Ming watched this scene, feeling somewhat speechless, but it didn't matter. As long as the old clam was greedy enough, he had a way to make it regurgitate everything it had swallowed. Plopped. Jiang Ming threw another piece of fishman meat near it. But this time, he had no intention of letting the old clam eat for free again. He wanted to teach the clam what it meant to be short-handed after eating someone else's food. Thus, Jiang Ming attached a fishhook to the fishman meat. Once the old clam swallowed the meat, he could control the fishhook to retrieve the water pearl from its belly, just like a claw machine. Hee. I truly am a genius of the universe. Jiang Ming waited a bit longer. The suspicious old clam finally confirmed there was no danger around, and then followed the same method, using the current to push itself back and eat the fishman meat with the hook. As soon as it swallowed the fishhook, Jiang Ming immediately controlled the hook to dash around in its body, attempting to hook the old clam to death, just like he did with the fishman and big fish. At that point, whether it was the old clam's flesh or the water pearl, they would all belong to Jiang Ming. However, to Jiang Ming's surprise, even though the fishhook was thrashing around inside the old clam, it seemed completely oblivious, showing no reaction at all. Could this creature be naturally immune to pain? It seemed very difficult to kill it in a short time. Thus, Jiang Ming had no choice but to reluctantly abandon the idea of killing the old clam from the inside, and continued searching for the water stone within its belly. After the fishhook circled around in its belly several times, it finally touched something hard. The water stone. Found it. Jiang Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly tried to grab the water stone with the fishhook. But once he started operating, Jiang Ming realized that the water stone seemed much larger than he had imagined, at least much bigger than the gold stone and firestone. His small fishhook struggled to hold on. Since he couldn't capture it, he would pry it out. However, when Jiang Ming attempted to dig the water stone out from the old clam's belly, he discovered it was really difficult, as it was sucked in too tightly. The water stone was tightly held, making it impossible for him to pull it out. Damn it, he wanted to pull it out forcefully. But how could he pull it out when it was held so tightly? But just as Jiang Ming was using the small hook to pry at the large clam, the old clam seemed to sense the discomfort from the fishhook inside its body. So it began to use all its muscles, and then, puff, the old clam actually spat out the fishhook. First fishing attempt failed. Seeing this, Jiang Ming hurriedly retrieved the fishhook, but just as he planned to hook another piece of fishman meat to try again, he noticed that the water-repellent pearl had turned black by 2/3. He was running out of time. At most, he could only try one last time. This time, regardless of success or failure, he had to surface immediately, otherwise he might drown in this sea. But this fishhook was too small, and the old clam suction was too strong. Trying to use this small toothpick to pry open such a large jar was exceedingly difficult. Unless he could find a real claw machine claw, perhaps he could retrieve the water stone from the old clam's body. Otherwise, even the last attempt would likely be in vain. But at this moment, he didn't even have a new fishhook, and even the only weapon he had brought down, the axe, was lost. Where could he find more metal now? While Jiang Ming was searching himself, he suddenly touched something, the divine art, right? How could I have forgotten about this? At that time, his gold stone was just near the divine artifact, and was immediately absorbed, and the same went for the firestone. The water stone would surely be no exception. Jiang Ming hurriedly fumbled out a piece of fishman meat, but clearly such a small piece of meat could not wrap around such a large item. Although this old clam was not smart in hunting, Jiang Ming could not treat it as a fool, otherwise he would truly waste his last opportunity. Jiang Ming took out 2 more pieces of fishman meat, wrapping the divine artifact tightly, and then nailing it down with small nails until it was unrecognizable at first glance. The 3rd piece of meat, due to the lack of time, Jiang Ming could only throw it very close to the old clam, ideally, where it could eat it at once, or else with the old clam's speed. Jiang Ming feared that by the time it finished eating the meat, fish would come to eat him instead, because he might already be drowned. Hurry up! Seeing the water-repellent pearl becoming murkier and murkier with the clear part even less than a quarter, Jiang Ming was truly anxious. Yet the old clam remained leisurely, showing no signs of urgency. In the live streaming room, not only Jiang Ming, but even the viewers began to feel anxious. It seems that Jiang Shen's water avoidance pearl is reaching its limit. Isn't this just like diving with the oxygen running out? Jiang Shen, rise quickly, or it will be too late. I have a friend who died like this. He always thought there was still a bit of oxygen left, that it should be fine, but what he didn't know was that every minute without oxygen is critical. Oh my, why isn't that old clam opening its mouth this time? I'm really about to go crazy. You guys think if we're all so anxious, what must Jiang Shen be feeling down there? What other feeling could he have? Jiang Shen is composed. A great composure, but I'm afraid if he stays composed too long, he might run out of breath. Let's go. We really can't wait any longer. As long as the green hills remain, we don't have to worry about firewood, right, Jiang Dalao? But have you thought even if Jiang Shen remains, he might not have firewood anymore? A netizen remarked the danger zone is only about 400 nautical miles away from Jiang Shen. Now his time is running out. If he can't get the water pearl today, it will be difficult for him to leave here. Isn't there tomorrow? Tomorrow may have time, but will there still be the corpses of the fishmen for Jiang Shen to operate on? Even if there are, the fishmen tomorrow won't be foolish enough to fall for it twice, right? If Jiang Shen fails today, he will probably have to give up on the water pearl. Giving up is great. The previously scolded Sakura country person re-entered with a sneer. People like him don't deserve the water pearl. It's best if he dies in the sea. I think you're not even worthy to speak. A dragon country netizen retorted angrily. Please shut your mouth, stop making noise. It's really smelly and annoying. Very good at cursing, but it's useless. A beautiful country netizen also chimed in. I bet this adventurer will lose. Oh no, I mean die. Because those who are too greedy in the sea will die. Go die. The Sakura country netizen maliciously stated, those who occupy our Tukun's position should all die. Sakura country friends, once this dragon country person dies, let's have a party tonight. That's natural, we definitely need to celebrate properly. At this moment, the dragon country netizens watched as time passed, and the water avoidance pearl in Jiang Ming's hand gradually turned black, reaching its limit. They were all sweating for Jiang Ming, having no time to deal with these irrelevant arguments. Yet the much-anticipated old clam remained completely still. Splashed. As soon as the water avoidance pearl entered the warning zone, Jiang Ming no longer hesitated. He hurriedly swam upwards. After witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream felt somewhat regretful, but were also relieved that Jiang Ming could escape unharmed. Has Jiang Shen given up? He has no choice but to give up. You've seen the condition of the water avoidance pearl. Without it in this deep sea, let alone oxygen, even the water pressure could crush a person. Alas, such a pity for all the hard work. There's nothing to regret, life is the most important. Worst case, we can start over. Besides, didn't Alexander leave a ship for Jiang Shen? Who knows, once Jiang Shen gets a new ship, he might find a new way to leave. You're right. In this situation, survival is the priority. Ought to think he actually knows when to give up such a... The Sakura country person has come to annoy us again. I thought I would see him drown today, but unexpectedly he managed to escape. It's really too regrettable. Shut up. Even if you die, Jiang Shen will not. Do you think Jiang Ming is swimming slowly? Is it because of a lack of oxygen? Just as the netizens in the live stream were engaged in a fierce debate with the Sakura country netizens, one netizen noticed something unusual about Jiang Ming. However, another netizen immediately pointed out this user's mistake. Jiang Ming is using the water avoidance pearl, not an oxygen tank. How can there be a lack of oxygen? Then explain why Jiang Ming's ascent speed is slower than his descent. Normally one would expect the ascent to be faster due to buoyancy. Indeed, Jiang Shen's speed is at least twice slower than when he was diving. Is something holding him back? At the moment a netizen proposed this view, everyone finally noticed a white spot beneath Jiang Ming, which seemed to be rising with him as he ascended. It's the old clam. Jiang Shen has actually hooked the entire old clam. Haha, so it turns out Jiang Shen didn't fail, he not only succeeded, but also seized the last chance to escape. When did this happen? When did the old clam get hooked? I was watching closely when Jiang Shen was ascending. The old clam didn't even open its mouth and the pieces of fishman flesh remained untouched at the bottom of the sea. When did it get hooked? I just watched the replay. It seems that the moment Jiang Shun left, the old clam sensed that its enemy had safely departed, so it opened its mouth to eat. Oh my, this is pure luck. I just hope that the old clam doesn't spit out the hook, or else it will be over. It won't spit it out. Why not? Did you forget how Jiang Shun tied the divine token to the fish hook? He tied a dead knot. It seems Jiang Shun had planned this all along. Jiang Shun truly is a legendary figure. If he can pull this off, it's simply amazing. It worked, but now I'm worried that the remaining time of the water avoidance pearl might not be enough for Jiang Shun to ascend, especially since he's dragging such a heavy thing. God bless, let Jiang Shun succeed. At this moment, Jiang Ming was indeed, as the Dragon Country netizens analyzed, swimming upwards with all his might. However, the old clam beneath him was just too heavy. He felt as if he was swimming while pulling an elephant. He never expected that just putting something inside would cause it to latch onto him. He couldn't shake it off now. This time, he truly hoped that the old clam would let go. Otherwise, he would really be doomed along with it. Bang! Just as Jiang Ming was in despair, an even more despairing event occurred. A crisp sound of a bubble bursting echoed in his ears. It was the bubble formed after the water avoidance pearl unfolded, and after the time of the water avoidance pearl was completely exhausted, it burst entirely. Countless seawater surged in instantly, soaking Jiang Ming. Not only that, a sensation of suffocation also surged in from all directions in an instant. Special Operations Department. Since the last incident, Advisor Wang has recognized Jiang Ming as a promising talent. Thus, he has moved his desk next to Xiao Zheng's, allowing him to keep a close watch on this adventurer's movements. The purpose is naturally to assess whether Jiang Ming is suitable to become a member of his team, or rather, to see if he could join Jiang Ming's team. Therefore, the unexpected incident that happened to Jiang Ming underwater has certainly caught his attention. He has now begun to express his opinion. The young man is still too arrogant, daring to dive without calculating the time properly. If this task had fallen on Cold War, he definitely wouldn't make such a basic mistake. But never mind, I can't blame him for this. After all, he hasn't received any professional training and isn't from a combat team. His planning ability and task handling flexibility can't compare to regular troops. I was still considering whether to recruit him into my team, given that he's already at the elite level and is about to become a rising star adventurer. It might be time for him to have his own independent team. What a pity. It seems that adventurers who rely solely on luck without strength are destined to go nowhere. Never mind, I'll just go invite Cold War instead. Although many advisors are interested in him, as long as he hasn't made a decision, it means he hasn't found the one that truly suits him, and I can definitely be the most suitable person for him. Withdraw. After Advisor Wang finished speaking, he couldn't even be bothered to look at what Jiang Ming would do next. In his heart, Jiang Ming had already been sentenced to death. Just a fleeting adventurer. Xiao Zheng, listening from the side, felt frustrated. He wanted to say that even if you want to choose Jiang Ming, he might not even look at you. You are just an advisor. You're not even an adventurer. What qualifications do you have to criticize one? To quote the minister, you're just someone who serves the adventurers. Damn guy. But at this moment, Xiao Zheng was frantically complaining in his heart, yet his eyes and attention were fixed on Jiang Ming, who was at a life and death moment. He had no time to argue with such a person. Huilu. However, just when everyone thought Jiang Ming would surely be exhausted by the gigantic old clam in the sea, everyone saw Jiang Ming suddenly surface at an extremely fast speed. It was as if, is Big Brother Jiang giving up on the water pearl? What else can I do if I don't give up? Am I supposed to sink with it? The old clam could live for hundreds or even thousands of years at the bottom, while Big Brother Jiang would probably last only a few seconds. Giving up is also a brave choice. For now, it can only be like this. At worst, I can start from the beginning. No, it seems Big Brother Jiang hasn't given up. Ooh, I see the fishing line. I see it too, and isn't that fishing rod said to be absolutely unbreakable? As long as the fishing rod is in Jiang Ming's hands, that line will never snap unless the old clam loosens its grip, allowing the pearl to be taken by Big Brother Jiang. I've been watching closely. That old clam hasn't opened up. Then how is it that Big Brother Jiang can keep the old clam and still pull it up quickly? It's obvious. He's letting out the line. With this reminder, everyone finally noticed that as Jiang Ming floated up, the fishing line behind him was running out rapidly. But this time Jiang Ming was not just reeling in a fish, he was pulling in a clam. He planned to slowly pull the old clam up after reaching the shore, but now he was only worried that the fishing line wouldn't be long enough. Splash! But before Jiang Ming could rise to the surface, countless large fish and fishmen swam towards him. Clearly they regarded Jiang Ming as their prey. Earlier, Jiang Ming had quickly submerged into the sea while they were hunting fishmen, so apart from a few fishmen, no one had truly noticed Jiang Ming's presence. But now that the fishmen's meat had been devoured, Jiang Ming's appearance was like a new snack on a table where they hadn't eaten. A dense swarm of fish instantly surrounded him. The sheer number made Jiang Ming feel as if he were looking at a dark mass before him, unable to even estimate how many fish there were. So many. Jiang Ming frowned at the dark mass of fish before him. Even if all these fish swallowed hooks, he still wouldn't be able to kill them all. Not to mention his mental energy wouldn't suffice to support so many exertions, even if he could. He wouldn't have enough time. This swarm of fish was clearly coming for him. Even if he could kill one fish per second, the remaining hundreds or thousands of fish would probably have already surged right in front of him. If each one took a bite, Jiang Ming would instantly become a skeleton. Jiang Ming wanted to escape. But, booyaloo. The suffocating sense of running out of oxygen made him realize he was out of time. Now he had only two choices: either swim through this piranha swarm, or swim elsewhere until he ran out of oxygen and became the fish swarm's meal. These two choices sounded like the difference between actively seeking death and waiting for death. It seemed there was no difference. The livestream. Damn, how can there be so many fish gathered here? Did you forget? This is the spot that Big Brother Jiang previously set up. Once the spot is set, naturally a school of fish will gather. Because the time is short, the fish haven't dispersed yet. My Jiang God, how can you be so unlucky? This is clearly targeted. It's truly a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Jiang God's oxygen is running out too. What now? Rush through. Rushing through is risky. Look at these fish's teeth. They are clearly carnivorous fish. If Jiang God rushes through, he's likely to become a delivered meal. So what do? We can only take a detour. After all, Jiang God can swim underwater. Although it can't be said he is faster than fish, at least he can escape some and see if he can swim to an area with fewer fish to make a breakthrough. No way. Have you forgotten that Jiang God's water avoidance pearl has already expired? What he needs now, Jiang God has already done well to swim this long in one breath. He probably only has 30 seconds left before he suffocates. 30 seconds to surface is tough enough, let alone take a detour. Ha ha ha, he's finally going to die. People from Sakura country popped up again to sing against him. You scared me. Ew, I thought he could really escape from the fishman's territory. But it seems God is always fair. This time I'm truly satisfied. I love watching adventurers from other countries meet their tragic end. It's so enjoyable. People from beautiful country followed suit to cause chaos. The online viewers really wished they could jump through the screen to kill them. But just then, a strange, sharp, low-pitched sound echoed in the live stream. It sounded a bit like a dolphin calling. In the next moment, everyone witnessed a miraculous scene unfold at the bottom of the sea. In the midst of the school of fish, a fisherman surged ahead, letting out a sharp cry that drove away all the fish attempting to compete for food. The next moment, those carnivorous fish that had originally surged towards Jiang Ming actually stopped parting like the Red Sea to create a path for the fisherman to swim through. However, when Jiang Ming saw the most aggressive and largest fisherman in the school rushing towards him, he felt no fear at all. In fact, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Because, it's you. Jiang Ming controlled the nails inside the fishman's belly to stab at its lung. Oh, but fishmen don't have lungs. So Jiang Ming could only stab at its heart. Puff! A small explosion echoed within the fishman's body. This sound was inaudible to others, but the fishman heard it clearly. It didn't know what had happened, only feeling a sharp pain in its chest followed by a sweetness in its throat. A mouthful of blood uncontrollably gushed out from its mouth. And this situation caused its expression to change dramatically. Not because it was spitting blood, but because it was spitting blood in front of the school of fish. The smell of blood would drive these carnivorous fish into a frenzy, suddenly making it their prey or target. Swish, swish, swish. With the spread of the fish blood, the larger and smaller fish began to turn their eyes towards him. The expressions they wore, the fierce glints flashing in their eyes, made the fisherman feel a sense of impending doom. At this moment, it couldn't care less about Jiang Ming and turned to flee. You swam so fast when you wanted to eat me, but now you want to escape. It's too late. Jiang Ming silently scoffed, then once again controlled the nails in the fishman's belly. Slap. A flurry of stabbing. The fishman, originally ready to swim away, curled up in pain, lacking the strength, and Jiang Ming's actions created an excellent opportunity for the school of fish. After all, the fishman swam extremely fast. If it didn't stop, very few fish could catch up to it. Moreover, even if they caught up, they wouldn't dare to attack it recklessly. The ferocity of the fishman was well known, which was the main reason it could become the overlord of the sea. But, at this moment, the fishman was curled up under Jiang Ming's torment. In the sea, a curled-up fish represented a defensive or lurking fish, indicating it could be attacked. Sizzle. A rather dim-witted large fish was the first to charge forward, biting at the soft excretory opening at the base of the fishman's tail. The fishman let out another scream of agony. This time, a large amount of fresh blood not only gushed from its mouth, but also poured out from that lower opening, instantly staining a large area of the sea red. The increasingly potent smell of blood naturally drove all the fish into a frenzy. Moreover, the previous fish had succeeded. They no longer held back, swimming towards the fishman to launch a frenzied attack, completely forgetting about their original target, Jiang Ming. As the school of fish swam away, Jiang Ming immediately continued to rise upwards. Along the way there were some oblivious fish approaching, and he tried to kill as many as he could with the iron nails. For those he couldn't manage, he resorted to wildly smashing them away with his fishing rod. After all, the priority was to avoid any prolonged battle. Run first and talk later. However, despite all this, Jiang Ming was still targeted by a small school of fish. It was unclear whether this small school had not noticed the bleeding fishermen or were unable to compete with the other fish, as they didn't follow to attack the fishermen. Instead, they closely followed behind Jiang Ming, seemingly unwilling to rest until they tore him apart. Ironically, this group of fish hadn't yet tasted the fishman's flesh infused with nails, which made things difficult for Jiang Ming, forcing him to desperately speed up his ascent, swimming faster and faster. Smack! Smack smack! Meanwhile, Lai Fu, who was fishing at the edge of the ice hole, didn't know what its master was doing underwater. It only knew that a lot of fish suddenly floated up in this ice hole. Many freshly dead fish could be caught in a single scoop. This delighted it greatly, and it simply sat by the ice hole, continuously scooping and eating, utterly enjoying itself. At this moment, it had just finished the fish in its paw. Lai Fu patted its round belly, feeling that it had eaten quite enough, but opportunities to eat so many fish were rare. It had to work hard every day for its master to exchange for a few small fish, but now it could eat without working, so naturally it needed to take advantage of the moment to eat a bit more. Lai Fu thought for a moment and deemed itself a truly clever mouse. Then, it noticed more bubbles rising from the ice hole. This indicated that more fish were about to float up. So, Lai Fu fixed its gaze on the shadow beneath the sea, which was gradually enlarging to the extreme, and with a swipe of its paw it directly slapped the things rising up from the ice hole. Slap! Ah! However, the next moment, Lai Fu heard its master scream, along with several fish that bit onto the hem of its master's pants, also flying up. So, it had just slapped its master. Lai Fu was startled and quickly grabbed a fish that was still flopping on the ground, then hurriedly ran towards another direction of the ice hole, where a small iceberg was. It had to hide first before anything else. Jiang Ming, after being flung into the air, was not angry at all. Rather, he let out a sigh of relief. Although at the moment of landing in the snow he felt pain all over his body, at least he hadn't been torn apart by that. Just a second before he floated to the surface, a fish had bitten his foot, causing a large amount of blood to gush out, and the next second the school of fish went mad. Countless fish instantly swarmed in. Jiang Ming felt an intense pain in his foot, along with a heavy sensation of being pulled down as those fish were dragging him down. Just when he thought he was doomed, a large paw descended from the sky. Not only did it lift him up, but it also allowed him to escape from the school of fish. But, Lai Fu, come here and die. The more this happened, the less Jiang Ming could show too much gratitude to the mouse that saved his life, or else this greedy creature would not know how much it would take from him. I can't afford to keep it. Thus Jiang Ming took the opportunity of Lai Fu mistakenly harming him to pretend to be angry, and said, if you appear in front of me right now I might still forgive you, but if you drag it out any longer, then don't expect to eat tonight, and don't expect to eat tomorrow night either. Squeak. Hearing that there would be no food tonight, Lai Fu, who had originally been indifferent, instantly became obedient upon hearing there would be no food tomorrow as well, and it immediately appeared in front of Jiang Ming. Its speed was so fast that even Jiang Ming didn't have time to react. But at this moment, Jiang Ming had only one thought in mind. He had to quickly get that old clam up, otherwise if it truly found a way to separate the divine token from the water stone, then it would be troublesome. After all, the fishing line was only tied to the divine token, and once it spat it out, Jiang Ming knew that obtaining the water stone again would be nearly impossible. Pull it up quickly. Jiang Ming finally handed the fishing rod to Lai Fu, coaxing gently, as long as you can pull up the thing below and scoop it up as you did with me, I will forgive you. Even give you a reward. Squeak. Lai Fu's eyes lit up, and it immediately bit the fishing rod and began to run wildly. In its eyes, as long as it could pull the fishing rod farther from the ice hole, the thing below should rise up more right. Swish, swish, swish. As Lai Fu cast the fishing rod farther and farther, the white dots beneath the water rapidly enlarged. Among them were various fish corpses, and even those of the fishmen. However, as soon as the fishmen corpses appeared, they were immediately pulled down by swarms of fish beginning to be devoured. A large amount of fresh blood turned the originally deep blue seawater into a vibrant green. It was a bit murky, but still barely visible. Jiang Ming saw the old clam rapidly rising, surprisingly slightly opening its shell, seemingly intending to abandon the water stone and escape back to the seabed. Having come this far, it still wanted to leave. Lai Fu, pull quickly. Moments later, boom, a heavy sound echoed by the ears of both Jiang Ming and the mouse as he saw the ice surface cracking from the impact of this giant clam. Yet the giant clam, having closed its shell again, remained unscathed. This demonstrated its incredible hardness. Moreover, after the giant clam was brought ashore, Jiang Ming realized just how massive it was. Without Lai Fu's help, even 3 of him combined wouldn't have been able to haul this colossal creature onto the shore. Lai Fu looked at the enormous clam rubbing its paws together, its expression filled with anticipation. Jiang Ming laughed as he patted the clamshell thicker than a city wall, saying, "Then let's go gather some combustible ice and well roast it to eat." Chirp, chirp. But Lai Fu shook its head, looking displeased. It felt Jiang Ming was taking advantage of it. After all, it had dragged the giant clam up, yet he wanted it to fetch combustible ice. No way. All right. If you think you can open it, then go ahead. Jiang Ming shifted half his body aside, making a gesture for Lai Fu to try. Upon hearing this, Lai Fu immediately stepped forward, wedging its tiny claws into the seams of the giant clam shell and pulling with all its might. No response. Lai Fu, unwilling to give up, climbed onto the giant clam, adjusted its position, and pulled hard again. Still it didn't budge. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh at Lai Fu's comical attempts. Lai Fu seemed to have suffered a huge blow. It turned its head away from Jiang Ming, but quickly jumped off the clam, pointing at it and chattering, "Chirp, chirp, 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 chirp." It looked as if it was saying, "You can do it, then go ahead." "I can do it," Jiang Ming replied directly. "But if I can open it, you must gather 10 bags of combustible ice for me today. Conversely, if I can't open it, the entire seafood feast is yours. What do you say?" "Chirp." Lai Fu vigorously nodded, then struck a pose like a bodybuilder flexing its muscles. It seemed to imply that if even it with such great strength couldn't open it, then a little chick like Jiang Ming had no chance at all. He just wait and see. Jiang Ming didn't explain further. Trying to explain how to open seafood to a squirrel was akin to playing music to a cow. He simply gathered a good amount of combustible ice from the side and laid it around the old clam. Then Jiang Ming snapped his fingers. Snap! The combustible ice was instantly ignited. As the first piece of combustible ice ignited, countless other pieces nearby reacted in a chain reaction, igniting one by one, instantly transforming the area under the old clam into a gas stove. Moreover, since the combustible ice was pure and contained no impurities, the flames were a brilliant blue. Chirpe! Lai Fu stared wide-eyed at the suddenly ignited combustible ice, its large eyes bulging. It understood fire. It had witnessed deities igniting forests with a tremendous roar, but those flames were fast and fierce. It had also seen humans creating fire by drilling wood, which involved caution wisps of black smoke and slowly igniting twigs that gradually grew into a bonfire. But it had never seen a fire that could be ignited with just a snap of the fingers. How did he do that? The firestone is really useful. Although Jiang Ming didn't know what Lai Fu was thinking, seeing the astonishment in its eyes, he couldn't help but express his admiration. The firestone was a reward he received after ranking second as an adventurer. After obtaining this stone, Jiang Ming had been experimenting with its uses. At first, he could only ignite a small flame at his fingertips akin to a lighter. He had been trying to throw the flame like a magic missile or a fireball, but unfortunately the fireball could only be thrown about a meter away before extinguishing, lacking any combat capability. However, he never expected that this close-range fireball would be quite effective for show-off. Primarily due to its high-temperature combustible ice ignited with just a touch vastly superior to the time he spent using blankets and flint. This made Jiang Ming immensely excited for the water stone he would soon acquire. Unfortunately, the old clam stubbornly refused to open. He had to roast the old clam until it was cooked to extract the water stone from its mouth. Chirp, chirp, eh? Seeing Jiang Ming just tossing the fire and standing by, Lai Fu chirped in a displeased manner, its expression suggesting, "Is that all? You haven't even touched it, and you expect it to open? It seems today's seafood feast is all mine." Chirp, chirp. Lai Fu looked pleased, even drooling a bit at the corners of its mouth, contemplating trying again, but it hesitated due to the high temperature of the combustible ice. "Not yet, it'll be ready in 5 minutes. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ming sat down in front of the giant clam. He also took advantage of the high heat from the combustible ice to dry his clothes. Although he now possessed intermediate cold resistance, wearing clothes that had turned into icy shards was unbearable. Not only did they fail to keep him warm, but they also chafed his skin painfully. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a delight. Gee, Lai Fu mimicked Jiang Ming by folding its paws, wearing a disdainful expression. What a smug little creature. Tsk. It clearly doubted Jiang Ming's ability. Yet as the temperature gradually rose, the old clam seemed unable to endure any longer, and its shell slowly began to open. Gee. Seeing the giant clam opening on its own, Lai Fu was stunned. It seemed unable to comprehend why. Why had the clam opened by itself? And it kept opening wider, as if it were striving to display itself, waiting for Jiang Ming to eat it. The moment the old clam was cooked, its flesh lost its elasticity. Jiang Ming gave a sharp tug on the silk thread, and the divine relic along with the water stone tumbled out. The divine relic in his hand was covered in seafood broth. Jiang Ming licked it. So sweet. Seeing Jiang Ming already eating, Lai Fu's nose twitched frantically, and it let out an urgent cry as if to say, "How dare you eat alone? I want some too." "Don't rush, we need to put out the fire first before we can eat," Jiang Ming said with a smile. "Fetch a bucket of snow to douse the flames, and then we can dig in." Ga. Laifu understood, but it had no idea where to find a bucket. Jiang Ming gestured that using its hands to scoop snow could also extinguish the fire. GG. Overjoyed, Laifu quickly scooped up a handful of snow with its tiny paws. But with so much combustible ice, the snow in its little claws was a mere drop in the bucket. Seeing that the fire refused to die out, Laifu grew frantic, spinning in circles. Yet the power of a foodie was formidable. It soon devised a plan to speed things up. It swept its large tail across the snow. Whoosh! A massive swath of snow was swept under the giant clam, covering the combustible ice. When intense heat met cold water. Hiss! Hiss! The combustible ice emitted sizzling sounds as it was extinguished. Before long, the flames were indeed put out by the snow swept over by Laifu's tail. Laifu was overjoyed and rushed forward to grab the meat inside. Jeek! But it was scalded by the hot clam flesh, letting out a shriek as it quickly withdrew its paw. Just then, under rapid thermal expansion and contraction, the giant clam snapped shut again. Seeing this, Laifu grew even more agitated, spinning in circles. It seemed terrified that once the clam closed, it would never open again. "You can eat if you want." Watching it bounce around in desperation, Jiang Ming grinned slyly. "But first you have to work. Once you've collected 10 bags of combustible ice, it'll open it for you again." Ga. Hearing this, the little squirrel looked as if struck by lightning, utterly incredulous. With such a delicacy before it, it still had to gather 10 bags of combustible ice before it could eat. Laifu's eyes brimmed with tears, the whole creature looking pitifully aggrieved. "We had a deal, didn't we?" This was the perfect moment to exploit the squirrel. Once it had eaten, getting it to work would be nearly impossible. Moreover, as the primary fuel of the frigid sea, combustible ice was something Jiang Ming needed to gather as much as possible. If he could leave this place, it would become a vital resource. If he couldn't leave, these combustible ice would be critical for the Dragon Kingdom. Regardless, he had to collect as many resources as he could. He just wondered what the waterstone would bring him. While the giant clam was cooling, Jiang Ming began studying the newly acquired waterstone. 3 of the 5 cavities in the divine relic were now filled. The 3 stones, each with distinct colors and textures, gave the relic an increasingly refined appearance. Clutching the relic with the added pale blue stone, Jiang Ming felt a newfound affinity for water. He attempted to control the frozen ice. But unfortunately, he could only sense the ice's hardness and a difficulty in controlling it, much like manipulating metal objects. He could only move minuscule pieces of ice. He couldn't actually crack the ice or reshape it. Jiang Ming, who had hoped the water stone would help him escape, felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet when he extended his spiritual sense into the giant clam, a feeling of control made his eyes light. Then the scalding broth inside the clam, as if drawn by something, surged wildly from the gaps in the shell, flying toward Jiang Ming. The broth billowed thick white steam in the cold air, clearly piping hot. As it hurtled toward him, Jiang Ming quickly called out for it to stop. In the next instant, the broth obediently halted in midair like a well-trained bird. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's heart swelled with joy. It seemed liquids were far easier to control than solids. Though he couldn't yet see how this ability would help his ship escape the frigid sea, it was still progress. He also sensed that with the new stone, his control over metal and fire had improved considerably. Perhaps once he found the last 2 stones, his water control would allow him to leave this place with ease. But time was running out. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Ming pulled an iron pot from his backpack, caught the broth, and took a sip. The flavor was incredibly fresh. With some salt and pepper, it would be even better. But just as Jiang Ming was enjoying his soup, Laifu caught the scent of the savory aroma drifting through the air. It quickly turned to check if Jiang Ming was sneaking a bite, but he seemed to be standing still, not approaching the clam, whose shell remained tightly shut with no sign of being opened. Good, he hasn't stolen any. GG. Hurry up and work, then there'll be food. In the live stream, Laifu's expression when it looked back to see if Boss Jiang was sneaking food was hilarious. But it definitely didn't expect that the boss was already sneaking a bite. No, it's sneaking a sip. Boss Jiang is so naughty. But is this soup control ability his new skill? It must be from the water orb. So envious. If I had this ability, I wouldn't have to get up for water while And Laifu's expression when it saw the giant clam open by itself was hilarious. As a squirrel, it can't understand how humans use fire to open clams. It probably thought Jiang would use brute force like it. Haha, it's so adorable, even flexing its muscles to mock Jiang for being weak. So funny, ha. Laifu is definitely the cutest pet this year. Who agrees, who disagrees? When Laifu heard it had to collect 10 bags of combustible ice to eat the clam, it looked so aggrieved its tears nearly fell. Oh, so pitiful. Pitiful. A netizen remarked sourly. Poor Laifu is about to feast on precious or even rare seafood, while we can only watch from our computers. Who's really pitiful? Damn, don't say that. My tears are about to drip from the corner of my mouth. Suddenly I'm a bit jealous of Laifu. What's up with that? Being jealous is normal. Laifu gets a feast while we only get some relief supplies. But today I got to. Same here. Man, today's fish soup is so fragrant. I suddenly hope Boss Jiang catches more seafood, so even if we don't get the real meal we can share some broth. Your country is actually giving precious demon fish meat to you plebs. Just as the live stream was filled with harmony, the annoying troll from Sakura country chimed in again. What right do you have to eat such fine things? It's a sheer waste. Oh, jealous are you? A netizen laughed upon hearing this. Not jealous, just waste. The Sakura country netizen continued to argue. This demon fish meat should clearly be strategic reserves traded to our Sakura country for other supplies. Letting us eat the fish is the right approach. Giving it to you useless lot is wasteful, extravagant, and meaningless consumption. Got it. Jealous to the point of red eyes, jealous to the point of distortion, jealous to the point of deformation. The Dragon Kingdom netizens burst into laughter. Who made our god Jiang so awesome? He can deliver 3 billion fish in one go. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom gets fish to eat, while you mongrels from Sakura country can only watch us eat. Jealous. Envious. Haha, this feels so good. Never thought the little Sakura would expose their own weakness. No fish to eat, very jealous, very painful, right? Wait, what's that? Just then the Sakura country netizen suddenly spotted the giant clam on the snow. This is an epic grade giant clam. How could he get his hands on something like this? This is... What epic giant clam are you talking about? A netizen from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but ask. However, more netizens remained silent, waiting for the Japanese to explain. Of course, there were also clever netizens who casually threw out. Isn't it just an old clam containing water stone? What's so rare about it? I think you Japanese just lack exposure. You know nothing. Do you have any idea how rare these giant clams are? The Japanese retorted angrily. It is a creature that has survived on the ocean floor for thousands of years. Just look at how deep the patterns on its shell are. Do you think just any clam can produce a water stone? At least it must be a marine creature with water control skills at level 2 or above to nurture a water pearl. Alright, some of you might not understand what level 2 water control means. Creatures with level 2 water control are usually referred to as commander-level monsters, corresponding to the third-tier practitioners among humans. If that practitioner is not from the combat tier, they can easily be taken out by commander-level monsters. Enough already, stop showing off. This is just common knowledge about monster levels and practitioners. Who doesn't? A netizen from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't take it anymore and directly posted a chart saying, I suppose your Japanese official forum is quite ignorant. Our Dragon Kingdom's forum posted this common knowledge long ago. Who doesn't know it? Monster level and practitioner level correspondence table. First-tier practitioners can resist ordinary level monsters and non-ranked monsters. Second-tier practitioners can resist elite-level monsters, commonly referred to as first-tier monsters. Such monsters usually have basic wind and water control abilities. Third-tier practitioners' combat type can resist Lord-level monsters, commonly referred to as second-tier monsters. They possess strong combat or defense capabilities that can kill ordinary people in a single blow, and even second-tier practitioners should not approach easily. Fourth-tier practitioners require second transition, can resist domain Lord-level monsters, commonly referred to as third-tier monsters. Such monsters usually have a large number of minions and are very troublesome. Non-second transition practitioners should not approach easily. Fifth-tier practitioners can resist king-level monsters, commonly referred to as boss-level monsters or fourth-tier monsters. These monsters usually have a strong territorial awareness and typically have 1 or 2 Lord-level monsters and countless commander-level monsters. Once encountered, it will be a fierce battle. 6th-tier to 7th-tier practitioners can resist Emperor-level monsters, commonly referred to as super bosses or 5th-tier monsters. These monsters generally rule over a territory and have king-level monsters under them. They most likely possess immortality or special abilities and cannot be harmed by non-artifacts. Little Sakura, upon seeing the correspondence table between practitioners and monsters, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is much more detailed than the table published by our Sakura country." As long as you know, a netizen from the Dragon Kingdom sneered, so stop trying to show off what you said is known by everyone. Do you know that Lord-level monsters are usually the subordinates of King-level monsters? The Japanese netizen, ridiculed by the Dragon Kingdom netizen, desperately began to pull out things, saying, moreover, this kind of monster that can live for over 1,000 years and can nurture a water pearl is known as a moving treasure trove of the sea. Due to their extremely long lifespan and high defense Lord level, and even King level monsters treat them as mobile treasure troves, storing some treasures. So what exactly do you want to say? The Dragon Kingdom netizen, unable to tolerate the rambling, said, "Can you please get to the point?" The point is, Little Sakura sent a bunch of laughing emojis saying, This adventurer, named Jiang something from your dragon kingdom, is going to get into big trouble. What's wrong with having treasure? How could that be a big problem? The dragon kingdom netizen sneered back. I see this little Sakura is just jealous envious of our Jiang's luck that he can find treasures even just by eating seafood. Jealous. Of course the Japanese netizens sent a bunch of laughing emojis saying, I wouldn't dare to take, unless you can withstand the attacks of king-level monsters, I wouldn't dare to take their treasures. Now, I'm really curious, will your adventurer, named Ming, die in the poison circle, or will he die from the attack of a king-level monster? Tisk death is death, how one dies, seems to become irrelevant. Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom complained, this waste is like this, even if money is placed in front of him, he wouldn't dare to pick it up fearing someone will come after him. And the brave are always good at challenging themselves. Even in a situation where death is certain, they can always find a way to survive. As for how our Jiang god will fare next, it's not for you, a Sakura dog, to evaluate. You should hurry back and advise your Wat Tengmu, or some king, to be careful and not die too early. Otherwise we'll miss out on a lot of fun. At the same time, Jiang Ming outside the live stream had no idea that eating seafood would attract so much attention. At that moment he was enjoying a lavish seafood meal with Lai Fuku. Jiang Ming initially thought that the giant clam would be ancient, but to his surprise, it was juicy and tender with a lot of juice. One bite felt like drinking a large mouthful of soup. It was really delicious, and the surprises the giant clam brought him didn't end there. 1,000-year giant clam epic 1 lifespan 10 satiety 98. 120. 140. Basic water, arrow 0. 100. This was just from one bite. Jiang Ming's lifespan directly increased by 10 days. Although, the more he eats later, the amount of lifespan gained will decrease. Moreover, by the end, once the food's transformation on Jiang Ming's body reaches its limit, he won't be able to gain a lot of lifespan from it anymore, but he can still gain a little. But this wasn't the most surprising part for Jiang Ming. The most surprising part was the additional ability basic water arrow. With just one bite of clam meat, he actually gained the ability of basic water arrow. Whoosh! Jiang Ming aimed at a sack of combustible ice, attempting to shoot a water arrow. What he didn't expect was, boom! The entire sack of combustible ice was instantly blown up. This left Lai Fuku, who was still enjoying the seafood feast, momentarily stunned, followed by disbelief as he looked at the exploded combustible ice, and then at Jiang Ming. His small eyes were filled with confusion and anger, as if questioning Jiang Ming. What on earth did you do? What else could I do but spit? Jiang Ming replied smugly, it's all your fault for not tying the sack securely. Oh look, it's all scattered now. Chirp chirp chirp. Lai Fu jumped up, dancing around and pointing at the sack, then at Jiang Ming. It believed that everything was Jiang Ming's doing. It was definitely not its fault. Are you implying that? Jiang Ming argued, I can blow up a sack, then why don't you show me? If you can blow up a sack with just one spit, I'll admit my mistake and let you eat all the clam meat I have left. But Jiang Ming's eyes flickered as he gazed at Lai Fu, who still had more than half of the clam meat left. If you lose, then all your seafood feast will belong to me. Chirpe. Lai Fu's eyes rapidly darted around upon hearing this, seemingly considering Jiang Ming. Then, it looked at the sacks it had packed and pushed one with its little paw, as if assessing whether it could blow it up with a single spit. After a moment, Lai Fu abandoned that idea and obediently took out a new sack. Then it began to clean up the scattered combustible ice. Now that's more like it. However, Jiang Ming the villain felt no guilt for bullying the little mouse, and even happily ate the giant clam while singing. But just as he was eating, the retribution for bullying the little mouse arrived. Crack! At that moment, when Jiang Ming bit into the chewy and delicious clam meat, he felt as if he had bitten into a rock and a piece of his tooth directly broke off. The sensation of biting into a rock brought him an indescribable toothache. Hiss! Hiss! Hiss hiss hiss. However, after Jiang Ming took a sharp breath, he lowered his hand from his face and quickly peeled away the clam meat that he had just bitten into. Although there was a bit of toothache, Jiang Ming felt neither anger nor frustration. In fact, he felt a hint of anticipation, because this indicated a reward. The water stone had already been taken, so it was impossible to get another water stone. Could it be a beast core? Sure enough, just as Jiang Ming extracted the hard object from the clam meat, a light blue crystal about the size of a ping-pong ball appeared at his fingertips. Beast core level 2-1, it was actually a level 2 beast core. No wonder it was so much larger than a regular beast core. But did this old clam turn out to be a level 2 magical beast, and he actually killed it? Upon realizing the true level of the old clam, Jiang Ming was suddenly a bit shocked. After all, a level 2 magical beast was a lord-level existence. Not only did it have high defense, but it also had special abilities. For instance, water arrow. And it would have a group of minions protecting it, yet by some twist of fate, it was caught by Jiang Ming and roasted to death. With the identity of an ordinary adventurer, he managed to kill a Lord-level magical beast. This is so unbelievable. No one would believe it was an accident. As Jiang Ming learned of the giant clam's true identity, he suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body from his stomach. It was an extremely violent energy. At this moment, this energy was rampaging violently, crashing into Jiang Ming's meridians. Ugh! Jiang Ming let out a muffled groan. Excruciating pain surged from all over his body. It felt as though someone was stabbing him with 100 needles all over, causing him unbearable pain. Ugh! Pooh! Jiang Ming cried out in pain, and then spat out a mouthful of blood towards a nearby. However, for some reason, the moment the blood erupted from Jiang Ming's mouth, it transformed into a bright red water arrow that sped towards the iceberg. Bang! With a loud bang, the hard iceberg was directly shot out, creating a deep pit. Moreover, the surrounding ice blocks cracked along with it, transforming into a pile of rubble that could collapse at any moment. Chirpe! Lai Fu, who was still cleaning up the scattered combustible ice, quickly looked back upon hearing the noise. When it saw Jiang Ming had actually blown a hole in the iceberg, it immediately jumped up and shouted, "Chirp, chirp." The meaning was clear, as if to say, "It was indeed you who did it. You shameless fellow, you were the one who blew up this bag of combustible ice. I saw it. It's not." Jiang Ming wanted to argue, but the moment he opened his mouth, a fresh wave of blood immediately surged up and shot towards Lai Fu. Lai Fu's eyes widened in fear, and then it quickly transformed into a streak and disappeared before Jiang Ming. But a moment later, Lai Fu returned after confirming there was no danger. It sniffed at the spot where Jiang Ming had spat blood for a moment, then ran to Jiang Ming's front, licking and sniffing him, seemingly worried that he might die. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lai Fu kept chirping as if asking Jiang Ming how he was doing. At this moment, after experiencing a series of meridian explosions, not only was Jiang Ming's body no longer in pain, but he even felt a refreshing sensation, as if all the pain had just been a miraculous illusion. Huh! Jiang Ming stood up, yawned, and stretched. Upon seeing that Jiang Ming was not dead, and even so shameless, Lai Fu became even angrier. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What does this mean? You made me so worried. Were you trying to murder me just now? That damned combustible ice was destroyed by you, and now you should clean it up yourself. I'm not dealing with it. I'm going back to enjoy my clam meat. Lai Fu chirped and jumped for a long time, but Jiang Ming didn't give it any response. This made Lai Fu feel very frustrated. It lowered its head, pouted, and silently finished cleaning up the remaining combustible ice, then sat down next to the giant clam to eat its half of the meat. But in reality, Jiang Ming wasn't ignoring it. He was simply busy checking his personal attributes and had no time to pay attention to Lai Fu. Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Identity: captain of the dragon boat. Location: extreme cold sea. Toxic mist is 337 nautical miles away from you. Ranking in the 13th division, 2nd. Satiation level 200. Due to consuming legendary level food, the satiation level permanently increased to 200. When the satiation level is not below 70, you will not feel hunger. Health 100. Lifespan 198 days. Mental value 96. Agility 25. The agility of an ordinary person is 5, an athlete is 10. Strength 15. The strength of an ordinary person is 5, a strongman is 10. Defense 14. 5. The defense of an ordinary person is 5, a boxer is 10. Special abilities: intermediate cold resistance, 18. 8. Fireball technique, level 1, a 60. Metal control, level 1, a 60. Water control, level 1, a 60. Beginner water arrow, and swimming. The live broadcast is on, can be turned off. The experience values for fireball technique, metal control, and water control are all 60. Jiang Ming looked at the special abilities section of his attributes. The 3 abilities obtained through the divine token all happened to be at 60. Before obtaining the water stone, the experience values for these 2 abilities were only 40. Does this mean that as long as he gathers 5 stones, these abilities will automatically upgrade? Fireball technique, metal control, and water control, all with an experience value of 60. Jiang Ming stared at the special abilities section of his attribute panel, astonished that all 3 abilities obtained through the divine token were exactly at 60. Before obtaining the water stone, the experience values of these 2 abilities were only at 40. Could it be that once he collects 5 stones, these abilities will automatically upgrade? However, just as Jiang Ming was contemplating the newly acquired water control ability and the increasingly close poisonous mist, he was about to step into the poison zone when Lai Fu suddenly let out a piercing scream. The sound was like someone had suddenly attacked him in a sensitive area, filled with pain, howling, and suddenness. What's wrong? Jiang Ming quickly raised his head, only to see Lai Fu with his mouth wide open, small hands frantically digging inside, as if he had eaten something scalding. Hearing Jiang Ming's inquiry, he couldn't respond, only chattering and pointing at his mouth, looking pained and teary-eyed. Are you saying there's something in your mouth? Jiang Ming tried to get closer to see, but Laifu was too large. He stood on his tiptoes, barely reaching its belly. He couldn't see its mouth, let alone its chin. Bend down. How can I see if you don't? Jiang Ming couldn't help but complain. What am I supposed to see, a hair? Laifu was startled and quickly covered his groin. Jiang Ming was speechless. What did that mean? Do you want help or not? If not, I'll continue training. Oh no, I'll just keep eating meat then. GG. GG. Laifu shook his head wildly, then immediately nodded frantically. This confusing behavior left Jiang Ming puzzled. So are you going to help or not? If not, I'm going to eat meat. It will get cold soon. Moreover, Jiang Ming was actually curious. The first bite of clam meat had cleansing effects. Would the subsequent clam meat be effective too? Lost in thought, Jiang Ming decided to head back. Suddenly, Laifu spat out a mouthful of blood right in front of Jiang Ming, creating a vibrant flower in the snow. A flower made of blood. What the heck? Jiang Ming was startled by Laifu's sudden act of spitting blood, so shaking his head was a signal for him not to eat, not just not to look at his mouth. This made Jiang Ming feel slightly touched. What did you do? Did you eat something sharp? GG. Laifu anxiously pointed at his mouth, throat wide open. It was only then that Jiang Ming finally saw an object lodged deep in Laifu's throat resembling a fishbone. Moreover, the fishbone was extraordinarily thick. He couldn't even fathom how Laifu managed to swallow it. And how could there be fishbones in clam meat? Who the heck was responsible for this? Slurp. Jiang Ming, seeing this, reached deep into Laifu's mouth, grasped the fishbone, and forcefully yanked it out. Whoosh! Pop! But Jiang Ming never expected that the bone would come out so easily. Suddenly losing resistance, he ended up tumbling onto his rear. Just as he was about to curse, his eyes brightened, and the pain in his backside vanished. Discovered unknown item. Would you like to spend a beast core to identify it? This dirty blood-soaked fishbone is at a small fork. It turned out to be an identifiable item. This was Jiang Ming's first encounter. Even the previous amphibious motorcycle blueprint, he had never required identification. This could only mean one thing. It was something good. Identification. Consumed 1 beast core. Identification completed. Bloodstained Trident Epic, a weapon that can change size and appearance. It can be upgraded using the weapon workshop. An epic weapon that can be upgraded. Awesome. Jiang Ming patted Laifu on the head, saying, "You're quite lucky to have managed to eat out an epic weapon. I wish I had met you sooner. I should have had you eat some instant noodles back then, and maybe you could have produced a lot of rare cards." GG. Laifu looked stunned at first, then pointed at his mouth, seemingly not satisfied. GG. It seemed to say, what do you mean by that? I'm the one in pain here, and you think I'm lucky. Don't go too far. However, just as Laifu expressed his anger with flailing arms, Jiang Ming had already entered a state of selective comprehension difficulty, directly starting to examine the epic weapon in his hand. Jiang Ming held the trident in his hand, excitedly shouting, "Grow big for me." But the trident remained unresponsive. What does this mean? Jiang Ming said helplessly, "Isn't it supposed to change size and appearance? Then why won't you grow for me?" Whoosh! However, just as Jiang Ming said grow big instead of grow strong, the trident suddenly began to enlarge, and it kept getting bigger, seemingly unstoppable. At first Jiang Ming could barely hold it, but as the trident grew, its weight increased alarmingly to the point that he could no longer hold it. This made Jiang Ming shout urgently, "Small. Change small for me." But, as expected, this thing was like a disobedient dog, completely ignoring Jiang Ming's call, continuing to do what it wanted. Thud. Finally, the trident grew to the size of a utility pole before it stopped. However, Jiang Ming could no longer hold it. He couldn't even brace himself, letting it crash to the ground, creating a pit in the snow. Thank goodness it didn't grow infinitely. Jiang Ming looked at the trident on the snow with some resignation, trying various commands. Shrink. Still not right. Then, wither. Just as Jiang Ming uttered these 2 words, he genuinely worried that the command was indeed those 2. But thankfully the trident remained unresponsive. Otherwise, every time he used this weapon, it wouldn't just be pretentious, it would be social suicide. Wither isn't right, and shrink isn't either. What else could it be? Wither. Shrink. Whoosh. But just as Jiang Ming was still pondering words related to withering and shrinking, the trident surprisingly began. What the heck? What kind of creepy weapon is this? Just as Jiang Ming was cursing, the weapon had already shrunk down to the size of a regular trident, prompting Jiang Ming to shout, "Stop." It can stop now. But the trident remained as stubborn as ever, only changing size, but refusing to. Seeing it shrink down to the size of a fishbone again, Jiang Ming could only shout once more, "Grow strong. Grow strong again. Enough. Growing strong to this extent is sufficient. Who could withstand any larger? Oh my, wither. Wither for me." Ah! Jiang Ming was about to lose his mind over this thing. Wasn't it supposed to be able to change size and look beautiful? Could it only switch between 2 sizes? A super mini version and a gigantic version. Who would use such an unresponsive piece of junk? Just as Jiang Ming was on the brink of collapse, The trident bizarrely stopped changing size and remained the size of a spade. This sudden command left Jiang Ming momentarily dumbfounded. What does that mean? Did it work? What kind of ridiculous thing is this? I shouted 100 times with no response, and suddenly it works after a random noise. Wait. Did I just shout a command, and it executed it? What did I just shout? Rise up. Rise up again. Enough rising to this extent is sufficient. Any larger, and who could handle it? Oh my shrink. Shrink for me. Then. The trident indeed followed Jiang Ming's commands, growing larger, and then smaller again. Just as Jiang Ming shouted, the trident powered down. After confirming the 3 command phrases, Jiang Ming's expression darkened, because he realized that the 3 phrases for the trident were simply unique: rise up, shrink, and Jiang Ming even doubted what the original owner was thinking when inputting commands for this trident. In the depths of the ocean, a massive stone sculpture seated on a throne suddenly sneezed. Following that, the statue slowly opened its pair of oppressive eyes. At the moment it opened its eyes, all high-ranking sea creatures around it instantly bowed their heads and knelt on the ground. Meanwhile, the lowly, mindless sea creatures exploded in an instant. Bloody mist erupted like fireworks in the air, blooming in the sea, as if to welcome the king's awakening. In Jiang Ming's live stream room, is this trident a king-level treasure? It looks like equipment specifically for the Sea King, and it can change size. It must be a legendary treasure of the highest caliber. But the commands are a bit awkward, like rise up, shrink down, and Oh my. I'm really curious how the original owner of this trident thought to use such words as commands. Doesn't he think it's absurd? The absurdity lies with you. It's clearly shrink, not shrink down. And the command to stop is not. What's the difference? They're all equally absurd. Indeed, there's not much difference. This trident looks much stronger than Jiang's previous hand axe. Our little mouse is truly a lucky star to have given Jiang such a high-level weapon. That's amazing. Oh right, I almost forgot. Jiang's hand axe seems to have fallen into the water. This is just the right time for a new weapon. Jiang Shun is definitely the child of destiny. Whatever he lacks just appears. Hee. A netizen from Sakura country took the opportunity to mock what kind of child of destiny gets the Sea King's weapon. I originally thought it would be an ordinary treasure, but unexpectedly, I got the Sea King's weapon, which is a king-level existence. It's an existence that even a 5th-tier sequence holder wouldn't dare to confront. I can't wait to see when this adventurer from Dragon Country dies. I just want to see when you die. A netizen from Dragon Country couldn't help but complain, even if it is a king who told it to leave its weapon lying around. And there are no cameras or alarms in the sea. Come on, does Jiang really have to be so honest? Being honest is useless. Little Sakura said when an adventurer acquires this trident and uses blood to bond with it, the Sea King will know who took its belongings. At that time, the Sea King will naturally come looking for it. Oh, the netizen from Dragon Country responded with a sense of relief. Then it has nothing to do with Jiang. Alright. Other netizens from Dragon Country also realized at that moment this trident was soaked in the blood of Lai Fu, not Jiang Shun's blood. If the Sea King comes looking, it should go find Lai Fu. Lai Fu is indeed a lucky star to be able to protect Jiang from such calamities. That's too funny. Little Sakura seemed to not expect this twist, and suddenly became speechless. No, this isn't right. What's not right? A netizen from Dragon Country mocked. What's wrong? Are you jealous that our Dragon Country produced a child of destiny? Or are you jealous that Jiang Shun is just lucky? If the blood dripping from the trident wasn't his, then the master the trident should recognize shouldn't be him. After thinking for a long time, little Sakura finally came to a conclusion. He believed he must have also bled. You just didn't notice. But the netizens from Dragon Country all refuted. Haven't you heard of the master's master? Things belonging to the master are the master's, while the servant's things still belong to the master. You don't even know this. What are you pretending to be knowledgeable for? Little Sakura seemed to be caught off guard by this twist, and was momentarily stunned. Oh yes. Other netizens from Dragon Country finally remembered. Under the reminder, Lai Fu is Jiang Ming's pet, and they signed a master-servant contract. So Lai Fu is the master of the trident, and Jiang Ming is the master of Lai Fu, making Jiang Ming the master's master of the trident. This convoluted relationship is amusing, but it doesn't matter. As long as Jiang Shun can command the trident, that's what counts. Little Sakura didn't know whether he was struck by Jiang Ming's luck, or if his CPU had crashed from the complexity of this logic. He directly stopped speaking. But Jiang Ming naturally didn't know about the master's master. He only knew that this trident was truly an exceptional weapon. Once the trident had adjusted to the awkward commands, Jiang Ming tried out various techniques with it, whether it was thrusting or stabbing. The destructive power of this trident was beyond compare to ordinary weapons. A small iceberg with a single stab was blown to pieces. Jiang Ming had previously toiled away with his hand axe, chopping and striking the icebergs to extract combustible ice, and after a long while he barely made a small dent. But now with the trident, a 1,000-year-old iceberg instantly turned into soft ice. Jiang Ming, wielding the trident, felt a surge of strength, saying, "Eat quickly." After finishing, "We should head back first. Then it's time to find good man Alexander across the woods to retrieve the 2 ships he left for us. With the 2 remaining ship cores, my ship should be able to level up to level 2. Charge." Lai Fu looked at the trident in Jiang Ming's hand, which could change size, with a face full of astonishment. It knew that this was the very thing that had just stabbed it, but now staring at the remaining clam meat, it shook its head wildly in fear. Chirp, 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 chirp. Clearly it had already developed post-traumatic stress and didn't dare to eat it. And Jiang Ming looked at the bloodstains on the trident, which had been completely absorbed, and the several icebergs that had been exploded by the trident, and could understand. All right, then I'll take it. But with such a good thing, Jiang Ming did not mind having more. Since Lai Fu didn't want it, he naturally accepted it with a smile, and transporting it back to Dragon Country later would be fine. After all, this was the flesh of a commander-level magical creature. For ordinary people, it was definitely a rare elixir. It could also be a marrow-cleansing pill. If it could be researched by the state, the efficacy might even be enhanced. Woo. Just as Jiang Ming and Lai Fu were preparing to transport the combustible ice back onto the ship, heavy snow began to fall. The wind carried large flakes of snow, falling in torrents. The snowflakes stuck together to form clumps the size of goose feathers, adhering to the visor of Jiang Ming's helmet. It was the first time he realized. Goose feather snow was not just an expression. Each snowflake, or rather countless snowflakes, had coalesced into clumps resembling goose feathers, quickly covering the ground with a thick layer. Lai Fu's face and body were soon dyed white with snow. Especially around its nose, the fur had formed numerous icicles due to its breath, indicating how low the temperature was. Jiang Ming was glad that he had always kept his helmet secured to the outer strap of his backpack. In such extreme weather, he was able to avoid being blown into a state of paralysis. Although the visor of the helmet had already been lowered, his vision was still a blur. He relied entirely on his mini-map to know which way to go home. Yet even so, Lai Fu reached the last stretch of road, already half buried in the snow. The snow was too thick, making it nearly impossible to run forward, so it could only slowly squeeze out a path through the snowdrifts. Originally, Jiang Ming had planned to go find a ship after transporting the combustible ice back. It appeared now this would be quite difficult to accomplish. After all, based on the hints from the divination, Jiang Ming could also see the position of Alexander's ship on the map, which was on the other side of the forest. It would take 4 to 5 hours to reach, even while riding Lai Fu. But now with the snow so heavy, even riding Lai Fu, it would probably take more than 10 hours to arrive. In this cursed weather, it was unimaginable to spend the night outside. Even staying outside for a little while was unbearable for Jiang Ming. It seemed. Today he had no choice but to make the snowmobile in advance. With the snowmobile, he could traverse the snow directly, without having to wade through it like Lai Fu, a 4-legged beast. Finally, after a long, arduous journey, he and the mouse returned to the massive ship that had transformed into a flesh and blood entity. It was unclear whether it was Jiang Ming's illusion, or if the ship was really trembling from the cold. Jiang Ming felt that the ship seemed to be shrinking together, and it had a trembling sensation. However, due to the fierce wind and snow outside, he couldn't see clearly, only feeling an indescribable sense of eeriness. Lai Fu didn't care whether the ship was trembling or not. As soon as it rushed into the cabin, it began chirping and urging Jiang Ming to open the door quickly. And now the cabin door didn't require Jiang Ming to use a key to open it. It would automatically open as soon as he approached, having achieved complete automation with biological technology. Jiang Ming wondered, if he had chosen the mechanical ascension evolution path back, then the cabin door might now be a password lock or a fingerprint lock, though it could also be an automatic scanning system. But a door that opens automatically upon hearing the master's voice without any password or scanning. This was probably one of a kind. Clack. After entering, Jiang Ming casually closed the door. Yet when his hand brushed against the somewhat soft, moist, and warm door handle, he instinctively shivered. The texture was just too strange. It was truly a bit unbearable. Swish, swish, swish. As a result, while Jiang Ming was still shivering, Lai Fu had already started shaking its fur. The once dry cabin also began to snow. Damn! Jiang Ming, with snow all over his face, looked at Lai Fu speechlessly and said, "If you keep shaking, do you believe I will shave off all your fur?" Chirp. Upon hearing this, Lai Fu immediately stopped. Then it nervously shook its head, furiously looking pitifully at the snowflakes on its body, as if asking Jiang Ming what to do about them. Just shake them off? Can't you do that? Jiang Ming first patted the snow off his shoulders, then off his arms, clothes, and finally off his pant legs, stamping his feet to shake off the snow from his shoes. Lai Fu watched carefully for a moment before starting to mimic Jiang Ming's actions. It first patted its shoulders with its little paws, then patted the long fur on its arms, but the snow that had landed on it was clearly different from that on human clothing. It had all stuck to its fur. This made it unable to resist the urge to shake its fur again. "I'll shave you bald." Jiang Ming, who was adding combustible ice to the fireplace, immediately issued a warning. After a pitiful chirp, Lai Fu continued to use its little paws to pat the snow clumped on its fur. However, just as Jiang Ming was scolding Lai Fu and was about to turn back to add combustible ice, he was startled by a bright red tentacle. What the hell? What is that? Jiang Ming retreated repeatedly, the trident in his hand instantly enlarging to the size of a shovel, preparing to attack, when he bizarrely discovered that the tentacle was actually wrapping up a piece of combustible ice and tossing it into the fireplace. Is it learning from him? But what on earth is this thing? Jiang Ming's gaze gradually shifted from the tip of the tentacle to its base, soon realizing that this thing was actually growing out of the wall of the cabin. Or rather, this wasn't a wall, but a tentacle growing out of a flesh wall. What the hell? Although he knew the ship had mutated, this was simply too grotesque. Jiang Ming felt his sanity slipping away. Chirp, chirp. Lai Fu also noticed the abnormality in the cabin, but it merely sniffed at this strange thing. After confirming it was part of the ship, it snorted and walked away. It continued to fret over the snowflakes on its fur, showing no interest in the tentacle. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming clutched his heart, and after a long while could no longer resist addressing the tentacle, which might or might not understand human speech, saying, "Enough, enough. Don't add any more ice to the furnace. If you burn it too much, it will get very hot and be a waste." The tentacle paused for a moment upon hearing this. But soon, this fellow quickly tossed several more pieces of combustible ice into the furnace. "I said enough, stop adding more." The tentacle showed confusion and hesitation, but covertly tossed one more in. For some reason, Jiang Ming felt that this fellow understood, but it seemed to be pretending not to understand, deliberately to toss in more combustible ice because it was afraid of it. Feeling the temperature in the cabin rise sharply, Jiang Ming watched as the tentacle continued to feign ignorance. Unable to endure any longer, he directly poked the tentacle against the wall with his trident and said, "I said stop." Thud, thud. The tentacle struggled wildly. In the next second, the entire flesh wall of the cabin trembled, as if startled by Jiang Ming's brutality. The tentacle even nodded. "It seems you can understand human speech, so be obedient." Jiang Ming swiftly pulled the trident out, and a considerable amount of light red blood splattered from the tentacle's wound. The tentacle that Jiang Ming had pierced with his trident became noticeably more docile afterward. Jiang Ming then began to follow the instructions on the blueprint and entered the ship's workshop to start crafting an amphibious snowmobile. The blueprint has been loaded. Is it acceptable to spend one beast core to create an amphibious motorcycle? It actually costs money. Jiang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He had originally thought that as long as he had the blueprint and materials, it would be crafted automatically, but he didn't expect that the ship would also charge a processing fee. But what else could he do? He couldn't possibly rely on manual labor, could he? Even if you have the blueprints and materials for a bicycle, 99.999% of people couldn't assemble it, let alone a high-end amphibious snowmobile. Fine, I'll pay. Jiang Ming sighed helplessly and pressed the confirmation button. The next moment, a trembling tentacle reached out towards Jiang Ming. Seeing a scar on the tentacle that hadn't fully healed yet, Jiang Ming laughed and said, "Oh, it's you again, what a coincidence." The tentacle shivered slightly, not daring to make a sound, merely extending its hand towards Jiang Ming, which was already quite obvious. It was clearly demanding money. Or should I say? Jiang Ming took out the trident again and asked, "Is there only this one tentacle on this ship?" Swish. The tentacle shrank back slightly, but still gestured a 1. Jiang Ming didn't know if it was simply asking for one beast core, or if it really was the only tentacle. Tisk. Jiang Ming clicked his tongue and tossed the beast core to it. After all, he had come this far, and the tentacle hadn't backed down. It seemed that this beast core was unavoidable. Swish. The moment the tentacle touched the beast core, it hooked it with its sharp tip, holding it like a hand, and then passing it back to the flesh wall. When the beast core approached the flesh wall, Jiang Ming saw that a dark hole had actually opened in the wall. Was that a mouth? Jiang Ming stared at the dark hole in the flesh wall, a chill running down his spine. He found himself counting the folds on that ring of gums, trying to see how many layers there were. He couldn't look any longer. He forced himself to turn away, his temples throbbing. This was a symptom of his sanity dropping below 60. If it fell below 20%, a person would go mad. He had been scared too many times today. Jiang Ming didn't know how much longer it would take to get used to this strain. Moreover, the thought of sharing a bed with this ship every day made him feel a bit creeped out. Damn. If he had known, he wouldn't have hesitated. He should have chosen mechanical ascension right from the start. Now he had to face a completely new high-tech vessel, which might even have artificial intelligence. Even if there was no intelligent AI, at least there would be a system AI to assist. That was certainly better than a silent tentacle that spewed blood. Yet, just when Jiang Ming thought the horror of this ship had reached its limit, he realized it had no boundaries. Jiang Ming first saw countless tentacles descending from the sky, landing on the pile of materials he had placed on the ground, swiftly wrapping them up and stuffing them into the flesh wall. Then, he heard the sound of crunching. About half an hour later, an amphibious motorcycle was smoothly ejected from the flesh wall, still covered in a lot of slime. But the originally chaotic pile of materials had now transformed into a flesh and blood amphibious. No way. Jiang Ming looked at the motorcycle, which had bones, flesh, and skin, and truly couldn't help but feel like crying. Ew, could this world get any worse? Was he going to produce things in this style from now on? Oh, how could he possibly function normally when faced with such things every day? Jiang Ming stood in front of the still, slightly quivering motorcycle, silent for about 3 seconds. Then he reached out to touch the handlebars. It was warm with a slight pulsing sensation. This modification is a bit excessive. He sighed and mounted it, saying, but it's fine, there are no traffic cops to check. As he rode this bizarre motorcycle, a hole suddenly opened in the ship's cabin wall. Jiang Ming twisted the warm throttle. Yaha, this feels amazing. Riding the snowmobile outdoors, although it looked creepy and felt creepy to ride, it was as if he was sitting on someone instead of a vehicle. However, he had to admit that the bike was incredibly fast and stable. Most importantly, it didn't consume fuel, it only consumed flesh. It only required 1 pound of meat every 100 kilometers, which made Jiang Ming look at these bizarre creations with newfound respect. Splash! Jiang Ming drove from the ship to the combustible IC area and back again, surprisingly, taking less than an hour. The speed was simply faster than a motorcycle. If it weren't for the fact that the upload time for materials was approaching, he wouldn't even want to go back and would want to play with the ghost fire a little longer. After all, in this world there were no people and no cars. No matter how fast your vehicle sped, there wouldn't be any traffic cops stopping you, nor would there be any cars cutting you off. In any case, the journey was smooth as long as you didn't act recklessly. You could keep playing until the vehicle ran. After all, it consumed flesh, not fuel, so it should be referred to as heat. Dear captains, the time for material upload is about to start. Please place the materials you wish to send back to your country into the special cabin. The upload settlement will take place in half an hour. Upon hearing the announcement from the ship's intercom, Jiang Ming reluctantly drove the motorcycle to the side of the ship, and in the next moment the ship opened a large hole and pulled Jiang Ming and the bike into the cabin. Although the sensation of a ship casually opening holes still felt eerie, it was very convenient, so Jiang Ming found himself gradually liking this ship. At least when he got off the ship, he didn't have to struggle to get the motorcycle down. He just had to give a command, and the ship would automatically open a hole for him to exit. It was quite a novel experience. Even the wealthiest tycoons in Dragon Country probably couldn't achieve this. While they could use a lot of high technology or more convenient things, they definitely could not alter their living space entirely according to their wishes at any moment. This was probably the only benefit of biological technology. After getting off the motorcycle, Jiang Ming was about to toss all the materials into the special cabin, as he usually did, but at that moment, he looked at the flesh wall inside the cabin, and then at the tentacle that was shyly pretending to scratch the wall, saying, "Help me put 2 bags of combustible ice, 2 large goose birds, the fish I salvaged today, and half a piece of clam meat into the special cabin, or I'm preparing to send them back." Swish, swish. The tentacle nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Then it immediately reached for Jiang Ming's most precious material, the clam meat. And just as it was wrapping it up, Jiang Ming's trident had already been plunged into its tentacle. Swish! The tentacle trembled again in pain. The flesh wall shuddered several times, seemingly not understanding why its master would do such a thing. "Do not steal," Jiang Ming issued a warning. The tip of the tentacle shook awkwardly under the pressure of the trident, as if to say, "My lord, I am wronged, I did not do it." "I know you haven't yet." Jiang Ming pulled out the trident, revealing a sly grin. "Just a heads up, it's first the petty person, then the gentleman." The tentacle wanted to curse Jiang Ming out loud. This is not the order of petty and gentlemen. This is clearly killing first and arguing later. If it weren't for its rapid healing, it would have been killed by its master long ago. Boo-hoo. What, do you have any objections? Jiang Ming asked, looking at the sluggish tentacle. The tentacle seemed to wave its hands repeatedly, indicating it had none. "If you have no objections, then why the slacking off?" Jiang Ming questioned. "Get to work." The tentacle pulled the trident out from its body, and the wound immediately began to heal. It turned around to get to work. Splash, splash. But this guy deliberately made the flammable ice bag make a loud noise, clearly throwing a tantrum. However, despite being angry, having someone help made the work go much faster, and the boat could open doors that were giving the tentacle a shortcut. Thus, while Jiang Ming would normally take at least half an hour to complete the task alone today, with the tentacle's full assistance, it was done in 10 minutes. Instead, Jiang Ming found himself a bit idle and began pondering techniques for controlling fire and water. He developed a new method, which was to unleash both water and fire skills simultaneously, but the fire could not be too close to the water nor too far. Ideally, they should be about 1 centimeter apart, and then When the water and fire simultaneously fell into the cup, the fireball would be extinguished by the water on the water arrow, allowing Jiang Ming to obtain a cup of warm water. Although it had no lethal use, it was simply the best water-boiling gadget. The time for uploading supplies today is over. All captains, please confirm the upload of all supplies in the special cabin on the control panel. As soon as this voice echoed in Jiang Ming's live stream, everyone became excited. Every day Jiang Ming uploaded supplies was the moment the entire Long Nation's netizens looked forward to the most. That anticipation was simply beyond the lottery draw. Confirmed. Detecting supplies. Rating supplies. Sharp-nosed monkey fish rated F, flammable ice rated D, big goosebird rated D, eaglehead fish rated C, millennium giant clam rated A. Congratulations, you have obtained a multiplier lottery opportunity. As the multiplier lottery opportunity appeared, a large lottery wheel also appeared before Jiang Ming, but this time the multipliers were no longer the lowly 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, and 10,000-fold. Instead, it started at 1,000-fold, then 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold, and up to million-fold super high multipliers. Jiang Ming suspected it might be because he uploaded an epic-level giant clam meat, causing the rating to be higher and the lottery multiplier to rise accordingly. So let's go. This time I hope for a high multiplier, and I absolutely don't want another base-level 1,000-fold drop rate, or else it would be a huge loss. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Jiang Ming pressed the lottery button, his heart raced with heightened anticipation. At this moment, not only he but even the viewers in the live stream waited along with Jiang Ming, as if they were anticipating a massive windfall. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish. Swish. At the moment the pointer on the wheel slowly descended, Jiang Ming's heart felt as if it were leaping into his throat. Because at this moment the pointer was very close to 1,000,000 times. But after 1,000,000 times it would be 1,000 times. Starting from 1,000 and ending at 1,000,000, once the pointer accidentally crossed the critical point of 1,000,000 times, it would slip into the range of thousands and tens of thousands again. That would be such a waste of his epic giant clam this time. So, Jiang Ming kept murmuring, stop. Stop. It must stop now. However, it seemed that Jiang Ming's flesh and blood vessel heard his call. Just as the pointer was about to exceed 1,000,000 times and slide towards 1,000 times, he suddenly felt the vessel tremble, as if it was shivering. But because the vessel was too large, its tremor was indistinguishable from an earthquake. Yet in the next second, he keenly sensed that the vessel seemed to have tilted slightly to the left. And it was in that brief moment of deviation that Jiang Ming saw the pointer, which was about to exceed the gap of 1,000,000 times, being forcefully pushed back. The pointer ultimately stopped in the interval of 1,000,000 times. He won. He actually won with such a method. Jiang Ming was overjoyed and grabbed the wriggling tentacle beside him, exclaiming, "Good job, little vessel. From now on you will work hard alongside me." The tentacle seemed unaware of what had happened, but it could feel its master's attitude towards it had improved significantly, and it appeared quite happy. It naturally became happy as well. In the next second its tentacle tips wagged like a puppy's tail, shaking side to side, quite joyful. Moreover, did the master just call it Little Vessel? Is that its new name? Little Vessel. That sounds pretty nice. Little Vessel, Little Vessel, Little Vessel, hee hee. In the Dragon Country, in Jiang Ming's live broadcast room. Did we just hit the jackpot? The live broadcast shook just now. I didn't see clearly. I didn't see clearly either. It should be a high multiple after all. The way Jiang Shun was grinning, it seemed like he won the grand prize. If he really won the grand prize, I just saw Jiang Shun put a large chunk of that epic clam meat inside. That's a Lord-level magical creature. How many people in this world have tasted something as premium as a Lord-level magical creature? If I could eat a piece of that, I would die without regrets. What do you think? How many times will the grand prize be? Based on my previous knowledge, the minimum seems to be 100 times, and the maximum might be around 10,000 times, or something higher which I haven't seen before. So it should be 10,000 times, but the meat Jiang Shun put in doesn't seem to weigh more than 100 pounds, at most just 1,000,000 pounds. It seems like we commoners won't get any this time. I really envy the big shots in upper echelons and Jiang Shun's family. They will definitely get some. 100,000 pounds, that's really out of reach. As the crucial moment of the lottery approached, the vessel shook, causing the audience to miss the crucial moment, so they could only rely on guessing. While everyone in the live broadcast room was guessing, an announcement suddenly rang out in the broadcast, instantly transforming the anticipation of the Dragon Country netizens into surprise. The final return multiple for this event is 1,000,000 times. The Dragon Country receives the following resources returned by Jiang Ming. Combustible ice, 200 million pounds. Giant goosebirds, 2 million. Spiky-mouthed monkey fish, 30 million. Eaglehead fish, 15 million. Millennial giant clam, 100 million pounds. Splash. As Jiang Ming's announcement regarding the return of resources from Long Country was broadcasted, the nation erupted in excitement. 200 million pounds of combustible ice might not even be an exaggeration. But 100 million pounds of epic-grade giant clam meat. Now that is an exaggeration. Such quantity and quality are alarming enough that the United Nations might have to convene a meeting to warn all nations to be cautious of Long Country. Because epic-grade monster meat is a strategic resource. As long as Long Country can utilize this epic-grade monster meat, whether to develop high-grade medicines to improve physical conditions or distribute it to the populace for consumption, it can significantly enhance the overall quality of the nation, especially for the next batch of adventurers. One must know that regardless of the survival environment, the greatest enemy of adventurers is still their frail physical condition. If Long Country can elevate the physical fitness of all adventurers by one or even several levels, the next group of adventurers entering the game will see a substantial increase in their survival rates, which means that everyone will be able to bring back something for Long Country. Even if every person brings back just one fish or one nut. However, with the accumulation of numbers and ratios, the resources of Long Country will increase exponentially. Shit. Fuck. Baka, it's so unfair. As the spies in Jiang Ming's livestream heard the announcement, they couldn't help but curse out loud, filled with envy. Envy to the point where they couldn't hide their jealousy. The people of Long Country are probably about to receive epic-grade monster meat, which is something the commoners of their other nations wouldn't even dare to imagine. Not to mention that the adventurers from their respective countries can occasionally kill an epic-grade monster. They would certainly be reluctant to upload this monster even if they captured it, as it is a true treasure that can significantly enhance their abilities, a top-quality item that those selfish adventurers would never disclose. Even if there were adventurers from their own country who uploaded it, they wouldn't easily distribute such a precious item to the commoners. Instead, it would be prioritized for the higher-ups, and the remainder would be allocated as strategic resources for the next batch of adventurers and special forces. The leftovers would only be traded internationally for resources, and there was no way they would be given to them. Precisely because of this, they were even more jealous. In Long Country, the Special Operations Bureau, due to previous experiences, the warehouse managers were already mentally prepared this time. When the major warehouses suddenly became full after midnight, they guessed it might be the work of the Child of Fortune, a nickname they had given to Jiang Ming. Because Jiang Ming's fortune was simply too extraordinary. Each time he either drew 100 million times or caused fish to suddenly multiply during transportation, although this time they weren't sure of the reason. But only he could manage to bring back 300 to 500 million pounds of goods each time. Thus they quickly called the Special Operations Department requesting instructions. Minister, how should we handle the 45 million fish, 200 million pounds of combustible ice, and 100 million pounds of epic-grade monster meat? Aside from the combustible ice, for the rest, follow the old rules. 1/3 should be stored as strategic resources and then taken for trade with various nations. The minister ordered the remaining 2/3 should be distributed to the populace, directly transported to warehouses in each city and released on schedule tomorrow. The combustible ice was too wasteful to distribute to the commoners. Thus, the minister planned to transport the combustible ice directly to power plants to maximize the utility of this high-quality fuel. Fish and big geese are fine, but what about the epic-grade monster meat? The warehouse manager director said hesitantly, although 100 million pounds of monster meat were returned this time, it is epic-grade monster meat, and we still need to. The leadership has said what is taken from the people must be used for the people. The minister immediately interjected, regardless of the level of meat, these originally came from the hands of the people and should naturally be returned to the people. But when the warehouse manager director heard the word, but he quickly focused his attention. Generally speaking, one can ignore the first part of a leader's speech, but the content after, but must be listened to carefully, as it is the key part. It is also what the leader truly wants to convey. He knew it. How could such high-grade monster meat be unconditionally distributed to everyone? It was fortunate he asked a bit more, otherwise if there was a slip-up, his director's hat would be firmly placed on him. But the minister took a deep breath before continuing. You must remember to reserve a portion and prioritize sending it to Jiang Ming's family. This is a benefit that adventurers deserve, and we must ensure that we do our job well and provide our adventurers with certain guarantees. The director was somewhat stunned after hearing this. Was that it? But after waiting half a day, he did not hear the minister continue, so he could only ask, Minister, is that all? Yes, why else? The minister retorted with a question. All right, minister. The director did not expect that the minister's, but was truly just another instruction, and he immediately felt somewhat ashamed of his unworthy thoughts. But just before hanging up, he suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, minister, how should we treat Jiang Ming's family? Should it be at the elite adventurer level, or at the new star level treatment? The minister said without hesitation, although Jiang Ming's current identity level cannot be raised due to certain reasons, his contributions to our country have far exceeded that of new star level adventurers. Since we cannot give adventurers more benefits, we can only first give his family, those beneficiaries Jiang Ming listed in the agreement, more privileges. Although the minister did not say it, everyone who had seen Jiang Ming's livestream knew. The minister was referring to the fact that Jiang Ming's ship was frozen in the extreme cold sea, unable to move, while the poisonous circle closed in, and no one knew if Jiang Ming could survive the first week. Although it was very unfair to restrict an adventurer with such great contributions from advancing in rank because of this. But the director also knew that the minister had no choice. After all, the number of adventurers at each level was limited, and even promoting to elite level treatment required many approvals. Not to mention new star. This is a level that must be announced nationwide, representing that a new star has emerged among adventurers. This approach was not only to enhance the treatment of adventurers, but also to boost the confidence of the entire nation, telling them that Long Country has produced another excellent adventurer. Thus, the selection of new star level adventurers became particularly cautious. After all, once an adventurer is promoted to new star level and the nationwide announcement is made, if the new star adventurer quickly falls, it would cause immense psychological trauma to the entire populace. It could even lead to ridicule from other nations, claiming that Long Country's national luck was poor and the new star fell so quickly, implying that the country would soon decline. Therefore, until Jiang Ming resolves the issue of his ship being unable to leave the extreme cold sea, the minister would probably be powerless to elevate Jiang Ming's status. Thus, the minister thought of ways to compensate Jiang Ming from another angle. Yes, minister. This time, the director answered loudly, while deeply bowing to the minister on the other end of the line. It was only at this moment that he truly felt that the minister was a respectable official, one who considered the people and also cared for adventurers. Although Jiang Ming's score multiplier was exceedingly high, he was still uncertain about what John from the beautiful country had uploaded, as his score was actually 100 points higher than Jiang Ming's. Although their scores were incredibly close, that 100 points still prevented Jiang Ming from claiming the first contribution ranking of adventurers. First place, Peter from the beautiful country, total score 9830. Second place, Jiang Ming from the Dragon Kingdom, total score 98219. Third place, Idakun from Sakura country, total score 26810. Jiang Ming glanced at it without much thought. Just 100 points away, surpassing him was only a matter of time. There was no need to rush. Thus, he didn't mind, and instead turned his attention to the newly refreshed Daily 3 Oracles. The Daily 3 Oracles system is refreshing. Refresh complete. Today's 3 Oracles neutral. When you wish to cross the snowy day to seek the second sunken ship on the other side of the forest, make sure to go alone and do not bring your good fortune, or it will perish on the return journey. Minor danger when upgrading the ship. To level 2, prioritize the biological upgrade route over the mechanical upgrade route. Otherwise, you will be unable to break through the ice before the toxic fog arrives. Remember, all 12 armor plates at the bow of the ship must be upgraded to level 2 for you to have a chance of leaving the extreme cold sea. Major danger. Deep in the snowfield lies a Lord-level snow demon bear, which is inherently cautious and shows no interest in the flesh bait you drop. If you attempt to use methods suitable for dealing with fishmen against it, the omen of great misfortune will immediately come to pass. However, its claws and sharp teeth are key materials for crafting ice-breaking armor plates. After the supplies were uploaded, the Daily 3 Oracles finally refreshed once more. Yet when Jiang Ming saw the content of the Daily 3 Oracles, he could only feel a chill run down his spine. The first oracle was nothing out of the ordinary, just a warning not to bring good fortune. With such heavy snow, he hadn't intended to bring any. But the remaining 2 oracles were somewhat outrageous. They actually wanted him to deal with an elite-level snow demon bear. Not to mention, you can't assume I have the ability to kill a Lord-level monster just because I accidentally took down one, right? One must understand that a snow demon bear is not a high-defense, low-attack creature like a giant clam. Adventurers capable of dealing with monsters of such caliber must naturally be Tier 2 sequence holders, yet Jiang Ming was not even a sequence holder at present. How could he be sent to face a snow demon bear? Moreover, it was clearly stated in the oracle. The techniques he had previously used, like driving nails into meat or using fish hooks, were not suitable for the inherently cautious snow demon bear. Did they expect him to engage in close combat with a Lord-level monster? The gap between them was not trivial. Even if Jiang Ming had divine artifacts, it would not be possible. Yet, according to the second oracle, it seemed there was no way to avoid it, because the claws and teeth of the snow demon bear were the main materials for upgrading the ship's armor. To break the ice, he had to kill it, otherwise Jiang Ming would have no way to leave here, and it would be a dead end. Oh, both paths are so difficult to choose. Jiang Ming looked at the dilemma presented by the oracles, and ultimately decided, I'll sleep. Regardless of whether tomorrow he had to deliver food to the snow demon bear, or the snow demon bear came to deliver food to him, he would figure it out after waking up. The next morning the storm had stopped. The weather looked nice. It was a good day to go out for delivery. However, when Jiang Ming saw the latest developments regarding the poison circle in his attribute panel, a blizzard swept through his heart. It made his heart feel a chill. Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Identity captain of the dragon boat. Location extremely cold sea area toxic fog is 198 nautical miles away from you. Ranking in the 13th division, 2nd. Saturation, level 200. Health 100 lifespan, 302 days. Rationality, level 99. Agility 28 ordinary person has an agility of 5, athletes have 10. Strength 17 ordinary person's strength is 5, a strongman has 10. Defense 16 ordinary person's defense is 5, a boxer has 10. Special abilities intermediate cold resistance, 18. 8 fireball technique, level 1, ice 60 metal control, level 1, 60 water control, level 1, 60 beginner water arrow underwater swimming. The live broadcast is on, it can be turned off. What? The toxic fog has already entered within 200 nautical miles. Jiang Ming felt a wave of darkness wash over him as he saw this data and exclaimed, wasn't it over 300 miles yesterday? Waking up from this sleep, he was already at the edge of the toxic fog. This is just... Jiang Ming felt a chill run through his body. It seemed he had no choice but to fight that snow demon bear today. Prepare yourself and start the little electric scooter. Oh no, it's the little meat scooter. Jiang Ming sped toward the direction of the forest. The snowstorm had stopped along the way, but the snow accumulated overnight was so thick that it was impossible to walk through. Fortunately, he had the little electric scooter, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to get across to the other side of the forest. Sand. Rustle. However, just as Jiang Ming was bringing the vehicle close to the forest, he noticed small footprints scattered all over the snow. They looked like some kind of rodent. Although they were larger than ordinary rodents, it was evident they were still herbivorous, because the snow from the night had piled up extremely high. This allowed those small animals to eat the leaves that had fallen from the trees. Jiang Ming noticed the small trees at the forest's edge. The leaves that had fallen were considerably nibbled, and some branches were even torn down, leaving only bare twigs on the ground. However, his task today was to find the snow demon bear for a fight, so even though Jiang Ming knew there were plenty of prey here, he didn't linger too long and continued deeper into the forest. He remained vigilant, carefully monitoring his surroundings to confirm the snow demon bear's trail. After all, even the dodo birds here were enormous. Jiang Ming truly couldn't imagine just how. As he pondered the size of the snow demon bear, he received his answer. After driving about half an hour into the forest, he saw a massive snow pit, and at the bottom lay a giant gray wolf akin to an elephant, its body torn to shreds. Its head was one part, its body was another, and there was blood. The gray-brown wolf's skin bore numerous claw marks, but the spacing between the claws was absurdly large. Jiang Ming measured it with his eyes and estimated the claw span to be at least over 10 centimeters. That one claw must have been at least 30 to 40 centimeters long, if this ratio held true. Then just how outrageous must the snow demon bear's size be? I might as well go back and wait for death. Without even seeing the snow demon bear, the mere sight of the aftermath of its battle made Jiang Ming consider retreating. After all, this was no longer a matter of whether he could win. It was a question of whether he could survive after. Nonetheless, although Jiang Ming felt fear in his heart, his body honestly began to drive nails into the gray wolf. One on the left, one on the right. He drove a total of 7 nails into the frozen rock-hard gray wolf before finally stopping. After finishing with the nails, Jiang Ming immediately retreated. He planned to find a high point to observe whether the snow demon bear would return. If it came back to eat the gray wolf, then its death would be imminent. That tree looks perfect. But to prevent the snow demon bear from discovering his scooter's tracks, Jiang Ming decided to drive the vehicle a bit further away, and then, bang! He had an accident. Countless snowflakes cascaded from the tree, burying both Jiang Ming and his vehicle. Jiang Ming, feeling a bit dizzy from the impact, crawled out from the snow pit, while leaving the scooter behind. Then, he took out 2 rudimentary skis he had prepared earlier, tied a large branch of leaves to the back, and while sliding he swept away the traces behind him. He returned to the vicinity of the massacre site caused by the snow demon bear, found the largest tree nearby, and climbed up with difficulty, quietly waiting for the snow demon bear's return. Special Operations Department. Due to Jiang Ming's series of impressive performances, many experts held him in high regard. They even formed a seminar centered around him. Among them was Advisor Wang, who had always looked down on Jiang Ming, but had been repeatedly proven wrong. He spoke of Jiang Ming's Cold War, while his body honestly remained at Jiang Ming's expert table. Is Jiang Ming scared by the wolf's killing scene? Is that why he crashed? How can he not be scared? A wolf larger than an elephant. How huge must the snow demon bear be? Clearly the crisis in this maritime world comes from the gigantic creatures. Even a squirrel can have the size of a brown bear, and a wolf is comparable to an elephant. If I'm not mistaken, then this wolf-killing creature must be at least the size of Ultraman. It's normal for a creature of that level to be scared and crash. The experts analyzed various angles, and after much discussion, everyone concluded that Jiang Ming crashed because he was frightened. However, Xiao Zheng, who had been listening, couldn't help but interject. Jiang Ming didn't really crash, he deliberately. Advisor Wang was the first to disagree. How could that be? Look how hard he crashed. He was buried alive by the snow. It's precisely because he crashed so hard that I say it was intentional. Xiao Zheng retorted. How so? This time Xiao Zheng didn't plan to speak directly, knowing that doing so would only lead the person to find more reasons to refute. So he decided to corner Advisor Wang until he had no rebuttals left. Let me ask you one question. What would be the first thing you do after a car accident? Go to the hospital. Advisor Wang replied with confusion. What does this question have to do with Jiang Ming's? Ignoring Advisor Wang's question, Xiao Zheng continued to ask, if there is no hospital in this survival environment, what would you do after a car accident? Dig out the car and leave quickly. Advisor Wang frowned, seemingly displeased with Xiao Zheng's incessant questioning, but he was also curious about what Xiao Zheng was getting at, so he had no choice but to answer. That's right, any normal person would quickly pull the vehicle out and drive away. Xiao Zheng continued, but Jiang Ming didn't do that. Instead, after climbing out, he deliberately used a pre-prepared branch to sweep the snow back around the vehicle to hide it. So this car accident was intentional on his part. Consultant Wang's eyes lit up, but he still argued stubbornly. But how can you be sure Jiang Ming did it on purpose? What if he stumbled into it by accident and only thought of this idea after the crash? Huh? The corner of Xiao Zheng's mouth curled into a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated this question. Pointing at the screenshot of the accident on the computer, he said, 99% of the trees in this forest are gigantic, while normal-sized trees are exceedingly rare. Yet Jiang Shun managed to crash into one of those less than 1% small trees. Does that seem reasonable to you? Maybe the tree was just too small for Jiang Ming to see. Consultant Wang continued to insist stubbornly. This tree only seems small compared to the others in this forest. On Blue Star, it's still a tree that has grown. Xiao Zheng watched as sweat beaded on Consultant Wang's forehead, and his own smile grew wider. How could someone capable of maneuvering a large snowmobile through the woods possibly miss seeing it? Jiang Ming chose a tree of this size because a larger one would be too sturdy to knock down. Hitting a big tree wouldn't dislodge enough snow to bury the snowmobile, and could even cause a serious accident. A tree of this size, however, is just right. Hitting it shakes the branches, brings down snow, and provides just enough to cover the vehicle. Combined with the pre-prepared skis and branches, it all proves Jiang Ming had planned this from the start. Consultant Wang was left speechless by Xiao Zheng's reasoning. The other experts, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Xiao Zheng makes a valid point. The choice of tree and its location clearly indicate Jiang Ming acted deliberately. Contestant Jiang Ming is lying in wait, hiding to ambush his prey. His tactic of hiding nails inside the wolf carcass was quite clever. When the predator returns to feed, it will fall into the trap, and Jiang Ming can reap the benefits without effort. Observer Xiao Zheng has been very thorough. Excellent work. As the experts showered Xiao Zheng with praise, he felt no gratitude, only annoyance. Something unusual had appeared on the screen of Jiang Ming's livestream. At that moment, Xiao Zheng just wanted these experts to be quiet. It's here. Unable to directly tell his superiors to shut up, he used a different method to alert them. The group fell silent instantly. Not because of Xiao Zheng's commanding tone, but because of the shadow on the livestream. A colossal shadow emerged on the screen like a sky-obscuring dark cloud. It plunged the forest into darkness and suffocated the very atmosphere around it. It was the oppressive presence of an apex predator. Even through the screen, they could deeply feel a terror beyond human capability and an boundless sense of dread. Everyone held their breath. Yet, they were still behind a screen. What must Jiang Ming, facing this monstrous creature, directly be feeling? At that moment, Jiang Ming had only one thought, 1,000 words condensed into two. Holy shit. What the hell? Jiang Ming, perched on a branch, had thought he had climbed high enough. He had ascended about 20 meters in the night, a height that would make even an elephant-sized wolf carcass look like a toy car. But the moment the colossal snow demon bear appeared, Jiang Ming had only one feeling. If it discovered him, the bear could reach out and crush him with a single swipe. It was enormous. This creature was at least 3 stories tall, and its entire body was pure white. If it hid in the snow, Jiang Ming wouldn't be able to tell if he was looking at a snow-covered mountain or a bear. Fortunately, he knew snow demon bears roamed these woods and hadn't recklessly crossed the forest. Otherwise, lying in the snow pit now wouldn't just be the giant wolf, but his own insignificant self as well. Eat. CHCHCH. Eat up. Jiang Ming wanted to say, eat up, finish that nail-filled wolf quickly, so I can have you for dinner. But the moment he opened his mouth, his teeth began to chatter. The clacking sound in the deathly silent environment was as loud as a set of castanets. Startled, Jiang Ming quickly shoved his hand into his mouth to stop the chattering, lest the giant snow demon. Although The sound Jiang Ming made was probably no louder than an insect's chirp to the bear. It was better to be safe. After all, the divination had said this bear was extremely cautious. But the divination was far too accurate. Upon returning to the scene, the snow demon bear didn't immediately take the remaining wolf carcass away or eat it. Instead, it began sniffing around the perimeter. Then, as if it had discovered something, it angrily slammed its paw onto the giant wolf, sending the carcass flying several meters. At that moment, something suddenly burst out from the giant wolf's body. Hiss! Hiss, hiss, hiss. A large snake with silver-white stripes shot out from the wolf's belly and lunged at the snow demon bear. But the snow demon bear seemed prepared. Despite its massive size, its movements were incredibly fast. The instant the snake lunged, the bear's two claws caught the silver serpent, one on each side, and pulled it apart. Snap! The silver snake was ripped in two by the snow demon bear and tossed onto the snow. But a dying snake still strikes. The severed head of the silver snake, using only its upper body for support, rebounded towards the bear the moment it hit the ground and sank its fangs into the bear's raised paw. Roar! The snow demon bear let out a cry of agony, just as Jiang Ming thought the snake-bitten bear would surely die from the venom. But the next moment, the snow demon bear forcibly tore the silver snake that was biting it from its claws and tossed it into its blood-filled mouth, crunching and chewing away. After finishing, the snow demon bear picked up the remaining half of the snake and tossed it into its mouth, continuing to chew. It wasn't until it had consumed the entire snake that the bear licked its lips, still wanting more. After finishing the silver snake, the snow demon bear did not leave immediately, but kept sniffing around in the snow, especially in the area where Jiang Ming had passed, spending much more time smelling there than in other areas. Could it have discovered something? This made Jiang Ming, who was hiding in the tree, hold his breath in fear. He was terrified that if he made a mistake, the snow demon bear would spot him, and that would surely mean he would be annihilated. Fortunately, the giant bear only continued to sniff around, eventually circling back to the giant wolf's corpse it had swatted away, still just sniffing. Especially at the spot where Jiang Ming had inserted the nails, it was particularly meticulous. Gulp! Jiang Ming silently swallowed, fearing that his buried nails might have been discovered. So this guy is not going to eat it. Damn it. As a bear, does it have to be so cautious, like it's going through security? Just when Jiang Ming thought the snow demon bear was going to keep inspecting, it suddenly raised its paw and swatted the wolf's corpse back into the pit. It had no intention of eating it, nor did it even glance at it again, turning around to leave. Is it really? Jiang Ming looked at the wolf's corpse, which had been batted around like a ball, suddenly pondering. Is it just abandoning the corpse? Just throwing it away like this? That doesn't make sense. If the snow demon bear looks down on the wolf's corpse, why did it come back? Could it be that it didn't return for the wolf's corpse, but rather? Jiang Ming's eyes lit up with a particularly outrageous, yet highly plausible thought. After all, eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining one, no matter how unbelievable, is still a fact. That is, this snow demon bear is also hunting, or rather, it is waiting for the rabbit. This wolf's corpse was deliberately placed here by it to attract various carnivorous animals, and then it would strike when those animals were feeding on the wolf's corpse. This is also why the wolf's corpse was dismembered, its body shredded to pieces by sharp claws. Just like humans set traps, they would try to scatter the bait. Only this way can it emit a stronger scent to attract prey. If this is your trap, then I have a way. After uncovering the snow demon bear's secret, a sly smile crept onto Jiang Ming's lips. Learning to set traps like a human, he'll soon make you understand what it means to be the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow sparrow waits behind. In Jiang Ming's live stream, is Jiang Shen planning to retreat? What else could he do? You saw that bear, only Ultraman could deal with that, right? Ultraman, my foot. But I support Jiang Shen's retreat. After all, this thing is not something a human can fight against unless they have a submachine gun or a mortar, but Jiang Shen doesn't even have a handgun. What's the point? Cold weapons indeed are not enough. If Jiang Shen is retreating, shouldn't he get on a snowmobile? But it seems he doesn't plan to leave at all. Is Jiang Delao trying to catch a rabbit? Not catching it, seems Jiang Shen is planning to fish for rabbits. I think I know what Jiang Shen is up to. Is he planning to use that move? That move, hey, hiding a needle in cotton. What the hell is hiding a needle in cotton? I see Jiang Shen is planning to dig a trap for that bear. Difficult. That bear is not only cautious, but seems quite intelligent too. The viewers in the live stream were guessing while curiously watching. After Jiang Ming left the range of the giant wolf's corpse, he actually retreated back to the edge of the forest, stopping at a place where there were many rodent footprints before. Jiang Ming even climbed up a tree, cutting down a lot of branches, but not completely severing them. He let them droop down to the ground, allowing the rodents below to reach them easily. Then, Jiang Ming made several small traps using fishing hooks and lines, then hid back in the tree, waiting for those little creatures to come out and eat the leaves. Hiding in the tree for about half an hour, just when Jiang Ming's legs were getting numb from the cold, a sneaky figure appeared in the snow. It was a snow-white rabbit, but this rabbit was nearly the size of a cow. The strange thing is that such a large animal should easily sink into the snow, but this rabbit managed to stay above the snow with its long and wide hind legs. However, with each leap, it left a deep pit in the snow. This should be the source of those tracks. Soon, the giant rabbit began sniffing around, and after a while confirmed there was no danger, it jumped over to a drooping branch and started to munch away. Although the rabbit, being at the bottom of the food chain, was cautious and always aware of its surroundings, it didn't notice that beneath its feet a thin line was being pulled through the snow by the fishing hook. This was naturally Jiang Ming's handiwork. He was manipulating the metal fishing hook from the tree, aiming to catch the rabbit alive. Squeak! Hiding in the tree, Jiang Ming pulled hard. The giant rabbit, caught by its ankles, struggled wildly in midair, nearly pulling Jiang Ming down from the tree. Fortunately, Jiang Ming had prepared in advance, wrapping the fishing line around the tree trunk. But even so, it was a bit hard to hold on. This creature was just too damn big. He quickly loosened the line, allowing the rabbit's front legs to touch the ground slightly, while its hind legs remained completely suspended, making it unable to jump, but not putting all its weight on Jiang Ming. After about 2 minutes, the rabbit finally became tired of struggling. Only then did Jiang Ming tie a slipknot with the fishing line around the tree trunk, climb down to deal with the rabbit, and after tying its forelegs tightly with iron wire and tossing it aside, he finally untangled the fishing rod. After releasing the rabbit, Jiang Ming checked it over. The rabbit had not suffered serious injuries, just a thin mark on its leg from the trap, slightly broken skin, but not much blood. Such an injury should not attract the snow demon bear's attention. This is also why Jiang Ming didn't directly kill the rabbit, nor did he even shoot it. He had to make this rabbit look intact, appearing as though it had fallen into the trap. Otherwise, once it raised the bear's suspicion, all his efforts would be in vain. After catching a live rabbit, a slight smile curved Jiang Ming's lips. You don't touch the dead, but I don't believe you won't eat the living prey. No matter how cautious a bear is, it is still a bear. Rip. Returning to the vicinity of the giant wolf carcass, Jiang Ming noticed an extra footprint in the snow, startling him into hiding. Yet for a long while the snow demon bear did not appear. It seemed the beast had merely come to patrol, checking for new prey, and left when it found nothing. Could it have set more than one trap here? This thought struck Jiang Ming as utterly baffling. If a bear relied not on claws and size, but on cunning to hunt. TSK. Jiang Ming once again felt a newfound respect for the animals of this world, realizing they were not to be underestimated. Rip. After confirming the bear would not return soon, Jiang Ming hurried to the torn wolf carcass, and forcefully, as expected, the wolf's stomach had already been emptied by other prey, especially the silvering snake from before. When Jiang Ming first drove in the nails, it was likely inside the wolf's belly, yet he had not noticed. Thankfully, he had not entertained the greedy thought of dragging the wolf carcass back. Otherwise, that silver serpent would have given him a hard time. After stuffing the rabbit, its forelegs bound with wire, into the wolf's belly, Jiang Ming found a new hiding spot. This time, he did not climb a large tree. Instead, he concealed himself in a tree hollow just over 10 meters above the ground. Though perilous, he could not afford to be too far away, as he needed to control the wire on the rabbit's legs. Having placed the rabbit, Jiang Ming entered a meditative state again. In Jiang Ming's live stream, is Jiang Shun hiding there? Isn't that too risky? The bear doesn't even need to stand on its toes. Just approach and peer into the hollow, and Jiang Shun is done for. Too careless. The commenter above must be a fake fan. Jiang Shun is famously a sneaky ambusher. He's hiding so close, likely because of the trap. I agree. He probably can't control it from afar, so Jiang Shun has to take the risk. But I saw him smear a lot of grass juice on himself, likely to mask his scent. Who said Jiang Shun's move was like a needle hidden in silk? Hiding prey inside prey. Jiang Shun has truly mastered the art of strategy. Do you think the bear will fall for it? Definitely. Here it comes. The bear is coming. The moment the colossal shadow once again loomed over the giant wolf carcass, not only did the forest fall into dead silence, but even the live stream's comments paused. The snow demon bear's immense pressure froze everyone in tension. Some even forgot to breathe, let alone until a comment reminded everyone to breathe. The flood of messages resumed. May the gods protect him. Don't let the bear find Jiang Shun. Big bear, go check the prey. There's something good inside. Yes, something tasty. Go eat the— Oh my god, is that bear moving toward Jiang Shun? I see its nose sniffing in his direction. Has it found him? Possibly. I think it has spotted Jiang Ming. Jiang Shun, run. The snow demon bear has found you. Really, it's getting closer. It's over. The snow demon bear is heading straight for Jiang Shun's hiding spot. It must have sensed something. Oh my, this is too thrilling. My heart is about to give out. Merely watching this scene made the viewers' hearts nearly stop, let alone Jiang Ming, who was there in person. Even without the live stream's warnings, Jiang Ming already sensed something was wrong, because he could hear the snow demon bear's footsteps slowly approaching him, closer and closer, until he could even hear its breathing. Huff, huff. The bear's breath carried a strong stench of halitosis, which even the tree hollow could not. Clearly the snow demon bear was terrifyingly close. Escape was obviously impossible. As for fighting, don't even think about it. Jiang Ming had no weapon at hand. What difference was there between going out now and sliding right into its mouth? Squelch. Yet just as the snow demon bear was about to reach the tree hollow where Jiang Ming hid, and would have spotted him with a single peek, it suddenly stopped. The bear's ears twitched, then it turned its head back as if listening to a sound behind it. The next second, the snow demon bear let out a mighty roar and spun around, pouncing toward the wolf carcass. Before it could reach it, a rabbit stained red with blood suddenly emerged from the wolf's belly, attempting to flee. But before the rabbit could hop away, the bear lunged at the wolf carcass and pinned it with a single paw. Seeing the rabbit inside the wolf, a flicker of confusion crossed its eyes. Yet the plump, struggling rabbit beneath its claws made the snow demon bear drool uncontrollably, unable to resist the urge to devour it. Rip! The bear lowered its head and bit into the snow rabbit. Warm blood instantly flowed from its neck, spreading into the bear's mouth. The live prey, an enticing scent of blood, overwhelmed its restraint. It swallowed the rabbit in one gulp and chewed with delight. Crunch! Crunch! For a bear of its size, prey this small didn't even warrant spitting out bones. After just a few chews, it swallowed the entire snow rabbit into its stomach. From the tree hollow, Jiang Ming heard the rabbit's screams, the crunch of bones, and the sounds of swallowing. He knew the plan had worked. A look of joy crossed his face. He had thought releasing the rabbit early might ruin the plan. But with the bear about to discover him, he had no choice but to act ahead of schedule. Unexpectedly, the snow demon bear reacted even faster than he had anticipated. Though it had learned to set traps, its hunting instincts remained sharp. As ever so, it spotted the rabbit the moment its feet were freed. By eating the rabbit, it had also ingested Jiang Ming's trident. Now it was time to reel in the net. Jiang Ming crawled out of the tree hollow and shouted at the bear's belly, "Rise up! Roar!" Hearing the sound, the snow demon bear immediately turned its head to look behind. When it spotted Jiang Ming hiding in the tree hollow, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes, as if to say, "I knew there was prey there." Then it spun around and lunged at him. The distance between them was merely a few dozen meters. Given the bear's massive size, it would take only about 10 steps for it to grab Jiang Ming, like Bear Grylls pulling a bug from a tree hollow, tossing him into its mouth, bones and all. The distance was far too close. Thud, 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 thud. With every paw fall, the ground seemed to tremble. Even the tree where Jiang Ming hid shook violently. As the monster drew nearer, its head was even larger than the tree hollow itself. Even if he retreated back into the hollow, he could not withstand a single blow from this ferocious bear. In Jiang Ming's livestream. Aunt, it's over, that bear is coming. Jiang Shen, run. Jiang Shen must have a backup plan, right? Didn't he just shout, "Rise up"? As the viewers of Long Kingdom worried for Jiang Shen, the spies who had been lurking in the Long Kingdom's livestream suddenly seized the opportunity, emerging like rats from a drain. Ha ha, I bet this adventurer from Long Kingdom won't survive this time. Those who seek the limelight always meet their end. Now it's finally his turn. Knowing that the bear's sense of smell and hearing are top-notch, how dare he hide right under its nose? Is that bravery or foolishness? I say it's foolishness. That bear was already distracted by the rabbit, yet he still provoked it. It's like looking for a toilet with a lantern, just asking for trouble. Just when everyone thought the snow demon bear would tear Jiang Ming apart, the bear mid-run suddenly slowed its pace. A look of constipation appeared on its face, as if it suddenly had a stomachache. The snow demon bear bent down, and then, roar. Oh, oh, oh. It let out a strange cry. While everyone was still trying to figure out what was wrong with the snow demon bear, one person's eyes lit up as he understood the reason. It's the trident. The first to notice the snow demon bear's condition was naturally Jiang Ming's biggest fan, Xiaozheng, who watched his videos day and night. Excitedly, he stood up and said, "Jiang Ming fed that snow demon bear a trident. No, he fed that rabbit a trident, and then the rabbit was eaten by the bear. So now the trident is rapidly growing inside the bear's stomach." "What are you talking about?" Consultant Wang beside him looked utterly confused. Though he was also interested in joining Jiang Ming's expert team and occasionally watched Jiang Ming's livestream, he only had a superficial understanding compared to Xiaozheng, so he couldn't comprehend what Xiaozheng was saying. The snow demon bear swallowed Jiang Ming's weapon. Xiaozheng quickly explained, "I was confused as to why Jiang Ming fed the rabbit tender leaves after catching it. It turns out he wasn't just feeding it to fatten it up, he was planting a bomb." "What are you talking about?" Consultant Wang grew more puzzled. When did Jiang Ming get a bomb? And how can he plant a bomb in a rabbit's belly? Do you even know what you're saying? It's just a metaphor. He tricked the snow demon bear into eating a weapon that can grow larger and smaller. Xiaozheng was completely focused on the snow demon bear and had no time to explain in detail to Consultant Wang. Jiang Ming shouted, "Rise up" earlier to give the weapon in the bear's stomach the command. That's why the bear noticed it. Are you saying the snow demon bear swallowed Jiang Ming's weapon? Consultant Wang finally understood half of it, saying, but didn't you analyze earlier that this snow demon bear is cautious and doesn't eat even inanimate objects? How could it swallow a weapon now? That's contradictory. Sigh. Xiao Zheng really wanted to ask Consultant Wang what he had been doing all this time. Aren't you trying to become part of Jiang Ming's expert team? Why do you seem to know nothing about what Jiang Ming has done? You just keep asking questions endlessly. If you're not annoyed, I am. But Consultant Wang was his superior, so Xiao Zheng could only explain through gritted teeth. It's like this, Consultant Wang. Because this bear is naturally cautious, Jiang Ming tricked the snow demon bear into swallowing the trident by catching a rabbit, feeding it the weapon, and hiding the rabbit in the wolf carcass trap the bear usually hunts in. When the bear found the rabbit thinking it was its prey, it swallowed the rabbit, which effectively meant it swallowed the weapon. So now the weapon is in the bear's stomach. Xiao Zheng explained the entire sequence of events in one breath. But as soon as he finished, Consultant Wang looked even more confused because, so what? The weapon is in the snow demon bear's stomach. Because it's science. Xiao Zheng couldn't understand how such a person got into the Special Operations Bureau, but he couldn't take it anymore. Consultant Wang, I really don't have time to explain this to you. I need to make some records, and I'll report to the minister later. I will apply to send you a copy. Consultant Wang seemed embarrassed by Xiao Zheng's refusal and slammed the table in anger. I'm asking you a question because our entire expert team needs to analyze this. What kind of attitude is this? Just as Consultant Wang was about to confront Xiao Zheng. Congratulations to Jiang Ming, the adventurer from Long Kingdom, for defeating the giant forest lord, the snow demon bear, becoming the first adventurer in 13 serves to hunt a lord-level monster. Congratulations to Jiang Ming, the adventurer from Long Kingdom, for defeating the giant forest lord, the snow demon bear, becoming the first adventurer in 13 serves to hunt a lord-level monster. Congratulations to Jiang Ming, the adventurer from Long Kingdom, for defeating the giant forest lord, the snow demon bear, becoming the first adventurer in 13 serves to hunt a lord-level monster. At this moment, in the hall of the Special Operations Bureau, countless adventurers' live streams sounded the same announcement like some sort of world-class broadcast. This made all the personnel in the Special Operations Bureau who were following the 13 serves adventurers lift their heads and look towards Xiao Zheng. They all knew that Xiao Zheng was specifically responsible for Jiang Ming. Only he understood Jiang Ming's situation best. Commissioner Zheng, what's going on with Jiang Ming? Did he change his class to a sequential fighter? How could he possibly defeat the Lord-level Snow Demon Bear? I mentioned the Snow Demon Bear before. An adventurer I was monitoring accidentally entered the giant forest. Just seeing it from afar scared him so much he couldn't bear it. Even after that, he wouldn't approach the giant forest even if he couldn't find food. Seeing a creature of such size and power would terrify anyone at first sight. It's too fearsome. Did Jiang Ming use poison? Otherwise, how could he have faced such a massive creature and killed it hidden? But if he used poison, it wouldn't count as a direct kill. True, if it was poison, it would be considered an assassination, and it shouldn't have been announced to the entire server. Colleagues. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight and bombarded with questions, Xiao Zheng found himself. The sole silver lining, perhaps, was that Consultant Wang, who had been itching for a fight moments ago, now dared not pick a quarrel. He could only stand aside, muttering incessantly. Jiang Ming didn't confront it hidden at all. He used a dirty tricked that bear into swallowing some weapon, and then killed it. Unfortunately, he was not Jiang Ming's designated officer, so no one paid him any heed. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Zheng as he said, "Colleagues, please listen to me." Jiang Ming did not undergo a job change to become a sequence holder, nor did he use poison. A wave of exclamations swept through the Special Operations Department as Xiao Zheng's words sank in. If he didn't use poison, then how did he kill the Snow Demon Bear? Could it really be as absurd as a sliding kick that gutted the beast? It's only natural he didn't use poison since it was declared a direct kill. What kind of direct kill would involve? Another colleague chimed in. But what astonishes me most is that Jiang Ming could go toe-to-toe with a Snow Demon Bear without even having changed jobs. How did he manage that? Isn't there a replay? Let's just watch it. Yes, Officer Zheng, please play the video of Jiang Ming killing the Snow Demon Bear on the main screen. Oh sure. Xiao Zheng nodded repeatedly and promptly displayed the footage of Jiang Ming's kill on the... What followed was a scene both bizarre and bloody. From the moment the Snow Demon Bear detected Jiang Ming's hiding spot, the audience held their breath in terror, though a few bold souls began to feel anticipation. After all, the broadcast had declared that Jiang Ming killed the Snow Demon Bear in a direct confrontation. So, they believed Jiang Ming was a powerhouse capable of slaying the beast. Thus they stared intently at the tree hollow where Jiang Ming hid, expecting him to burst forth and dispatch the Snow Demon Bear with a single decisive blow. Alas, the scene they anticipated never materialized. Instead, the Snow Demon Bear bizarrely collapsed to its knees, its face contorted in agony, clutching its belly and letting out mournful howls. It looked exactly like poisoning. You still say it's not poison. What else could cause that expression? When did Jiang Ming administer the poison? Was it on the rabbit? But what poison could be so potent as to affect only the bear and not the rabbit? I don't think it's poison or it's something else. If not poison, then what? Have you ever heard of the Alkmaar's hunting method? They roll blades into a ball, freeze it, hide it in meat, and wait for the beast to swallow it. Once the ice melts, the blades spring open, shredding the prey's stomach and internal organs, causing death. You mean the snow demon bear swallowed frozen blades? That's unlikely. At that moment, an officer familiar with the snow demon bear's habits interjected, "You might not understand their nature. They are extremely cautious creatures, eating only live prey. They hunt themselves, ignoring anything dead or suspicious. Such a trap could never catch them. But there's always an exception. Maybe Jiang Ming hid the blades inside the giant rabbit, so possible in theory, but impossible with a snow demon bear." The knowledgeable officer insisted, "Their digestive system is famously robust. Their stomach acid is potent enough to dissolve even wood. Killing them this way is nearly impossible." Everyone look. Suddenly, another expert gasped, covering their mouth. "I think I see the cause of the snow demon bear's death." On the screen, a grotesque and bloody sight appeared. 3 long spikes emerged from the snow demon bear's belly, pushing its skin taut as paper. The onlookers could even discern the color and shape of the spikes within the bear's abdomen through its stretched skin. They appeared to be metallic weapons. And, most terrifyingly, the weapons inside the bear continued to grow like bamboo shoots, bursting forth after accumulating immense power. Inch by inch, they pushed upward, attempting to breach the bear's exceptionally tough hide. Roar! The snow demon bear let out agonized cries, trying to use its claws to stop the growth within its belly, but the mere touch sent searing pain through it. It howled ceaselessly, even attempting to stand, but failed each time due to the relentless growth of the weapons. Moments later, pop, 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 pop. First came a crisp sound like a bag being punctured, then another and another. The snow demon bear's belly was breached. 3 sharp blades burst through its skin, glinting with blood-stained cold light in the deep forest. But the most horrifying part was that the blades piercing the bear's belly was not the end. They kept growing, until the entire upper half of a trident stood erect from the snow demon bear's stomach. And at the moment the trident fully emerged, everyone noticed that at its base the melted remains of a snow rabbit hung, flesh and blood blurred together. So, did the trident pierce the rabbit first, then the snow demon bear? At that moment, the bear finally succumbed, crashing to the ground with unseeing eyes as the broadcast rang out. This was the entire process of Jiang Ming's kill. Everyone who witnessed it was struck speechless with shock. Although the battle between Jiang Ming and the snow demon bear was not particularly breathtaking, nor direct or elegant, its power to shock was undiminished. In fact, it delivered an even greater impact than other adventurers' monster hunts. Moreover, after the server-wide broadcast, everyone noticed another broadcast in Jiang Ming's livestream, but it seemed to be audible only to him. Thus, officers monitoring other streams heard nothing. Had they not just watched the replay, they would never have known that the first adventurer to kill a Lord-class boss could receive such benefits. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom adventurer Jiang Ming for being the first to slay a Lord-class boss. You shall receive a reward from this server. You will receive a grand prize divided into 3 tiers: easy, normal, and hard. The rewards differ by tier. The harder the challenge, the better and more advanced the prize. However, the difficulty in locating or obtaining the reward will also increase accordingly. Please make your choice within 1 minute, or it will be randomly assigned. Simple, ordinary, or difficult. Jiang Ming looked at the 3 options before him, stroking his chin. Although he was unsure how simple could be, or how difficult might turn out to be. But as a reward, it couldn't possibly be more outrageous than hunting the snow demon bear, could it? Moreover, while others might worry about not finding the rewards for the difficult level, would he be unable to find it? The divination should be able to point it out. Difficult. Jiang Ming decisively chose the difficult option. In the next moment, he received a new prompt. Now issuing difficult level rewards to adventurers, please head to the cave of the snow demon bear to collect. Bear Cave? Such a traceable location could hardly be considered difficult, could it? Unless there was some other danger lurking within the bear cave. Jiang Ming looked at the rewards indicated by the prompt, feeling somewhat troubled. However, he was never one to easily give up. Since the reward had already been indicated, he certainly had to go take a look, otherwise how could he let it go? As for the bear carcass, looking at this several-ton heavy thing, could it possibly be moved by human strength? Even if he needed to find a vehicle, it would likely require a large truck to transport it, wouldn't it? Crack. Jiang Ming attempted to dismember it with a trident. But after exerting great effort, he managed to poke a few holes in the bear's belly. When he attempted to open it further, Jiang Ming realized that the snow demon bear was indeed a lord-level beast. Even a small knife couldn't cut through its skin. The extremely thick hide was like an old leather that had been polished for a long time. after sawing for a long while he had only managed to tear it a little bit. The toughness of this creature's hide was on a completely different level compared to a dodo. After struggling for a long time, Jiang Ming's hands were sore. However, there wasn't even a decent cut on the snow demon bear. Jiang Ming shook his head in resignation. He could only give up and sprinkled some snow on the bear's wounds to preserve it, planning to think of a solution after exploring the bear cave. He dared not think about the bear carcass as it clearly could not be taken back. But he definitely had to obtain the beast. Based on his previous experience when upgrading the amphibious motorcycle, Jiang Ming had already realized one thing: the beast core was an extremely important resource. The further he went, the more places would require beast cores. Therefore, while he could forego other things, this beast core was absolutely non-negotiable. How about first looking around the bear's den to see if there was anything that could be used as a sled or something to cut the— There are some here, and there are some there. As Jiang Ming truly took on the role of a hunter, he soon discovered just how difficult it was to track the paw prints of a bear. Not to mention that the snow demon bear had been running back and forth near the wolf carcass trap, leaving a chaotic mess of paw prints. This vast forest was littered with fallen leaves and traces of many other animals, resulting in utter confusion. Moreover, the snow demon bear did not move according to a linear pattern from traps to its den. As a result, Jiang Ming wandered around the vast forest for a long time and still hadn't found the snow demon bear's cave. With the sun gradually sinking in the west, it was likely to be dark soon. Thus, Jiang Ming decided to return and find Lai Fu first. Jiang Ming's live streaming room. Is Jiang Shun returning home already not searching anymore? You saw how chaotic the snow demon bear's tracks were. Without a day, one couldn't possibly find east, west, north, or south. Truly worthy of the difficult level reward, I thought the snow demon bear's cave would be easy to find. It seems I underestimated the difficulty of the difficult level reward. Sigh. With the poison circle closing in, Jiang Shun has little time left. If he doesn't find it today, it will likely be even more precarious tomorrow. Now the question is it only the reward that is precarious? I think whether Jiang Shun can leave the extreme cold sea is the most precarious matter. Compared to rewards, life is more important right now. Though that may be true, what a pity. That is a first kill reward. Moreover, it's a difficult level reward. Based on my past experience with games, first kill rewards are generally quite good. Not to mention that Jiang Shun chose the hardest one. It must be something great. Now I don't even know what this great thing is, which is really frustrating. The defeat lies in Jiang Ming overestimating his own abilities. With a simple level option available, he chose the difficult one instead, thinking he had plenty of time and a strong tracking ability. If he hadn't overestimated himself, would he have ended up with nothing? Hey, how are you speaking? This first kill was originally Jiang Shun's. He can choose whatever he wants, and who are you to criticize him like that? I just can't stand someone who doesn't even know their own weight and misses out on opportunities. Exactly, this wave is clearly Jiang Ming's fault. Why can't people say that? As the discussions among the Dragon Kingdom netizens heated up, various trolls began to surface. Internal strife is great. Haha, I love watching you Dragon Kingdom folks fight among yourselves. After all, useless adventurers will inevitably have a bunch of useless viewers. Seeing you miss out on 1 billion is so satisfying. Haha. However, just as the netizens from Sakura Country and Beautiful Country mocked Jiang Ming, a sharp-eyed netizen pointed out Jiang Ming's intention to return home, who said Jiang Shun is useless. That's because you don't understand the allure of going home. What kind of allure of going home? Little Sakura continued to mock. Isn't it just that he couldn't handle the snow demon bear and couldn't find the bear cave, so he returned home? What a nice way to put it. You guys who only know about beautiful girls could understand Jiang Shun's intentions. That would be strange. The Dragon Kingdom netizen retorted. Do you know what it means to make the most of resources and use people like gods? I don't understand, but what does that have to do with the allure of going home? Little Sakura replied in confusion. You speak in circles without a clear point. I think the one with the most problems is you. It's normal that you don't understand. It said you have no brain. Other Dragon Kingdom netizens upon receiving a prompt also realized. I see you mean Jiang Ming intends to go back to bring help. Bingo, said the Dragon Kingdom netizen. Jiang Shun realized that relying on himself was futile. Since there was someone at home with a keen nose, why not let Lai Fu find the bear cave instead of wasting his time? Jiang Shun thought of this, so he returned. I didn't expect that. I thought Jiang Shun was at the bottom, while I could maintain second place with divine vision. Now it seems I am the one at the bottom and Jiang Shun is already in the atmosphere. That's just your guess. Little Sakura was still unconvinced. Who knows if you adventurers are just tired and went back to the boat early. You call that a fan filter. Even if he farts you find it fragrant. It's just going home. How can you make it sound legendary? It's simply ridiculous. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar, Jiang Ming had already returned to the vicinity of the Longzhou. From a distance, the Longzhou now resembled an ancient beast lying in wait in this extreme cold, its entire body blood-red with the ship's hull occasionally undulating, as if it were a living creature breathing. It seemed that in the next moment it would begin to squirm and stretch its tentacles towards the distant horizon. Or perhaps, when prey passed by, this ancient beast entirely blood-red would suddenly open its mouth wide, extending a long tongue to directly swallow the passing prey. Goodness! This was the first time the audience from Long Nation had seen the full view of the mutated Longzhou during the day. Although they had seen parts of the Longzhou before or caught glimpses of it during the dark nights, nothing compared to the shock of seeing it in broad daylight. This Longzhou looks too terrifying. It's almost indistinguishable from a giant deep-sea octopus. Oh, the only difference is probably that it has no legs. If I saw this thing on the sea, I wouldn't dare to approach it, fearing it would swallow me whole. That's you. This Longzhou is clearly a big piece of meat for those true deep-sea giants, a tempting morsel that anyone would want to take a bite out of. Yeah, like a piece of braised pork, it looks delicious at first glance. I think you're just starving. How can you call this thing braised pork? Whoosh! At this moment, a sharp whistle echoed in the ears of all the netizens in Long Nation. It was evident that Jiang Ming was summoning Laifu. Just as Jiang Ming's snowmobile made a tail swing and stopped under the Longzhou, Laifu happened to run out from the cabin, looking at Jiang Ming and chirping excitedly, seemingly expressing its joy. Get down. Jiang Ming patted the back seat of the snowmobile. Laifu, looking at the seat that was only slightly larger than its tail, seemed confused and pointed at itself, asking Jiang Ming if it should get down. Yes, hurry down. I have something good to give you. Jiang Ming patted the snowmobile again. But it's a bit far, I'll take you there. Chirp. Laifu scratched its head, not understanding, but still quickly climbed down from the cabin and onto Jiang Ming's snowmobile. As soon as Laifu hopped on, the snowmobile sank quite a bit. Hold on tight, I'm about to drive. Jiang Ming twisted the throttle but didn't release the brake immediately, allowing Laifu to feel the tremors of the vehicle about to start. Feeling the vibrations of the motorcycle, Laifu quickly held on tighter. However, the snowmobile was simply too small, making it impossible for Laifu to sit properly. It had to awkwardly hold onto both sides of the snowmobile with its hind feet, while gripping Jiang Ming's shoulders with its front paws to maintain balance and not fall off. Virum, let's go. After feeling the pressure on his shoulders, Jiang Ming finally released the brake, and the snowmobile instantly sped away. Laifu felt increasingly uncomfortable. Oh, it chirped in the back. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Although Jiang Ming couldn't understand mouse language, he knew exactly what it wanted to say. It was simply questioning Jiang Ming why he didn't let it run on its own. This vehicle was too small and difficult to sit on, etc. The snow is too deep. Jiang Ming explained, while watching the snowmobile carve deep tracks in the snow. If I let you go, you'll be lost. You'd be directly buried in the snow, and by then you won't be able to catch up with me. It'll be difficult enough to even follow. It's almost dark. We must resolve this before nightfall, so I can only inconvenience you. Chirp. Laifu was somewhat stunned to hear this. It seemed surprised that its master was so accommodating, even comforting it. Could it be that there was some sort of plot? Laifu's eyes widened and narrowed repeatedly, clearly not trusting. Ha! Is Laifu suspicious of Jiangshen's intentions? Does Jiangshen look like he has good intentions? He indeed doesn't seem like it. But Laifu is just too cute, being able to make such clever expressions. It's no wonder it's the cutest creature in our 13th division. When Jiang Ming just returned to the side of the Longzhou and whistled, Laifu dashed out like a puppy welcoming its owner home, its big tail wagging nonstop. Simply adorable. Ah, Laifu, give mommy a hug. Whoever gets some Laifu merchandise, I will definitely buy a dozen. It's just too. When Laifu bites off someone's head, why don't you say it's cute? Do you want me to make a dozen Laifu decapitation merchandise? A moment later, Jiang Ming finally brought Laifu to the vicinity of the snow magic bear's corpse. Although Laifu's weight slowed down the snowmobile considerably, it was still much faster than running on its own. Chirp, chirp, chirp. But before Jiang Ming could drive the vehicle to the bear's body, Laifu displayed an unusual unease, continuously chirping as if it didn't want to go any further. When it sensed that Jiang Ming had no intention of stopping, it directly jumped into the snow. Thud. But the snow was too deep. As soon as Laifu got out of the vehicle, it was buried in the heavy snow. Chirp, chirp. Yet even being buried, Laifu's desire to escape remained undeterred. At this point, Jiang Ming finally reacted, saying, "Don't be afraid, the lord of this territory has already been killed by me." Chirp. Upon hearing this, Laifu indeed paused for a moment, but when it looked up at Jiang Ming, its eyes were filled with. Immediately after, Laifu darted away at a speed faster than jumping out of the vehicle, heading straight for the edge of the forest. It seemed to know that this was the snow magic bear's territory, which for an intelligent creature meant intruding into another lord's territory was akin to seeking death. Thus, Laifu planned to escape here before the snow magic bear discovered it. I'm not lying to you, Jiang Ming tried to explain, but Laifu ran even faster. It seemed that in Leifu's mind he truly had no credibility whatsoever. Watching Leifu run further and further away, Jiang Ming helplessly took out his trump card. "They'll give you 10 nuts. Chirp. Leifu indeed stopped in its tracks, its head poking out from the snow, glancing at Jiang Ming with eyes full of longing. 20 nuts. 50. Leifu continued to flee ahead, not even looking back. It seems that the pressure brought by the snow demon bear was too terrifying, scaring this gluttonous baby to the point that it didn't even want food, only focused on escaping. It appears that merely relying on food is no longer sufficient to pacify it. I must show some sincerity." Jiang Ming shouted at Leifu's retreating figure in the snow. "The lord here is the snow demon bear, right?" Leifu's footsteps indeed paused for a moment. "It also likes to set traps with wolf corpses for hunting." Seeing that it was effective, Jiang Ming immediately continued shouting. "But the corpse is right there with the wolf corpses. I took it down." "GG. GG." Leifu was stimulated to scream, clearly rebutting Jiang Ming, and it was quite, after all. Even it did not dare to entertain the thought of fighting the snow demon bear. So how could a tiny human like Jiang Ming possibly defeat the snow demon bear? And Leifu had seemingly forgotten how it lost to Jiang Ming. "You still don't believe me?" Jiang Ming asked. "Then you wait here, it'll be right back." "GG." Leifu was puzzled, but still watched Jiang Ming's departing figure quietly staying in place. Not long after Jiang Ming returned. "GG." Leifu looked at Jiang Ming, who returned empty-handed with a face full of confusion, as if asking, "Where's the evidence?" Without wasting time, Jiang Ming simply rummaged through his arms, and then leaned down to blow into Leifu's face. Countless brown hairs rained down on Leifu's head and face. This made Leifu's nose itch, and it couldn't help but sneeze. "Hachoo. GG." Once Leifu recovered, it immediately began to scold Jiang Ming. "Where's the evidence? What happened to the promised evidence? Didn't I give you the evidence?" Jiang Ming pointed at Leifu's furry head and face, saying, "These are all hairs I plucked from the snow demon bear. You can smell them closely." "GG." Upon hearing this, Leifu quickly grabbed a few strands of hair that had fallen on the snow and began to sniff them carefully. The more it sniffed, the more terrified its expression became. In the end, it even started to tremble. That was the scent of the snow demon bear, the aura of its natural enemy. "Now do you believe me?" Jiang Ming said with a smile. "The snow demon bear was really killed by me. These hairs were freshly plucked from it." "GG." Leifu's eyes widened, and then it looked at Jiang Ming with a face full of disbelief. It glanced into the depths of the giant forest, seemingly hesitating whether to believe what this human said. Moments later, Jiang Ming brought Leifu to the corpse of the snow demon bear, and the way Leifu looked at Jiang Ming had completely changed. It was no longer that disdainful look at the tiny human, but rather a sense of reverence upon seeing the king of beasts. "Now do you believe me?" Jiang Ming asked again. "GG." This time Leifu nodded vigorously, its eyes filled with admiration, with no trace of doubt left. "It's good that you believe me." Jiang Ming said, "I have something for you to help with now." "Oh. So accommodating." Previously, no matter what Jiang Ming wanted Leifu to do, this big creature always had to extort him first, such as 10 nuts, a roasted fish, or a roasted goose. Today it was surprisingly obedient. Could it be because it saw the bear dead? Jiang Ming stroked his chin and decided to change his tone, and ordered, "I have a task for you now. Help me find the bear's den." "GG. GG." Leifu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded repeatedly. Now Jiang Ming truly believed that Leifu's attitude toward him had indeed changed completely. Moreover, this time Leifu surprisingly didn't dawdle, but after sniffing around the snow demon bear for a while, it immediately began to search for the whereabouts of the snow demon bear's den. This was simply rare. Just when Jiang Ming thought that with Leifu's help the snow demon bear's den should be easy to find, nearly an hour had passed, and Jiang Ming realized he was mistaken. Although Leifu's sense of smell was much sharper than his, the time and frequency the snow demon bear had roamed in this area was a bit too much, leading Leifu to only go back and forth in this vicinity, following the bear's paw prints. Sometimes, even after finally finding a paw print further away, following it would just lead back to where they started. This made Jiang Ming, who could only follow Leifu going back and forth, a bit annoyed, and he said, "Leifu." "GG." Leifu shivered all over, seemingly scared that it couldn't find the bear's den. "Don't be afraid, I'm not going to kill you." Seeing that Leifu had become so obedient and compliant, Jiang Ming directly assigned it a task, saying, "You stay here and continue looking for the bear's den. Oh, I need to go to another place. After you find the bear's den, return to the area near the snow demon bear's corpse, and wait for me to come back, and then he'll go with you. Do you understand?" "GG." Leifu nodded repeatedly. With Leifu's help, Jiang Ming naturally didn't waste time here. He returned to the snowdrift where he had hidden the snowmobile and dug it out. Vroom vroom vroom. After Jiang Ming drove away, Leifu finally looked much more relaxed. Even the sense it picked up became much clearer. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, Leifu is so funny. At first it didn't believe that Jiang Shen really killed the snow demon bear, and only wanted to run away, but after confirming it, its expression changed instantly. Not only did its expression change, but even its work attitude changed too. It actually became diligent in its work, no longer asking for snacks. And because it couldn't find the bear's den, it was so anxious that when Jiang Ming asked, it directly shivered. That's just too adorable. Zhang De Lao is abusing the mouse, alright. How can such a cute mouse work? When it bites off a person's head, why don't you say it's cute? But what is Jiang Shen planning to do? Why did he leave Lai Fu alone? Going to such a dangerous place as the bear's den, shouldn't he go with Lai Fu? What if something happens to Lai Fu there? Do you still remember the main purpose of Jiang Shen coming to the giant forest? To kill bears? Definitely not. Killing bears is actually an accident. The reason Jiang Shen came to the giant forest is for Alexander. For Alexander? What are you talking about? Isn't Alexander dead? What do you Dragon Kingdom people mean? Our Alexander is dead, and you still want to bring him up to whip the corpse. Are you still human? Who said mentioning Alexander was to whip the corpse? I was talking about the ship left behind by Alexander. Alright. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. The ship left by Alexander. Jiang Shen hasn't gone to retrieve it yet. If I remember correctly, there is more than one. Do you still remember the first person who was with Alexander, the one who was slapped to death by Lai Fu? I don't remember the name, but I recall the incident. So what you're saying is there are two ships on the other side of the giant forest, and Jiang Shen wants to cross the giant forest for those two ships. But because the snow demon bear was blocking the way, he conveniently took down the Lord in the giant forest. That's the idea. So convenient. Jiang Shen is amazing. With a screech, Jiang Ming slammed on the brakes as he emerged from the giant forest. The snowmobile left 2 long tracks in the snow before finally coming to a stop. The reason for his sudden stop was the countless seabirds that had appeared around the outskirts of the giant forest. Seagulls, even more exaggerated than pterosaurs, circled near the giant forest, seemingly foraging for food. However, many were still flying away as if eager to leave the area. Why are there so many birds? Jiang Ming looked at the dense mass of seagulls around the giant forest. A wave of indescribable panic surged in his heart. Had he inadvertently stepped into the seabird's nest? If this truly was the seabird's nest, how did Alexander and the others manage to leave under the watchful eyes of so many? This is a bit absurd. But as Jiang Ming's gaze swept through the flock of seagulls and caught sight of the distant horizon, he finally understood. These seagulls were not originally from this area. They had been forced here. Because in the distance at the edge of the sea, there was a large mass of green mist slowly approaching Jiang Ming's location. Although its speed was not fast, it was still on the water. What Jiang Ming could see approaching meant that this thing was likely shrinking at a speed of 200 nautical miles a day, or even faster. These seagulls had also been driven to this place by that damn toxic mist, likely hoping to forage near the forest before continuing their journey. Damn it, why did this have to happen now? Jiang Ming surveyed the coastline not far from the giant forest, quickly spotting Alexander's ship being used as a resting platform by a large flock of seagulls. In this situation, he couldn't even get close. It was dangerous just trying to leave the giant forest. After all, in front of him were pterosaur-level seagulls, and not just one, but a whole swarm. What should he do? Just then, a sharp-eyed seagull spotted Jiang Ming in the snow and let out a shriek before quickly soaring towards him. Ing! Ing ing ing! With one seagull spotting Jiang Ming, it was as if the entire flock had. In the next moment, a black mass of seagulls all swooped down towards Jiang Ming. His pupils contracted as he hurriedly turned the snowmobile around, making a quick circle outside the giant forest to head back inside. After all the dense trees within the giant forest provided some cover, it was better than being exposed in the open snow, where he would be like a fish on a chopping board to a flock of adept diving seabirds. With a roar, Jiang Ming pushed the snowmobile's throttle to its limit. But the damned seagulls were too fast. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Ming saw their figures growing larger, their bodies tilting back with claws extended and poised for the strike. This was the posture of a predator. This meant they had caught up to Jiang Ming and were ready to dive in for the capture. Damn it, is there no escape? With the giant forest so close, it was clear that Jiang Ming could not outrun these flying creatures. They were not only fast, but also numerous. Even if he could dodge one, how could he escape the relentless attacks of countless seagulls? Although he knew he was facing certain death, Jiang Ming still chose to resist until the very last moment. He freed one hand, secured the trident on his belt, and shouted, "Rise up." Sure enough, the first seagull diving down saw the trident raised high and chose not to engage directly, instead veering off to the side and flying past Jiang Ming. A massive shadow loomed over Jiang Ming and the snowmobile. Even the wind it stirred up pressed down on him with tremendous force. Forget about being caught. Even a scratch from its claws would flip him over. Swish! The first seagull gave up due to the trident. But the second seagull quickly followed. After witnessing the first failure, it adjusted its angle, seemingly planning for a precise strike. 10 meters. Jiang Ming noted he was only 10 meters away from the giant forest. Yet as he got closer, his anxiety only grew heavier. This was the first time he felt the trees in the forest were too tall and too large. Such wide tree gaps did not seem to hinder the damned seagull's flight at all. Would he really be able to evade the attacks of this flock after entering the giant forest? Just then, a gust of northern wind suddenly swept through the giant forest, sending a few leaves flying out. The seagulls that had been chasing Jiang Ming seemed startled and began to squawk. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Ming saw that they had stopped chasing and instead circled midair before all flying back. Even the seagull that had planned to dive down adjusted its posture and moved away from the giant forest. Boom, boom. The snowmobile finally made its way safely into the giant forest. Watching the seagulls fly away, Jiang Ming let out a huge sigh of relief. Before Jiang Ming could relax for long, the seagulls surprisingly flew back. Jiang Ming looked at the returning flock of seagulls, feeling a bit speechless, and hurriedly tightened the throttle to venture deeper into the giant forest. As long as he drove the vehicle into the denser part of the forest, the flock of seagulls would not be able to follow. Yet just as Jiang Ming continued to rev the engine, another gust of wind blew through the giant forest. This wind was even stronger than the previous one, scattering the snow on the leaves in a flurry, as if a localized snowfall had occurred. But strangely, the seagulls did not fly away this time. Why is that? Jiang Ming looked at these seagulls, which seemed to stubbornly occupy a space, as if they were unwilling to leave, filled with confusion. Was there a difference between these two gusts of wind? Why did the second wind, although stronger, leave these seagulls unfazed? Conversely, the first gust, which was clearly weaker and only blew down a few leaves, had sent the seagulls fleeing. Wait a minute. I got it. Jiang Ming's thoughts halted as his gaze landed on the huge leaves that had been blown down by the gust, his eyes brightening. It's the leaves. Those seagulls were afraid of the leaves. If there was something they were afraid of, then there was room for maneuvering. Jiang Ming's heart filled with joy as he turned his gaze to the endless towering trees. Jiang Ming drove the vehicle deep into the vast forest. Due to the dense branches and his winding path, the seagulls ceased their pursuit. After all, seagulls also calculate their hunting costs. Catching him would be enough for them to pursue several other prey, so why waste time on Jiang Ming? Jiang Ming climbed a moderately sized tree and began to pluck leaves. Swish, swish, swish. Soon enough, Jiang Ming collected a pile of leaves as tall as a small mountain. In truth, the quantity wasn't that large, but each leaf here was enormous, allowing him to quickly gather a thick stack with just a few pulls. After gathering the leaves, Jiang Ming didn't use them immediately. Instead, he began to weave a camouflaged outfit, commonly known as the leaf cloak of the Dark Lord. Although he lacked needles and thread, he had universal fishing line, and with these large leaves, he quickly fashioned a rough yet primitive camouflaged outfit. Draped in the camouflaged outfit, Jiang Ming felt as if he had become invisible in the woods. Of course, it was merely a feeling. After putting on the camouflaged outfit, Jiang Ming started stringing the leaves onto the fishing line, tearing the remaining leaves into shreds, stuffing them into his pockets and the empty spaces in his backpack. He stuffed them in however it was convenient. After finishing with the leaves, Jiang Ming drove his snowmobile back to the edge of the vast forest, but this time, he didn't rush forward recklessly. Instead, he waited quietly for a gust of wind. He was now fully prepared, only lacking the right wind. Whoosh! The moment a breeze swept out from the forest, Jiang Ming immediately floored the throttle of his snowmobile, charging onto the beach. Indeed, at the very moment Jiang Ming dashed out, the seagulls instantly spotted him. Yeah. Countless seagulls immediately spread their wings and rushed towards Jiang Ming. However, he was well prepared. He pulled out a large handful of leaves from his pocket and tossed them into the air like burning paper money, saying, "Pay up and clear the way." Whoosh! As the leaves soared with the wind, all the seagulls, upon seeing the fluttering leaves, immediately turned back in fright, as if they had seen a ghost. Their appearance resembled a group of thugs ready to negotiate, but halfway there they encountered the police and promptly put their hands in their pockets, pretending nothing happened, afraid of being targeted by the law. Heh, now you know fear, huh? Seizing the moment while the seagulls retreated, Jiang Ming stomped on the accelerator and sped toward the ship. His target was naturally the ship's core. Boom, boom, boom. With the strong wind at his back, Jiang Ming finally reached the ship's side. Upon approaching, he discovered that Alexander's ship had been upgraded. It was not only significantly larger than his previous fishing boat, but also equipped with numerous mechanical interfaces. Even the cabin door had transformed into an electronic lock. As Jiang Ming drew near, a mechanical voice echoed from the cabin saying, "Welcome aboard, human. You are the first human to board this vessel. Please name the ship, and you will become its new captain." Jiang Ming, having prior experience with dismantling ships, heard the electronic voice from the cabin. With the seagulls returning, he immediately shouted, "Name it Dragon Boat No. 3. Now open the door." Confirming the new ship name as Dragon Boat No. 3. Press 1 to confirm, press 2 to decline, press 3 to reset, or press 0 for artificial intelligence assistance. Jiang Ming had previously suspected that Alexander's ship was taking the mechanical ascension route, and now seeing it act like an artificial intelligence, there was no room for doubt. The ship was indeed evolving towards mechanical ascension. At that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly felt fortunate that he hadn't made that damn choice back then, or he would have been doomed. Confirm. 111. With the seagulls getting closer, the foolish artificial intelligence was still stuck in setup mode, and he felt like deleting both the ship and the AI on the spot. Alright, the new ship name has been confirmed as Dragon Boat No. 3. Please wait while updating configurations. Damn it. Jiang Ming was genuinely fed up and shouted, "Open the door now, or I will smash it down." Just as Jiang Ming was about to forcibly pry the door open with his trident, the artificial intelligence finally complied and opened the door. At that moment, Jiang Ming felt a fierce wind swooping from behind. Without needing to look back, he knew the seagulls had arrived right behind him. He didn't wait for the door to fully open and quickly squeezed inside through the gap. Yikes! Just as Jiang Ming squeezed into the cabin door, an ear-piercing grinding sound erupted behind him, causing his teeth to ache. It felt as if something was trying to force itself into a mismatched tin box, and the resulting sound was one of compression and friction. Jiang Ming turned around and indeed saw a massive seagull's beak. The distance between them was merely 10 centimeters, and it was about to bite his backside. Yeah, the seagull, seeing food so close yet unattainable, became frantic, squawking loudly. Damn it, you must have never heard of the saying, the sky is vast for birds to fly, and a waterlogged phoenix is no better than a chicken, right? Jiang Ming pointed his trident at the seagull, which was stuck in the door and trying to attack him with its wide-open beak, and said, "You bastard, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Die for me." Swish! The trident, being a divine artifact, effortlessly pierced through the seagull's beak and lodged itself into its head. Caw! The seagull's cry turned into a long, drawn-out wail before its head tilted lifeless. With this seagull blocking the door, the others outside could no longer enter. Jiang Ming saw the remaining seagulls through the other portholes. Since they couldn't get in, they obediently landed near the ship's cabin, seemingly waiting for this one seagull to finish so they could pick up the leftovers. Phew! Seeing this, Jiang Ming temporarily relaxed. The problem of entering the ship's cabin was resolved, but leaving might prove to be quite troublesome. After all, those pesky things were still outside, and even if Jiang Ming wanted to throw leaves, he couldn't catch the wind again. Moreover, once he took the ship's core, the ship would be dismantled. At that point, he would be directly exposed among a flock of seagulls the size of pterodactyls. What difference would he have from a bag of fries laid bare before seagulls? Damn it. Cabin door closing failed. Error code 001. Please proceed to maintenance. Just as Jiang Ming was fretting over the upcoming departure, the artificial intelligence once again emitted a malfunctioning repair prompt. At that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly felt that his little dragon boat was truly considerate. Though its intelligence wasn't high, and it would occasionally steal combustible ice to warm itself in situations like this, where the cabin door wouldn't close, the little dragon boat probably would have directly used its tentacles to toss the dead seagull out, sparing Jiang Ming any concern. Moreover, regardless of whether Jiang Ming was returning home or leaving, he would never encounter a situation where the door couldn't open while he was in dire straits. As long as Jiang Ming wished, the little dragon boat could open a door for him from any position. This ensured his snowmobile could leave without obstacles. In the Dragon Kingdom, the Special Operations Bureau has formed a team of experts to analyze Jiang Ming's various combat strategies due to his outstanding performance aimed at writing a survival textbook. One expert, while taking notes, expressed his confusion, saying, "It's strange, why are those seagulls afraid of leaves?" Another expert analyzed, "Perhaps those leaves have some special scent that can drive away seagulls like mosquitoes." Advisor Wang interjected, "Have you ever seen a pterosaur afraid of a bit of DEET or a whiff of smoke?" Of course, pterosaurs aren't afraid, but I'm talking about seagulls. What do they have to do with pterosaurs? These seagulls are as exaggeratedly large as pterosaurs, don't you think? That's true. The expert pondered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement of Advisor Wang's statement, saying, "If Jiang Ming really used leaves to drive away these pterosaurs, then the scent of the leaves must be quite overwhelming. He would likely suffer from it himself first. It seems the scent of the leaves may not be the primary factor. However, I'm curious how Jiang Ming knew these leaves would be effective against seagulls." Advisor Wang frowned and asked, "Could it be that he has some sort of prophetic ability?" Not at all. Although Xiao Zheng was not part of the expert team, he was currently Jiang Ming's liaison, and naturally, he could participate in the discussion, stating, "You're not only underestimating Jiang Ming, but also belittling his observational and combat skills." "Oh, is that so?" Advisor Wang replied with a smile, "Then please explain. How does Jiang Ming know that these seagulls are afraid of leaves? I would really like to hear your insights as a liaison." Indeed, you noticed something that even Advisor Wang didn't see. What did you observe? An expert beside Advisor Wang immediately chimed in. If you guys responsible for watching the live stream and recording data have such abilities, what do we experts need to do? Just sitting around and wasting taxpayers' money, what can you do? Xiao Zheng silently complained about these experts in his heart. Of course, not everyone was so incompetent, but the two most useless ones were Advisor Wang and his new lackey Fei Fan, both equally annoying. Unfortunately, being beneath them made Xiao Zheng hesitate to voice his complaints. After all, finding a job in this world is not easy, and he had finally found a job he liked, able to follow his favorite expert while also earning money. It was truly not easy. He didn't want to lose this job because of two obnoxious people. Ahem. Xiao Zheng cleared his throat and said, I do have some thoughts. Although I'm not as professional as all of you experts, if you want to hear them I can share. Go ahead. Fei Fan sneered. I'm really curious to know what insights you, a liaison, can offer on something our expert team couldn't figure out. Xiao Zheng, not wanting to argue with this person, cut to the chase. I noticed that those seagulls are a bit afraid of green things. Green things? Fei Fan burst out laughing, saying, Ha, you're going to make me laugh to death. Are you trying to inherit my credit? Fei Fan, could you please show some respect for others' statements? Xiao Zheng felt annoyed that he was interrupted midway through his statement, while Fei Fan was laughing, making him feel ridiculous. Oh, I'm sorry, but your statement was just too laughable for me to hold back, Fei Fan said, still clutching his stomach, gesturing for him to continue. Please go on. Zheng, although Fei Fan's words are impolite, I actually think he has a point, Advisor Wang remarked as he saw Xiao Zheng reprimanding his subordinate. Your analysis is problematic. Seagulls usually eat seaweed and even rest in grassy areas and bushes, so how could they be afraid of green things? What if those green things are poisonous? Xiao Zheng countered. Advisor Wang shook his head repeatedly, saying, That's impossible. If the leaves Jiang Ming collected were poisonous enough to take down a pterosaur, he would have collapsed first. Your argument doesn't hold up. Exactly, saying seagulls fear green things and suggesting they're poisonous. I think your brain is the one that's toxic. Fei Fan echoed Advisor Wang, stating, You liaisons should just focus on being liaisons. Why do you have to make statements that are ridiculous and pointless? Is it to gain attention? Or do you want to prove you're smarter than the experts and better than us? If you're that capable, why do you need us experts? You might as well take over the job yourself. I'm not saying the leaves are poisonous, I'm indicating. Xiao Zheng tried to explain. Fei Fan rolled his eyes, clearly looking down on Xiao Zheng, saying, All right, just keep quiet and continue watching the live stream, record the important content, and submit it to us for analysis. Stop wasting our time. You don't deserve it. Fei Fan, could you at least let people finish their sentences? Hey. Xiao Zheng was genuinely infuriated by Fei Fan, saying, I haven't even stated what I meant. How do you know it's useless? What if what I say is useful, something you missed due to your arrogance? Oh dear, getting angry because you can't win, Fei Fan provocatively said. All right, then I'll give you a chance to speak. If you can really say something useful, don't just convince me. If you can convince anyone present, I'll consider you an expert. I don't want to be an expert. I think being a liaison is just fine, Xiao Zheng stated. But, Fei Fan interrupted again, saying, That's because you want to but don't have the qualifications. Who doesn't want to be an expert? It's because you can't, you're not worthy. You can only be a liaison. Even if we let you be one, you're still too talkative and ineffective. Do you understand? I don't know. The conversation was repeatedly interrupted. Even a clay Buddha would have its temper. Xiao Zheng stood up to refute, saying, The reason I think being a commissioner is great is that I excel at observation and enjoy watching idols struggle for survival in dire situations, bringing resources and hope back to the Dragon Nation. I also hope that through observation and recording I can provide some small assistance to the adventurers of the Dragon Nation, which would make my work feel worthwhile. This is why I don't want to give up being a commissioner. But I feel that not everyone in this world is qualified to be an expert, particularly certain arrogant individuals who are unaware of their own ignorance. If I could articulate a reason, I would simply hope you leave Jiang Ming's team and stop wasting everyone's time here. Me, Fei Fan burst out laughing, saying, Wasting everyone's time? Are you joking? But this time Xiao Zheng did not retreat again and again, just because Fei Fan held a higher position for this person would only take advantage, saying, Because you've been interrupting others. If it weren't for you, I would have already finished explaining why the seagulls fear the color green. All right, go ahead, speak. Fei Fan sneered, saying, If you can truly articulate a reason, and even if just one person here recognizes your analysis, I wouldn't just leave Jiang Ming's team, I'd even leave the logistics department. All right, it's a deal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zheng immediately seized the opportunity to shake hands with Fei Fan as if signing some kind of contract, a handshake as an agreement. A deal it is. Fei Fan casually shook hands with Xiao Zheng, his eyes filled with mockery, as if he did not believe Xiao Zheng could present any evidence. Even if there was, his master and other experts would support him, and at worst he would just need to put in a little effort to refute, and everyone would always stand by his side. After all, he was the expert while Xiao Zheng was merely a commissioner. The gap between them was not something that a few words or a piece of evidence could bridge. Everyone look here. Xiao Zheng finished speaking and directly turned his computer around, displaying a photo on the screen of Jiang Ming fleeing back to the giant forest looking towards the horizon. He presented it to everyone saying, "This is a photo of Jiang Ming being chased by seagulls," and then a second gust of wind arises. You will notice that Jiang Ming has a motion of turning back, but not to look at the seagulls, rather to look at the sky. And then, Fei Fan was somewhat impatient. Then Jiang Ming had already discovered the truth that seagulls fear green plants. Xiao Zheng tapped a few times on the computer screen and finally zoomed in on the sky, stating, "It's because the poisonous mist is also green. Just this." Fei Fan laughed, saying, "Can you be any more forced with your argument?" "Forced?" Xiao Zheng retorted, "I don't think so. These seagulls are likely suffering from the toxicity of the poisonous mist. Many of their companions might have died due to the mist, and the remaining seagulls fled here intending to find food before continuing to a safer place. Thus they are not afraid of the green leaves, but rather the green poisonous mist." And after Jiang Ming realized this, he utilized it to find a way to the Alexander's ship. Fei Fan was about to retort, but found everyone beside him was slightly nodding, seemingly in agreement with Xiao Zheng's statement. This gave him an ominous premonition. No, casually retorting would probably not convince everyone. He must think of a real reason. Then after glancing around, he finally thought of a rebuttal, saying, "Okay, I will assume your hypothesis has some merit, but how can you be sure these seagulls have encountered the poisonous mist before? They might just be local seabirds born and raised here. They simply dislike entering the giant forest as there are many trees that obstruct their flight. They are highly likely to have collided with branches before, which would cause them to have a fear of the leaves. See, your poisonous mist theory is clearly untenable. You think my theory is untenable because you believe the seagulls are not outsiders, but rather local birds near the giant forest, right?" Seeing that the opponent finally fell into the trap he had set, Xiao Zheng immediately smiled and said, "Then I would like to ask you, if at that time there were so many man-eating seagulls gathered by the side of Alexander's boat, do you think two walking individuals could safely cross the beach?" Fei Fan was choked by Xiao Zheng's words. He thought and thought, but couldn't find a rebuttal. Finally, he could only say, "Is it possible that the two of them were just lucky and happened to encounter the seagulls that had left to forage? So what?" Xiao Zheng said, "Comrade Fei Fan, let's honor the bet, shall we?" "I haven't lost," Fei Fan angrily replied. "Give me some time. I will definitely find evidence to prove that what you said is nonsense, and I will surely prove that you are the one who loses. Yes, even if the seagulls were frightened by the poisonous mist, that is merely your opinion and cannot be counted." At this moment, Advisor Wang spoke up, defending, "Moreover, I believe Fei Fan's words also have some reference value. Why don't I suggest that you both call it even?" Xiao Zheng was instantly speechless upon hearing this. On the contrary, Fei Fan, having the backing of Advisor Wang, immediately began to make faces at Xiao Zheng, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "What can you do about it?" which made one want to hit him. Just as everyone thought this matter would end like this, a stern voice appeared saying, "This is the Special Operations Bureau, not a casino. Minister, you have arrived." Everyone stood up and saluted, but among them Fei Fan bent the lowest, resembling an obsequious dog. "You all, instead of worrying about the adventurers of our dragon nation, are opening a gambling den here." The minister said somewhat unhappily, "Is this your work attitude?" "Sorry, Minister," Xiao Zheng immediately apologized without hesitation, saying, "I won't do it again next time." "Minister, although we were wrong in this matter, the main culprit is Commissioner Zheng." Fei Fan immediately seized the opportunity to report, saying, "We had already begun analyzing the dangers Jiang Ming faced, considering what methods to use to solve it, but Commissioner Zheng did not accept our analysis, instead proposed opposing opinions, insisting that we recognize his ridiculous reason that seagulls fear green, and I simply couldn't listen to it, which is why I made a bet with him." "Is that so?" The minister turned to Xiao Zheng and asked. "Yes, Minister." Xiao Zheng did not refute, only lowering his head. He was not good at defending himself, and in his heart right was right and wrong was wrong. Treating the Special Operations Bureau as a casino to open a gambling table was indeed his fault. "Write a self-reflection report for me tonight." The minister dropped the sentence. "Yes." Xiao Zheng immediately admitted his mistake and accepted the punishment. Upon hearing this, Fei Fan's expression became extremely smug, almost like he was flaunting his success, as if to say to Xiao Zheng, "See, I told you. Experts are experts, while commissioners will always just be commissioners. In such matters, the superior will always punish you and never me." The minister nodded and then turned to Fei Fan, saying, "As for you, go to the finance department to settle this month's salary and then return home early so as not to delay others' work." "Me?" Fei Fan was stunned upon hearing this. He seemed not to have expected the minister would also punish him. Moreover, from the minister's words, it seemed he intended to fire him. Yes, it's you, Liang Fei Fan. The minister directly named him, saying, I have heard all about the bets between you. Although I do not support your gambling and the Special Operations Bureau betting and violating regulations are two different matters. But Fei Fan wanted to explain, saying, what Commissioner Jiang proposed was merely an idea. His words aren't necessarily correct. Facing Fei Fan's doubts, the minister did not directly refute him, but looked at the other members of the expert group, saying, do you think Xiao Zhang's analysis has any merit? Xiao Zhang's analysis. The other experts quickly replied, does have some validity. The likelihood is, those seagulls are not afraid of the trees of the giant forest nor the leaves falling to the ground. They are only afraid of the leaves that float up. I believe this has a certain similarity to the green mist theory mentioned by Commissioner Jiang, so I actually support his view. There is some merit, but Consultant Wang felt a bit embarrassed by Fei Fan's pleading look and could only grit his teeth to speak on his behalf, saying, what he said cannot be verified and cannot serve as evidence, but can only be considered of reference value. So you all agree with Xiao Zhang's view then? The minister nodded after listening and said, that's fine. This is not a courtroom, and there is no need for evidence. Moreover, Liang Fei Fan, did you not say at the beginning that as long as Xiao Zhang could provide a reasonable explanation, even if just one person among us recognized his analysis, you would leave the logistics department? You said that, right? Fei Fan raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and said, I was just joking you. I didn't mean it that way. Besides, work is a position. How could it be used for gambling? It's not a physical object, right? Since you know that your job is a serious matter, then you should not joke about it. The minister said coldly, by doing so you neither respect your profession nor the words you have spoken. Someone like you is not suitable to remain in my department. Please seek employment elsewhere. Minister, it's quite normal for young people to joke around. Firing him seems a bit excessive, right? Consultant Wang quickly gave Fei Fan a look, saying, hurry up and apologize and write a self-reflection letter to the minister tonight. Such words should not be spoken again in the future. Yes, uncle. Oh no, Consultant Wang. Fei Fan was already a bit flustered. What he said was all in jest. I meant what I said seriously. The minister stared intently at Consultant Wang and said, and you, Consultant Wang, since you chose to become the head of Jiang Ming's expert group, you should properly restrain your subordinates and not let them treat work as a joke. I do not want to see such a thing again. Otherwise, you should seek employment elsewhere too. Consultant Wang was scolded by the minister, and after a moment of being dumbfounded, he could only stammer yes. All right, time is precious. After finishing his admonishment of the two, the minister said, everyone else except for Liang Fei Fan, hurry back to your posts. Jiang Ming's remaining time is less than a day. Oh, I hope you can quickly come up with a plan to rescue him. Yes, minister. Everyone quickly sat back in their seats and resumed work. After speaking, the minister turned and left, leaving only Liang Fei Fan and Consultant Wang, the uncle and nephew, staring at each other. Uncle. Liang Fei Fan still wanted Consultant Wang to think of a solution. How many times have I told you not to call me uncle? Consultant Wang angrily brushed off Liang Fei Fan's hand and said, and you just saw that I was almost ruined because of you. Hurry up and get lost. Don't block my view here. Uncle. Consultant Wang. Liang Fei Fan still wanted to act cute, but was shot down by Consultant Wang with a glare. In the end, he also knew that there was no turning back in this matter and could only glare resentfully at the culprit Xiao Zhang, who got him fired. But what he did not expect was, Xiao Zhang only smiled at him and slowly mouthed 6 words. Liang Fei Fan repeated Xiao Zhang's lip movements and finally understood what Xiao Zhang was saying. Eat shit, Liang Fei Fan. You. Liang Fei Fan was furious. But just then the security guards of the Special Operations Bureau grabbed Liang Fei Fan from both sides and said, the minister said you are no longer an employee of the Special Operations Bureau. Please leave this place. Thank you for your cooperation. As Jiang Ming took out the core from the control panel of the captain's cabin, he suddenly realized that this core was actually a level 2 core. It seemed that after Alexander encountered another person, their ships had directly merged, and they were only missing the core from the diary boss to upgrade their ship to level 3 and leave this place. But unfortunately, their elaborate plan ultimately benefited Jiang Ming. However, Jiang Ming was not without risk, because the moment he took out the core, the upgraded intelligent little ship would be instantly disassembled. And Jiang Ming would naturally be exposed under the watchful eyes of a group of seagulls. At the moment the ship disappeared, Jiang Ming stood alone on the ice, and all those seagulls looked over at him, their expressions, their gazes. Whereas if they were saying, there is a pack of fries here, everyone come eat. What the hell? Jiang Ming looked at the hundreds of seagulls eyeing him and felt his scalp go numb. Although he had prepared himself mentally when surrounded by a flock of pterosaurs that were even drooling over him, the primal fear from biology could not be hidden. At this moment, Jiang Ming felt his legs slightly weaken. And the most frustrating part was that his snowmobile was still a bit far from the captain's cabin, and it would take at least 30 seconds to run over. But these seagulls clearly would not give him that time. With a swish, Jiang Ming reached out and lifted a leaf into the air. Unfortunately, there was little wind, causing the leaves to only rise for a few seconds before falling, and some seagulls were indeed startled by the fragments of leaves. However, most of the seagulls merely observed with indifference, not even moving from their spots, let alone showing any fear. Some of them even waited for the moment when Jiang Ming's leaves fell again and immediately took flight to attack. Surrounded by seagulls along with the scattered leaves, Jiang Ming felt that these leaves were not a lifeline at that moment, but rather like paper money being sent his way. However, Jiang Ming was aware of how difficult it was to wait for the right wind, so he certainly wouldn't place all his hopes on a gust. Thus, he had prepared a backup plan. Evil spirits be gone. Jiang Ming threw his camouflage suit into the sky and quickly set up his fishing rod, waving the suit shaped like a jellyfish. The incoming seagulls were indeed frightened by Jiang Ming's camouflage suit swiftly changing direction in midair. None dared to approach. Haha, now you know fear. This was precisely the reason Jiang Ming went through such effort to make the camouflage suit, not for hunting, but to avoid being hunted. After all, he had entered the snowy terrain, and wearing a green tree suit was no different from being naked. Both were equally conspicuous. Therefore, when designing it, Jiang Ming fashioned the camouflage suit to resemble a jellyfish. All the leaf blades could droop several meters, and for convenience, he made the tree suit wearable, allowing him to conceal himself seamlessly. When the time came to use it, all he needed to do was attach the tree suit to the long fishing rod, transforming it into a colossal jellyfish floating in midair. Yeah. The moment Jiang Ming erected the massive green jellyfish, all the seagulls immediately squawked in alarm and fled. Naturally, Jiang Ming seized this opportunity to quickly hop onto his snowmobile. He tucked the fishing rod behind him with the tip snugly secured in his belt, allowing him to maintain the surreal sight of the green jellyfish floating in the sky, even without using his hands. The seagulls naturally did not dare to approach, let alone attempt a sneak attack. Yeah. Boom boom. Accompanied by the seagulls' angry cries, Jiang Ming twisted the throttle of the snowmobile and sped towards the giant forest. Those seagulls, clearly reluctant, followed Jiang Ming from a distance, yet did not dare to advance. It wasn't until Jiang Ming entered the giant forest that they finally dispersed begrudgingly. After driving into the giant forest for quite a while, Jiang Ming finally took down the green jellyfish from the fishing rod and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. He didn't discard it, as no one knew if it might be useful again. Even if it wasn't, it could be used for firewood, so after securing the ship core, Jiang Ming quickly headed back to the location of the wolf carcass, originally thinking that Lai Fu would wait for him here regardless of whether he found anything. However, when Jiang Ming returned to the site of the wolf carcass, he saw no trace of Lai Fu. But the surroundings were silent except for the occasional chirping of insects. Jiang Ming felt it was utterly dead. Fortunately, he had already eliminated the giant forest lord, so he no longer needed to worry about any new monsters appearing in this giant forest. Moreover, he was currently right next to the corpse of the giant forest lord. Even if there were other predators in this giant forest, they would leave upon smelling the scent of the snow demon bear, so Jiang Ming was not afraid of attracting anything else. He just needed to keep shouting. However, after shouting for a long time, he still saw no sign of Lai Fu. This puzzled Jiang Ming. Although Lai Fu might not be able to contend with the snow demon bear, it should have no problem dealing with other predators. If worst came to worst, it could always run away. Given Lai Fu's speed, if it really wanted to escape, there were hardly any predators that could catch up to it. Since he couldn't call Lai Fu back, Jiang Ming could only rely on the bond of their master-servant blood pact to sense Lai Fu's whereabouts. Thankfully, it seemed that Lai Fu was unharmed. It was just staying still in one spot. Was this the bear den? Could it be that this glutton discovered some delicious food and was unwilling to leave? Jiang Ming paused for a moment. It was highly likely. I must hurry to find this guy, Jiang Ming said, otherwise the good stuff will all be eaten by it. Boom boom. Jiang Ming, noticing that Lai Fu was completely unharmed yet remained in one spot, immediately revved the throttle and sped towards Lai Fu's location. Indeed, before the vehicle reached Lai Fu, he spotted a massive natural cave appearing on the hillside of the rubble slope, which should be the snow demon bear's den. And Lai Fu was squatting not far from the entrance of the cave with its back to Jiang Ming, seemingly eating something. Lai Fu, Jiang Ming shouted. Lai Fu's shoulder twitched slightly, but it did not turn around immediately. It just kept shaking its shoulder more vigorously. Damn it really is munching on something delicious. Seeing Lai Fu's reaction, Jiang Ming became even more anxious, quickly turned the snowmobile around, and jumped off to scramble up the rubble slope. The reason he needed to turn the vehicle first was that Jiang Ming had learned from the seagull's experience. Always prepare for a quick escape. Even a 3 to 5 seconds adjustment of the vehicle could save his life when time was of the essence. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Ming climbed up the pile of rubble using both hands and feet, while shouting at Lai Fu, "Are you stealing food?" Crack, crack. Lai Fu still did not turn around, continuing to make the sounds of tearing and chewing. Just as Jiang Ming was about to rush over and kick this glutton, he suddenly noticed a splash of bright red near Lai Fu's feet. That was blood. Jiang Ming twitched his nose and indeed caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. He knew Lai Fu ate humans. However, when it was full, it actually didn't like raw food, otherwise Lai Fu would have devoured Jiang Ming's boat. Something was off. Jiang Ming began to carefully observe his surroundings and found numerous animal corpses near the bear den. They all seemed to have tried to enter the cave before dying, as if they were specially delivering meals to the snow demon. This was too strange. Logically, whether carnivorous or herbivorous, they should have fled upon smelling the snow demon bear's scent. How could they come to deliver meals? Moreover, another point of suspicion was Lai Fu showed no reaction to his calls, and this guy didn't excitedly bring back any creatures to trade nuts or cooked food with Jiang Ming. Something's not right. Just as Jiang Ming returned to the snowmobile preparing to flee from here, he glanced back at the large squirrel's silhouette. That feeling of blood being thicker than water, coupled with that chubby figure and the tall tuft on its head, it was undoubtedly Lai Fu. But why was this creature behaving this way? Jiang Ming simply picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards. The stone did not hit Lai Fu, but landed not far from it. However, it was clear that Lai Fu was disturbed, or rather, it sensed that something had intruded upon its territory, and without a moment's hesitation Lai Fu pounced towards the position where the stone had landed. Its claws were unsheathed, and its mouth was wide open as if it intended to eliminate the intruder. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't the stone disturbing Lai Fu, but him instead, would he be torn to pieces by Lai Fu? Jiang Ming felt fortunate that he was someone who knew there were tigers in the mountains, and absolutely would not venture into those mountains. It was precisely this cautious nature that allowed him to avoid danger. But at that moment, Jiang Ming finally got a clear look at Lai Fu's side profile. He saw its eyes reddened with ferocity, its fur at the corners of its mouth stained with blood, and bits of meat falling from its jaws. It was clearly not right. Chirp! When Lai Fu discovered that the prey it had attacked was merely a stone, it instantly flew into a rage and turned to survey its surroundings. Then it quickly spotted the culprit that had mocked it. Jiang Ming! Chirp! Lai Fu screamed as it charged towards Jiang Ming. And Jiang Ming, witnessing the unfamiliarity in Lai Fu's eyes, and that look of wanting to tear him to shreds at any moment, felt his scalp tingle as he twisted the throttle. Boom, boom, boom. The snowmobile shot off into the distance in an instant. But Lai Fu continued to chase closely behind Jiang Ming, causing him to feel both alarmed and furious. Lai Fu, are you out of your mind? Jiang Ming. What's wrong with you? Chirp! Lai Fu roared, its voice devoid of the usual gentleness, instead filled with an angry screech. It was like a warning, or perhaps a provocation before battle. I am your master. As Jiang Ming maneuvered the snowmobile to avoid the giant trees in the forest, he shouted at Lai Fu, "If you harm me, you will be punished by the blood contract." Chirp! But the response from Lai Fu was still a fierce screech. This made Jiang Ming's brow furrow. Why did it seem like Lai Fu couldn't even understand human speech? Had it been possessed? To verify Lai Fu's condition, Jiang Ming took a nut from his pocket at his waist, something that Lai Fu adored. It was also his trump card to coax Lai Fu. It would never give up on a nut. Thud! Jiang Ming tossed the nut at Lai Fu's feet. But to Jiang Ming's astonishment, Lai Fu merely glanced at the nut before continuing to chase after him. There wasn't even a shred of longing in its eyes. Instead, it bore an expression that indicated it wouldn't stop until it had killed Jiang Ming. Holy crap! Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming was now completely convinced that Lai Fu was indeed under some spell. As for what kind of spell it was, he couldn't tell at the moment. All he knew was that he absolutely couldn't stop now, or if Lai Fu caught up, it wouldn't be a matter of just being bitten. It would likely mean losing his head. Chirp! Chirp, chirp. Just as Jiang Ming was wholeheartedly operating the snowmobile, trying to shake off Lai Fu, he suddenly heard the familiar call of Lai Fu. That sound carried a hint of joy, a hint of happiness, and a hint of confusion. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Ming caught a glimpse of Lai Fu's fierce demeanor, dissipating, leaving only happiness and surprise at seeing Jiang Ming, along with some confusion as to why Jiang Ming was still running. Lai Fu! Jiang Ming, seeing this, quickly called out. Chirp! Lai Fu responded, its large tail swaying left and right, then standing tall, indicating its joy. Although Lai Fu appeared to be back to normal, Jiang Ming remained wary of Lai Fu's earlier behavior, so he didn't dare to stop, but shouted at Lai Fu instead. Lai Fu, stop right there, and don't move. Chirp! Lai Fu seemed confused, but still complied with Jiang Ming's request, and halted. It merely tilted its head, looking at Jiang Ming as if asking why. Don't you like me anymore? It's not that I don't like you, but until I determine what kind of curse you are under, I can't let you get too close. Jiang Ming, seeing Lai Fu's overly normal behavior at that moment, began to doubt whether what he had seen earlier was an illusion. Yet, the bloodstains at the corners of Lai Fu's mouth repeatedly reminded Jiang Ming He wasn't mistaken, he had indeed been chased by Lai Fu for 3 streets, and almost bitten to death. As for why Lai Fu was acting this way, he really couldn't comprehend. If he had to explain, he could only say that the bear cave probably had some issues. Otherwise, the difficult level reward wouldn't be allocated inside the bear cave. Now that he had finally found the bear cave with the reward right there, Jiang Ming found it hard to resist going to collect it. But if he went to collect it, what kind of problem could there be in the bear cave? No one could say for sure. If even Lai Fu got affected just by getting close, Jiang Ming didn't believe he had enough resistance to withstand such mental attacks. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. Lai Fu chattered, seemingly questioning Jiang Ming about what kind of curse it was under and why it couldn't get close. You don't believe me? Jiang Ming pointed down the path behind Lai Fu and said, I gave you a nut before and you didn't even look at it, yet you chased me down furiously. Do you remember? Chirp A. Upon hearing the word nut, Lai Fu's ears immediately perked up, then it quickly turned its. When it saw that there was indeed a nut behind it, the little squirrel stood up straight, then stretched its neck, sniffing vigorously before immediately rushing towards the nut. It looked as if it were racing against time, fearing that the nut would disappear. However, just as Lai Fu reached near the nut, it suddenly froze again, and did not pick up the nut that was within arm's reach, but instead moved its nose again, and turned to look at Jiang Ming. Its eyes were once again filled with madness. Lai Fu. Jiang Ming saw the expression on Lai Fu's face, and knew something was wrong. Yet he still asked with a hint of hope, have you gone mad again? Jeet. Lai Fu responded. But that sound was not a genuine reply, or it was a provocative call. Seeing this, Jiang Ming had no choice but to tighten the throttle again, and the snowmobile quickly fled the moment Lai Fu lunged at him. But, just as Lai Fu pounced at Jiang Ming's previous position, Ji-yoi, Lai Fu's eyes became clear again. It seemed he had returned to normal. What is this? Jiang Ming pondered for a moment, and finally drew a conclusion, intermittent psychosis. GG. Lai Fu did not understand what intermittent psychosis meant. He just tilted his head, and looked at Jiang Ming. That expression seemed to say, Master, why are you looking at me like I'm crazy? You really don't remember? Although Jiang Ming had already guessed that Lai Fu would return to normal once he left a certain range, he still dared not get too close to a madman. After all, you never know when he might go berserk. He truly couldn't handle Lai Fu. GG. Lai Fu made a chirping sound, looking perplexed. Jiang Ming, you don't remember the nuts and how you were chasing me? Ji-yoi. Upon hearing the word nuts, Lai Fu immediately perked up as if it was the first time he had heard it, his entire body standing tall, curiously looking around. Soon he used his nose to find the whereabouts of the nuts. Then, Lai Fu, don't go. But Jiang Ming had clearly spoken too late. Lai Fu had already pounced towards his favorite again, and then went mad once more. Jiang Ming facepalmed. Looking at the crazed Lai Fu, he suddenly wanted to give him a new name. Haida Fu. Jiang Ming shouted at Lai Fu. As long as you catch me, I'll let you have your fun. Jig. Facing Jiang Ming's provocation, Lai Fu charged at him again. But this time Jiang Ming did not flee. Instead, he stayed in place, waiting for Lai Fu to leave the controlled range and return to normal. Because Jiang Ming had already discovered there seemed to be a boundary line between the nuts and his vehicle. As long as Lai Fu crossed this line, he would return to normal. Ji-yoi. Sure enough, after Lai Fu jumped over that invisible line, his gaze once again became clear. But he looked at Jiang Ming with a confused expression, tilting his head, as if he couldn't comprehend what he was doing, or rather what he was supposed to do. Lai Fu, nuts, do you want some? Jiang Ming took out a nut again, enticing Lai Fu to come over. After all, he couldn't let Lai Fu go mad again, or he wouldn't be able to handle it. GG. Lai Fu nodded repeatedly, and immediately rushed over to grab the nut in Jiang Ming's hand, ready to eat it. Wait. But Jiang Ming forcefully pulled the nut back, and said, you can eat it, but there are conditions. Ji-yoi. First, I want you to stay here, and watch the snowmobile, don't let it run away. GG. Lai Fu agreed without hesitation. However, this was because he still didn't know that there was a nut not far behind him. All his thoughts were focused on the nut in Jiang Ming's hand. Second, I will tie myself with fishing line. If you hear me scream, or if I look wrong, you must pull me back immediately. Do you understand? GG. Lai Fu nodded vigorously. Jiang Ming even suspected he wasn't listening. Even if he told Lai Fu to bite him right now, Lai Fu would probably agree without hesitation. Are you sure you understand? Lai Fu grabbed the nut, but Jiang Ming didn't let go. Because the upcoming test concerned his life, there could be no mistakes. He had to ensure Lai Fu understood. GG. GGG. Lai Fu pulled hard on the nut and nodded vigorously as if to say, I got it. You're so long-winded, just give me the nut already. If I seem off, pull the fishing rod hard and bring me back. Jiang Ming let go of the nut, then stuffed the fishing rod into Lai Fu's hand, and said, just like when you pulled the giant clam ashore, if you do well, I'll give you another nut when I come back. GGGG. Upon hearing the word nut, Lai Fu's eyes lit up. Suddenly he understood everything. Confirming that Lai Fu understood, Jiang Ming quickly rushed to the nut that had fallen to the ground, stuffing it into his arms before he went mad. Of course it wasn't because he was afraid of wasting it, but rather, he was worried Lai Fu would come to pick it up. This bear cave had problems, but asking Lai Fu this fool was definitely useless. Jiang Ming had to try it himself to know what the problem was. But strangely, after entering Lai Fu's madness circle, Jiang Ming did not go mad like Lai Fu. In fact, he showed no abnormalities at all. But then again, when I came to find Lai Fu, I had already penetrated this circle by hundreds of meters. If the bear cave was indeed the core of Lai Fu's madness circle, then I had already ventured into the core and was fine. The one with issues was always Lai Fu. Could it be that something needed to be triggered, or that he had to eat something? Jiang Ming cautiously continued forward and soon arrived at the rocky slope, where a foul smell wafted from the bear cave. Jiang Ming felt a tickle in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze. Hachu! Suddenly, Jiang Ming jolted awake. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, and dust danced in the rays. It was these particles that had made him sneeze and suddenly wake from his dream. Jiang Ming looked at the pen in his hand and the half-finished exercises on the desk. There was a large pool of saliva on the exercises, smudging the ink. What is this? Jiang Ming looked around, realizing he was in his own study. The yellowed walls were adorned with numerous comic posters, all featuring the most popular men of the sea from years past, men even more fiery than Bo Ran. Did I fall asleep doing homework? Did I even dream? I actually dreamed that my ALS was cured. Haha, there really is everything in dreams. Yana. Jiang Ming yawned and stretched. The movements were smooth and his arms felt no weakness. Everything was wonderful. What the hell? Jiang Ming flipped the table. This was the true dream. Damn it, he was an orphan. Where did a home come from? Plus he had ALS. Well, when could he stretch like this comfortably? It was simply absurd. On the contrary, after entering another world thanks to those special foods, his physical condition had improved significantly. Although he still occasionally felt some tightness in his chest, overall he was much better than before. At least he could run and jump, and even use his prostate to break. What more could he ask for? It seems Lai Fu has truly been affected. At this moment, Jiang Ming finally realized that Lai Fu had entered an illusion. Moreover, this illusion was clearly designed to lead people into sweet dreams, and having been an orphan since childhood, he had always conjured beautiful dreams on his own. But unfortunately, the thing creating the illusion clearly did not know this, and thought it was Jiang Ming's sweet dream. It even made him relive it, hoping to keep him from leaving. But alas, Jiang Ming had long since become accustomed to waking up from beautiful dreams in the orphanage. Oh, no matter how wonderful the dream was, it was time to wake up. After more than 10 years of beautiful dreams and waking moments, Jiang Ming could wake up in an instant, even able to instantly shake off the pain brought by that feeling of loss. He treated it as a form of comfort. But it was precisely because he had dreamed too much that the illusion believed that was truly his life. How yeah, Jiang Ming scoffed, coldly twisting the doorknob and opening the door, yet he still couldn't go back. What he saw was a funeral. The people from the orphanage were holding a burial. The moment he stepped out the door, Jiang Ming felt a fleeting daze. Yet in the next second, everything around him seemed so familiar, as if he had just woken from a nap and walked out of his room, following the others from the orphanage to this place to hold a funeral for the departed siblings. Who passed away? Jiang Ming grabbed his former companion and casually asked. But the person acted as if he hadn't seen Jiang Ming at all, merely patting the spot where Jiang Ming had tugged him, as if smoothing a wrinkle on his sleeve. Hey, Jiang Ming called out in annoyance. Yet his former companion, as if deaf, simply took the incense handed over by the dean and began bowing before the portrait of the deceased. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Could it be? He can't. Jiang Ming turned to glance at the portrait. The next moment, he felt a hollow sense of irony. For the face in the portrait was his own. Gone so young, what a pity. No choice, it was an illness. Something like freezing disease or zombie disease. Anyway, he slowly couldn't move, his heart stopped, and he died. I remember, it's called something like Hua. Gene, I think he had the same disease, right? Look at him, barely in his 20s, right? Wouldn't his family be devastated? Didn't you see? Everyone at the funeral is kids, and there's a dean. It's an orphanage. He has no family. Poor soul. Do you think his family abandoned him at the orphanage because of his illness? Hard to say. Listening to the murmurs around the crematorium's farewell hall, Jiang Ming's spirits sank to the depths. He had truly wondered if his family had abandoned him because of his disease. After all, who would want to raise a child destined to die? Ding! The crisp sound of the Taoist bell echoed through the crematorium's corridor, rippling outward like water washing over the whispering onlookers, over Jiang Ming's pale face in the portrait, over the dean's slightly reddened eyes, and finally settling in Jiang Ming's own ears. Jiang Ming felt as if the bell sound had stirred his very brain with a spoon, making his entire body ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The Taoist intoned in a drawn-out voice as if drifting from afar, yet also whispering right by his ear. Jiang Ming instinctively tried to step back, but found himself frozen. His feet seemed nailed to the floor. No way, man, I'm not even dead yet, and you're already performing the requiem. Jiang Ming wanted to curse, but no sound escaped his throat. He could only watch helplessly as the Taoist shook the bell again, his mouth moving, but Jiang Ming couldn't make out a single word. His eyelids grew heavier as if weights had been hung on his lashes. Just then, a breeze swept through. It wasn't some eerie wind or sinister gust, just an ordinary draft passing through the crematorium's corridor, carrying a faint scent of disinfectant and burnt paper ash. Yet this ordinary breeze abruptly billowed the Taoist's sleeve, and the bell sound ceased instantly. The Taoist frowned. Not the kind of frown for, what's for dinner, but as something's wrong frown. Seeing this, the dean quickly approached and whispered, Master, what's the matter? The Taoist didn't answer immediately, but stared at the direction of Jiang Ming's portrait for a long while. In Jiang Ming's eyes, that gaze was unmistakably fixed on him. Then the Taoist sighed and said in a tone that suggested this won't be easy. This child's life ended before it even began. The resentment is too great. The dean was startled then. What should we do? A ritual must be performed. The Taoist switched the bell to his left hand, pulling a yellow talisman from his sleeve with his right. Let him have a beautiful dream. Once his dream is content, the resentment will dissipate, and he can peacefully move on to reincarnation. A beautiful dream. The dean clearly didn't grasp the concept. What kind of beautiful dream? The Taoist glanced around, confirming that the random funeral attendees had mostly dispersed, then leaned close to the dean's ear and whispered a few words. It's like, have you ever read web novels? The dean shook his head blankly. Does Romance of the Three Kingdoms count? No, the serialized ones online. The Taoist stroked his long beard. Let me put it simply, it's a dream where he thinks he's been reborn, whisked away to another world, becoming the protagonist, enjoying everything he never had. As the Taoist spoke, the yellow talisman in his hand fluttered without wind. What this child cared about most was his own body. Dying young from illness, his heart stopping abruptly. Naturally, there's resentment preventing him from reincarnating. So we need to give him a beautiful dream, making him believe he's been reborn in another world. In that world, there are miraculous elixirs. Once he takes them, his body will heal. Then he'll get better and stronger, have everything he desires. Wealth, a golden finger. In short, it's like. The Taoist paused, searching for the right term. You know what long out yin means to young people? The dean nodded, half understanding, and asked, what can I do? The Taoist tossed the yellow talisman into the air. The paper charm hovered there, neither falling nor drifting, as if held by an invisible force. Then he turned to the dean, speaking in a tone that suggested the dean needed to contribute, buy some paper effigies, and burn them for him. The dean's eyes lit up. Good. Are they to serve him in the underworld? The Taoist shook his head. No. Then the paper effigies are for. To burn some foolish villains and supporting characters. The Taoist stated it, as if commenting on the fine weather. Let him kill them, fight them, trample them. Let him feel he's truly rising step by step, growing stronger, slapping faces with satisfying smacks. The dean paused, then nodded firmly, his expression full of agreement. Rightly so, rightly so. This child had a hard life. Over there he should be allowed to vent his frustrations. The Taoist priest said, I shall begin now. With his right hand grasping the Sanshing bell, once more he formed a seal with his left hand, his lips moving as he began to recite the incantation. At the very moment, he shook the bell. Ding! It sounded in Jiang Ming's ears like a bell exploding. No, it wasn't a bell. It was the notification sound of the system announcing a reward, accompanied by a tingling sensation that made him feel euphoric. Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift package, a body-strengthening pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the God-tier skill, 9 Suns Overlord Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a storage ring containing 100,000 spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine weapon, Heavenly Sword. Jiang Ming was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what kind of ritual is this? Did it really involve a system? The subsequent events played out like a fast-forwarded video. Jiang Ming felt as if he had been thrust into the opening of a third-rate fantasy novel, transforming from a useless person into a genius, from being mocked to being revered by thousands, from a sickly individual to smashing mountains with a single punch. The paper figures of the villains sent by the Taoist lined up to provide experience points, each one more foolish and stereotypical than the last, repeating phrases like, how could a waste like you be worthy? Today is your day to die. And impossible, how could you be so strong? But one must admit, it was indeed exhilarating. In the illusion, Jiang Ming leveled up and defeated monsters all the way from chi training to foundation establishment, from foundation establishment to golden core, and from golden core to nascent soul. His cultivation soared, and the number of girls around him increased, each more beautiful than the last. Cool senior sisters, gentle junior sisters, Sundara princesses, and icy saintesses, all devoted to him. Moreover, the body-strengthening pill was genuinely effective. For the first time in the illusion, Jiang Ming experienced what it meant to have a strong body. A sensation of powerful limbs, smooth breathing, and a heart racing with vigor, something he had never felt since birth. He could even run in the illusion jump fight and kick a person away 3 zhang. Then, he saw Bai Yao. To be precise, he saw a woman who looked exactly like Bai Yao standing before him, blocking a sword that fell from the sky. The sword of extermination. The sword light devoured the heavens, the sword intent devoured the soul. As the sword descended, it felt as if the entire world had been cleaved in two. The figure of the woman shattered within the sword light, crumbling like porcelain, until only a wisp of residual soul remained captured within a small bell. The figure of the woman shattered within the sword light, crumbling like porcelain, until only a wisp of residual soul remained captured within a small bell. But out of rage, damn. He clutched his chest, feeling his blood pressure soar to 380. After 10 years of hard work, I fail to resurrect. He suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction in the void. Wait, isn't this the plot of Zhu? In that instant, the illusion stuttered like a jam tape. The figures of the unvanquished paper villains exchanged confused glances. Meanwhile, in reality, the Taoist was still shaking the Sanqing bell, muttering incantations with a look of, just hang in there a little longer, it's almost over. But at that moment, Jiang Ming had already reacted. This Taoist almost made him believe he had truly been reborn, becoming the protagonist, and acquiring a golden finger to kill, and then continuously level up to the limit. However, he should never have used Zhu Xian as the backdrop. That ending is nothing but a heart-wrenching trap. He remembered that after finishing it back, then he was so angry he couldn't sleep for several days because of that damned ending, and now it was being used to fool him. Damn it, even the dead would be angered back to life. They could even lift the coffin lid. Alright, the dream is over. The Taoist sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and once again raised the Sanqing bell. You should go now. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. May you be reborn in the pure land. You can rest now. Just as the Taoist finished speaking, Jiang Ming's head shot up. Rest my ass. Jiang Ming's roar exploded between the illusion and reality like a thunderclap, striking the Taoist's Sanqing bell. This is the real illusion. Rise up. In the next second, Jiang Ming felt something in his pants rapidly expanding. Not what you think, don't get it twisted. Rather, it was the trident he had hidden in his pants, now wildly growing and straining against his trousers, which were making tearing sounds under the pressure. The tip of the trident was precisely pressing against his abdomen. Pain, excruciating pain, like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. The illusion shattered. Jiang Ming abruptly opened his eyes. No longer did he see the corridor of the crematorium, nor the Taoist's Sanqing bell, nor his own black and white portrait. Instead, he found himself in a vast expanse of white snow with a biting cold wind and a strange yellow powder permeating the air. In the extremely cold world, near a bear cave. Achoo! Jiang Ming couldn't help but sneeze, but it wasn't because of the cold. It was because that damned yellow powder was irritating his nose. He looked up and saw a flower growing in a hidden crevice of rock above the bear cave. An absurdly large purple flower that didn't look like any proper plant. The petals of the flower were slowly unfurling, and with each unfurling a cloud of yellow pollen burst forth from the stamen. The pollen, blown by the wind, spread out like a yellow net, enveloping everything. Damn! Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. Even the ceiling of the bear cave can grow a corpse flower. I swear. He took a deep breath, puffing out his cheeks like a frog, and then shot a stream of water from his mouth. The water arrow accurately pierced through the petals of that large purple flower. But what Jiang Ming didn't expect was that after being pierced, the flower not only did not wilt, but instead began to tremble, as if enraged, opening its petals wider, and the yellow pollen spewing from the stamen increased by 3 times. The thick pollen exploded like a yellow smoke bomb. Jiang Ming's vision blurred, and his consciousness began to slide back towards the illusion. Laifu! Jiang Ming shouted. The next moment, he felt a sudden tug at his waist, a pulling force instantly yanking him backward. Jerked by Laifu, Jiang Ming snapped back to his senses. Wait! He wanted to tell Laifu to hold on, but it was clear that the creature was single-minded. Not to mention the distance between them. Even if Laifu could hear him, its comprehension was too limited to grasp Jiang Ming's overly complex commands. Thus, Jiang Ming's perfect plan to use Laifu to keep himself awake by being pulled in jerks instantly fell apart. Feeling the backward drag, Jiang Ming gave up struggling. Just before the corpsomorphophallus vanished from his sight, he puffed out his cheeks and shot water arrows one after another. Tui, 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 tui. Being dragged at high speed, his aim was abysmal. Hitting even 1 out of 10 arrows was a stroke of luck from the heavens. Most struck the rock walls or the snow. In the final moment before the massive purple flower left his sight, Jiang Ming saw it still trembling, wildly scattering pollen, as if it cost nothing. It seemed the flower's only combat method was to release pollen. If he wore a mask, could he avoid inhaling it and falling into a trance? But before Jiang Ming could test this, his foot caught on something, sending him tumbling to the ground, where Lifu dragged him like a corpse. Luckily the snow was soft, sparing him a bloody gash. However, Stop! Lifu! MMPH. Lifu, stop now. Jiang Ming tried to shout for a halt, but got a mouthful of snow. Whether Lifu heard him or just grew tired, the rope around his waist finally loosened, and they stopped. Phew. His tense nerves finally relaxed. Jiang Ming didn't rush to get up. Instead, he turned over and lay flat on the snow. He closed his eyes, savoring everything head felt in the illusion, the body-strengthening pill, the 9 yang Hegemin art biao, the Juxian sword, and the Taoist shaking a 3-purity bell while reciting half-baked web novel lines. He let out a sudden laugh. But seriously, he muttered, his voice half swallowed by the wind. Being the protagonist of a cultivation novel is pretty awesome. Squeak. Seeing Jiang Ming not getting up, Lifu hurried back, sniffing him to confirm he wasn't dead. At that moment, Jiang Ming noticed yellow pollen still clinging to Lifu's nose. Could it be that the pollen on its nose was why Lifu always fell prey upon entering the corpsomorphophallus territory? Jiang Ming grabbed Lifu's whiskers. Don't move. Squeaked. Lifu was confused but displeased. Mouse whiskers were not to be pulled. Ignoring its discontent, Jiang Ming scooped up a handful of snow and rubbed it vigorously over Lifu's face, washing off the pollen. Lifu shivered from the cold, shaking its head repeatedly to fling off the snow. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After shaking, it pointed at Jiang Ming and chattered indignantly. Its expression seemed to say, "Why are you messing with me? I just saved you. Ungrateful. You think Jiang Ming retorted, "I'm helping you not get used by that stinking flower. Do you know why you go crazy every time you enter that area?" Squeak. Lifu looked puzzled. "Oh, you don't know." Jiang Ming trailed off, realizing that with Lifu's intelligence, grasping the concept of an illusion was likely impossible. So he rephrased, "Remember when your food was stolen by a flower?" Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lifu was startled, then its expression darkened. Though it didn't recall anyone stealing its food, the mere mention infuriated it. So Lifu, regardless of the truth, hopped around, as if asking Jiang Ming who it was, who dared steal its food. Right inside at the top of the bear cave, a purple, man-eating flower, Jiang Ming fabricated. It spreads pollen, and if you inhale too much you hallucinate. It uses you to hunt prey, steals your food, and turns it into its own nourishment. Squeak. Lifu tilted its head, clearly not understanding. It's okay if you don't get it. Just remember, what's taken must be returned, what's eaten must be spit out. As he spoke, Jiang Ming tied a cloth over Lifu's snout. All you have to do is charge to the top of the bear cave at top speed and tear that flower apart. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lifu disliked the cloth and tried to pull it off, but Jiang Ming wouldn't allow it. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want your food back? Don't you want to slay that flower? Squeak. Lifu's eyes were resolute. Jiang Ming waved grandly and jumped onto the snowmobile. His plan now was to observe, to see if Lifu would go mad again. If Lifu went berserk, he'd drive away. If the flower went mad, he'd speed over to kick it while it was down. Truly, a great plan. A brilliant plan. Lifu turned into a white streak, charging into the purple flower's control range. This time, however, it didn't immediately go mad, whether driven by rage or the simple mass effect. In any case, Jiang Ming's task now was to watch the mouse fight from the sidelines. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon he heard Lifu's cries. The cries were filled with fury along with sounds of tearing. No flower rending. Hearing the promising noise, Jiang Ming twisted the throttle and sped toward the bear cave. Yet upon reaching the cave's base, he witnessed a baffling sight. Lifu and the flower. What a... Jiang Ming was furious. Lifu, have you no standards? How can you spare it just because it's a delicate flower? Tui. Whooshed. He grabbed a handful of snow, stuffed it into his mouth, and spat it onto Lifu's face. Lifu snapped out of it. Wreck it mercilessly. Splashed. The snow water hit its face. Lifu's blissful expression vanished, replaced by anger at the interruption and a hint of confusion. It seemed unsure why it was embracing a flower. Lifu, tear it apart. Jiang Ming shouted, seeing a flicker of clarity. This flower stole your things. Look at the pile of prey bones beside it. It's all stolen from you. As Lifu battled the purple flower, numerous animal carcasses tumbled from the cave entrance, reeking of decay. These corpses seemed long dead. They all shared one trait: they were dried out like mummies, clearly drained of life force by the flower. Among them was a sizable wolf carcass, also mummified. The moment Jiang Ming saw the mummified wolf's corpse, he suddenly understood why that snow demon bear possessed such high intelligence. It even knew how to set traps. Now it seemed It was not that the snow demon bear was clever, but rather that it had become a puppet of this purple flower, setting traps everywhere and bringing back prey for the flower to consume. Just like when Jiang Ming found Lai Fu beneath the bear cave. Lai Fu's bloodied face likely indicated that he had been controlled by the purple flower to help it hunt. Chirp. Upon hearing this, Lai Fu became enraged and immediately began tearing at the flower, like ripping apart cabbage. Petals of the purple flower were shredded one by one, releasing copious amounts of milky white slime, which was quite disgusting. The flower seemed to sense the danger to its life and began to shake violently. Suddenly, a long, slender pistil in the center rapidly grew and split open, revealing a small flower with a human face. "Don't kill me." The small flower swayed, speaking human words. "I know where there is food and treasure. As long as you don't kill me, the food and treasure will be yours." Chirp. Hearing this, Lai Fu seemed to be asking, "Food will be given to me." Upon hearing this, Lai Fu actually slowed down the pace of his tearing. But Jiang Ming noticed a hint of confusion in Lai Fu's eyes, as if he had fallen into the flower's trap once again. "Damn it, not again." Jiang Ming looked at the flower's face, which wore a cunning, triumphant smirk, and he felt his rationality slipping away rapidly, instantly gripped by a sense of foreboding. This flower was far too formidable, or Lai Fu probably couldn't handle it. It was clear. Lai Fu was no match for it. "Lai Fu, step aside." Jiang Ming shouted, but Lai Fu appeared dazed, glancing between Jiang Ming and the purple flower with reluctance. Though he didn't know what promises the purple flower had made to Lai Fu, it was evident that Lai Fu still retained some rationality. Therefore, Jiang Ming directly pulled a nut from his pocket and threw it into the air, saying, "Lai Fu, eat the nut." Chirp. Lai Fu pounced on the nut without hesitation the moment he saw it fly. At this instant, Jiang Ming also controlled a steaming ball of water, launching it towards the purple flower. "If a water arrow can't kill you, then I don't believe boiling water can't." Because the purple flower was high up in the bear cave, Jiang Ming couldn't rush up directly. He had previously tried shooting it with water arrows, but the flower clearly had self-repair capabilities. It wasn't particularly afraid of water arrow attacks. In desperation, Jiang Ming suddenly recalled a story from a business war where a company, angered by another company stealing its business, boiled hot water to douse the money tree at the entrance of its rival's office. No matter how evil this purple flower was, or how human-like, it was still a flower. Jiang Ming didn't believe that even the flora and fauna involved in business wars would fear hot water, while this flower would not. Splash! As the hot water drenched the flower, it indeed emitted a piercing scream. Ah! The sound resembled a woman's shrill scream. But Jiang Ming was not Lai Fu. He would never hesitate to destroy a flower that could induce illusions. If it weren't for the fact that the flower was growing halfway up the mountain, he would want nothing more than to violently trample that delicate flower, especially since it dared to deceive him. Chirp. Lai Fu, happily munching on the nut, looked up in surprise at the flower, emitting the scream from the cave ceiling. It was a bit puzzled about how Jiang Ming managed to do this. The flower that it had failed to kill after long efforts was suddenly defeated by Jiang Ming with just one splash of water. Has the master become this powerful? Lai Fu instantly admired him even more. Moments later, the wicked flower finally withered completely. Jiang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Lai Fu, after you finish eating, go up and help me pull out the flower. I want to see if there's anything valuable inside." Chirp. Lai Fu nodded repeatedly, and then when it saw Jiang Ming walking into the bear cave, it immediately called out worriedly, "Chirp. Chirp, chirp. There shouldn't be any danger inside. He'll just take a look and come right back," Jiang Ming said. Lai Fu thought for a moment and agreed. The master has become so powerful, what danger could there possibly be? It smells terrible. Before Jiang Ming even entered the bear cave, he had already caught a whiff of the strong stench of decay emanating from within, wondering what the bear had done. This bear cave had become hiss. But as Jiang Ming stepped into the bear cave and saw the situation inside, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The entire bear cave was filled with dry corpses. Countless mummified bodies were neatly piled up inside the cave, resembling a large bone tomb. If one had to point out a difference, it would be that these dry corpses had roots growing from them, as if they had turned into this state due to having their nutrients and blood completely drained. Could these roots be? Just as Jiang Ming speculated whether these roots might be dangerous, he saw all the roots on the dry corpses starting to wriggle. The roots violently contracted upwards, directly detaching from the dry corpses. In the next moment, the dry corpses, now free of their roots, all began to fall towards Jiang Ming. A large number of foul-smelling dry corpses came crashing down, and with the attack from the living roots, Jiang Ming was terrified and kept retreating. Had he known, he wouldn't have spoken so confidently. He never expected that there would be more than one man-eating plant, but that the entire cave was filled with them. How was he supposed to kill them? Damn it, Jiang Ming cursed. Where is the reward? If it weren't for the fact that he was truly out of time, he would have wanted to wait until tonight to divine the omens before coming back, at least avoiding the predicament he faced now. But, having come this far, Jiang Ming was unwilling to give up. He had to think of a way. At the moment, Jiang Ming let out a shout. A reward appeared. A treasure chest gleaming with metallic luster emerged behind the writhing roots, as if enticing Jiang Ming like a seductress. I'm right here. Are you coming to take it? But, at this moment, countless roots in the bear cave were writhing wildly, overwhelming the space, as mummified animals collapsed in heaps. Even if it were the voice of Zhi Ling, Jiang Ming wouldn't dare to approach. Chirp. But just as Jiang Ming was preparing to retreat from the bear cave, intending to deal with it later, a loud shout from Lai Fu echoed from the cave's ceiling, sounding as though it possessed the might to shake mountains and rivers. Immediately, the roots in the bear cave shook even more vigorously. It felt as if someone was tugging at his hair, pulling him upwards. Could it be? Jiang Ming felt an indescribable sense of strangeness upon witnessing this scene, and he halted at the entrance of the bear cave, not daring to take another step back. Because the ceiling of the bear cave was actually beginning to glow in response to Lai Fu's shout. The roots were actually being pulled up to the cave's ceiling, leaving behind numerous holes. Plus, the bear cave was quite dark, so even though the holes at the ceiling were small, Jiang Ming could scarcely see the faint glimmers of light. With the appearance of these holes, Jiang Ming felt a premonition in his heart. He even reached out his hand to grab a root swaying back and forth in front of him. Dragon Country, Jiang Ming's livestream. At this perilous moment, many were sweating nervously for Jiang Ming. What's Jiang Shen doing? He can't be planning to just pull it out, can he? Could it be poisonous? Look at those animals, they've turned into mummies. If it's not poisonous, it might still drain blood, just like a mosquito's needle. Jiang Shen isn't that reckless, I believe he must know something. Even if he knows something, he shouldn't act so rashly. Even wrapping his hand in cloth would be better, otherwise what if he gets drained into a mummy? Haha, a reckless man is just a reckless man. Xiao Yinghua watched Jiang Ming's live stream of reaching for the flower stem, and sent a flurry of laughing emojis saying, mistakes are bound to happen. He doesn't deserve to be in this position, he should hurry and die, making way for someone else. I think the one who should die is you. If you die, the world could benefit. The Dragon Country netizens immediately retorted, exactly. If you die, the air will improve, water pollution will decrease, and even the riffraff will be reduced significantly. But Xiao Yinghua, facing the netizens' ridicule, remained unfazed, saying, feel free to insult. After all, your hero is about to die. Oh, without him, your Dragon Country will have fewer resources, and you won't have to seize resources from our Sakura Country. Only our Sakura Country and Melee Country deserve to rank in the top 3. What right does your Dragon Country have? The only rankings suitable for your Dragon Country are those of death. Smack. But in response to the ridicule from Sakura Country, Advisor Wang of the expert group slammed the table and angrily shouted, what on earth is Jiang Ming doing? It is precisely because of his reckless behavior that we are being laughed at by people from Sakura Country. This root looks suspicious. Can it really be handled with bare hands? Really? How could this person even think of this? I shouldn't have chosen him to be part of the expert group. He simply doesn't deserve it. He's wasting resources. Advisor Wang. Hearing Advisor Wang's tirade, a group of experts looked hesitant to speak, but Xiaozhen couldn't hold back any longer, saying, the minister has already said that the life of an adventurer is the responsibility of the adventurer himself, so they have the right to make any choices because they are the primary guardians of their own lives. And we are not their guardians, we are just their helpers. To put it plainly, we are merely people who help analyze and provide ideas. But up until now, we haven't helped him at all. Instead, we've just been pointing fingers at him. Is this appropriate? After Xiao Zheng finished speaking, he silently thought to himself, who doesn't know you want to be part of the Cold War expert group, but unfortunately they don't think highly of you. You were forced to choose Jiang Shen and are unwilling. It's truly frustrating. Of course. These words Xiao Zheng could only silently grumble in his heart. I didn't say any of this during the connection. Advisor Wang, who was scolded by Xiao Zheng, naturally felt dissatisfied, saying, I just casually complained that he was too reckless. What's wrong with that? He's reckless. These plants look problematic at first glance, yet he dares to touch them with his hands. Isn't that foolish? It's outrageous, and now you're not allowed to say anything. He dares to touch them with his bare hands because Jiang Ming has determined that these roots pose no risk. While Xiao Zheng was grumbling about Advisor Wang, he never took his eyes off the livestream, already having seen Jiang Ming's situation after touching the roots, as well as the situation in the bear cave. Who said that? Advisor Wang immediately retorted. Is there anyone else speaking here? Xiao Zheng sarcastically replied. Moreover, this matter doesn't require others to say much, can't you see for yourself? As he spoke, he turned his computer screen toward Advisor Wang. Although each expert had their own computer, Advisor Wang usually minimized Jiang Ming's livestream, maximizing his documents and various research sites. It appeared as though he was paying attention to Jiang Ming, but in reality, he was more focused on his own research. How could nothing be wrong? Advisor Wang watched Jiang Ming tugging at the writhing root, then suddenly, with a forceful yank, he broke one off and began examining it in his hand. Yet the other roots surprisingly did not retaliate against Jiang Ming. It was as if the continuously shaking roots were merely decorations. This left Advisor Wang staring at the mummified corpses filling the cave, utterly perplexed. And this was not even the most absurd part. The most absurd thing was that Jiang Ming actually began stepping over the mounds of dry corpses, walking deeper into the cave, even as the roots beside him continued to writhe, some even probing into his collar and hair. He remained oblivious, causing great concern. I understand. In that instant, Advisor Wang suddenly stood up, as if he had realized something. Just when Xiao Zheng thought Advisor Wang must have grasped the origins of these roots, and why these roots posed no danger. Advisor Wang suddenly exclaimed, Jiang Ming has fallen under a spell. He must have been poisoned by this plant, then walked step by step to the center of the cave, waiting for all the roots to insert into his body and drain him of all his blood. He is being killed by his own foolishness. The members of the expert group nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Surprisingly, they were all persuaded by Advisor Wang's words, but others clearly did not look down on Jiang Ming, this grassroots competitor, as much as Advisor Wang did. After learning that Jiang Ming was in danger, their first reaction was naturally to save him. Quick connect. Perhaps we can wake him up while he hasn't gone too deep. Right, Zheng, you contact Jiang Ming while quickly applying to the minister. Our lives are at stake, and I think the minister won't blame us for using this connection opportunity. As long as we save him, we can discuss everything else later. The crowd unanimously agreed with the expert's words, but only Xiao Zheng, who had always admired Jiang Ming, suddenly spoke up, saying, It's unnecessary. Not necessary for what? The experts asked, puzzled. There's no need to connect, Xiao Zheng said. Jiang Ming is not in danger. He has already realized these roots are harmless. This is a matter of life and death, Commissioner Zhang, the experts urged. This is no time for stubbornness. Jiang Ming is in grave peril. Indeed, saving him is paramount. Esteemed experts, there's no need to worry. Jiang Ming is truly not in danger. Xiao Zheng understood that most of the experts were specialists in botany, geography, and meteorology, not in video analysis or tactical studies, so it was normal for them to overlook certain details in the live broadcast. Just as he was about to explain the reasons, Consultant Wang began to assert his authority, saying, Commissioner Zheng, who is the expert here, you or us? I demand that you contact Jiang Ming immediately. If something happens to Jiang Ming, how will you take responsibility? And what qualifies you to do so? You may be a commissioner, but that doesn't mean everything you say is correct, Xiao Zheng replied. The minister's order was to help Jiang Ming escape the frozen sea by any means necessary. Our plan is almost complete, yet you want me to waste this month's only chance to communicate with Jiang Ming just to warn him about a dead plant's roots. I ask you, what is your motive? My motive? It's to protect the adventurer under my charge. Consultant Wang fumed. On the contrary, why are you constantly obstructing? Don't pull me, let me finish. Consultant Wang, I know you're anxious, but calm down. Let me ask Xiao Zheng a question first, then you can resume your urgent. The botanist Lin tugged at the enraged Consultant Wang and seized the moment to ask, Commissioner Zheng, you mentioned dead plant roots just now. What dead plant roots? He's just a commissioner, what does he know? Consultant Wang sneered. If he understood everything, what need would there be for our expert panel? Might as well let him handle everything himself. Expert Lin, look here. Ignoring Consultant Wang's irrationality, Xiao Zheng replayed a segment of the video and paused it at the moment when Jiang Ming, hearing Leifa's chirps, looked up at the cave ceiling. The ceiling? Expert Lin asked, puzzled. What's there? Holes. Before Xiao Zheng could explain, Consultant Wang interrupted. Holes are surprising. This is a natural cave, not a man-made house. Leaks and drafts are normal. Xiao Zheng, weary of the provocations, ignored him and continued. These holes appeared only after the squirrel Leifu, following its master's order, uprooted the purple demon flower. And each hole has a thick root hanging down from above. Thus we can conclude these holes were created when Leifu pulled the flower, dragging the roots upward. Jiang Ming realized this too, recognizing these roots belonged to the dead purple flower and were harmless, so he chose to pull them out manually to confirm. After verification, he entered the bear's den to claim the reward. That makes sense. The experts nodded in agreement, endorsing Xiao Zheng's reasoning. But the more the experts agreed with Xiao Zheng, the more it felt like a slap in the face to Consultant Wang. Even though he found it somewhat plausible, he couldn't resist being contrary. What sense does it make? This is all his baseless speculation. How could a single flower have so many roots? I suspect Jiang Ming fell under an illusion the moment he looked up, which is why he changed his mind at the last second and reached out to touch that thing. Now he's bound to die because of those roots. No, because of your arrogant obstruction. I will definitely file a complaint with the minister. A commissioner like you who defies the expert panel's orders is utterly unworthy of being our bridge to the adventurer. You'll only get them killed. Consultant Wong, that's enough. Expert Lin intervened, sensing the tension. I think Commissioner Jiang has a point. Expert Lin, are you on our side or his? Consultant Wong fumed. I'm trying to save a life. How is that too much? On the contrary, how can you betray? Consultant Wong, some things are better left unsaid. Expert Lin cut him off. We're all here to help the adventurer Jiang Ming. There's no side to speak of. Moreover, based on my analysis, Commissioner Jiang's claim that all those roots come from the same plant is highly plausible, because their trembling frequency and direction are almost identical. If these roots had sentience, they wouldn't all tremble downward or suddenly release the animal carcasses that serve as nutrients. Only a few would reach out to ensnare Jiang Ming as prey. Huh. Feeling cornered, Consultant Wong turned his sarcasm on Expert Lin, who had sided with Xiao Zhang. You may be a botanist, but you study Earth's plants. The flora of this other world is vast and varied. Dare you claim you've mastered it all? If this plant defies common patterns and costs Jiang Ming his life, are you prepared to share the blame with Commissioner Jiang? Beware of tarnishing your reputation. Well, Expert Lin hesitated. Haha, Jiang Ming got the Xiao Zhang burst into laughter. These roots are indeed harmless. Expert Lin, you're a true veteran in botany. Your analysis was spot on. Naturally. Seeing Jiang Ming claim the chest on the live feed, Expert Lin beamed. Whether it's Earth's plants or those from another world, they are still plants bound by common traits. At that moment, all the experts cast mocking glances at Consultant Wong. Feeling the sting of humiliation in their eyes, his heart tightened. Damn it, how did he end up being right? The unease gnawed at Consultant Wong. After much thought, he latched onto a possibility, a lure. This must be a lure. However, when Consultant Wong uttered this line, the crowd was watching Jiang Ming in the live stream, who was calmly jumping out of the pile of corpses while holding a treasure chest completely unscathed by the numerous roots that had rained down. In fact, many of the roots had been forcibly torn apart due to the continuous tugging from above and subsequently fell down from the cave ceiling. Some of the severed roots were still drifting down, with dark green sap pouring down like rain, while the broken surfaces oozed with a fluorescent liquid, casting an eerie glow in the dim cave. The remnants of these roots fluttered in the air, resembling countless torn ribbons cheering for Jiang Ming over the sea of corpses and blood. The barrage in the live stream was already boiling over like sizzling oil. While this scene is too shocking, those roots didn't touch him at all. Jiang God deserves full marks for this operation. I'm not worried about him getting arrogant. How does Jiang God know those roots are safe? Even if I were in a haunted house, I wouldn't dare to go in. This is way scarier than a haunted house. At least you know it's fake there, but this is a plant that can actually eat people. Just look at those mummies. Indeed, it's really terrifying. Only Jiang God would dare to do this. So fierce, too fierce. As Xiao Zhang's gaze shifted back from the live stream to the expert panel, he noticed everyone's eyes filled with amusement, all focused on Consultant Wong. There was no anger or mockery in their gazes, only a kind of ridicule that made him feel even more uncomfortable. Consultant Wong felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by something, and he was feeling uneasy in his throat. The earlier words, "it must be a bait," still echoed in his ears, and now the image on the big screen of Jiang Ming, holding the treasure chest completely unharmed, felt like a loud slap to his face. Just as Jiang Ming was holding the treasure chest and stepping out of the bear cave, bang! A massive purple plant fell from the sky, with countless tentacles unfurling like living creatures, standing tall and then shooting towards Jiang Ming like a rain of arrows. Tendrils rained down from the sky, densely obscuring all light at the cave's entrance. They wove into a huge net in the air, enveloping Jiang Ming, tightening layer upon layer, quickly wrapping him into a massive black cocoon. Consultant Wong's eyes instantly widened as the feeling of humiliation seemed to finally find an outlet. Slap! He slammed the table and stood up abruptly, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and pride. See, what did I say? Bait. This is the bait. He pointed at the screen with a trembling finger, spitting as he spoke. The roots in that cave have no offensive capabilities at all. They are merely the disguise of this main plant. The real killing move is waiting for him at the cave entrance. Look, this is a clever predator. This is Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. After all, this was an adventurer who had brought a lot of resources to Long Country, and he was a living life. Even the viewers in the live stream who were unrelated felt pity and sadness for Jiang Ming, yet Consultant Wong was still looking around, his face filled with excitement that screamed, "I was right." He even wanted to specifically point out the dumbfounded Expert Lin at this moment. Expert Lin, aren't you a PhD in Didn't you say that all plants have common traits? How come you didn't analyze that this deadly plant was waiting for Jiang Ming at the cave entrance? Huh. Expert Lin's face changed drastically, his lips turning pale as his gaze fixated on the writhing purple cocoon on the screen. The Special Operations Department fell into dead silence. Meanwhile, in contrast to the silence in the Special Operations Department, the live stream was filled with wails. No way. Jiang God really slipped up this time. It's so unfair. What can be done? Who would have thought this thing was lying in ambush? Is this an alien creature? How could a plant possess such high intelligence? This is ridiculous. This situation is too absurd. Jiang God won't turn into a mummy, will he? Please don't. I was looking forward to tasting bear meat tomorrow. Woo, Jiang God. The voices of regret from the crowd nearly flooded the live stream, but among those comments there were always some disdainful remarks. For instance, Xiao Sakura's ha-ha finally getting his comeuppance. My trip to the shrine was worth it just to see him suffer. Finally he's in trouble. And the ones from Beautiful Nation, isn't there a saying in Long Country that you shouldn't take on jobs without the right to? This adventurer was just too greedy, thinking that, because he had killed the snow demon bear through some dirty tricks, he really thought he had the same combat power as the snow demon bear. He actually dared to venture into the bear cave, clearly looking for death. One less competitor is indeed very good. A netizen from Curry Country smugly added, without this Long Country person, we Curry Country people can make it into the top 10. It's all his fault for occupying our Curry Country's position. Dying is just right. However, just as a crowd of foreigners were looking down on Long Country, a furious voice suddenly erupted from within the purple cocoon Lai Fu. It was a roar filled with deep-seated hatred. A roar that seemed ready to smash the opponent. Though it was just a single shout, Jiang Ming's roar felt like a splash of cold water poured into the oil-sizzling live stream, and it dropped a huge stone into the calm Special Operations Department. The oil pot exploded in an instant, and the once calm lake surface splashed up huge water droplets. Ah, Jiang God is safe. So good, Jiang God is still alive. He must be battling this flower with both will and strength. If Jiang God could take down the snow demon bear, how could this mere flower be enough to challenge him? Don't say it's an insignificant plant. Even if it's an alien creature, Jiang God wouldn't fear it at all. While most people were relieved that Jiang Ming was fine, a small number after hearing Jiang Ming's roar deliberately made sour remarks. He just heard his own voice. That doesn't mean he's safe. Exactly, this might just be his last struggle, calling Lai Fu to help him. But I see Lai Fu hasn't come yet. He probably doesn't dare. After all, Lai Fu is just a squirrel. He's not a large, fierce dog. It's normal for him to not dare come over. The one above makes a good point. I suspect he's truly in a dire situation this time. Meanwhile, within the Special Operations Department, Consultant Wang, who had been feeling smug about being right, stiffened his expression upon hearing Jiang Ming's roar from within the purple cocoon. It felt like being slapped in the face all over again. To be honest, he was quite conflicted. He hoped Jiang Ming would get into trouble, but also hoped he wouldn't die. Because if Jiang Ming was fine, it meant he had been wrong. And he had been wrong twice in a row, both serious misjudgments, and even got mocked by a little staff member. This made it difficult for him, as the leader of the expert team, to continue guiding the experts in the future. How could he keep going? But if Jiang Ming really died, he would also be in big trouble. Now, even the better participants already had their own expert teams. He was quite optimistic about Cold War, but they didn't think highly of him. And Jiang Ming was the best candidate he could choose right now. If he really died, he might be temporarily after a moment of entanglement. Ultimately, face overcame Consultant Wang's rationality. Seeing the comments in the live stream, he sarcastically remarked, although Jiang Ming has some skills, he is still young. He may still think of Lai Fu as his strongest backup, but he forgets that Lai Fu is just a squirrel. How he acted recklessly without calculating all the stakes, and that is his greatest flaw. What a pity. If this opportunity had been given to Cold War, such a situation would definitely not have occurred. Lack of experience is just lack of experience. Those born from grassroots have this shortcoming, always not comprehensive enough in thinking. I believe I should suggest to the minister that next time adventurers are selected, they undergo comprehensive training. Especially training in tactics, otherwise this is the next outcome. But at that moment Xiao Zheng smiled slightly, and said, I believe Jiang Ming isn't looking for Lai Fu's help. Rather, he's venting his anger on Lai Fu. What nonsense are you talking about? Consultant Wang naturally did not believe it. Hasn't this adventurer gone a whole day without food? Going out in this weather only burns more calories. Suddenly, the crowd saw a purple cocoon ball being pushed up by something like an overinflated balloon. They noticed that some parts of the cocoon were almost transparent. But the thing inside was still pushing with great force. It seemed determined not to give up until it broke through. Pop. Then, a small sound of rupture echoed in the ears of the crowd. Then everyone saw a giant goldenrod. A trident burst through the cocoon. Jiang Ming also took the opportunity of the trident breaking through to emerge from the sticky flower stem, but there was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, he looked up at the top of the cave in anger and said, Lai Fu, do you want to crush me to death? At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room finally noticed. Lai Fu had actually been at the top of the cave peering down sneakily, as if watching how Jiang Ming was doing. And the originally evil purple flower at the top of the cave had vanished without a trace. So, when Lai Fu saw the furious Jiang Ming, he immediately let out a caw and then scurried away like a mouse caw. The crowd was stunned for a full 2 seconds. The live broadcast bullet screen erupted with a torrent of ha-ha cascading down like a waterfall. After all this time, the giant cocoon that wrapped Jiang Ming like a rice dumpling was not the main target waiting to ambush him, but rather the evil purple flower that Lai Fu had thrown down. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What a divine teammate Lai Fu is. So this is the truth. Those tentacles were thrown down by Lai Fu. He couldn't have thrown it earlier or later, but waited until Jiang Ming escaped from the cave at that instant to throw it. Lai Fu, you really know how to pick your moment. Just as Jiang Ge jumped out from the pile of corpses, still catching his breath, a pot of flowers fell on his head. If it were me, I would also freak out. Lai Fu's operation is a masterpiece in the mouse world. It could give anyone a heart attack. The bullet screen was filled with joyful expressions. However, in this sea of happiness, Advisor Wang's face looked as if it was covered in cement, rigid enough to not reveal even a hint of a smile. His earlier impassioned speech lingered in his ears. Bait. This is bait. The real killing move is waiting for him at the cave entrance. Every word now felt like a boomerang striking back at him, leaving him wounded. Though the experts didn't say anything unpleasant, the mocking glances in their eyes were more painful than any word. Their gaze clearly wrote, "Didn't you just speak so confidently? Weren't you daring enough to confront expert Lin? So now why are you silent?" More importantly, there was an added layer in their eyes. Doubt. Doubt about his professional ability, doubt about his judgment, doubt about whether he deserved to be in this position. On the contrary, the atmosphere around Xiaozhong was entirely different. The experts' gazes towards him had noticeably softened, even carrying a hint of admiration. The expert Lin, who had just been publicly ridiculed by Advisor Wang, even secretly gave Xiaozhong a thumbs. Xiaozhong modestly nodded, his face devoid of any expression, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth betrayed his current mood. Advisor Wang watched all this unfold, feeling as if a hot iron block was lodged in his chest. He took a deep breath, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying, and turned to Xiaozhong. Xiaozhong, this fact today was unexpected. No one could have predicted that squirrel would suddenly. Advisor Wang. Xiaozhong interrupted without turning his head, bluntly cutting off his words. I will write a full report on today's incident, including your public assertions of bait and main target during the live broadcast, as well as the discrepancies between these judgments and the facts. I will submit it to the minister for review. Yugi. Advisor Wang's face changed drastically, the smile at the corner of his mouth instantly freezing. Xiaozhong, what do you mean by this? Is it necessary to escalate the issue? We are all colleagues. Jiang Ming is also our colleague. Xiaozhong finally turned his face, his gaze straightforward and sharp. Advisor Wang, you just said that if Jiang Ming's life were harmed, who would take responsibility? I am documenting the entire process accurately, so that those above can judge whose judgment was flawed and who withstood the pressure at a critical moment. This statement is watertight. It neither names nor insults anyone, yet every word stabs like a knife into Advisor Wang's heart. Advisor Wang's face changed from white to green, then from green to red, looking as if he had opened a dye shop. His lips trembled as he tried to refute, but he found that every word from Xiaozhong was justified, leaving him with no way to respond. Good. Very good. Advisor Wang forced out a few words between his teeth, his voice trembling. The surrounding experts maintained serious expressions, observing with their eyes closed, but the glint of glee in their corners could not be hidden. Xiaozhong no longer looked at him, but returned to his workstation to start typing on the keyboard, the clear sound of the keys resonating in everyone's ears. Meanwhile, in contrast to the quiet of the Special Operations Department, the crowd in the live broadcast room exploded again when Jiang Ming opened the chest. Because after extricating himself from the evil flower, Jiang Ming, although drenched in purple goo and looking disheveled, was firmly fixated on the half-open treasure chest in his arms, from which golden light spilled forth. The golden glow naturally sparked discussions in the live broadcast room. Golden light. It must be a treasure. After all, it was previously said to be a hard-level reward. If it were trash, how could it justify the dual crisis of the evil flower and the bear cave? That's true, but I wonder what this time's reward will be. So exciting. The reveal is happening. Jiang Shen got a dagger. What? Is Jiang Shen on bad terms with weapons? Why does he keep getting weapons? That's a bit disappointing. After all, Jiang Shen already has a divine level trident. Unless this reward is also divine level, I might not even look at it. That's true. After all, getting multiple weapons is a bit boring. Wait, does Jiang Shen's expression seem a bit lewd, a bit off? Could it be that this isn't an ordinary weapon? It should be, maybe, probably. The crowd saw that in the live broadcast room, Jiang Ming was reaching into the wooden box, in uncontrollable ecstasy surging across his face. Because At first glance, this dagger isn't regarded as a weapon, but it is something he desperately needs. Blade of Decomposition Epic. When the wielder touches any inanimate object, it automatically triggers the decomposition effect, transforming the target's remains into usable material resources. Jiang Ming raised the weapon to his eyes as the purple light gradually receded, revealing its true form. It was an antique short blade about a foot in length, pitch black, as if it had absorbed all the light around it. Instead of a smooth, sharp edge like ordinary blades, it bore a row of fine serrated patterns that flickered in and out of sight under the purple glow, seeming to slither slowly across the blade like living creatures. Blade of Decomposition. Jiang Ming couldn't help but marvel at the dagger's beauty. Yet when he shouted the weapon's name, it drew skepticism from countless spies in the live stream, who simply couldn't bear to see him succeed. An epic weapon. Did I hear that right? Impossible. The Blade of Decomposition is an epic-grade weapon. How could an ordinary person, not even a sequence user, obtain such a high-tier weapon? That defies logic. There's no weapon in the world that can directly decompose things into materials. I think this Dragon Kingdom adventurer is just bluffing. It might not be a bluff, just a homonym. After all, we haven't seen him use it, or we only heard him shout a name. Who knows what it actually does? Right, maybe it's just a knife for easily dissecting prey carcasses. It's generous enough to give him that. He only killed the snow demon bear through cunning. What right does he have to a legendary weapon? Yoshida, I fully support your view. What makes him deserve such a good item? I'd say it's all just a dream. Naturally, Jiang Ming was unaware of how those wretched people in the live stream were badmouthing him, nor did he care, for all his attention was now fixed on this Blade of Decomposition. Originally, he had been worrying about how to bring back the snow demon bear and that flower. Now he could just test it out on this sinister flower first. Swish. As the Blade of Decomposition lightly pierced the leaf of the sinister flower, a prompt appeared in Jiang Ming's mind. Decompose Level 2 Monster Bloodthirsty Demon Vine. Decompose. The moment Jiang Ming confirmed the decomposition, a golden light surged from the blade's tip, enveloping the massive plant remains entirely. Where the light flowed, petals, stems, leaves, and roots rapidly disintegrated, as if by magic, all stored within the virtual space. Just like when he decomposed the ship, he obtained many materials. Bloodthirsty Demon Vine Petal 8 Bloodthirsty Demon Vine Stem 108 Bloodthirsty Demon Vine Nectar 10L Level 2 Beast Core 1. This flower actually had a Level 2 Beast Core. Overjoyed, Jiang Ming quickly retrieved from the virtual space a thumb-sized crystal clear purple core. Indeed, the moment he took out the Beast Core, the virtual space storing it vanished. He couldn't store it back. However, as long as he didn't retrieve the other materials, they would remain preserved in the virtual space. Though Jiang Ming wasn't sure how much it could hold, it was enough for now. When the livestream audience saw Jiang Ming use the Blade of Decomposition to make that massive car-sized evil flower disappear, they went wild. Little Sakura, see that? Our god Jiang has the genuine Blade of Decomposition. Jealous. Haha, he's already in another world, why would he need to follow scientific principles? It is indeed a weapon for easy dissection, but not only that. It can also temporarily store things, which is simply unbeatable. I remember it could temporarily store the ship parts too, right? This must be some kind of special loophole. Loophole or not, now that God Jiang can bring the snow demon bear's corpse back to the ship, does that mean, well, get some food too? That bear must weigh at least 20 to 30 tons, right? Even with a 10,000-fold multiplier, that's 600 million pounds. Everyone gets at least half a pound. And God Jiang might not even get just 600 million pounds. True. We haven't even finished the fish yet, but tomorrow we'll have a feast again. So that Laifu guy, though he nearly gave Jiang a heart attack, actually brought an experiment subject and a level 2 beast core. Sorry Laifu, I laughed too loudly earlier. Turns out you're a lucky charm. Brother Laifu, I failed to recognize your greatness. You're a hero. In the Special Operations Department, the experts stood up in unison, craning their necks to stare at the short blade, with its flowing patterns on the screen, their faces filled with shock and excitement. Xiaozhen clenched his fists in excitement. He glanced down at the words he had just written in his notebook, and suddenly felt that this report could carry even more weight. Preferably enough weight to utterly crush certain people beyond recovery. He cast a sidelong glance at Consultant Wang beside him. Consultant Wang's face had turned indescribably ashen. His face looked as if all blood had been drained, pale and gray lips pressed tightly into a thin line, the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He stared blankly at the young man wielding the divine weapon on the screen, then at the spirited commissioner, Xiaozhen, feeling as if his heart was being ground down bit by bit. Earlier he had tried to brush off his mistake lightly with the word accident. But now, Jiang Ming had not only escaped the accident unscathed, but had also turned it into an opportunity to obtain an epic weapon. And the words he had just spoken had now become nothing but a joke. The thought that Commissioner Zhang intended to submit all these jokes to the minister made him feel utterly miserable. He even felt as if he were the clown. Decompose level 3 monster snow demon bear. With the blade of decomposition, Jiang Ming now butchered the bear meat without hesitation. Whether it was the demon flower or the big bear, one slash was enough. Snow demon bear meat formula Gene bear, hide 1 bear claw 4 bear, tooth 42, level 2 beast core, won another batch of supplies secured. Jiang Ming finally returned home satisfied. With 2 beast cores in hand, it was time to upgrade the ship. Moreover, among the newly acquired supplies there were some special materials that Jiang Ming couldn't take out to examine. For instance, the bloodthirsty demon vines, petals, stems, and nectar. Since the blade of decomposition could extract them, they must be useful materials. Jiang Ming was eager to know their purpose. But he couldn't take them out now, or else he wouldn't be able to put them back. So he had to hurry back to the ship to take a look. Dear captains, the material upload time is about to begin. Please place the materials to be transmitted back to your home country into the special cabin. The upload will end in 30 minutes. Jiang Ming had just returned to the ship when he heard the reminder for material transmission. Perfect, he had been worrying about where to store these items. It was time to draw a multiplier gift pack. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming took out 40,000 pounds of bear meat directly from the special cabin. With a loud crash, countless chunks of bear meat cascaded down like a waterfall. The bear meat processed by the disassembly blade was shaped into rectangular blocks, each piece as beautiful as a work of art. At this moment, they were all neatly stacked in the special cabin, resembling a red brick wall. And aside from its slightly bloody appearance and unique texture, it could truly be regarded as a piece of art. In addition to the snow demon bear's meat, Jiang Ming also took out several other items. The petals of the bloodthirsty demon vine, as well as its root. Although the petals only had 8, each one was absurdly large, comparable to a bed quilt. When stacked together, they covered a considerable area. Fortunately, this special cabin seemed to possess some kind of unique effect. No matter how many items were thrown inside, it was like a black hole that could never be filled. Of course, the items inside could be retrieved at any time. So Jiang Ming first grabbed a petal and examined its properties through the information provided. Petal of the bloodthirsty demon vine can be used to make highly toxic potions or paralyzing powders. Applying it to weapons can cause enemies to enter a bleeding state. Requires an alchemist rank to process. This petal actually has hallucinogenic effects. What a good item. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming wasn't an alchemist, and based on the token he received, it didn't seem like he would evolve into one. Therefore, although this item was excellent, he couldn't use it for the time being, and might as well hand it over to the state. Perhaps the state has special talents of this type, who knows. Subsequently, Jiang Ming picked up a thick and large root of the bloodthirsty demon vine and began to study it. This root looked like some ancient tree vine, and despite the bloodthirsty demon vine being dead for a long time, as soon as it touched the blood dripping from the snow demon bear meat, it seemed to come back to life and started to absorb the blood. Impressive. This made Jiang Ming wonder if he hadn't thought of taking down that evil flower before entering the bear cave, but had entered the cave first. Would he have been drained dry by these roots? However, upon seeing the root of the bloodthirsty demon vine, he realized that its effects contradicted its appearance somewhat. Root of the bloodthirsty demon vine can be used to make powerful hemostatic bandages. Applying directly to wounds can quickly coagulate blood, or made into clothing or weapons. Due to its toughness and unique vitality, the items crafted from it can have self-repairing properties. Requires upgrades to an alchemy lab or a living workshop for processing. This time the note didn't state that only alchemists could process it. Instead, it merely said to upgrade to an alchemy lab or living workshop to process it. What a good item, although there was quite a lot. Xiaozhou, take 1/3 of these roots and store them in the warehouse. Xiaozhou's tentacles immediately descended from above into the special cabin. However, when it grabbed 3 roots to toss into the hole in the cabin wall, it hesitated in midair, swaying back and forth, and refused to continue. Why aren't you continuing? Jiang Ming asked in confusion. Xiaozhou surprisingly gestured with its tentacle. You can't count. Jiang Ming quickly realized you don't know how much 1/3 is right. The tentacle repeatedly pointed at its hand. Jiang Ming understood, but asking a 9-league fish to do math was indeed too much to ask, so he shrugged and said, then just count to 30. The tentacle nodded again, but when it reached the 9th root it paused. It seemed to hesitate a bit. What's wrong? Jiang Ming looked at its appearance and couldn't help but tease, you can't count past 9. Don't you know what's after 9? The tentacle hesitated and slowly nodded as if feeling a bit embarrassed. But it hadn't been educated. How could it count? Then just count from 1 to 9 3 times. You can do that, right? Jiang Ming said, somewhat amused. The tentacle nodded repeatedly and went back to counting. While Jiang Ming's clueless assistant continued to work, he took out 10 liters of flower nectar to study. The moment he extracted the nectar, splash, countless sticky flower nectar poured out, splattering all over the cabin. Flower nectar of the bloodthirsty demon vine. Remember to use a sufficiently large bottle to hold it, can be used to create potions for restoring health or energy, can also serve as honey with a high sweetness, very delicious. Requires upgrades to an alchemy lab for processing. The information about the flower nectar of the bloodthirsty demon vine appeared before Jiang Ming's eyes. However, it was obviously too late. Why didn't you wait for me to finish up first? Jiang Ming looked at his sticky hands filled with flower nectar, thankful that he had opened it in the special cabin, otherwise this nectar would have been wasted. However, now it seemed quite difficult to collect it back. Jiang Ming put his hand to his mouth and licked it with his tongue. It was indeed very sweet. It was a shame he couldn't keep it to eat. But forget it. It was also a contribution to the state. He wondered if it would spill everywhere when uploaded. Smack! Just as Jiang Ming was about to find some water to wash his hands, Xiaozhou's tentacles suddenly descended from above and lashed onto his hand, refusing to let go. What are you doing? Jiang Ming shook his hand, but couldn't shake off this wet, cold tentacle. Yet as he shook, he felt something was off. Because his palm was tingling as if something was licking it. Could it be? Jiang Ming raised his hand to look, and sure enough, he saw the tip of the tentacle split open, extending a thin, long tongue that was sucking the honey from his hand. This creature was really sucking him. Hey, enough already! Jiang Ming exclaimed in anger. I'm not your comrade. Why are you sucking me? Jiang Ming, comrade. While the tentacle continued to suck, Jiang Ming, the Special Operations Department, witnessing the several liters of flower nectar spilled, felt a sense of urgency. Prepare for the flower nectar to be transmitted back. Quickly inform all warehouses to be on alert. Jiang Ming is likely to transmit back a large amount of unbottled honey, so you must place containers for honey in the warehouses within half an hour. If you can't find anything, temporarily lay down plastic sheets immediately. As soon as the situation of spilled flower nectar appeared in Jiang Ming's live broadcast, Xiaozheng immediately took a screenshot and sent a report to the minister's office. The minister's office also established a material dispatch group in response to Jiang Ming's repeated transmission of large quantities of supplies, which resulted in frequent warehouse overflow. This group was specifically created to handle situations like this. Thus, when Jiang Ming spilled the flower nectar, the material dispatch group's phone quickly contacted all major warehouses to get ready. Time is running out. The leader of the resource allocation team said, because Comrade Jiang Ming not only brought back the nectar, but also a large amount of snow demon bear meat. If luck is on our side, we might face another surplus. Oh my, no. Jiang Ming is truly a great comrade, but with so many supplies we have no idea which warehouse they will be uploaded to. Half an hour probably won't be enough to fill a warehouse of over 10,000 square meters. We'll fill as much as we can. This is high-quality material returned from another realm. The minister has said that not a single drop can be wasted. Stop talking nonsense, mobilize everyone, and get to work. As Jiang Ming sprinkled some nectar, the entire resource allocation team immediately turned into a flurry of activity, making calls and assigning tasks. Chaos ensued. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming was still engaged in a battle of wits with the tentacles that had fallen from the dragon boat. Once this guy tasted sweetness, it refused to let go, licking incessantly to the point that Jiang Ming was left speechless, saying, "If you love eating so much, then figure out a way to store all this nectar that's spilling everywhere." The tentacle paused momentarily upon hearing this, then stopped licking. It released Jiang Ming's hand and revealed a puzzled expression as if deep in thought. Then, blurp, blurp, blurp. Jiang Ming heard various bubbling sounds. Then a bizarre scene occurred. He saw that the ground of the special cabin had sprouted patches of flesh. These patches of flesh resembled closed flowers wrapping up all the nectar that had spilled onto the ground. What do you mean by this? Seeing that the small boat had wrapped up all the nectar, Jiang Ming's expression darkened, saying, "Are you trying to pocket everything for yourself? I merely suggested you could find a way to store it, not to say you could stuff everything into your pockets." The tentacle did not understand what pocketing meant. It puzzled over it for a long time. Finally, pocketing. Pocketing. So, the tentacle, like picking fruit, plucked a round pouch from a pile of flesh on the ground and handed it to Jiang Ming. It felt like picking fruit from a tree or harvesting watermelons from a farm. Gulp. Jiang Ming shook the pouch and heard the sound of liquid sloshing inside. Surprised but smiling, he asked, "So you didn't intend to pocket it all, but just wanted to help me store the nectar to—" The tentacle hesitated for a long time, finally reluctantly nodding. It had no intention of returning it, but since the master said it was pocketing, it could only return everything with reluctance. However, since the master was so bad, it planned to secretly hide a few after the master left without returning them. Jiang Ming, hearing this, directly stuffed the pouch of flesh into the small boat's hand, saying, "You did very well today, so this is for you. You can eat it whenever you like and in front of whomever you want." The tentacle stood up again, because it heard a key phrase, "eat in front of whomever it wants." Could that mean it could eat in front of that dead squirrel? It always tempted itself by eating nuts and grilled fish in front of it, and every time it wanted to beg for a snack, that damn rodent would bite it hard. Since then, the tentacle had been holding a grudge. Yet it was the master's pet, and could not refuse it boarding the ship, but now the master allowed it to eat the nectar in front of it. Huh, isn't this a perfect opportunity for revenge? Gulp, gulp. The tentacle took the pouch of flesh and spun around happily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Ming picked 2 nectar balls from the floor. Weighing them, one was about a liter. He gave one to the small boat, and still had 7 to send back, which wasn't too little. As for the remaining bear skin and bear fangs, Jiang Ming had no plans to send them back. He could send back 2 bear paws, keeping 2 for himself. The bear fangs and bear skin are excellent materials for making battle robes and weapons, so Jiang Ming planned to keep them for personal use. Snow demon bear fangs can be crafted into armor-piercing arrows or sharp daggers with the fang material containing frost power that can slow down the enemy's actions upon hitting, or used as a casting medium for ice spells embedded in a staff to enhance frost damage. Requires upgrading to a weapon workshop or enchanting workshop for processing. Snow demon bear skin can be crafted into cold-resistant cloaks or armor able to nullify ordinary cold and reduce ice spell damage. Requires upgrading to a living workshop for processing. Jiang Ming cleaned the last bit of sticky nectar from his hands and headed towards the captain's room without looking. The small boat's tentacle was still swaying behind him, with the small opening at the tip revealing a thin tongue, obviously still savoring the sweetness from earlier. Jiang Ming waved his hand, saying, "Don't follow me, go count the remaining roots and stems, count to 9, 3 times, don't forget." The tentacle froze in midair, then wilted back. The door to the captain's room closed behind him, cutting off the bloody and sweet smells from the special cabin. Jiang Ming walked to the control panel just in time. Today's resource upload time has ended. All captains, please confirm the upload of all resources in the special cabin on the control panel. The cold prompt sound rang out on time. Jiang Ming clicked confirm on the control panel, silently calculating the items he had put in this time. 40,000 pounds of snow demon bear meat, 7 nectar balls, 8 bloodthirsty vine petals, plus 2 bloodthirsty vine roots. Although the variety isn't many, the snow demon bear meat and nectar are both from lord-level monsters. They should definitely yield a high multiplier. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, the bullet comments have already heated up. It's here. Jiang Shun is about to upload again. It seems like there are several items this time. I see some petals and roots. Honey. The honey from the bloodthirsty demon vine. Brothers, this is sweet stuff. Sweet food. Finally, is there sweet food? Recently, the supplies I've received have only been grains. Although there is meat, I haven't had sweet food in a long time. I've almost forgotten what sweetness feels like. Honey. I also have flour. I can make a cake. I haven't eaten it in so long. I'm really going crazy. Don't celebrate too early. We don't know how many times yet. Jiang Shun, bless us. It must be a high multiplier. Hi. 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 The needle slowly came to a stop, surpassing 1,000 times, then 10,000 times, finally stabilizing at 100,000 times. Jiang Ming's lips curled up. 100,000 times, that's about right. The final cashback multiplier is 100,000 times. The resources returned to the Dragon Kingdom from Jiang Ming are as follows. Snow demon bear meat, 4 billion gene. Bloodthirsty demon vine petals, 8,000 pieces. Bloodthirsty demon vine honey, 7,000 liters. Bloodthirsty demon vine roots, 2,000 roots. As the dust settled, the Dragon Kingdom's livestream comments exploded again. 2 a-level items. Both the snow demon bear meat and the honey are a level. Holy cow, 100,000 times. 2 a-level supplies with 100,000 times return. Last time, a billion gene of giant clams caused a nationwide warehouse explosion. This time, with 4,000 gene of snow demon bear meat multiplied by 100,000. Come on, brothers, good at math. How many warehouses will explode this time? 40 billion gene. A full 40 billion gene. The warehouse is going to explode again. Oh, it seems my uncle will have to work overtime tonight. This is just the beginning. What about the honey? 7 liters multiplied by 100,000, that's 700,000 liters of honey. In liquid form. Sticky. The warehouse staff are going to go crazy. Just as the viewers in the live stream expected, the phone lines of the Special Operations Bureau's Resource Dispatch Group were inundated at this moment. When team leader Old Wong answered the phone, he was still immersed in the fatigue of the previous resource dispatch. How much? Report to the team leader. The snow demon bear meat is expected to return 40 billion gene bloodthirsty demon vine petals, 800,000 pieces honey, 700,000 liters, and roots, 200,000 roots. Old Wong plopped back into his chair, beads of sweat visibly bursting from his forehead. He could manage 40 billion gene of meat. He could handle 800,000 petals, 200,000 roots weren't a problem, but 700,000 liters of honey. In liquid form. 700,000 liters of a-level honey, that's the core material for making blood replenishing potions. On the battlefield, 1 blood replenishing potion can save a life. How many can be made from 700,000 liters? If even a drop spills, it would be a crime against the front lines. When Warehouse Director Zhao of Warehouse No. 7 received the call. His legs were trembling. He had just been promoted from the grassroots level and was independently responsible for a Class A warehouse for the first. Half an hour ago, he received a call saying that the adventurer Jiang Ming might upload unbottled honey. He worked tirelessly to find 300 food-grade sealed barrels from the warehouse, all neatly stacked in the center, even covering half the warehouse with leak-proof mats. But when the teleportation passage above finally opened, Director Zhao was still scared to the point of almost sitting on the ground. There was no golden yellow deluge pouring down as he had imagined. As the teleportation port opened, what fell down were round rolling meatballs. Plop, 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 plop. Hi. The spheres landed on the leak-proof mat, bouncing twice, and then coming to a stable stop, not a single one broken. Director Zhao's eyes widened as he watched the growing pile of meat lumps on the warehouse floor, his heart almost leaping out of his throat. Each of these balls was the size of a watermelon, with a deep red surface covered in fine patterns looking like connective tissue from some kind of creature. The most bizarre part was that they were still moving. Not moving greatly, but as if something inside was constantly. Stop! Stop the teleportation! Quickly stop the teleportation! Director Zhao rushed up to the second floor, grabbing the emergency line, his voice cracking. Dispatch group. Dispatch group. This is warehouse No. 7. We received alien insect eggs. Repeat, we received suspected alien insect eggs. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds. Then, Old Wang, the head of the logistics team, burst into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha. The laughter pierced through the phone line, making Zhao Kang's eardrums buzz. It's not an insect egg, it's not an insect egg. Old Wang laughed so hard he pounded the table, tears streaming down his face. That's nectar. Nectar, Zhao Tsangzhong. Have you seen Jiangshan's live stream? Comrade Jiang Ming wrapped each droplet of nectar with a tentacle like a meat tumor. Did you see those meatballs? Each one contains grade A nectar. Comrade Jiang Ming has preserved the nectar for us. Zhao Tsangzhong held the phone stunned. He slowly turned his head and looked at the round meat tumor balls on the warehouse floor, one of which lay quietly at his feet. The liquid inside the meatball, while no longer sloshing, still resembled some sort of dormant egg sac. He cautiously squatted down and poked it with his index finger. It was soft, very elastic. The surface layer felt warm and dry, completely unlike the otherworldly materials that had just been delivered. So, Zhao Tsangzhong swallowed hard. This isn't an insect egg. No, it's the nectar that Comrade Jiang Ming carefully packed for us. Old Wang laughed so hard he gasped for air. Comrade Jiang Ming is truly a good comrade. His ship is also incredible, managing to package the nectar into these little forms like express packages. Zhao Tsangzhong stared at the meat tumor balls for 3 seconds, then he burst into laughter as well. The warehouse administrators exchanged glances, unsure of what had just happened. From a distance, one could see Zhao Tsangzhong holding the phone, laughing while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Just then the logistics team's phone rang again. Old Wang answered, immediately straightening his back, for this call was a direct line from the minister. Old Wang, has the nectar arrived? The minister's voice rarely carried a hint of cheer. How is it? It hasn't spilled, has it? Report, minister. Old Wang's voice was filled with excitement. Not a single drop has spilled. Comrade Jiang Ming preserved all the nectar in meat tumors, each holding about 1 liter, and they arrived in perfect order. That kid Zhao Tsangzhong thought it was an insect egg, and he was scared half to death. Ha! Laughter echoed from the other end of the phone, as if several people in the office were laughing. That kid Jiang Ming surprises people every time. The minister's tone held an unmistakable pride, then he switched to a serious tone, issuing orders. Old Wang, divide the nectar into 3 parts, as usual. 1/3 to be stored in the strategic reserve as raw material for potions, 1/3 allocated to the medical departments of each military district for priority in making blood replenishing potions, the remaining 1/3 to be distributed in batches to the citizens. Additionally, from this batch of nectar, send 10 liters to the orphanage. Remember, this doesn't require going through the allocation process, it will come directly from my approved quota. Understood, minister. Old Wang straightened up, saluting the phone with a standard posture. I guarantee the task will be completed. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the bullet screen had already turned into a sea of exuberant excitement. My uncle just told me Jiangshan's nectar upload scared the head of warehouse number 7 half to death. Huh, why? He thought it was an insect egg. It made me laugh to death. Who has that warehouse manager's phone number? I want to interview him about his mental state at that time. Don't blame him, those meat tumor balls do look like eggs, and they move. If it were me, I would have panicked too. Just imagine. As soon as the transport portal opened, a meatball dropped with a thud, and I bet everyone in the warehouse was startled. Laugh all you want, but this nectar is a good thing. Grade A nectar can be eaten like honey. It's very sweet and delicious. I don't care, I'm going to line up for nectar tomorrow. I want to make honey water. Honey water. That's small thinking. Didn't you hear Jiangshan say? This nectar can be used for hot pot. grilled snow magic bear meat with blood-sucking demon vine nectar. Wow, my mouth is already watering. 4 billion gene of bear meat plus 700,000 liters of nectar. Is this a plan to make all 14 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom gain 3 pounds collectively? Gaining 3 pounds is worth it. This is a level monster meat from another world paired with a level nectar. Even the United Nations would hold a meeting out of envy. I just calculated just the 700,000 liters of nectar at market price is an astronomical figure. Can they really distribute that to us? Of course they can. Just like last time with the dodo meat and clam meat, didn't they allocate resources to us common folks? This time they certainly won't forget us. Jiang Ming is also incredible. He managed to think of a way to preserve the spilled nectar. This time it's not Jiang Ming's credit, but the credit of the Longzhou. Isn't the Longzhou still Jiang Ming's? That's true. Jiang Ming, you all take it. If a drop spills, it's my loss. Warehouse manager number 7, but that ball moves. Jiang Ming, don't worry, it won't bite. Warehouse manager, I'm not at ease. Ha ha. You guys upstairs have had enough. Amidst the laughter, someone was already calculating how long the queue for meat distribution would be tomorrow. For billion gene of bear meat, if fully distributed, each person in the country could get at least 3 gene. Even if the state keeps some back, they would still get at least 1 gene each. Not to mention the nectar. Even if each household only gets a small spoonful, that is a very real taste of sweetness. At this moment, Jiang Ming was eagerly waiting for his personal ranking to refresh. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp chirp. Just before the leaderboard appeared, he heard the ghostly cries of Lai Fu. He looked up towards the outside of the cabin and saw the small boat teasing the nectar ball, with its tentacles swaying it back and forth at the edge of the boat. At this moment, Lai Fu was holding a fish that he had somehow obtained. His pair of black bean eyes fixated intently on the nectar ball swaying at the tip of the small boat's tentacle. The small boat noticed Lai Fu's gaze. It paused and deliberately raised the nectar ball a bit higher. Then right before Lai Fu's eyes, it slowly opened the top and extended its long pink tongue. Squeak, slip. The moment the nectar was sucked into the tentacle, the small boat shook vigorously, resembling those who deliberately make food videos on social media to entice viewers. Lai Fu's ears perked up. He dropped the fish in his claws and leaped forward. The small boat was already prepared, lifting its tentacle, the nectar ball arcing through the air and disappearing into a hole in the cabin roof. Lai Fu missed. He rolled on the deck, and when he stood up, his fur was all ruffled. Squeak, 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 squeak. Jiang Ming leaned against the cabin wall, arms crossed, watching the antics of the tentacle and the squirrel with a slight smile. This guy, relying on his agility, dares to bully anything. Now he's made an enemy. Jiang Ming shook his head, continuing to look down at the personal leaderboard. The last time he checked, he was only 100 points behind the first place Peter. 100 points. Converted into materials, that means just a few more thousand gene of meat. This time he had delivered 40,000 gene of bear meat and liters of nectar, both rated A, so it should definitely be more than 100 points. Going over that was a sure thing. He was even starting to think about what the first place reward might be. However, at the moment the results were announced, Jiang Ming's smile froze on his face. 13th round adventurer contribution, ranking first place. Beautiful Nation Peter, total points 331300. Second place, Dragon Nation Jiang Ming, total points 282430. Third place, Cherry Blossom Nation Idacun, total points 45100. Jiang Ming stared at the screen, blinking once then again. He hadn't misread. Peter from Beautiful Nation 3300 points. He himself had doubled his points from yesterday, reaching a high score of 2800. But there was still a full 50,000 points difference between them. Jiang Ming had originally thought that with the bear meat and honey 2 Arat materials, he would definitely pull ahead of Peter. What happened? Peter had actually widened the gap by over 50,000 points. How ridiculous could it be? It seemed there was only one possibility for this situation. Peter had also achieved an extremely high multiplier in this round of uploads, or had uploaded extremely rare materials. Sure enough, with the daily divination refresh, Jiang Ming finally figured out the reason. But at this moment, more excited than him were the viewers in the Dragon Nation live broadcast room. The bullet screen exploded the moment the ranking refreshed. What's going on? Peter has 3300 points. Wasn't it only 9800 last time? He tripled it directly. Jiang Ming's 2 Arat materials this time returned 100,000 times. How could he still be behind first place by more than 50,000 points? What on earth did Peter upload? A nuclear bomb from the Secretary General's house. Something's off. I calculated it. Your Jiang Ming had 9800 points last time. This time, he added 40,000 gene of bear meat and nectar, increasing 200,000 points as normal. But what gave Peter the right to jump from 9800 to 3300? How could he gain 2300 points? Unless he also uploaded a Lord-level monster and had a higher multiplier than Jiang Ming. A million times. Peter definitely got 1,000,000 times. And he also uploaded something a level, or even higher. I'm really impressed. Jiang Ming killed 2 Lord-level monsters, and brought them back, and still didn't get first place. Is there really no issue with fairness? Did Beautiful Nation do something again? Don't talk about tricks, the point system is the game rule, and it's impossible to cheat. The question is, what kind of luck did Peter have? In the Material Dispatch Division of the Dragon Nation's Special Service Bureau, Old Wong had just replaced his enamel mug. He had barely taken a sip when the latest ranking data flashed across his screen. With a sudden spray, tea splattered all over the keyboard. How is this possible? Old Wong wiped his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Ming managed 2 rank items this round, yet he's fallen behind by over 50,000 points. Summoned to the director's office, Xiao Zheng's fingers flew across the keyboard, pulling up a public intelligence summary from the Beautiful Nation. Chief, according to the intelligence team, Pete uploaded and shrank resource this round. Shrank. Old Wong's voice cracked. Shrank resources were legendary and shrank monsters were domain lords that required a 4th-tier sequence to defeat. If his memory served him right, Pete, like Jiang Ming, hadn't yet been promoted to a sequence. Both were newcomers to the 13th server, having entered the game less than a week ago. How could they possibly defeat a domain lord? So what exactly did Pete get? Old Wong asked incredulously. Did he stumble upon a dead domain lord? He did find something, Xiao Zheng said, but not a corpse. It was a piece of shrank starfall iron. He mined it. Old Wong shot back. Before becoming the head of the 13th server's Material Dispatch Division, he had thoroughly studied all the adventurers on that server, especially the top 10. He knew all too well how absurdly lucky Pete from the Beautiful Nation was. His spawn point in the otherworld was right next to a mine. And that mine was on a resource-rich island. As a result, this adventurer from the Beautiful Nation had held the top spot on the leaderboard ever since. Yes, and Xiao Zheng swallowed hard. Pete triggered a 1,000,000-fold return. Old Wong fell silent. And shrank resource with a 1,000,000-fold return was beyond mere luck. But Chief, there's something else, Xiao Zheng added cautiously. Intel says the Beautiful Nation's Geological Survey Bureau had their eye on that starfall iron since the 10th server. They specifically directed Pete to dig in that direction. Old Wong gritted his molars. Premeditated. They had prepared before entering the game, and the moment they entered, they made a beeline for the target location, mining, uploading all in one smooth motion. And Jiang Ming. He was frozen in the polar sea, unable to move his ship, forced to fight his way out against 2 Lord-rank monsters. Their starting points were on completely different levels. Jiang Ming is running a handicap race. Old Wong sighed, but quickly straightened his back. But he won't lose. I believe in Jiang Ming. The daily 3 divination system refreshed with a prompt. Today's fortunes appeared. Minor luck indicated that the woodstone lay within the tallest ironwood tree at the heart of the forest. He needed to fell it and split the trunk to retrieve it. However, the wood was as hard as iron, requiring a divine tool to break it. The woodstone. He already possessed the firestone, metal stone, and water stone. Only the woodstone and earthstone remained. It turned out the woodstone was in the forest, and obtaining it simply required finding a way to open the tree, a task not too difficult. No wonder it was a lucky omen. This was also because Jiang Ming had already slain the forest's overlord, the snow demon bear. Otherwise, securing the woodstone would have been anything but auspicious, likely fraught with peril. The neutral fortune revealed that the Beautiful Nation's Pete had acquired a batch of shrank ore and triggered a 1,000,000-fold return, causing his score to skyrocket. Even if Jiang Ming uploaded all the finest ironwood tomorrow, he would at most earn 8,000 points, still not enough to overtake him. To reclaim the top spot, he needed to clear out all the combustible ice and food stored in his warehouse and upload them in bulk to win by volume. The first place reward for the individual leaderboard was the Earthstone. Now Jiang Ming understood everything. Pete had obtained and shrank ore and triggered a 1,000,000-fold return. That was why, despite his own 2 rank items, his score was still crushed. Moreover, if his guess was correct, Pete would likely continue uploading shrank ore today, so even uploading ironwood wouldn't be enough to beat him. But the final line of the divination showed that the first place prize was the last key item for his class change, the Earthstone. He had to get it no matter what. Jiang Ming continued to the last divination. Minor misfortune indicated that the ancient temple required for his class change was located on a solitary island due south of the polar sea, about 3 days' voyage from his current position. But he had to hurry, as the first wave of poisonous fog would spread to that island's area in 3 days. If he couldn't reach it and complete the class change ritual within 10 days, the Nuwa temple would be consumed by the fog, and he would lose his chance to change classes forever. To regain the qualification, he would need to collect a full set of divine artifacts again to unlock a new class change location. The divination had triggered a countdown effective immediately. The timer read 715957. Jiang Ming shot to his feet. The captain's chair toppled over with a dull thud. I have to reach the Nuwa temple within 3 days. Otherwise, the class change point would be covered by the fog, forcing him to search for divine artifacts all over again, then recollect the class change tokens, and find a new temple. The very thought made his scalp tingle. No one knew better than Jiang Ming how difficult it had been to gather the divine artifacts. He had nearly died collecting the water stone. Now he was being told he might have to start over. What kind of joke was that? Absolutely not. But to reach the Nuwa temple in 3 days, he first needed to obtain all the divine stones and upgrade his ship to icebreaker level. He had to break through the polar sea and leave by tomorrow. Every step had to go smoothly. All right. Jiang Ming cracked his neck, a series of pops sounding out. Though a mountain of problems awaited him, he could only tackle them one at a time. First, upgrade the ship. He pulled a ship core from his pocket. The energy compartment, wrapped in flesh, sensed his approach and automatically split open, revealing a cavern lined with bones and nerve bundles. After the upgrade, Jiang Ming found some of the ship's operations unsettlingly eerie. The next moment, a line of text appeared on the console screen. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless upon seeing the text. To advance to level 3, you need 2 ship cores. Please insert another ship core to upgrade. One could mistakenly think he was in an arcade, wondering what it meant to insert 1 coin and not enough asking for another coin. Thankfully, he was well prepared. He had obtained 2 ship cores when he dismantled Alexander's ship. Jiang Ming speculated that it was Alexander and another contestant from the Bear Country who realized that only by upgrading the ship to a level 3 icebreaker could they possibly escape. Thus, they had aimed to get their hands on the ship core of the diary expert. Unexpectedly, both of them perished in the ICC, and their 2 ship cores ended up being a bargain for Jiang Ming. Crack. After inserting the second ship core into the energy chamber, the flesh within the chamber tightened, and the nerve bundles coiled around the ship core like living entities engulfing it. The entire ship trembled violently. The heartbeat beneath Jiang Ming's feet suddenly intensified, transforming from a deep thud-thud into a rapid drumbeat, as if something had been awakened. The vascular walls surrounding the control panel began to swell and thicken, dark red veins spreading along the walls, crawling across the ceiling, as if some colossal beast had evolved in an instant. At this moment, Jiang Ming couldn't tell if he was staring at the screen or if the screen was staring back at him. Detected the second ship core. The Longzhou is upgraded to level 3. Please select a level 3 evolution branch. Branch 1, Turret Array. Turret Array. A large number of living turret interfaces begin to grow from the ship's flesh, each interface consisting of a hardened bone ring surrounded by densely packed neural synapses, which can directly insert various biological turret modules. The turret interfaces are evenly distributed on both sides of the ship's hull at the bow and stern. In level 3 status, a maximum of 6 biological turrets can be equipped simultaneously. If you need a mobile armory, this is the optimal solution. Cost. The turret array requires a continuous consumption of biomass to manufacture ammunition. If you lack prey for an extended period, the turrets will start consuming the ship's own body. Jiang Ming stroked his chin and murmured, "Turrets are great. But the main issue now is that I can't even break the ice. Having more turrets wouldn't help. I can't just blow the ice apart with turrets." Wait, it's not impossible. But it seems biological turrets require energy to operate. Jiang Ming was uncertain how much energy one shot would require. If one shot requires a fish, I might still be able to afford a few shots. But no one knows how many shots would be needed to get out of the ICC, though everyone knows that warfare is about money. These damn guns and cannons often required hundreds or even thousands of shots. Jiang Ming was afraid he simply couldn't afford it. He shook his head and looked at the second option. Branch 2, Bone Scale Armor. Bone scale armor. A dense bone structure begins to grow from beneath the skin of the ship's flesh exterior. Initially, these bone plates are the size of fingernails and scattered across the ship, but with the infusion of the ship core's energy, they will grow rapidly and interlock, ultimately forming a layer of bone scale armor covering the entire ship. Cost. After each damage repair, the new bone scales will be thicker and denser than the original, but the ship will become increasingly heavier, permanently reducing its sailing speed. This is good. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at the introduction of the bone scale armor. This thing only needs to be upgraded once to be used indefinitely. The most it requires is repair after damage, and repairs will cause the ship to become heavier. But for someone like Jiang Ming who can't even leave the ICC, these aren't really issues. Because the poisonous fog had already entered within 120 nautical miles, if Jiang Ming could not leave this place within the next 12 hours, he would likely be surrounded by the poisonous fog with no chance of survival. He couldn't afford to consider issues like repairs causing increased weight. Surviving was the priority, it seemed. The only option he could choose now was Branch 2. However, with the thought of not rushing into a decision, Jiang Ming did not hastily choose, but instead focused on the final branch. Branch 3, Random Blind Box. Random Blind Box. The specific effects cannot be previewed. The blind box will randomly select one or more items from all possible evolution directions. P.S. It is said that there is a very low probability of triggering the forbidden route omni-fusion to obtain multiple specialized abilities in a weakened form. The probability is roughly akin to catching an epic fish with bare hands. Jiang Ming stared at the four words, omni-fusion, his eyes brightening. But the next second, he quickly calmed down. The probability of catching an epic fish with bare hands. What a joke. If an epic fish truly appeared before him, he wouldn't dare to catch it barehanded. That would be tantamount to suicide. So, didn't that make the probability almost zero? Moreover, the 3 divinations drawn tonight did not indicate that he should choose the blind box. It was better not to take risks. Just as Jiang Ming decided to choose branch 2's bone scale armor, a familiar sound came from behind him. Chirpy. Click-clack, click-clack. He turned around and saw Laifu chasing the tentacle that was swinging around on the ceiling of the captain's cabin. 2 small ones, clearly holding a grudge over the nectar incident. Now Laifu seemed determined to catch the tentacle and tear it apart. The tentacle, taking advantage of its ability to hide and burrow, continued to tease Laifu, provoking this creature into a fit of rage. Chirp. Laifu kicked off with its hind legs, leaping off the wooden crate, aiming its front claws at the tentacle's tips. The small boat reacted even faster than last time. The tentacle suddenly shrank, drawing an arc in the air. And its escape direction coincidentally was right above the control panel.